在线采访，为大家邀请到滔博的上路选手369，九哥跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博上的369。
那觉得队伍可能整个在组内赛有什么样的一些进步和成长，包括说对于骑士之路进行了怎么样的一些准备呢？
我们
That's it. You can't become rushed.
好了，骑士之路的话，也算是继续长经验吧。
Guess it's different for when you're playing in CMs. Anyway, hi 369.
也是要在这个赛段第一次和CNW 相遇，觉得这一场 BO5可能两队之间的胜负手会在哪些部分呢？
我认为在我们的上野之间的发挥吧。
好的，期待你们有好的表现。同时为大家邀请到 CNW 的中路选手 Karis， 欢迎 Karis 跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是西安气象 W 中端 Karis。
那今天的比赛是 BO5的对决，特别是要面对到来自登峰组的对手，觉得队伍可能需要在哪些部分做得更好呢？
아무래도 상대가 강팀이랑 많이 했다 보니까 저희가 주도적으로 좀 저희 팀이 좀 이끌어가는 경기 흐름이 나와야 좀 많이 유리하게 작용할 것 같아서 그런 부분을 좀 더 신경 써야 될 것 같아요.
Okay, we all good there. Clean feed. Yeah. Let me just refresh it, see what happens. There we go.
那其实毫无疑问，对面还是一个
Okay, it's a good start.
强劲的对手。那对于我
A very good start.
来讲，如果我们
I actually wonder if that's a CPU thing.
掌握比
Okay, now let's see if this
节奏更
helps.
加主动的来推进游戏的
What is
话，我觉
this?
得会帮我们自己
This is really quite choppy, folks, isn't it?
有利的
Wow, that is kind of
所以说我
insane,
们在这一
actually.
部分多加注意的，也期待你们有一个好的表现。那毕竟骑士之路也是对于能不能进入个
I
淘
actually
汰赛
don't know
非
if
常
that's the
关键
clean
的对
feed
决，
or
要
whether
不要
that's
在
a
这里
problem
跟
with
所有
my
的
side
队友
of
们
things.
加油打气。
Okay, let me just reset. Let me
是
just
接下来的马
refresh
戏
this again. That was really quite poor, actually. It's the worst it's been for a while. Hey, see me 25 streams week. And Blade with the 21 as well. I appreciate you both. Okay. Yeah, my CPU was really not happy with that, you know. Oh, bleh. Hi Windows. Sorry, did not mean to spook people. Did not mean to do that. I'm just trying to turn off some extra systems in the background just to make sure that I don't want to do that either. Sorry, I don't want to do. Yeah. So basically, I just need to make sure that my CPU is not getting fried. Hello everyone. By the way, I can probably turn this on as well to show you that I'm alive at least. Hello everyone. How's it going? Well, let's get ourselves into this game, I suppose. I do need some caffeine, that's one thing which I need, so I can't keep my camera this on for too long. Got stream, stage coming up soon as well. What's my favourite physics field? I like lasers. Lasers are really cool. Lasers are really cool. Yeah, top equals W. Reminder, folks, that these are best of 5s today, too. These are best of 5s. I'm just gonna put that in the title, just so people can see that. Oh, I should probably take out the FAQ that I put up from the other day as well, thinking about it. Who am I rooting for? I wouldn't say I'm rooting for any team in particular. I just want to see the best team, right? Now, who do I think should win? Should be Top Esports. They actually look very good. Then actually the second series is interesting. I can actually see NIP winning against IG. I think IG are at threat, and I think IG might actually drop from Group Ascend. I think that, yeah, that might be a thing. Oh my god, I'm pretty tired, folks. Okay, I'm gonna just take the camera off just for a second. I gotta go get myself some caffeine real quick. So I'm gonna leave you with that. 1 second.
观看2026英雄联盟职业联赛第1赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。穿李宁日进斗金系列，祝你响鼓稳赢，马年旺到飞起！开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，帮人战吧！奥风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做奥风。
让我们有请 Top Esports 西安 Team WE。欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆 LPL 第1赛段骑士之路第1日第1场滔搏对阵西安 WE 即将开始 ，LPL 5位就巅峰。
Yo, what do you mean we're into draft already? So sorry, folks. Didn't know that the draft was going to go on so quickly. I'll go get my coffee after we're done with draft then. Okay, let's lock in for this one. So we had most of our OPs burned out. Jace, so 3 junglers gone. Yeah, we have 2 best of 5s today, folks. It is a long day. Sam will join us a bit later, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do throughout the day. I do actually have to stop off for power spike at about 10 AM on my time, so I'm going to have to dip out of the room for that. Orianna is here traded. Karis normally pretty okay for that. We're expecting maybe something like a... Well, if you lock in Rumble, I think Nio is pretty happy to go something like a Nocturne, potentially. Oh, Nocturne's not bad there. Rumble is still the easy lock-in, though. Pantheon instead. Okay, so it's another semi-global, but it's not going to be the Nocturne. And the Ambessa. Okay, so 369 gets himself one of his best carry champions. So for those of you that didn't see, by the way, I did end up posting an LPL All-Pro list that I would have done. And Ambessa was actually my second... sorry, not Ambessa, but 369 was actually my second top laner, interestingly. I actually think that 369, the back end of the split from him was very, very good. You want me to roast WE with the channel points? I'll do that after draft, don't you worry. WE more like YOU, because I don't want nothing to do with this team. What do you mean we? There is no we. Oh god. Okay, now we're thinking about bot lane bans. Because no one's locked in bot lanes just yet. Hey Third, thanks for the sub there, appreciate you. Okay, so sorry, and of course the big thing which is locked in there is the Skarner. The Skarner, very good combo with the Rumble, and Monkey was a very good Skarner last year. He was one of the best Skarners in the LPL actually. He was doing things like catching Kai'Sa's mid ult. Monkey is a very good Skarner. There is a question over in Onivia's chat about who do I think will win in the second series. I'll talk about that a little later into the day. Again, we'll focus onto this one. Now, if you lock in something like the core keep, is there anything that can still counter it? Well, the Inara's gone, the Varus is gone, the BMF's gone. I think Corki's pretty okay here. Yeah, I think Corki's pretty okay. A little bit worried. No, I'm not sure I like the Aphelios there. The Ambassador, if the Ambassador ever ults you, don't you just die? It's a very strong pick, but it's very risky here, I feel. If anyone manages to get good backline access, you feel pretty poor. You think W has a chance of winning? Of course they do, but I do think top esports are favoured coming into this. I think that top esports have really quite impressed me recently, actually. You know, they beat BLG, they beat JDG. Oh, they were looking pretty good, actually. I like that Jhin. I think that Jhin is very good. Nico locked in first, though. Is it Jhin Nico? It could be Kai'Sa Nico as well. Although Kai'Sa... Yeah, Kai'Sa Nico's not great in lane versus the Aphelios. Also, I think that Yayo's probably setting up for a Lulu pick. I think it's actually pretty good here. Jhin Nico is obnoxious as hell. I quite like the Jhin. I like the extra CC. I think being able to pin people in place potentially for an Ambassador ult is very important, and he does get locked in. So Jhin Nico locked in. Does Yayo go towards the Lulu now? Hey, Frag, thanks for the stream streak. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think the Lulu's been set up for quite well in advance here. It works with the Azir. It can help your Skarner be very hard to kill in the front line. And that'll be the draft. There you go. Let me drop in a quick advert right now, so we don't get them during game. Okay. So WE, double AP solo laners, not bad backline access with the Rumble ult and various ults to throw back into the backline. Poppy was banned. That would have been really good in the back end of this draft, actually. Though for one of these teams, I feel. So Hank, let's banned away. Hey, Veresteron, good to see you. So in terms of top esports, I mean, 369 gets Ambassador, it's a good matchup for him. I think they have good matchups across the board. And Jhin Nico is a very strong lane. It's a very strong lane. This is a competitive draft though. It's competitive. If the carries of WE get caught out too extended, then the Pantheon Ambassador will cause a huge amount of issues for them. However, in a straight 5v5, I think WE win. That's very true. I think actually Frag has a very good point in chat. Like, this draft should be competitive enough that it should show us how the series is going to go. You know, this isn't just a draft diff straight out of the gates and one team gets a huge advantage from that. This should show us closer to what these teams' levels are actually. Okay, I'm gonna go get my coffee from the other room and then we'll get into the game, folks. Okay, hello everyone. Yeah, it is a little early. Yeah, it is. But hey, that's what we sign up for here in the LPL. I'm gonna have to figure out volumes and stuff like that. I think we'll be okay though. I think we'll be okay. Now, one of the good things about things starting early is that means I have an actual reason to be quieter, and that means I get to save my voice a little. Of course, we get excited when we need to for these teams, because of course this is, for those of you that don't know, this is effectively a play-in for playoffs. It's known as the Knights Rivals stage, or the Knights Road, or the Knights Path, depends how you translate it. It's early even by LPL standards, but that's what happens when we have 2 best-of-5s. Yep. If Jachi builds Collector first, he's trolling. Is he trolling? Is that the comment? I can't see the full comment there. I'm done with the stream for the day on game 1. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there are 4 squishy champions, so I actually think there is some logic to going towards this, the Collector. However, Stormrazor into LDR is such a powerful build. Stormrazor is very important. Oh, Jachi misses the cannon there. Now, the thing about Jachi is that he has been very, very snowbally. If he gets himself a lead early through lane, this guy is absurdly good. You can see right here that getting the shove early has been fine. But yeah, the thing is, the Collector's actually pretty good against 4 out of the 5 champions on W. It's just awful versus Skarner, really. Very bursty team from top esports. I think, funnily enough, I think this is one of the games where I would actually be okay with Collector. Why is Jakilov not playing? Jakilov hasn't been playing the entirety of this split. Nice trade there from Cream, actually. Cream's been very good. You know, Cream made it into my all-pro list as well. In fact, I might even... Hang on a second. Monkey, was he spotted going in there? I'm not sure if he was, actually. Does Cream flash out of the way? He should be safe from the wall stun here. Yes, he is. Walks far enough away from it. That's well played from Cream, actually. If he walked closer towards the top of the lane, then he might have been wall stun against that. So that's just, you know, showing awareness. Even though Skarner's not been meta for a little while, we want to be away from walls. So even if they do connect with a W, they don't get the wall stun, which is where the real threat comes in. W there. Does he get the 4th shot on? Ooh, good slow from the Glitter Lance means that the 4th shot doesn't come in, actually. I wonder whether they should have used the heal a little earlier for that movement speed for the 4th shot. Don't end up doing so. Yeah, Jakilov is suffering from really quite bad tinnitus, actually, so ringing in his ears. He talked about this a little bit last year, but basically he's taking a break. He should be back by next split, we think. That's the current theory, coming from Shy's stream. 369. Trading on the top side. Cube's been playing okay recently, you know? Cube's been playing okay recently. Of course, WE ended up losing the tiebreaker to NIP. NIP were the ones which came away from that 2-1. 2-1? I think it was 2-1 for that series. And of course, if you're ever in Onivia's chat or on my YouTube chat as well, hope you're doing well. Hope you're all fine. Of course, the other day we were streaming just on Twitch because it's Twitch front page day. It's very cool. And it is that Durkin lane from Jachi. And I know there's been a lot. I know we've been talking and joking a lot about the, you know, if you build Collector, we're out already. But I do actually think Collector's pretty good this game, folks. I think if you go Collector LDR, I think you're actually really happy. Actually, against this team with like quadruple, quite long-range champions. I actually wonder if Mosquito build is correct here, folks. I actually wonder if Collector Fire Cannon is actually the correct build. Root misses. Yeah, guys, I hate to say it. I actually think this is a good game for Collector Fire Cannon. God, what a world we live in. What a world we live in. Mid lane, pretty even right now. Karis started this split very well. However, his back end of the split was quite wobbly. His last series was kinda meh versus NIP. But yeah, one of the reasons why WE kind of fell off a little bit. Hang on, this is a really good wraparound angle. There's everything but heal avail. Ah, they've got the root. That's just a dead Jachi. Not good enough, jungle. Oh, they're tracking it as well. I'm not really sure about flashing for both of them there. I think you're both going to die anyway. They both go down. Great gank from Monkey. Great gank from Monkey. The jungle tracking was not good enough from top esports. And who comes away with the kills? One for jungle, one for AD carry. Very good start to the game from Monkey. You know, Monkey Skarner is a champion which is had really good value over his time on Team WE and his time at the pro level. At tier 1 level anyway. When I saw this Skarner locked in, I thought, actually, yeah, this could actually be a problem. This could be a problem for top esports. He's had a good history on this, very good history. So, what happened here? Because there were a lot of wards in bot side, and they just didn't spot the angles correctly. I mean, Monkey just finds the angle. There's a ward in the pixel brush for the Phallites. There's one at the back of Dragon Pit. Monkey finds a really good angle in that. So that's a very early, 1,000 gold lead for WE. Bot lane is now not ahead, and we did say, Jachi very good when he's ahead of the game, but he's also very snowbally when he's behind as well, in the negative way. No summoners now. 10 CS lead in top side for 369. Does hit with that ult. That's not bad, you know? That's pretty good. Pretty heavy trade there. Gets like 2 rotations there. Nice. I saw some TikTok about Hex Optics over Collector being mathematically better on every ADC. It's cheap is one thing, Hex Optics. It's cheap. But yeah, Hex Optics, I haven't really seen much of it built, and I haven't built it much myself to form an opinion on it, but it doesn't surprise me that there are items out there on the new patch which cause issues. Game 1, yes, this is game 1 of the day. Game 1, series 1. Pros love their collector. Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta collect things. Sometimes you gotta pick things up. Dragon started by Monkey. Ooh, level 6 coming in. Jachi doesn't end up getting the W down, and that means that the ult coming through from this Grand Starfall wasn't fantastic either, actually. Not that well coordinated from top esports early on. There's a lot of ults thrown at bot lane, and what do they use? They end up using the cleanse, that's it. I wonder whether that's Pantheon ult. I wonder whether the Pantheon ult could have been angled differently there. Nio had flash too. The fact that he was outside of flash W range, I think, really hurt them. So Dragon was taken by WE. Grub's now taken as well. Top esports will be able to contest for 2nd and 3rd. Wait, there's no smite from Monkey? That should be 2 over to the side of top esports. Monkey eliminated top esports when they had Kanabi, so this should be a walk in the park. Yeah, of course, that's part of the history of the series, that WE eliminated top esports in spring last year. Of course, they bombed out from summer. Like, WE had a very poor end to last year, sadly, for them. I think a lot of people remember very fondly their spring split, because that was where they got their big result. However, it is important to note as well, the split after was actually very poor. Well, I don't know, every single player really had their own issues that split. I don't think it's fair to kind of contain it down to one person. Of course, someone like Cube was probably first on people's lists of people to criticize at that point from WE, end of last year. However, I think the whole team had question marks about them after what was a stunning spring split. Knocking out not just top esports, but JDG, all within the same split. 369 taking a very heavy trade and only trading back now. 369 is going to be very key to how top esports play this game, by the way, folks. 369 is very important. That's the equalizer coming out top side, trying to make sure that the wave is not going to hit the tower. It does miss one of the minions, but I don't think I care too much. Equalizer down, first one of the game, I believe. TU2 Yaya. Monkey spotted going around the back of the turret here. He has ult. He has ult. And Nio was spotted topside. That's why they're going for this. Spotted topside, so WE realize they have a bit of a free play here. Can't really do much here. You can try and steal it with a W, but nope, smite comes through. They fight around bot scuttle. Did they see that smite was down there? They could actually fight knowing that smite is down. Nio. Yeah, he'll just get this for free. Ooh, Monkey might go for the gank instead. Flashing for the Graviton. Really well played with that. The Nico's going to come out. I just don't think it'll matter. That's the flash under the turret. It's a good flash away from the Skarner ultimate. Do they think they can fight now? Both mid laners are roaming down. Nio's here. Does he flash in for anything? There is still a flash available on Nio. Flashing in, trying to kill the Skarner. He's got the Lulu shields, though, and that definitely helps. Cream trying to come in, threatening that shockwave. Another Graviton. The Karis comes in for the sweep, and he'll catch two. That really well played by that Azir. Sweep first to the game. Cream getting good W damage down, though, and Funko is actually alive. He's actually alive. Lethal Tempo, though, on Azir definitely helps him do damage. Currently, what, a 3 for 3? Currently, she's looking at to be that 4th kill for Karis. Can he get that last auto on target? It's so close. And he'll get one last, so that ends up being a 4 for 3 in bot side. Karis, the only survivor of the play. Yeah, so, by the way, folks, there's people asking what's happening with things today. Sam's going to come in for a couple of... It's actually going to be a little strange. So I need to leave at 10 o'clock briefly to do a podcast. I'm doing Power Spike. So I'm going to be doing the first, 3 games. Sam will come in after that, and then I'll come back for whatever is afterwards. Really good play around the Graviton from WE, so it's just 2 times they managed to do that. I mean, credit to Top Esports, bringing everyone into the play just after. Why is Kofi going twice in that? Weird. Yeah, but Top Esports really not respecting the Graviton, about having a good game so far. And Karis, good entry into the game for him. Oh, if that Q hits, is it playable? No, I don't think it is. If that last Q had hit a little, or the second to last one, Cream getting a lot of gold from that play, and I have to say, Cream has been very good recently. Another QW afterwards there too. Nice trade from Cream. Nice trade. Of course, the only people that didn't join that play were the top laners. So that's a 1.4k lead. Oh, and the shockwave comes in. QW not quite on cooldown for the W, of course. Very close to the kill there. Skarner now flying through. Cream, no flash. Does it get connected with? There is an ultimate available. Does the Pantheon come in? I think the Grand Staff will come in. Karis is so close to dying, and indeed he will do. It's actually... Oh, Nio takes aggro. Nio takes aggro. It's going to save Cream. Awesome play with the Pantheon ultimate coming in. WE not respecting the global. Nio on call. The Panthambulance comes in and saves Orianna. Now, Monkey's heading towards bot side. It's a level down on Nio. Cream's teleporting into the play too. Oh, Cream and Nio are pretty happy with this now. WE, that gold lead's getting less and less. Dragon started. Do they stick around for it? I suppose they do. Karis is coming up now. Teleport's not quite on the table. About doesn't have the Graviton this time to really threaten. Damn, Cream is really playing well right now. I can't believe Ori didn't take aggro there. Oh, good damage onto a bow. It's going low HP. Flash in Jachi. Feng Yue ends up delaying Jiao Yao and Monkey on the other side of the fight. And Top Esports will not only take themselves that dragon, they'll also take themselves a host of kills. Monkey does not have a flash, and I don't think he's going to have much HP either. Top Esports will take down the enemy jungler and their bot lane as well. So 3 for none, and the dragon. The game's just falling apart. WE were about 1,500 gold up. Now they're about the same amount of gold behind. So a 3,000 gold swing. Cream gets that Luden's proc onto Karis underneath the turret. Cream and Nio in the last minute have just been absurd. The mid jungle from Top Esports getting huge value out of the last minute or two. I don't think Monkey's been bad, though. I don't think it's his fault. I'm not sure why you would recall there, Nio. Not going to lie. Don't think that's the place to recall. Yeah, get yourself on that pink ward then. So what happens here? So, oh my god, that QW onto a bow. I mean, bluntly, folks, he just walks up to a fed Orianna and dies. That is such poor positioning from the bow. Ult's traded in bot side in the picture-in-picture. And Besser and Azir trading out. That's such poor positioning from the bow. I don't know why you'd ever walk up to an Orianna like that as an Aphelios. Jachi currently at 0 and 2, has got that collector, is going towards the fire cannon. We did say that's likely the build, just is how it is really. Cream can't defend this for now. There is a flash on Skarner. Eventually, if Jhin will eventually do damage. I mean, now it's a Jhin behind the game with this build, which feels pretty bad. Oh, flashing, flash for flash. I'd say that Skarner had that ult. Ooh, this could be a bit of a problem now if there's a fight. Orianna's coming up the river. No flash from Skarner. If there's a good enough... Oh, no, no, wait. Orianna's not coming up the river. I got Nico cloned. You've been Nico'd. Monkey, decent terrain to look at something here, but he's just used his ult. Gets a hard steal proc off the clone, why not? He's going in anyway. Reminder that he doesn't have that ultimate. It's going to get stunned up. Fungo is going very low. Skarner gets the Herald. Skarner gets the Herald. He steals it. Nico's going to die as well. I think this is a really good fight for WE, no? I mean, Ambassador's not here. Ambassador's not here. Top Esports are calling off the play. They're saying, look, we lost this anyway. Jachi doesn't have a flash. He's going to die. Ambassador's just not going to turn up to the play. They get one back, but Cream can't really do anything outside of that. It's an awesome play for Top East, for WE, rather. They steal the Herald, and they get themselves the kills that they lost at that earlier Dragon fight too. 369, well, can't come to the play. Didn't have that teleport. And Top Esports get massively, massively outplayed around the Herald. So WE reclaim a bit of that gold advantage. This has been a very flippy early game. Ambassador coming over, does have the ult. Who's he catch? Gonzo managed to get the FLOC at the end of it. Awesome play from Top Esports. This time it was, so don't misspeak this time. 369, his Ambassador, very important to Top Esports. Is that a teleport behind them? That's the Orianna, trying to catch that Q potentially. There is no shockwave for this. He's also a level down. I'm actually, well, Naya does have his own ultimate, does have flash. If he can get in range for another W, he might actually be able to get himself a Q on target. No, Q will just have to back off. Quite ambitious there from Top Esports with the teleport and the ult there. 369, no ult this time. I think Karis kills him, maybe. Has the Eclipse. Doesn't, not so sure about this one, 369. I think he'll just go down. Karis, good sweep. A much stronger game from Karis than he's been playing in recent weeks. Turret does go down for Top Esports in the mid lane, and they get one in bot lane as well. Top lane turret now focused for W. This has been a very back and forth game already. We're seeing big movements around the map. And right here, just the Ambassador doesn't have teleport and can't stop the Azir coming in. There's no Skarner ultimate. However, Nico dies before being able to do that much. On the top side, Cube just walks up and kills him, really. Shockwave isn't bad, it's just that they've got a Nico behind it too, and they're trapped in the pit, so the terrain means that no one's making it out alive here. They do end up taking one kill. But what is it, one for four? Really, really poor trade for Top Esports, especially since they lose the objective as well. I will say, so I think WE, on the whole, a bit more coordinated in the early game, but I do think that Top Esports a little better, particularly in that mid lane role. I think that Cream has had a very strong early game. Not that Karis has been bad. About now, Storm Razor Infinity Edge 3 is very strong on the 2-item spike. Now, does Jachi choose to go LDR or Infinity Edge third? That'll be interesting to track, actually. He misses that cannon, which doesn't help. That's... Jachi has flash. He'll have to use it. Dragon was taken. No Jin W on the way out. Jumping forward to Fang Yu. It does get a full that ultimate! Not sure what the follow-up's going to be like, though. Karis going in and manages to catch someone on the backline. 369 is one of those people, but he immediately ults around and he thinks, okay, well, that's a bit of a delivery. Don't think it matters, though. I think WE are still cleaning up the fight. Currently, a 1 for 3. About did go down. 369, not bad from him. But Cream dying in the play. Fang Yu, it's a good ult, but there's no follow-up. There was absolutely no follow-up. You know, it wasn't like 369 immediately pinged an ult onto someone as Fang Yu went in. Perhaps that would have changed something. Not very coordinated. And I think what we're seeing in this early game is that W are slightly more coordinated. That's what we're seeing right now. Top Esports mechanically fairly strong. You know, Jachi caught out by the Skarner. Sometimes your pathing can get really caught out like this. I think you had to just full send it when the Nico outlands. Ambassador wasn't in range. Ambassador wasn't in range. Didn't have the flash. It's a little too early from Fang Yu. It's a little too early from him. And then Cream just gets blasted in the back end of the fight. Cube flashing over to kill him. So WE once again in the lead. They are down 2 dragons. This is going to be a hell of a game, folks, because we're going to come into a mid game where you've got several people fed on either side, really. You know, particularly Cream is the the big person to watch for top esports, but 369 is also pretty powerful too. Turret's going to go down on bot side. I think 369 dies. It's a late teleport. It's a very late teleport, actually, and it's a full CC combo from the Skarner. Cream comes in now, and once again, Monkey has just been on fire on this Skarner. However, now he might actually be just burned in general. He'll go down, so 1-for-1 plus the turret for WE right now. They do lose their jungler on the way out. Cream does manage to pick something up there. Didn't see if he could have teleported earlier. How did NIP look good in the tiebreaker? Yeah, they did end up winning it. That's not a bad sweep from Karis, actually. He comes through, says the wild growth. Not sure, no. Oh my god, the damage turning back. Insane damage coming back, and the Infernum explosion goes across to double kill for about. WE, again, just a little quicker to the play. Much more coordinated than top esports so far. And that should lead to the Baron. That should lead to the Baron. This is top esports. The big thing about this game for them is that when they've been losing a kill, they've been losing like 3 or 4. Every time top esports have lost a fight, it feels like so many people have gone down with it. They've kind of all tunneled into oblivion. That should be a Baron very early into the game, 22 minutes thereabouts, and it's on to all 5 members, I believe. Now jumping onto him, but the ult was buffered. Oh, sorry, the stun was buffered with Karis' ult, so he gets the cast of it down while everything else is happening. Huge AoE comes in afterwards. Cream just gets tagged. Hey, Solar Puppy, good to see you. I think WE are in such a good position now. Well, I mean, that's such a milquetoast thing to say. But it's so important to see them be so coordinated, right? We said that the drafts were playable. This is not a one-sided draft. Top esports clearly have enough damage to make things work. They clearly have lanes that could compete. It's not like they just lose through losing lanes or lose through teamfights being unplayable. We did say, on the whole, WE looked like they had the better front to back. The top esports did show themselves in good place here too. So what this means is that we're seeing a very good representation of what the series could be like. That turret is disappearing. The turret's absolutely getting melted. Is that just a full inner turret? It is. That's only with the one grub as well. It's just that About is so strong. The last Whisper helping him too. Monkey looking for the ult. Doesn't hit anyone. But Orianna's not coming to the play. There's no teleport for the Orianna either. Are they going to get the full inhibitor? They are. They're going to get the whole inhibitor turret. Good poking equalizer. Fungaway could go for the ult, and he's going to get a 5-man ultimate. The 5-man ultimate. The shockwave goes on to 3. The wombo combo truly coming through for top esports, but do they have the ability to really finish it off in style? I'm not sure. Karis is still alive. Went golden halfway through. That Cream gets another QW on target. That should clean him up as well. Cube goes low, goes down, and top esports wiped WE at the inhibitor. 5 for 2. Ridiculous combo. Fungaway saving top esports in this game. Does this make the game playable now? The gold lead goes down to about 2,000. It was about 4,000 before that. Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds. If they get that, they get up towards Cloud Soul points. That completely saves the game for top esports. You know, the Nico ult into the shockwave saves the game. Fungaway's been trying for the big plays, and WE do funnel into it. That was absurd from the young AD carry from top esports. New player, of course, coming into the roster. So what happens here? Fungaway comes in from across the flank, has flash, everyone's lined up together, and Besser ult comes in at the same time. Shockwave 2 catches onto 3, the Ophelos immediately dies, and the fight becomes very difficult after that point. Yes, the Nico ends up dying in the middle of the play, and of course the Pantheon does too. I thought actually maybe Karis could still turn it at the end, especially with Cube, but no, not to be. Top esports take the Dragon, by the way, while we were talking about that replay. And the game goes on. Last team fight damage. Almost 6,000 damage coming through from the Orianna. Potential 10 games today? Yes, that is what we have on the table. Potential 10 games. Jachi has a little Domis regards now. I still think Monkey is so fed though, no? Skarner, this is giving us kind of visions of 2024 and 25 of Skarner just being very, very obnoxious to deal with. Yeah, Jachi really deals damage to Monkey, haha. This Jhin just doesn't deal damage to them. And Besser's not on a bad point now. WE had an intern design their logo. They've had this since like 2012. Have they? Team WE? When has that team been around from? Because they were Team World Elite, right? And then they kept the logo from those days. Team WWE, their logos basically existed since like, what, 2011, 2012? Something like that. I'm not sure when... I'm not sure if they had a team before League of Legends. 2011, right. Thanks, Blade. Cream farming up side lanes now. A little while until objectives are up, so the game kind of slows down. Now, who does that favor? Well, About is very strong on the Aphelios. Of course, didn't get to see him last play. Jachi does have flash. Does dodge away from that wall stun. Ah, that's not great from Monkey. That being said, it's not like Jin's doing a huge amount. I'm out. Hang on, Abat's taking a lot of damage. Zir turret comes up. 369. Do they call off the play? Shockwave not pulled in just yet. Cube coming in. I don't think they want to play into that Azir turret, and Nio goes low. So call it off for now. Not a great look from Monkey for one of the first times in this game. Before that, he was playing very well. You could still go over the wall with his next cooldown of that Ixtal's impact. Nio has struggled to get through the damage. The Pantheon is not 5v5ing easily this game. Oh, that could be really important, Monkey. Let's go quite... Like, he could die here. He could absolutely die. He flashes away from the Jin W. Needed to. Did the recall get completed by Pantheon? Well, he's high enough HP. I'm going to assume that's a yes. Ambassador pushing up outside does have teleport. Baron not alive yet, so it's not like WE can really do much about that. 369 pretty happy to survive on that side of the map. I respect Orianna for going full damage, but it's not as good a champion as Azir. I mean, Azir is obviously a really good champion, right? And has been for... He's been an unbalanceable mess for the grand majority of his history, Azir. However, I do think that Orianna in this game, you're absolutely right, has that ability to just randomly turn the game on a single ability. It's one of the great, wonderful, magical things about Orianna, is that wombo combo potential. And yeah, if you've got a load of damage behind it, instead of having, you know, Rod of Ages and Cosmic Drive and stuff, feels pretty damn good into 4 squishies. I don't like saying WE is 2 separate letters, to be honest. Sometimes I just say we. Yeah. Same, sometimes. Depends how I'm feeling, yeah. Okay, so Baron spawning now. Dragon's up in a minute 30. Would be Sol for top esports. Fungi is going to have flash up. Yes, he has flash up. He has 2 items. This Nico has been so crucial to top esports. There's the set. I wouldn't walk into that, buddy. Yeah, Pantheon's struggling. Haven't really been able to make many side lane plays in a way. No, it's typically been pretty good at pulling the trigger on them. Jachi. Not quite an Infinity Edge yet. Once you get to 4 items, that's where things get really spooky. Can he get to 4 items before the next play? Hex Optics built up by About, by the way, so he actually has picked up the shiny new item. Fengwei warding out the flank. Ambassador pushing in bot side as well. I think top esports will have a few more angles of attack this time. However, Monkey might just be able to slide and glide and set up the fight anyway. I know the slide and glide is his specialty, but hey, we'll allow Skarner to have it for now. Karis going towards bot side. 369 safe for now. Ah, had the ward coming down there. That helps. That does tend to. Now, did Jin just get Infinity Edge? Did Jin just get Infinity Edge? He just recalled. I think he did. So that means we have a 4-item Jin, and now suddenly Jachi is on the board as a huge damage carry. Teleport towards top side. I think W realized bot side's a bit of a goner, but they could go towards the Baron. Teleport coming in from Ambessa. Cream could look for a shockwave, but doesn't seem that great right now. Jin W coming up, and the curtains are opened as well. Dragon comes down, and he gets taken by Jin. Jin ends up taking it. How did that happen? It's another wonderful Nico ultimate, and the wombo combo comes in afterwards. WE, you had your chance. Not so sure about this Swan. I think with Jachi's damage, I think they can win the fight afterwards. Cube not doing bad. Fengwei's alive. Jachi is too. And I'm not sure, actually, they can stay that way for long, though. Jin is trying to do his best, so the 4-item Jin is really trying to stay. Monkey gets the wall stun. We'll be able to clean up one of those Baron buffs, and I think WE will run away with the fight, even though top esports stole the Baron. I have zero idea how Jin managed to steal that. I think it was the ult bullet flying through, but I didn't see the timing on it. 1 Baron buff stays alive on Fengwei. Dragon is alive now, but top esports have recalls coming in, or respawns coming through in 10 seconds with the Pantheon ult. That's why they have to be a little bit calmer about it. So what happens here? What the hell happens here? So Jachi hits 4 items and just pops off. What happens here? Does it actually hit? Oh, wow. That just goes from 1500 to nothing. The smite did come in from Monkey. It just happens on the same frame. That is so sad for Monkey. It's pretty much the same frame. And then I thought initially this was going to go quite well for WE, for top esports. And then Karis ends up getting a ton of damage down. Jachi killing the Azir on the way in is the only reason this doesn't goes completely worse, really. Cube has been having a good game on the Rumble in terms of the damage. WE are playing the 5v5s pretty well. Back into live. Dragon was taken by WE. Oh, didn't quite get the Jhin that. Didn't quite get him. So now top esports do have... Well, they've delayed that Baron coming through. And now the thing is, every fight beyond this point, you just have to be aware that this Jhin is in late game mode. You know, Jachi is online now. Jachi is online. Doesn't matter that he's taken a while to get there. He's there now. The 5v5s are still going to be hard for top esports, though. Fighting into, you know, Rumble Skarner is really difficult. There's a long-range backline with a ton of damage. I think Karis has largely been having a very good game. About is one of his better games too here on the Aphelios, although the team fights have been a bit messier for him. Top esports have really focused on the immobile Aphelios, which is one of the problems that we highlighted in draft. However, he's very strong. He has one free fight. I think that's pretty much just game over. Aphelios Azir will just wipe you from the table. Karis is... I don't think Karis is in sync with the Blighting Jewel. I think it means that he actually does significant damage to the Ambessa. The Ambessa with the Moramel Mortius and the Merc Treads, you need someone to cut through them, right? Well, that being said, I suppose if else could do that. Chat, she doesn't have flash, and he doesn't get the ult though. He doesn't get the ult. Monkey is now stuck under the turret. Nao's not feeling particularly good either, though. Goes under the Azir turret. It'll be 1-for-1 of junglers, I believe. No, Monkey lives. Monkey lives. Nao goes too deep. Nao had flash, chose not to use it defensively. Huge mistake from the jungler of top esports. In top esports, we said the 5v5s are difficult. That's exactly why Yaya has been really, really annoying at keeping that Skarner alive. The Skarner, easy enough to keep alive anyway. Naya choosing not to use the flash there. Would it have changed anything? Hong Yue, can he be the difference maker again? Now, one of the things about minions being changed in the amount of minions in a wave now is that it does annoy people with the Nico passive. Because now they're like, oh, I'm counting minions. And you're like, well, there always used to be 3 range creeps. When do they change? Can we get some fights? There's not enough fighting. Yeah, we'll get, we'll definitely get more fights. You know, we'll make sure we go up to like 2 kills a minute instead of 1. You know, 33 kills and we've got 33 minutes and we've got 43 kills. Oh god. That was the 0.65 to 0.75 Skarner ult channel nerf diff in action. True. Forgot about some of those patch notes. Of course, Skarner's been away from the meta for a while, really. Interested to see what Jachi goes as his next item, actually. He just completed now, so he's going back to base. Ah, he goes for GA. Yo, and he gets himself Control Ward as well. You know, important stuff. I'm slightly more excited than that than I need to be. But he does get the GA, which is important. Of course, the Bout has the same, also going towards a Hex Drinker. However, Cream very close towards that Void Staff. The actual magic resist isn't going to go as far, really. Okay, so now we've got the big objectives spawning again. I think WE is still favored in the 5v5s. It's on top esports to find themselves a huge one-bar combo, which they can do. But if WE don't clump up, I think it's quite hard for top esports to win fights. Partly just because Nio just doesn't get to play the game in the 5v5. I just don't think 5v5s are where Nio can play anything. And top esports have struggled to set up side lane plays. I suppose it's quite difficult to onto double Zhonya's carries. Also, when you've got big objectives coming up and you have an Azir on the other side, it can be just rip on in general. 369, level 19, does of course have a bit of regen from that passive. Not passive, well, the ult passive, you know what I mean. It's worrying that Team W hasn't won yet. Being behind in Dragons has really hurt them. And losing that Baron really, really hurt, of course, too. Monkey is so tanky, man. He's had a good game. He has had a good... I know he's missed a couple of ults, but I think that the Skarner pick has been a good one, and I think largely it's been very impactful. Ambassador on one flank, Fungyo spotted on the other. I think W have got to have their heads on a swivel for this Nico now, right? Karis could go golden at any moment. Did they look for the root out of Fog of War? No. Throwing the wards now. Good poke there from the Azir. Ow. Monkey looking onto Cream. Flashes away. W doesn't land there either. Karis, no! Karis, no! There's going to be the shockwave potentially. Cream getting engaged onto. But Bao's going to go down into his GA. Karis does end up getting assassination, but dies to that 4th shot. Jin is the only damage left, though. 369 is going down into his GA. How much can Jachi do? Not enough. It doesn't seem like 369 going to come out of the GA yet now, but it's not enough. Cube has too much damage. Even with Karis whiffing, WE have the damage. Jachi couldn't get enough damage off in time, and Cream was out of position too. The Orianna focused down. WE made the fight not about the Nico. Even with Karis whiffing and Monkey whiffing just beforehand, the composition in the 5v5 has been disgusting. I think Jachi's just dead. He's going to get run down by the Lulu here. He's got a G8. I don't think it'll change much. The barrier came up, and there'll just be another polymorph, and he goes down immediately. Jachi looking for a hero plate. Does not find it. Baron will go to Team WE. That's a big win for them. Karis went down. That was the only real casualty of the fight. So watch this again. So Karis goes on to Cream. Of course, Cream flashes. So Karis thinks, okay, this is the play. But they all end up... Top Esports all end up in the choke point versus the Rumble. Look at this. All 4 of them there. Fungyue can't get past that equalizer. Not easily. 369 goes on to About. Very nearly kills him for free, but he's got a GA, of course. So I'm actually just wrong. He doesn't nearly kill him for free. It's a GA. You can see that WE, if they don't clump up for a shockwave, these fights are so much more playable. The 5v5s have been insane, and it's a very good fight from Cube. Thank you for the follow there, camera. Just give me another dragon to the side of WE. This is going late, folks. This is going late. Now, folks, reminder, this is our most one-sided of our matchups today. The second one is meant to be more about the place. Monkey going for the ult Fungo. He's very, very squishy, but while I say that, he's not really. He ends up taking no damage. That's actually the Skarner ult done for basically free. Karis jumping on to 369. It's free for there. Moonlight Vigil goes what? I think 369 can fight this now. They have themselves the Ambassador. I think they can look for the fight. The Azir turret goes up though, and perhaps Top East will think again. That Azir turret has actually been very nasty for them to deal with. I would have thought Top Esports could have fought that. I would have thought so. No, I guess not. Even with ultimates used, even with 3 big ultimates from W used, Top Esports can't find it. Can they find themselves something now? Ambessa over the wall. As is Fungyue. No flash on the Nico this time. They are against that Baron buff. Azir pushing down on the bot side. WE just realizing if they just stick together as 5 and don't clump up too close, it's really hard for Top Esports to do that much. They just control an area of the map. This is quite similar to how they played last year. WE really kind of played towards the death ball, less about kind of intricate side lane macro, more about, okay, we picked a composition for 5v5, let's bloody well use it for that. A reminder, folks, Top Esports, if anything, we're coming in as pretty heavy favorites today, is that's just the clone that's caught. A reminder, there's no... there's not that much they can use. Monkey... Hang on, no, it's going very, very low. He has the flash, but can't use it. Goes down. Nio, a terrible game from the jungler of Top Esports. Can't play in the 5v5, but is forced to do so. Doesn't flash there again. Goes down, perhaps saving it for... Well, God knows at this point, really, but there's 3 minutes until the big objectives. Equalizer comes down. Not bad damage onto Jachi. And I think the turret will go down with that. Monkey and Cube really causing issues. Nio has just not been a factor in this game. I do wonder what would have happened if they just sent it with a better angle from Pantheon at points. 369. Can he be the difference maker here? Does he want to go for the ultimate? A lot of the ultimates are back up from WE. Monkey doesn't have his, though, importantly. Really, 369, you can see he feels a little bit desperate here. Oh my god, please don't walk up like that, Cream. Cream ends up taking two auto attacks from the Aphelios turret. Almost dying. Huge mistake from him. Ugh. I say a huge mistake. Huge amount of damage from the mistake from him. If they wanted to look for a fight, they can't do now. And Jachi is just not doing damage to the front line. It's one of the issues with Jin into these hyper tanky champions. Skarner is one of them. Even with the 4-item core that Jin loves, can't do enough, really. Oh, no, after such a good split from him, too. After such a good split. He's really struggling here. Has the 3 items, but he's just not as valuable as a Skarner in a team fight. Pantheon does not want to make this game about 5v5s. Not into the Skarner. Skarner loves 5v5ing. Monkey driving up again. Good stun there. Is there any damage? They just don't do that much damage. The ultimate misses, but Monkey still above half HP. Shockwave coming through. He does have flash. That's an ultimate coming through for 369. He goes into a turret. Why are you focusing on this Skarner with Lulu shields? Why are you focusing on him about flashes after the ultimate? Doesn't carry the particle with him. Yeah, Monkey is very happy to say, yes, I am hyper tanky with a Lulu behind me. I'm going to take your ultimates. Top esports failing to recognize how tanky he was, really. You would have thought they'd figure out after 40 minutes. Now they don't have the shockwave. Now they don't have the big cooldowns. And I think they'll probably just die. Cream getting roasted alive. A golden flame splitter causing issues. Monkey going under the turrets now. Maybe the turrets will be the difference for him. Just about lives, though. With the help of the Lulu shields afterwards, Top esports staring down the barrel of 3 inhibitors going down. Why have they been focusing down on the Skarner like that? They don't have the percent HP damage. They need to find a way beyond that Skarner. If that doesn't tell them it, don't know what else will. Shockwave up in a couple of seconds. 369 diving into Hell's Mouth as well. Very much struggling to play into this competition as the Ambassador Top esports. They've really been struggling to deal with the Skarner and the Lulu, actually. If they try and go past the Skarner, it feels like the Lulu polymorphs the one person on time. And Top esports, because they've not been very coordinated at sending multiple people in, has had a couple of issues. Nio jumps in, but it's a pretty poor angle. Again, it's a 5-man ultimate. Does that change anything about? Does go low. 369 goes onto him as well. Shockwave's not bad too, but Azir is onto the backline, and WE, that'll be the damage they need. Too little too late from Top esports. And they'll be going down 0-1 in this series. 369, a difficult game from him. Karis, stronger game than he shows recently. And a bout on the Aphelios, a player which has come in from LCKCL, new to Team WE this year, impressing in Game 1. WE take the first game of the series. Top esports, our Ascent team, potentially our best team within this bracket, go down early in the series. That's one way to start a game, start a series. Okay, hello, everyone, how's it going? So, WE, very strong 5v5 competition. This reminded me a lot more of how they played in 25, and how just in general, League played in 2024. That tank Skarner is so nasty. Now, the thing is, it is worth noting that when WE played like this last year, one of the big problems was, that they had to play Fearless then after that point. It's the best of 5, not a best of 3 now. I'm going to put some adverts on right now because that's just bugging me about them. But yeah, one of the big problems is, of course, they won't have the Skarner again. And that could be a huge issue for them. It could be a huge issue. Very good Skarner pick. I think that Monkey's always had that in the back pocket. He's one of the best Skarner players within the LPL. And he absolutely changed that game, set up the game for success. And it meant that the whole game could be about him. He could be the tank. He could be the engage. He could be, you know, he could be the early ganker as well. Very good game from him. Who's better between NIP and IG? I actually think NIP are better than IG right now. Do you think G2 will be a contender this split after yesterday? Well, we're going into best of play, not best of ones, right? Like, best of ones are the big problem for them, I think. In a lot of ways. How's my CPU looking? Wow, my CPU is at 98%. Why is my CPU at 98%? Huh? Okay. Yeah, that's quite concerning. Okay, that was the system interrupts. 42% now. Could be worse, actually. Right, I guess I should get some break content on. What do you guys want to do during the break? Is there anything I can... Is there anything I can watch? LEC matchups? Could look at some of them, yeah. I have a question about about LEC. Did Lost Returns get eliminated? Yes, they did. Yeah, they did. LEC matchups? Yeah, we can have a look at them, I suppose. Terrible Pantheon play? Well, he can't play in the 5v5s, and Toppies was, after losing early, couldn't force it to be anything but 5v5s, you know? Okay. Put on some chill music. Hey, Monkey, how's it going? And who's the player? I mean, it's got to be Monkey player of the game, right? Monkey was insanely good. I just realized my mic was muted. Oopsies. I was just saying that Monkey, pretty obvious player of the game, though. And, yeah, I'm not sure what to do during the breaks. I'm not sure what to do during the breaks, folks. Something which I've struggled to do on the stream, actually. Like, I can sit here and I can cask, and I can figure that out. Not always that locked in onto what I should do during breaks, though. Let me have a think. Did I answer the thing about Lost Returns earlier? Yeah, Lost Returns got eliminated earlier, yeah. I could do Uma, but do people actually want to sit there and watch Uma? Is that actually a thing you want to do? I can't, sure, whatever. I can put on Uma in the background if you want. See if it doesn't fry my CPU, because my CPU's actually been struggling a little bit, weirdly. Do the word game thing? Oh yeah, I can do. Sure, fine, I'll put on Uma for a bit. I don't know what I'm going to be doing with it, though. Like, I need to figure out what runs I'm going to do. Oh, did I start a Dota run? Wood on stream was cooking the CPU the other day. Yeah, I think everything's cooking the CPU is the problem. Like on the whole, everything's cooking with CPU is the problem. Oh god. Yeah. I need to not full screen this probably. I also need to turn down. 1 second. Yeah, I need to turn down the volume on this too. Are you watching the HLE game? No, I don't have LCK co-streaming right, so I can't. I would like to. Maybe that's the thing which I should do in the future. Just get it so I can do something during the break. Fine. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this though. Again, like, what runs do I even do? Oh, whatever. I'll finish this stuff. So I'm spark farming from Miles saying. We back? Yeah, we so back right now. Yeah, I think in this one I'm. What am I doing? Am I Miles spark farming? Yeah, Mile. I'm looking for groundwork. I'm looking for groundwork sparks on this run. So what you want to do on this is. Oh, I'm not completely RNG maxing with Fuku speed. This is fine. We'll do this. Oh, HLE is out. I could technically do some VOD reviews like that in the future. Let's put that over there. That's fine. These are actually 2 better cards. I should probably do those ones. Yeah. Not that it matters too much here. Welcome to the channel there, Razu. Hope you're doing well. Okay, it looks like CPU is actually holding fine with this game so far, which is fine. We'll do this for the double Unity training. Although I need to get a mood up at some point. Okay. That's okay. Am I running? I think I'm running Rico. Okay. Oh, by the way, like when I'm doing runs like this, because I'm doing them so quickly, I'm probably not gonna do like what was I gonna say? To show the actual races, because I'm just gonna speed through them. Bit of stamina. Yeah, it's not too bad. One of the changes they introduced in the last patch was that you can actually get like your early. Yeah, good stamina. Why not? Actually, I need to make sure that this is. I need to make sure this is not full screen. Thinking about it. Can I do that with this? I don't know if I can. No. Okay. We rest. Oh, this is good. This is very good to get this early. So now what you can do when you have a bad click, you just click Rico instead. That's why you use Rico. Rico's very good when you have a bad click. You can just end up doing that instead. Not too bad. Okay. This actually could be a time. No, I'm too high energy, but basically gives you energy, mood, and stats. So it's just a very good consistent click where you always know what's going to happen with that, really. I only use this card for spark farming. It's actually not a very good card. This is good. This is a very good click. Fast pace is decent there too. Do I take the speed? Ah, fuck, I'll take the speed. Oh, that's the mood down. Oops. Okay, whatever. It's not great. Put the bad roll on that. We actually can take this, I think. Maybe a bit risky. Ah, fine. And then we take Rico event on the last one. That. Let's remove this. We should be back onto stage soon though, so we don't have to do this for too long. Then we do this. Fun fact, Kanto? Yeah, I can do a fun fact. Well, okay, this one's probably one that most of chat knows, but I don't know whether you know it. But the top esports logo was made as a knight's helmet, and that was made after the player Knight. So top esports, their logo was actually for their player Knight, because Knight was their like their franchise player. So he was huge for them. He was absolutely huge for them, and of course he ended up of course leaving the team. So yeah, sad for him. Well, sad for Top Esports, but yeah, the Top Esports logo is actually because of Knight, the player. Team W used to be called World Elite, of course they aren't that anymore. Don't really know why they changed that, to be honest. This actually might be this click. It's not a great click. Yeah. This is fine, actually. Interesting. How's game 1? Monkey had a very good Skarner game. It reminded us a lot of how WE played last year. Except they actually have, you know, played... Well, Yaya also played pretty well on the Lulu. Like, Skarner Lulu was just insanely hard to kill. Like, very, very hard to kill. Became a huge issue for them. A huge issue. Let's get rid of that advert. Where are you? Be gone. Oh, I need to run like one more set of ads, by the way, probably. Wait, do I run them now? Or do I run them in a second? No, do I have to run them after draft now? I think I probably do. Ah, whatever. I was that's my bad. I should have done that before, really. That's a fine click. Yeah, that's a fine click. We can do that. It's okay. That's actually fine, I think. Even that, yeah, this is fine. I don't want to take the risk on the 12%. Fine. Not that these clicks at this point are not crazy. I do need to remember that I can also just click Rico as well. Sometimes I forget that. I got it very early here. This is like a card which you use for spark farming. Really, you don't really use it for anything else. But that gives you guaranteed groundwork, which is crucial for front runners. Probably take this too, actually. Probably onto stage soon now. Sure, friendship. Okay. Let's Right, let's take that and let's where are you? Horse game. Okay, take that off and let's get into it. Okay. I need to change the music over as well. Okay, because we're pretty close to the whole draft now. Who's the higher seed the series? Top Esports. They are the group of 7 team. Wait, I'm ecstatic that the Rats got eliminated after winning the whole game. They threw it like that. I don't know. I think that they deserved it. Hey, Soldiers, how's it going? Dude, starting this early, I think a lot of my audience is actually just like not awake at this time. I realized that whenever I've streamed early in the past, it really, like, the audience, the numbers pick up a lot later into the day. Also, I just don't think people expected us to be here today, basically. It's like 1 AM in America. Yeah, I mean, typically, the thing is, if you're going to be watching LPL from America, you tend to, like, have a schedule for it, you know what I mean? I don't mind the Top Esports jerseys this year. They remind me of, like, racing jerseys. They remind me quite a lot of kind of like racing outfits, the Top Esports jerseys. Or you're just a degenerate, yeah, fair play too. Yeah, you're either like awake all the time anyway, or you have a schedule for it, you know? Okay, so let's see if Top Esports can get themselves a draft which can actually 5v5 this time, because that was one of the big problems about that last draft, so they actually just couldn't 5v5. You're telling me I could have Uma Musume for like another minute? In fact, I still probably could. I can probably get rid of this eventually. One sec. I need to clean up this scene. There's just like a load of random stuff in this scene which I just don't need. Oh yeah, I have random things like, yeah, by the way, we've got like these, by the way, the complaints trick, we haven't done that for like a year, but like, I just remembered I have this just on this scene, you know? What else do I have here? What is this? Oh, that's a video ninja link, that's fair, I can probably get rid of that actually too, thinking about it. I'm personally a bit sad to see Lost Returns go, but I'm happy they got so far. Yeah, it's just the way that they got out such a heartbreak, right? Like, the way that they went out was heartbreaking. I wouldn't wish the way that they went out on my worst enemy, like getting that close. Particularly because, look, the thing about the Lost Return stuff is that it just felt like other teams were just, there was so much animosity about it, and I don't really think that was their fault. I don't really think it was their fault, honestly. Felt a little set up. Pro teams assembled to kick the Dark Horse. I mean, the Lost Returns did it to themselves, right? They just had to win that last game from like 1 million gold per head, which sucks for them. But the worst thing for Lost Returns is like it was on them. You know, that last game was so winnable, and I think that, you know, Baus getting caught out a bunch of times, then Crowny getting caught out in mid, then Nemesis is playing the base. That's just not stuff that they'd done in the late games and their other games that they were ahead. They were very good at playing from ahead otherwise, which is that's where I think it actually becomes quite difficult for them to watch, I think. Yeah, because they have typically a very good late game team, and in fact, I'm gonna be dipping out to do Power Spike midway through today's show, and that'll be one of the big topics, obviously, because we're talking with Yamato. Everyone was just mad they were actually more popular than everyone else. That's certainly a factor, actually. I'm sure there are a bunch of people who were just really annoyed that they were very popular. Yeah. Who's winning this series? I mean, I think it should still be I think it should still be Top Esports. I think it should be Top Esports, but obviously a little hard to tell. Freeman, thanks to the or Ryman. Is that Riemann or Ryman? Anyway, appreciate your follow and your sub. Let's get into this, shall we? Okay, let's turn that down just a little bit. Okay, so I missed a lot of the last draft actually because I didn't realize it was going to be on the timing it was, but it's okay. Rise band away. What are our big picks right now? 2 main mid laners are down. Yunara's gone as well. What are the big champions left up then at that point? Have a look at duel.gg. Jarvan's the big one, I think. Dude, there are so many, it feels like, must-ban champions right now. So the Vi gets locked in. I suppose that allows something like Vi to Leer. Maybe Aurora as well. Karis is a big Aurora player. Misfortune's huge for Jachi. Jachi is a huge Misfortune player. Really enjoys that champion. And there isn't that much that can contest this now. Then about, I think, probably has to go towards, like, what, Sivir? No, Sivir's not, even then Sivir's not great versus Misfortune. You might have to take Corki. You're probably looking at, what, Sivir, Corki, Ezreal. Those 3 champions for bot lane for about, really. And none of them really deal that well with the Misfortune. That being said, Vi's pretty good at cancelling out MF. Normally, though, you want Vi with Ambessa into Misfortune specifically. Like, Vi Ambessa, Vi Rumble, both of which are gone. Vi Oriana, that's gone as well. Shinzao's in for Nio, which is completely fine in the Vi 1v1. I actually think that Top Esports are winning this draft right now. You could Scion, I suppose, for Cube. Because you see the Misfortune already, and you know that the Rumble and Ambessa are both gone, and you can't get Trundle. I think this is a pretty easy Scion angle, honestly. Even though Scion Vi are not always the best combo. Karis is a big Akali player. He's a big Akali player. Probably been one of our best in the LPL, actually. He's been really good this split. What else are we thinking about now? So Cream What would Cream go at this point? I mean, Aurora's pretty good into Akali. Aurora's pretty good in general here to be survivable. You can sometimes get out of the Vi combo. Is the loser out here? No, they go down to the lower bracket. No, so the loser here doesn't go out. So the Ezreal does come through from the bow. Very mobile team from W right now. Cream goes towards Galio, right, okay. It's a good way to protect the misfortunes people dive. We did say that, hey, you need someone to dive with the Vi as a threat onto the misfortune. Now with the Galio, you can protect that much better. So second round, I think Top East will still want to get rid of something like Sion, personally. They really don't have a good anti-Sion draft. This is upper brackets. This is our play-in to playoffs, right? So this is technically this is not playoffs proper. This is basically fighting for our 3 last playoff spots. So we'll have the 2 series today directly go into playoffs. However, the losers will play against some other teams in the bottom bracket as well. So tomorrow, I believe we'll have LNG versus TT, and then OMG versus EDG, and then they will have to win. Then losers of tomorrow's series are out. Losers of today's series aren't out, but losers of tomorrow's series are. I'm not a big follower of LPL. Did Top Esports lose their dominance? Yes, so they have a couple of players taking a break. So Jaculov is not playing. Jachi is very good. I think he is, but he's very snowbally, and he's stepping in for them. And then also, Kanavi went to HLE, and then Hung was off the roster. So they've got a completely new jungle support, and Jachi, while has been fine, he's also very snowbally, and there's no real replacing Jaculov. I actually get to watch today, so that's exciting for me. Hey, Talon, good to see you. So second round, so the Renekton and the Braum band away from WE. Gnar band away from Top Esports. Okay, draft falls through. I mean, I think that Sion's mega in this draft, no? Isn't Sion mega in this draft? You know what this means? I can secretly do a couple of turns of Musume in the background while draft gets ready. You know? gotta be prepared for the big stuff. I'll have you know I just won the Asahi Futurity Stakes. How did I lose the medium but win the mile? What? Okay, whatever. All fine. Who cares about such things? Definitely not me. I don't care about such things. Oh, thanks everyone that signed up to Opera GX, by the way. It's very cool to have that kind of support coming in. If you do want to support us for free, Opera GX is a very good way to do that. Let's try this over here for now. When are we going to get back into draft, man? Is Cream Galio good? I mean, I think Cream in general's been good. I think his first half of the split was kind of meh, but then his second half was very, very good. He started very slow, but his second half's been very good. You know what I'm also going to do? I'm actually going to run... Screw it, I'm actually going to run just a big block of adverts now, just so we don't get anything. I'm kind of afraid that this is going to take a while to come through. All they're going to do is go through the first half of the draft anyway, so just forgive me for the adverts, but it's better to do this now than doing it later. Psychotic, I don't believe that would have been the case anyway. It would have been... well... Casey losing only really put... I'm not sure that put G2 in danger. It did definitely put Lost Returns in danger, though, for sure. Whose draft do I like? Well, we haven't finished the draft yet is the problem, right? I think at this point, I prefer Top Esports draft. I think that, yeah, I think that W have lacking options in bot lane to deal with the misfortune laning phase, which Jachi is very, very good at. And I also think that Shinzo into Pantheon, Shinzo into Vi is a very good matchup. So Nio will actually have a better time in 5v5s, which he just couldn't play last game, really. The last game's 5v5s were really, really not good for him. Yeah, so he really struggled on that. Okay, so what else could they consider? I mean, I think Sion is... I mean, is Sion really what W want to play now? Cube is a big player of it. Okay, cool. Let's get back into draft then. Cool. Oops. Okay, that. So this should just be this part of the draft that we saw before. So that's the misfortune. So we got all the way to 3rd pick, and then it was all the way up into our last ban. Our last ban, I think, was where the draft fell through last time. So you've got Vi Akali, which is really scary. Karis is a very good Akali player. Cream gets the Galio, though. I think he's completely fine with that. Akali doesn't love playing into Galio. You know, Galio's pretty fine against all 3 of these champions, actually. The Ezreal can be a bit annoying, but he's completely fine with this draft so far, is more what I wanted to say. Is the Renekton banned out last by Top Esports? And then WE, I don't think we saw WE's last ban. I don't think we saw the last ban from WE. Oh, it was Yorick, not Renekton. Okay. Is it Top Esports that want the Scion instead, then? They could just blind pick Scion, right? You could blind pick Scion on 4, because it's WE who had 1st pick. Top Esports have last pick. I mean, if you go for the Scion, you are very low damage, though, is the problem. Kennen banned away. If you go... I don't think... On second thoughts, I don't think Top Esports can do that. I think you need damage from top lane. You've got a Galio, right? You can't go for a Scion, you'd be too low damage. And at that point, it's like, if any random assassination attempt ends up coming through onto Jatchi, the game's just over, you know? Potential Karma from WE. That gives you lane pressure. Now, that does mean that you can... Like, in fairness, now you're double range versus the Alistar. Thank you, Light. Stay on, please. And now, with that Alistar locked in, the Ezreal Karma actually means that you do a lot more value in lane. That would be very fun. Which does give you an answer to the misfortune laning phase, which we were asking for, really. But that does kind of... I mean, the Karma's not going to add that much to team fights. Best of 5, today's gonna be a long day. It's double best of 5s today, and it is that Renekton, which was previously banned, now isn't. Okay, so 369, you don't have your typical Renekton answers. Is I don't like the Aatrox here. Doesn't the Aatrox just get soloed out a bunch of times here? Gwen's better. Quite like the Gwen, even though Akali into Gwen can be a bit scary in side lane, so I think the Gwen's actually pretty good here. Yeah, and Ezreal Karma can't do that much against this. You got the Galio jumping onto your head as well. Yeah, I quite like this, even though it's double AP solo laners, which can sometimes be problematic. I like this. I think WE walk away with a better draft. I thought at the start of it, with the misfortune with lacking lane options left from the draft, I thought that Top Esports would be more happy with that. But at the end of it, now you have... Like, Renekton's fine into Gwen. The Vi Akali can shut down pretty much anyone on the other team. I do think the big thing is that Nio has a better chance to team fight this game. That's one of the big things. Nio just couldn't team fight last game, and I think he can this time. So that could be a huge factor between these two. Okay, well, I suppose we'll get ourselves into game then, won't we? Did I change the volume of the stream? I think I did. Let me pump that up then. Okay. Let's get on to the rifts. Gwen will eat Renekton. Not always. Not always. It's not always as simple as that, actually. Coast fist bump. Let's get off the rift. Okay, let's go. See if we get any gyos. Who does Vi path towards this game? I don't hear any gyos, folks. I don't hear any at all. The crowd mics are on. Now they're off, so no gyos, damn. Who does Vi path towards? Probably towards bot lane. You've got an Ezreal Karma. You really want to play around that. Although, that being said, the Shinza's not going to be pathing towards top side. I don't know if I like top esports. Because this bot lane is not winning in isolation now. Not bad from Cream. The Karis actually doing completely fine here too. Gets the electrocutor. Damn, that's really good from him actually. Didn't expect that at level 1. Ignite from 369. Remember when you used to ignite minions? You could ignite minions back in like season 2. And also ignite used to give you like AD after it was popped. Passive palming. Nice from Cream. Like, the longer this game goes on for, the harder it is for the Akali to play out, really. Ooh, takes a tower shot. That's a problem. You really don't want to take early damage like that. Also worth noting as well that tower damage doesn't proc stuff like Second Wind. Yeah, Cream actually turns the lane around off of that. Yeah, that tower shot's pretty poor from him. Nice skip away from 369. 369 has becoming more and more of a carry player again. He was last year too, but just for people who remember him more from like his, you know, his Cassante spamming days, Cassante Sion, he is a very, very, very talented tank top laner. However, really, he is, he was first and foremost a carry before he kind of reached that point in his career. Ooh, good flip away. Waiting for the passive to come off from Cream then at that point. This mid lane laning phase has been genuinely pretty fun to watch. Cream's passive back up. Cream's looking for the reset now though. Wants to manage to get the passive onto get the... So basically one of the things with Galio that you want to do is it's really hard for you to farm when you don't have Q or passive up. Because your base AD is so low. It's just so pitifully low. So what you want to be doing is kind of like half farming with your Q and your passive, and then also trying to tag the Q onto the enemy champion at the same time, of course. Because at that point, then your passive gets lower cooldown and you get a better chance to hit minions. And while all of this is happening, you need to make sure you're not over pushing so you don't get zoned out of your next minion kill. Now, Galio laning phases are really hard to navigate. It's why when Chovy's actually up in CS on stuff like Galio in different matchups, it's so impressive. Ugh, damn words. Recall... Not going to be stopped there. It's going to follow back to base. Wait, is that going to stop his home guards? Does that stop home guards now? Or does it just refresh again? I think it probably just refreshes. Oh, it stops his home guard! It stops his home guard! Which means the power's actually going to be slower back to lane. That's really funny. I wonder if he actually loses anything from that now. He stops the home guard because that bullet just travels all the way back to base. Oh, that's funny as heck. That's actually genuinely quite entertaining. So, I think if they'd left this wave alone, I think they actually might have been able to deny the cannon. In fact, it dies anyway. They lose cannon. They lose cannon because of that. That's so funny. That's genuinely... That's hilarious. That's great. I love that. Oh my god. Okay, so Monkey's going topside. No flash on 369. Took the Ignite instead. He is actually killable HP. Did teleport back in already. I think he knows he's on weak side, but like this is the problem against playing Renekton lanes, right? Ooh, hopped away from that. Outside of Q flash range for now. He's safe now, I think. Ooh, that's scary in mid lane. If Cream has double... What cooldowns are up? We don't know what cooldowns are up. There's E coming up now. I mean, Cream and Carrot are still very even in this. Yes, does the stun come through? It does. Slow comes from the Make It Rain after. Barrier pop because of that. Not bad from Jachi and Fungo. Hey, Edward, how's it going? Funnily enough, you came up in a conversation the other day. When was that? Oh, yeah. We were talking about, like, Hall of Legends stuff. And I was saying I really wanted to, like... I really want the next Hall of Legends thing to kind of really celebrate, like, the Season 1 and 2 players. So I'd like to see, like, a whole bunch of, like, Gambit / CLGU / you know, those... Ooh, shit. I think I've got a little bit close. Ignite was dropped. Anyway, I think that's how it came up in conversation. Hope you're doing well. I always panic when someone says we were talking about you the other day. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm a professional overthinker. So Cube's about to hit level 6 off of this. Ooh, is he going to lose level 6 off of this wave 2 though? Good. I tell you what, 369's been playing No, I don't think so either, Edward. I also don't think so, because I just don't think that's the marketing strategy they're going towards. But what I would do is like I would do like a Pioneer bundle and like celebrate like, you know, a bunch of people from Gambit slash CLGU, and then also players like Madlife, Insec, Nymaera, you know, players who really defined the early seasons of League of Legends. Xpeke, you know. I just don't know how else you're going to get the actual kind of like early pioneers into the whole Legends. Because the problem is they need to be something which sells well across the world, which is a problem now because a lot of these players haven't played for like 10 years now. Madlife they might end up doing. I think the next one, I mean, I don't know. I don't actually know who they introduce next. I mean, maybe the Shy if they really want to go for marketing, but yeah. I would buy Xpeke Cassidin if it's cheap. I mean, it's a classic skin. I'm trying to get into the League competitive scene. Who's favorite to win the matchup, and here how's it looking? Top Esports came in as highest seed, and WE weren't looking great in their last few series, so Top Esports were looking on form like the better team. However, last game, WE, their draft was very good. It was very hard to team fight into as Top Esports. I realize I can pump the volume a little bit more, actually. Cool. Zoomers don't know them. That is actually the problem with Hall of Legends. Because if you're doing it as like a thing which has to sell, which I understand if you're going to put that much time into it, I understand that, but it does mean that you kind of defeat the purpose of a traditional Hall of Fame. Jachi's gone for the Coal Star, about has the tier, so both have some scaling items. The Ezreal, of course, you expect it from. The Misfortune, not always, not always. Much quieter early game this time. Monkey in the last game had a very good wraparound gank from the Skarner, which approached bot lane, got that early 2 kills onto bot side. Cream's doing fine in this mid lane. You know, sometimes the early levels for Galio kind of suck. Gets better into the Akali later on, really. Hey Reach, thanks for the follow. And a reminder, folks, if you are enjoying this stuff, think about giving a follow. Because there's no official broadcast anymore. It's nice to support the streams which are out there. Haha, that's us. Dragon started. Teleport into mid lane from Galio does have the level 6. I actually think top esports are a lot more powerful here because of that first Galio ult of the game. If Vi flies in, he does have the level 6 to level 7. That's doing good damage here. Feng Yue, I'm not sure about. That's really good! Bullet time comes after, the Galio's after, but they've already left. Now the big wombo combo's done. Akali goes late. That's a very good teleport from Cube. Feng Yue will get into it. I think WE escaped the wombo combo well enough. Top esports, they don't actually land the CC to get their wombo combo off. Still ends up being only the one for Dragon, and Top esports do get top plates though. Cube teleported down for that, only got the assist. Bit annoying for him actually. Yeah, that's actually somewhat annoying for WE. Now, Gwen gets a lot of gold out of top side, that's closer towards their role quest. Yeah, I actually think that teleporting down for that, it's a feel-good moment. Now, if they get the kill on the way back, that's a problem. Like, Jachi will spot him out. Well played there. Understood that he was actually under threat. Not every AD carry realizes that. Oh, I need to change the FAQ thing. That's actually just not correct anymore, the thing at the end. Can you pick the same character multiple matches in a row? Not in the current draft. No, you can't. This is what we call fearless drafting, so no, you can't pick the same champion multiple times in a row. It's one of the big changes that we saw. Thank you, Blade. It's on Moobot. I'm not sure. Rubs go down to the side of Toppies. Was that all three? I think it was all three. 369 has his Ignite back up. He's going to lose his own cannon, but he's denying XP here. 369 really wants to deny extra XP. Now, one of the big things about this, of course, if you then end up getting the role quest, and you start denying XP like that, it matters double, of course. 2 TPs burned for that seems kind of worth tempo-wise. Well, I mean, Galio also teleported in, so it's 2 for 1, but 369 feels very happy about that. This is a draft in which the Gwen can do a lot of damage. You know, Ezreal Karma doesn't love playing against Gwen. Because one of the big ways that they disengage from you is that they land a slow on you, but if the W dodges the Karma Q, then it feels really bad. Ezreal is one of those champions which does very well against snap engaged champions a lot of the time, because you can E out, but not great against people who run at you with movement speed. I'm back. Did anything fun happen? Yeah, we had a pretty fun fight around the early dragon. Top piece was tried for the one-bar combo. Couldn't quite get it. W kind of won the fight, but lost the dragon. But Gwen's kind of got some time alone topside. Now, 369 is very important to Top Esports, and I think he's moving back towards more of a carry role, as we talked about beforehand. Of course, Top Esports, a team which have seen some very heady heights with 369. Typically, it was 369 and Kanavi, or 369 and Knight, or 369 and Hom, right? That was when things really changed for them. Of course, well, I mean, they had some pretty good moments with Wayward, too, thinking about it, so it's not always been 369, but typically been their talisman of success. Right now, it's kind of, you know, if Top Esports was to win a game, how do they win? A lot of the time, it's Jachi getting ahead, but Cream having agency is important, too, I think. I also think it's very critical that Nio and Fengyue feel comfortable in a game, and I think last game, they weren't. This is one of my issues with Top Esports. You know, they've had to deal with Kanavi leaving. Typically, if Nio is comfortable in a game and Fengyue is comfortable in the game, it changes a lot of things. Ooh, what can he do here? Shinzao's coming up. Cube can kill the wave. So Nio... Oh, this is not looking pretty. Cube has lost his role quest. He teleported bot side for 1 kill, which looked fine, but they only got the 1 kill. If they got 2 or 3, maybe it'd be fine. But now Cube, you know what we were saying about the role quest and being denied denied XP matters so much? Exactly here, because he's losing another wave. He's losing another wave. And 369 has already got his role quest. Look at that XP differential already. It's a full level and a half up already. Karis is flying topside. There is a W available from 369. Karis is kind of scary here. Jumps forwards with that Q already. Drops down the Ignite. Not bad from 369, actually. And if he does fly in towards Cream, you won't be too happy. Good needlework on target. 369 very liberally using summoners, but I think it works quite well there. Wait, they've had to lane swap mid and top lane? Are you kidding me? Surely you can't do that before your roll swap's gone. Now it's charging up his Q. Oh, Karis, that's a disaster. Spaghetti everywhere. Okay. He ended up somewhat flash cancelling himself there in a bad way. Not sure about that. Thank you, Blade. Appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Blade. That works. Thank you, Blade. That was a mess. Why the hell is BLG down here in Plains? Wait, BLG is not down here in Plains. Did I title the YouTube stream wrong? Or is that a joke? So I'm actually worried that I titled it wrong now. Oopsies. Okay, no, I did title it right, that's fine. Oh, God, no. He tried to flash and then E and then just ended up doing it the wrong way. Oh, jeez. I think basically Cream ended up... Yeah, that ult's a little bit cheap. I mean, but also losing flash on Akali and ult, I mean, you still feel bad about it. First turret went to top esports, and now you just look at that top lane roll quest and you're like, this is unplayable. Cuba has been demolished in the 1v1, and that early teleport set is seen behind. I actually don't see how WE can play with the Renekton that's this far behind now. Even the Akali's not getting a huge amount done. Combo coming out onto a bow. He's used the flash and the E. And as we said, he looks really good against champions you can kind of just E away from. But when they can actually run at you, Ezreal can be caught. Not a great play from about there. Way too far looking for poke onto Jachi. This game is falling apart very, very quickly. 369 will teleport back up towards top side. There's a teleport coming in for the Renekton. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. He has his top lane roll quest now. What's he going to achieve with this? Nothing. The teleport achieves nothing. Cube is just falling off the place in the map here. This is really not looking great for him. Cream gets a good double... Is that a double passive or did he cancel that first passive order? Cube, my dude, this is really not looking great for him. At least he has the role quest now, but... He's losing out on so much trying to look for these hyper-aggressive plays with the teleport. Has there been any update on Jackie's health? Is he back anytime soon? The Shy said he'd be back next split on his stream, but of course that's not coming from Jackie Love himself, so we've not had any official confirmation. I've no idea how to tell who's doing better in this current game. So there are a couple of ways to tell. Of course, it's sometimes you just have to understand kind of quite in-depth things about the teams and the meta and understand, like, oh, well, you know, Galio's good into Vi Akali because he can defend a target that's been dived onto. But actually, Vi Akali's really good into Misfortune, so, you know, it's a lot of balancing what champions are good against each other. But then also, a lot of different ways to judge it, really. Karis going with that ult topside, ult traded for ult. Karis has really not been allowed to do much fun this game. I don't know. I mean, Fengyue does have ult. Surely all they do is pop that ult. Yeah, it's as good as it gets there, really. So it's his ult for... Yeah, it's fair. It's free ult. But yes, typically, the reason why I'm worried about this game for WE is because... Hang on a second, Yael, flash away. Fungo's caught out both bot laners now like that, actually. Not bad from Fungo. I mean, did have that good 3-man pulverize earlier. He's a player which has really surprised me. This, this young support from top esports challengers coming up to the main roster. I looked down on him quite a lot at the start of the split. At the start of the split was pretty bad, but he's really started to impress me. Hang on, we'll see if Firefly's over the wall. Does. I don't think that's fantastic. That's a pretty good cancel onto Jachio. Good flash away. And, well, there's no Akali to help you. You really need the Akali when you're going on those dives. W used very well, actually, by Cube. Flash away under the turrets. No CC. Cube gets himself a solo kill. Importantly so, Cube is really falling out of the aim. Karis is coming through now. Nio's not feeling very healthy at all. And I don't understand why Nio stuck around there. There was no support for him. Very greedy from Nio. He dies. The solo kill on bot side as well. Meaning that Cream couldn't teleport in for anything around top side. Not bad trade there from Jachio. Can he kill the turret here? I think he can. Good turret onto the turn onto the turret. So the reason, as I got interrupted by some skirmishing, the reason why I was worried for Team WE is that they have this early game champion in the Renekton who's behind a lot of gold to a counter in Gwen. Or at least a champion which outscales in Gwen. I wouldn't say it's a counter. Now he's got himself that solo kill. It helped, but as you can see, he's gone for first item more, which is very bad versus Xin Zhao and Misfortune. So what ends up happening here? He just gets empowered W, I think, doesn't he? So Cream, yeah, he just gets empowered W and dies. If you're going to flash at all, you need to flash like the slice so he doesn't get the dice afterwards. Thank you, Gimli. Appreciate you, kind of. 369. Oh, this is an important shutdown. I can get it. Who did they give it over to? The Akali. Important. That's actually important. Because the Akali is the person that can more consistently deal with the Misfortune. Cream caught out on that top side for now. I think he's just dead, isn't he? Top esports are getting destroyed on the map here. Monkey has his ult coming up in a few seconds. I think Cream's just dead, no? Doesn't have flash. Extended chase on top esports. What's happening to you? Now, Cream dying in side lanes twice. Karis does on the other side. Solo kill by Nio. This game's gotten a little bit skew pretty quickly. Now, W is still behind in gold overall. They're trying to take split fights, though, with Renekton powerful individually, even though he's even though he's behind early, he's still a Renekton. Early game is his kind of powerful point. You can punish the fact that Galio really hates some of these matchups too. Individually, he wants to be supporting teammates, not fighting on his own. However, while all this is happening, Nio gets a solo kill. He gets a tower in mid lane, in bot lane. Jachio's been kind of free farming across mid lane too. This is getting wild. So what happens is, so Karis didn't have ult. And then I guess he flashes for the Q knockup, gets the W in, and saves his E, has the ult for the burst. Karis dies. Karis had flash. But obviously couldn't get away in time. Okay, so we might see ourselves another 5v5 here, but I think actually Shinzo is going to be here a little late. Now, do they have Galio to bring to the play? They do. Do they look for the engage anyway? Might be a bit late. Where's the Galio? I think Fungiway really wants to go in now. Yeah, he really wants to go in, like, right now. Dragon does go down. Shane CC coming through. Jachio gets the Galio onto him. It's not a bad bullet time, but Karis does get the kill on the other side, I believe. So it's currently 1-4-1. Karis has used his ultimate now. What's going to happen with the rest of this cube? Fairly fed, but Karis goes down, and I think they've lost their damage with that, really. About is not bad, but he can't really deal the burst he needs to do. Can they get anything more with this? 369 going to get that reset on the E. Good minion taxi from Fungiway, and About will go down. No summoner, no E, no HP. So top esports lose the dragon, win the fight. Do they get anything off the back of that? I suppose Nio's going to get super fed from getting topside camps if you want to. Yeah, I think they go into the enemy jungle and they probably end up getting a couple of them. I don't think they can do much else besides that. No, he's not even going to be able to do that. I guess the scuttle crabbing out. So you can see right there, WE, their composition really... Okay, isn't Cream just dead again? Cream, why did you overstay there? Cream, my dude, your sidelining has been quite poor here. Wow, they don't go onto him, really? I thought that cube would just all in him there, honestly. Thought even without the Dominus, I think he kills him there. Huh. Walks out safely. Fair play, Cream. So, the problem here is that Jachio ends up kind of being separated from the team. Fungiway, I think, makes the right call. Kill the Vi. And then they peel back around their
Misfortune. 369 destroys the Karming backline. It becomes very split very quickly. However, when the fight becomes really split like this, you feel like Shinzao is able to take like 1v1s and 2v2s. 369 is doing so much damage, but Karis has a lot more to return back to it. The Ezreal comes through. 369's gone too far. Fungaway goes in, does have the ultimate. I'm not really sure how much sticking power they've got. Nio, pretty tanky, pretty powerful, being a very fair early game Shinzao. Do they have the damage, though, to really take down the Ezreal? He's starting to put down those mystic shots. Looking like they're getting corralled in here. They're all stuck in the red buff. They're all stuck in the red buff pit. About gets one. Get themselves one onto Cream as well. Nio's going down. Does he have the Q stacked up enough to do anything? He has to get out with the blast gun. Top Esports go too deep. 369 baits his team into a losing fight, and WE end up taking a big cleanup fight where the Ezreal manages to use that 2-item spike effectively. About strong play from him on the Ezreal, one of his more comfortable champions from the LCK CL. Top Esports, that was so unnecessary. So unnecessary. That just didn't feel like they needed to do that. Let's just turn up to Dragon after it's been taken and already down a guy. I think they thought they could cleanly win the fight, and they did. I mean, Top Esports did win the fight after the Dragon was gone. So what happens here? 369 stealing red buff, sees the Vi, decides to go all into him, and then they just don't respect how quickly everyone else will come across. They don't have Gallium ult. They're just not tracking the sidelines. 369 W times off at the worst possible time for the Akali to hit him, and 369 just goes down easy. Yeah, that's a mess from 369. He kind of baits his whole team into die here. I think they think, oh, we've got a really powerful Shinzao. The Renekton's not that powerful. It'll be fine. But you don't have a load of big ultimates. They don't even get a bullet time down, basically. Now, Jachi ends up flashing for nothing, too. That was really not great from him. Jachi has been such a strange player to watch. When he has agency, Jachi has been so powerful. But he does snowball negatively. He does. You know, Jachi is not a great player at judging how to play from difficult positions in the game. When he is powerful, he uses that very, very well. He's not fantastic when behind. Now, Cream is now 1,000 gold behind. Karis has Shadow Flame after the Gunblade, and he's going towards some Magic Pen too. So he's very, very strong. And Karis is a very good Akali player. This game is going to get messy. It's going to get really, really messy. 369 is still fed. He has 2 items. However, Cube is now at a point with Shojin where he's not unhappy with this game either, actually. You know, if he takes an individual 1v1 versus Cream or 369, he's okay with that now, really. Still probably loses to Gwen, but it's not game over, you know? What's your guys' favorite smell? Damn. That's a question. I really like burning sandalwood incense. Brings back good memories of holidays. That's probably high up, though. So Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Top Esports can play around there. I do think, though, on the whole, WE have been a more coordinated team than Top Esports so far. Ezreal doesn't clip anyone, though. Your favorite one is Pilk. Right, okay. Yeah, Pepsi milk, my favorite smell. Okay, Dragon of 15 seconds now. Galio coming back out to base. Has the pen boots, by the way. Has to do a bit more damage. Fungaway's walking up using the barrier, which he got from Spellbook. Really wants to clear out that vision. Taking a lot of damage for the trouble. Walking up and clearing that ward. Does have ult, does have flash. Has Protoplasm harness as well. He... not sure about that W there, 369. I think he needs that. That's a long cooldown. Level 16 does help him. Cube on the flank. Galio's on the flank too. Nio jumping in. About to E is down. Maybe Cream can get in now. It's a change of things. So gets Monkey out of the pit. That's a great headbutt. Awesome headbutt. Dragon is now taken. Jachi doesn't have flash. He'll go down pretty quickly. The Galio's not bad. Actually, the bullet time, pretty good from Jachi. Very surprised he gets that much value out of a difficult start to the fight. Vi now goes in. However, I think that 369 and Nio are pretty scary. About is still alive. They're going to have a fair amount of damage here. And the doubly tags onto Yaya. I think that next time the E's back up, yep, that's a problem. Triple kill to Nio. Might even be a 4th. Why not? Go for it, my son. Nio, this jungler coming in for Kanavi, gets a quadra for Top Esports against WE. Not bad from him. Not bad at all. Nio, we said, look, how does Top Esports win games? Well, actually, a lot of it's about their jungle support being confident, being comfortable in a game. Nio is so far ahead of Monkey here. I think game 1, it was a bit of a jungle diff. You know, Nio just couldn't play the game. Right here, you can see how much of a difference it makes for Nio to be an important team fight player. However, I will say, I think that Fengyue, his headbutt at the start of the fight onto Vi to take him out of the fight was so crucial. The fact that Monkey wasn't there to lock down onto the backline early into the fight. Really changed things. I also wonder if he just had to give up the ghost here. Just don't go in for the engage. You know, the fight's already gone. So Toppy's walk away with a 4 for 3. Sorry, 5 for 3. And the dragon. Top Esports are so happy with that. Hey, Mecha, thanks for the resub. Appreciate you. You're fashionable today. Ah, nice. Is it fashionably late or already a game in, friend? Okay, blue buff goes down, taken by Top Esports there, I believe. I think it was, yeah. Right, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Glad we're on the same wavelength. Top Esports on Soul Point now. Naya, what a game from this guy. And again, Fungio has actually been pretty good on the Alistair. Been pretty impressed by this guy. One of the reasons I talk so much about those two is because at the start of the split, I was really harsh on Naya and Fungio. I was genuinely holding them back. However, I think they've grown very well as this split's gone on. AD carries very even in gold. About does have 7 kills. His Ezreal is something which is very powerful from Melsa KCL. Cream walking to Karis. Oh, Nio manages to tag him. Where's the knockup? There it is. Karis goes down. Oh, God, you've teleported in. They've teleported in. There's one coming from the Alistair as well. I think Cube is probably just dead here. Now, earlier in the game, WE were winning quite well through Karis in side lanes, the Akali getting fed, but Nio is so ungodly strong, doesn't matter. There's an all-in onto mid lane as Jachi just about survives. Cream will get the passive. I don't think that'll change anything there. Monkey goes out. Jachi had to blow the flash. Not a bad slap back from Monkey in the mid lane. There's not much else he can do. Has to flash out himself. 2 dead from WE, though. Top East was definitely winning across the map. That was Vyar to stop Cream. I thought that was Vyar onto Jachi, wasn't it? Yeah, it was onto Jachi. So he went onto mid lane because Jachi was alone on the mid lane turret. So Baron's now started from top esports with the 2 solo lanes dead. There's no Vials as well. Ezreal doesn't steal it. Top esports, this should be a clean closeout from them now. They have a ton of gold to work with, a ton of wave pressure to work with. And yeah, they've got that Infernal Soul on the horizon as well. Oh, by the way, folks, if you're enjoying what you're hearing today, again, I'm sure there's a lot of regulars in here too, but if you are enjoying what you're hearing today, think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. There are some ways to support us for free, like just following, liking, and of course, signing up for Opera GX. It's a gaming browser with a ton of customization, and maybe that's something that's interesting to you. Either way, give it a try. And if you use our sign-up link, which is currently in chat, you can support us for free. So if you download that and sign up for free, it makes a difference to us. Dragon coming up soon. Hopefully, we see ourselves one of those big explosive fights again like we saw earlier in the game. You just bought... Wait. Sorry, you bought $83 worth of Mexican what? Mexican vanilla beans. Right, okay. I just saw Mexican, I was like, okay, this could be a great number of things. Why would you spend $83 on, you know, what would you spend $83 on, you know? Oh, Violence Cream, who does have himself a flash, and he has himself a Seekers as well. He does go golden. Bullet Time's trying to give him a bit of a landing zone. Does flash out, so Cream is alive. Now it's going in, has his ult, but that's so much burst! That's so much burst! Crazy amounts of damage coming through. About is alive. Karis goes in. Can he get himself out? There's a knock-up onto him. I think he's... No, he's not safe. He's very, very dead. 4 for 1. About lives. 369 just doesn't give a damn. He's just in bot lane. It wasn't even a 5v5. It was a 4v5, which Top Esports win. Cream goes down as the first person engaged on. See, Top Esports. Dominant display through the team fights this time. I think Nio really night and day difference. Top Esports really succeeding when this guy is comfortable. With the Baron buff in for Top Esports and a wave through the bot side, they'll tank up the turret, and I think About will be caught by the cow once more. Deadly Bovine Massacre. Top Esports will finish off the second game of the day and even up our best of 5, our first of LPL. Split 1-1-1. All square here. A much better showing for top ESLs. Like, a much better showing from them. I think that Nio being comfortable is so crucial. He was clearly not useful in the team fights in game 1. Much, much better there. Much, much better there. And you know what that means, folks? We've got a break. We finish our game. You know what that means I can do. I can put on some adverts. That great. And I can still play some Musume. Where's my damn horse game? Where is the horse game? All right, back to horse game. Okay, what do we got? We've got Satsuki Show coming up fairly soon. This is actually not a good turn. Can I race? This actually might be a race angle. No, there's nothing good here. Do I just have to take like a bad turn? I guess I do. I guess I just take Whip, save the energy. That's a really bad turn. There's nothing I can do though. Yep, it's horse game time. It's horsing time. I guess I take that if I can. Anything else here I can do? It's GT. It might actually be worth doing this instead. It's a little bit larger as well. But yeah, I think basically we've kind of nailed the victory conditions there. I think it's coming down to a lot of 5v5s. WE, it really depends. Yeah, I think WE have always been a 5v5 team. They've always been a 5v5 team. Do you think I'll be able to mail you vanilla extract? I'm actually not sure. That's actually somewhat of an interesting question because it depends somewhat on like EU import laws and stuff like that. Probably need a bit more speed actually. Yep. Arikite, go! The classic. I'm not really looking for that much here. I want to see a groundwork sparks. I want to see groundwork sparks. Does this show up? I hate when we get them. Oh, we didn't get any of them. Damn. So basically after this, you'll see the sparks update, and you'll see which ones you've hit already, I think. Is that true, actually? Ah, guess not. I thought that they glowed gold when you got them here. Is there anything I want from this already? Sure, I can get these, I guess. If not due to EU laws and consent to England, that's true. That is true, actually. Post-game stats, I didn't actually check this. Oh, 1 second. That's a lot of damage on Ezreal. Oh, thanks for the extra sign-up, by the way. I did see someone sign up to OpGX there. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, realistically, yeah. The top esports are kind of... They're actually very dependent on their jungle support, which makes sense because they're the newer players in, so they're probably the more obvious points of failure. Okay, back to horse game. Shouldn't be an issue unless you're sending a massive amount. Sometimes EU do get a little bit weird about... they do get a little bit weird about just food in general, though, is the thing. Okay, so I guess we just run all the... We can technically win the mile G1 races as well. It's just... I mean, I can do that. I'm probably not going to win the derby if I do that, though. Nah, we'll do this. This is fine. Yeah, I should have the stats to win the derby now, because you need about 450 speed. This gives you a medium recovery skill, which is fine. Anything big on here? I mean, I could do that. No, this will be fine. Can I run a mile race here? Can I win the mile race though? Do I actually have the stats for that? I'm actually not sure. I could do this, but then no. This is okay. I actually don't mind getting this. I don't. Screw it. Whatever. Okay, let's let's try that. I'd never run this. I never run this race actually for Saiyan. This actually might be a loss. Yeah. You need different stat. Oh, it's bloody close there. Even with all the skills I had, surprised by that. Surprised. Well, that's a shame because you really want to win them for. That's a lot of energy down to. Left-handed. This is a good event because getting left-handed as an inspiration spark is actually kind of big. Left-handed is a skill which is really important for the race because you can get guaranteed right-handed from Fukukitaru's card. the wit card, but you can't get left-handed nearly as easily. There's not as like a guaranteed way to do that. Oh, let me change audio over. Let's go for this. Okay. Left-handed representation? Yeah, I mean, it'd be crazy if I knew anyone that was left-handed. It'd be absolutely crazy if I knew if anyone was left-handed. I say that full well knowing that Angie is left-handed. Player of the game is Nymaera, of course. Yes, very good play game from him. Very, very good game from him. What do you mean I came third in... How? How did I come third in that? That's insane. What's... Oh my god. I should have the stats for that. I should have the stats for that. It's kind of crazy, actually. If I lose loads of energy from this too, that's also really bad. Okay, not great. Not great. Hang on, sorry. Let me see what the... is that? I didn't even see the thing breakdown. Let me get rid of that, actually. Thanks to Phil, I appreciate you. Okay. Oh, if we, I don't know. I mean, this is spark farming, so yeah. I was watching on YouTube. I had to hop in for horse gaming. Right. Okay. Am I prepping for CM? I've actually already got my CM. In fact, I can show you my CM races if you want. That's fine. That's okay. This is more like okay. Technically, this is CM prepping for the next one because what I want is I need a mile Saiyan front runner. So I can kind of like have a good parent for Smart Falcon, who might be one of my 3. I haven't really figured out who my 3 are. Not really. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, not for this CM, it's the next one. Sorry, I do understand you now, my bad. Yeah, I'm somewhat doing that, yeah. Well, this is gonna be some pretty mess somewhere because I came in at half energy. Oopsies. Still need to, but you still need to build yours? Are you kidding me? Chop. Sparks. Just want you to know that auto moderator did actually like pick that up. Auto moderator was not happy with turd Sparks. That's quite funny. I'm running Falcon for the CMT because of it. That's kind of fun. I think she's a fun character. Yeah, I just want to make sure I get like a groundwork mile Saiyan parent. Because I run like a lot of front runners, like a lot of them. And yeah, what's the series score? It's 1-1. It's currently 1-1. A very good team fighting game from probably better actually. Yeah, it's a very good team fighting game from Nymaera. Nymaera was much more comfortable that game. I think we're basically seeing that this game is probably going to come down to like if Nymaera's comfortable in 5v5s, it really makes a huge difference. Like a huge difference. Move that over there. Oh, cool. There you go. That'll work. Top East was struggling against top W. Basically, the first game they couldn't 5v5 at all. It was just a really bad game for them to 5v5. Yeah, you can do that. Probably, I shouldn't be running G2s, really. If you're just farming Spark, I recommend playing URA since it's quicker and easier. Yeah, but I like the ability to get like extra random skill Sparks. Plus, so if you're going URA, it's better because it gives you, what, stamina and power, right? Whereas it gives you guts and wits. On Unity. Hey, sarcasm. You're not wrong though. Technically, I should be running URA. I'm just kind of lazy with it. Yeah, URA Finale is very good for other stuff. On Mile, it's less important, I feel, because there's a sprint on this one, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, URA is speed, stamina. Unity is power. Okay, yeah, fair. That's the one. I knew it was like different stats. Oh, this is potential fast learner. I've already spent some stuff on skills though. I never do that. I do it for spark farming ones though. Occasionally. Why not? I mean, oh my god. I'm actually gonna get slaughtered. I have 380 stamina. I can't get to Kikaka show. That's gonna kill me. What? Have I run adverts yet? Yes, I have. Although I do need to run some extra ones at some point. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'm like, I would consider myself like semi-serious about
Uma. Like, I've got some... I tend to just ask the hive mind when I need help for stuff. We run as late surger on this because our stamina is ass. Whatever, it's fine. So we don't get the triple crown, which is somewhat annoying. Which means we also don't get Leader's Pride as a instant drop. Whatever. Again, like, it's spark farming. Could be worse. So now I just run the 2 mediums after this 2, I suppose. Has Monkey been so far? Very good. Professional Uma player? Yeah, that's me. Professional Uma player. Yeah, Monkey was very good in game 1 on Skarner, but then this was the same problem that he had last year, effectively, is that he doesn't have Skarner for all 3 games in a series. He was very, very good in game 1, though. He had a great gank early on. However, Nio just obliterated them in game 2. And whatever, we'll tank a... Oh, this is actually pretty okay. We can... yeah. I actually tend to go for the bottom option on that one a lot. But in this one, because we're going to take tank and mood down for the next one anyway, this is fine. The 2 and 10 Pantheon incident? Yep. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Oh my god, there's so many different things I gotta click through to move things around on this scene. Jesus. Okay, get rid of the adverts. Do I run another set of adverts now? That'd be okay, actually. Yeah, we'll tank the mood down. Goodbye, Sen. I hope you had a nice fish. Saiyan's my main. I do run like a lot of Saiyan. Although I mean, I don't know. I run like a lot of front runners in general. I need to start moving to some other stuff. I'm running triple pace for next CM. We'll get race fatigue, so we'll get a mute down, but it could be worse. Sure, whatever. I run her and Summer Marazensky a lot. Yes, I also run Summer Marazensky a lot. Those tend to be my double front runners. The problem is if you're running Summer Marazensky and Saiyan, you tend to lose with your Saiyan because she gets overtaken by Maru. Maru is very good at fighting for first, and Saiyan kind of gets bodied by that unless she has really good stats. She does have escape artist built in though, which is the big thing, right? Do we lose this? Damn, we do. Fucking hell, Jesus. Didn't expect that, damn. I like triple for a front runner. I actually did that last CM as well. Nice. Yeah, I ran kind of like sacrifice Suzuka, who would run away to get the distance, get kind of like the front runners kind of extra distance to the back line, and then yeah, and then I'd kind of like overtake with the other ones. So I got to finals. It was actually really janky. I didn't do very well this last CM. What's going on with the analyst desk? Well, you know, we thought we'd bring in some famous Japanese racehorses to be our analysts for today. Late is where I run a lot. You're a full gambler then, eh? Yeah. Late surges are just completely gamble. It's just do my accelerations hit at the right time in the end spurt. Although I have to say, late surging is like, late surgeons are. Thank you, ambulance. Yeah, I'm gonna start running some more late surges, but I'm probably because I have. Well, I guess I do have Christmas augury, so I can do whatever the hell I want, really. Because she can do anything, really. Do we just take the energy here? We do. Yeah, we have to. We're in like perfect energy range for New Year. Well, none of this looks great, not gonna lie. Hey, thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Doing B, what the is cream L9? Damn, that's a name. Well, we're probably going to die unless we get stamina. So this feels ass, but I actually do need to get through Tennisha. You pay attention to Twitch or YouTube chat? So currently on this scene, I actually don't have my other chats up. I do pay attention to all of them. Normally, it's just that when I'm on this scene, my Uma takes up the entire screen because I forgot to not full screen it. Wait, what did I get there? Oh, right, light generator, that's fine actually. Cool. It's all Uma now. Exactly, it's all Uma now. That's the one.
I usually run 3 different strats. So the problem is you can't run solo frontrunner. Solo frontrunner just sucks. It's really bad. Okay, let's change our audio over and let's get into it. And also worth noting, folks, at 10 o'clock I gotta dip. This reminds me of an anime opening. This reminds me of the opening for Zetsu no Tempest. Yeah, this reminds me of Spirit Inspiration, which was the opening theme to hit anime. Zetsu no Tempest. It wasn't a hit anime, it was fairly niche, I think. Hey, thanks for the extra RPGX sign up, by the way. Did I pull for the Fukukitaru speed card? No, I didn't. No, I've got to wait for fine motion because I don't have a good wit card. I really don't want to be like without a good wit card and having to borrow for eternity. Where's Sam? Sam's gonna turn up later because he'll be coming in for either this game or the next game. We're into draft though, which is cool. Okay, so into draft number 3. Yeah, that's what comes after 2. So I hear. It's crazy, I know. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let me get all prepped up here. Perfect. Okay, what game was this? That was Musume, by the way. That was a game. It's based on Japanese horse racing. Strange, I know. So we've got the Jason the Malphite Permaban still. Monkey... Well, Monkey bans away his own Wukong, actually. So what are the big junglers we still have? Well, Poppy would have been one of them. We've got Nocturne. Nocturne feels pretty strong here. Yeah, I think Nocturne's pretty important here. Have we seen a lot of Victor in LPL? Yeah, we have. Honky was a big player of it on JDG. Cream played a... No, was it? Honky played a game of it. Shanks played a couple of games of it as well. Yeah, so we've seen it bits and pieces. I wouldn't say it's widespread, but it's definitely there as the games go on. Rise banned away. So, okay, in terms of mid laners, we've got Aurora, Talia, Ari, maybe LeBlanc as a lane counter. Jarvan's left up and available, so we have Jarvan, Nocturne. They're the 2 big junglers I'm thinking about right now. Yeah, with the Poppy ban, I think that actually really signaled the Jarvan. Yunara's available. Yunara's very good into Jarvan too. Varus is up as well. So we're probably going to get a Varus-Yunara swap. You can't pick Varus into Jarvan. You have to pick the Yunara to kind of escape the Jarvan ultimate, but now you're probably going to get Varus counted in lane. So this is not a bad start from WE. I think they've won the initial trade of picks. Let's see what Toppy is supposed to respond with. The Aurora's not bad. It's another way you can get out of the Jarvan Cataclysm. Now Karis might go towards a LeBlanc lane counter, but I don't think it fits very well with the Jarvan. Like, it's okay, but it's not fantastic. You could go Talia as well. Talia Jarvan's fine, but not great again. What do you do as Karis? The Varus is an insta-lock. This is what do you do about this mid lane matchup. Also worth noting that the Aurora can be flexed into top lane as well if the matchup allows for it. So if you lock in Sion or Cassante, Aurora's very good into them. Is it just Talia? Talia's fine against double dash champions, can kind of ult at the same time that Jarvan wants to go in, kind of fly into the play. It probably is just Talia. And now I think probably if Talia goes mid, the Aurora just stays mid lane from top esports. I don't think you need to flex that up into top lane. I think it's just a fine matchup mid. If you go Kiana, that is a good matchup into the Jarvan because you can hop out of the Cataclysm, you can hop away from his flag and drag pretty easily too. You don't have the same gank pressure. Like, at level 3, Jarvan does just do a lot more than you in terms of early damage. Hey, Jonas, good to see you. Not sure if I said hi to Onami either as well, but hey to you as well. I was so niche, I was surprised that someone else other than me knew Zetsu no Tempest. It's one of my favorite anime, I really enjoyed it. It was really good. I enjoyed that anime quite a lot, actually. Just one of those anime I watched, like, in the early 2010s when I first started getting into anime. And it's just stuck around in my brain ever since. Braum taken away, which means that maybe Fungway wants to go towards another melee support. Typically, you tend to ban that away when you go towards that. Chance of something like a Kai'Sa Nautilus. Kai'Sa Nautilus might be okay here. Fungway might also want to go for Rel, because Rel's a little bit better on the defense against Jarvan, because you can hop out of the Cataclysm with your W. Catboy anime is my favorite. Which one? There are various which that could be. You're watching this and you're freshly installed RPGX? Hell yeah, Jonas. Hell yeah. Appreciate you. Okay. Same as the first time I ever heard anyone mention it. It's a good show. Look, I will occasionally drop like some niche anime and you'll learn something from it, folks. Bard banned away from Fungway. He is actually a player of it. Renata banned away from Yaya. Oh, that's a misban. That's a head and hands there. I think that's a misban. We might be starting through... We might go through pick and ban again. That does not look like a good reaction. They're checking on the refs coming over now. That looks like a misban. I think we're probably going to have to restart pick and ban here, folks. That did not look like a good reaction there. I think that must have been... Yeah, it's a misban. Okay. We'll go back to that. What I'm going to do then, folks, because it's a misban, I'm actually going to put on some adverts like right now. Because we learned this from the last time. Do I place some more Uma turns in the background? Perhaps. But I'm not going to cover the screen with it, so you're just going to have to figure out... Maybe you can guess what I'm doing. Yeah. What am I doing in the next turns of Uma? Ooh, wow, crazy. What I'm going to do, I'm going to... Wait, I shouldn't have recreation. That was dumb. Why did I do that? I'm guessing you're racing Hans. Well, not quite yet. Perhaps at some point, but not quite yet. Please don't fail. Okay, we're good. Nice. Yeah, so I think that was a missed ban for... Or like it was the wrong ban. It was the wrong ban. So that Renata ban... not common in meta, and also just not... I don't know. I mean, if you wanted... I mean, I could see a world in which it's a ban if you're afraid of lane pressure, but it looked like it was just completely misbanned though. Okay. We've got Tenosho Spring coming up, so I need to be careful of that. Am I going to win? Of course I am. Of course I am. So, we were getting around to our last round of picks and bans. Support matchup obviously looked like it was very heavy on the mind of top esports. Inspiration. What do I want from Inspiration? I guess I just want to see some sparks that's more likely to get passed down. I want to see some groundwork sparks, I guess. 10, thanks to the follow. Appreciate you. Oh, front run spark. Interesting. Front run is. Not bad. Didn't get groundwork. Okay, so it's not going to be like a crazy run probably, but hey. Tenosho is, by the way, one of my tips for Tenosho, if you just want to survive Tenosho Spring, just run her as a late surger. I know it's like a D aptitude in it, but it's still actually worth just running as a late surger, I think. I actually think it's just worth running as a late surger because it means that you just have just way more stamina by the end of it. All you need to do is survive that race. Like right here, I'm on like 700 speed, 500 stamina, so I shouldn't be winning this, and I probably won't. But if you run as a front run, you immediately die. But late surger has like better chance of surviving. Yeah, like I finished third, which is fine. Like all you have to do is finish top 3, which is fine. It's a little harder when you're running someone like Rice Shower, because Rice Shower actually has to win Tenosho Spring, and that's the hard bit because it's just such a high stamina requirement if you're running for, like if you're prepping for particularly mile or shorter and you have to like win Tenosho Spring or something like that, it's a real pain. So sometimes Condor Passer, stuff like that can be a problem. Okay, there we go, back into it. That's back into draft. Cool. And actually ads are just completely good. They finished just before this call. Oh sorry, when I talk about running ads, it's for Twitch. I actually don't mess with ads on YouTube because ads are a problem on YouTube. It actually weirdly drops a lot of the monetization when you manually add them in on lives. At least it did for us last time we tried it. So I've just not bothered before. So we got right the way until last ban again. Does this again happen there? Because this happened last draft, right? I presume it also happened to Fungway then. No, wait, was it their ban? Yeah, it was their ban. So actually Fungway's... I think it's Fungway missing the ban, like, each time, or whoever it was that was locking it in. I can't remember if it's just top laners that does it, or... I think it might be... Anyway, it was the last ban. The last ban came in, like, wrong both times. I want to win all my races for sweet compatibility. That's true. That's true. I do understand that. Okay, so what is this last ban going to be? So it's Renata, and I assume that's a misban. It's the Nautilus, right? Okay, yeah. So what? I mean, Yaga's been going towards enchanters this entire time. He is a bit of an enchanter savon. It's just what he likes to play. Lots of range champions off the board now. So no, I really doubt that. But also, like, just the way that they reacted to it and made a joke out of it. I'm like, why would you ever cast suspicion on yourselves? It was kind of dumb to do that, I think. So top esports need some dedicated lockdown. They need some hard CC because they have a Kiana who needs some setup for them. Leona's good here. Leona's good. Yep. So now, Yaya, if you want to go hard CC, you have Rel. Really? Ooh, Shen's not bad in lane versus Leona because you can deny the Q, the Shield of Daybreak. Also stops Yunara's lot of her damage because she's almost entirely auto-attack damage. Shen's not bad here. I actually don't mind Shen. Now, it's pretty difficult against 3 range champions. Good versus Leona in lane, though. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's actually pretty good. You can protect your carries from the Leona Q as well. So that's a little bit different. We're assuming that's going into support. Probably Shen support. Especially with blind top lane matchup, you can't send that top lane blind. Because what happens if you send that blind top lane is that Aurora gets flexed top lane and you just die horribly. Shen hates playing against mage top lanes like that. Yeah, Sign will come in. Now actually top esports do have an interesting decision to make. Do they lock Kasance? Do you go really risky and throw the Aurora top lane? If so, is there another mid lane you want? Okay, it'll be boring. It'll be boring. Okay, so WE come away with a pretty strong front to back. On the other side, though, Yunara Aurora are actually pretty good tank killers. 369. Oh, he really wants to diff him in lane. Now, this is the thing. 369 is one of our few top laners that will just play for lane advantage, and his Gnar has been really good at that. He's a really good player of just saying, look, I'm just gonna slam a Gnar into you, and you're not gonna have a great time. He's actually very good at playing that. Okay, let's get close towards that game then, eh? So I think that Nio has a fine game here. You know, the Kiana's pretty good against every one of these champions. Pretty fine versus all of them, really. I think 369 on Gnar is going to have a really good time here, folks. I mean, 369, he completely diffed Bin earlier in the split. He destroyed Bin on the Gnar versus the Renekton matchup. When 369's pick for lane matchup, he's typically done very well with it. I think he's coming back into being a very important player with this. For this team, we'll get ourselves into our 3rd game of the series. Top esports lost the first game of this series, but bounced back very, very well in game 2. Oh, there are some gyros in the background. Thank you for the follow there, Jedron. Ooh, Zenith played level 1. Heal blown as well. Now, the thing is, this Shen is really, really good once you get to, like, level 2, level 3 for that Spirit's Refuge. That's a lot of damage! And Yaya will make it out alive. Just about. Comet from about, doing some work. But you can see it's not exactly all sunshine and rainbows here. It's level 2, level 3 where the Shen becomes more problematic. Flash away means there's no flash taunt either. Monkey, oh, he's going to spot him that. Going to spot him that. Flag drag not available because it was used to get over the wall. 369 really going to be aiming to try and take down the top lane matchup individually, really. Now, Cube is a tank player. He does like playing stuff like the Scion. When Scion was obviously all the rage last year, W were one of the biggest players of that kind of front-to-back style. Ooh, okay, not bad there. 369, good jump forwards, the last of the Mega. The last of the summer wine, last of the Mega. Cream also a pretty confident Aurora player. Always like playing this one. Hey, Galfy, good to see you. We've had an interesting series so far, Galfy. First game, WE, Skarnered, top esports. Monkey Skarner came back out to play for the first time in a long time, actually. In the second game, Nio just popped off on Shinzao. I'd like to see Zeri come back. I'd like to see Zeri in moderation. The problem is with someone like Zeri is that when she's really strong, it feels like there's nothing you can do against that champion because she's so hyper-mobile, scales like better than almost any other champion in the game. And she's so... Hang on, the flickback does land. Good flash away, though. Monkey... Good timing to force that. Hang on a second. Good trade there from Nio. Monkey's combo is still down. Grassblade doesn't connect there. So Nio will not be able to get his choice of Scuttle. Monkey choosing to go top Scuttle, interestingly. Comet Scion. My bad. Yeah. I noticed that comment actually. Yeah. So, Scion goes Comet into ranged matchups. He always used to do this. Sometimes he used to go Spellbook, but Comet Scion was a big thing closer towards the start of Runes Reforged. Comet was really broken in general, actually. Yeah, we're trying to hold the wave at tower. I'm not quite able to do so. He's looking more coordinated so far. I actually think WE look more coordinated, but top esports would look better in lane. I think that 369 has been giving Cube a lot of issues individually. Bot lane's been mixed. It's mainly been 369 getting the better of Cube individually, which has been the problem. Cream somewhat even with Karis. It's been an interesting series. It's been an interesting series. I like Phase Rush on Nara in this matchup. Oh, I'm not so sure about that one. I think the sustain from Fleet is way too useful. Is that double Scuttle? That's a good win for Monkey there, actually, getting double Scuttle. People forget the Collector Kai'Sa Penta meta. There was a Phalios as well around that. Yeah, release Collector patch was just not fair. We had Samira at that point too. I'm pretty sure Samira release was pretty much just around Collector release, right? Something like that. Oh, jumping forward, circle lands. No follow-up though. Jachi and Fungi are doing very well in this lane. You'd expect that Varus Shen, both kind of counters to their counterparts, would do quite well in this lane, but that level 1 from Fungi was really good. Fungi has been very impressive, genuinely liking his play a lot. He's only grown more confident as time's gone on. And given that I think the support pool in LPL, look, it has... Hang on, that was a recall. Ooh, that's a recall. Zenith Blade not going to be thrown out. Heal blown on both sides for the movement speed. Do they get to hold this wave out here? No, they're gonna keep the cannon alive. So I suppose it will slow push in. Even just having one minion like that can help it slow push a little bit. Carrot's gonna walk over, level 6. Monkey not spotted. Nio jumping forwards. Nio is not very happy there. He's just gonna get one shot. Oh, just about gets away with the grass. Tries to flash with the body block, doesn't quite get it. So close, the extra auto attack gets it. There was a real shocked expression. Well, Nio just got completely blasted there. Monkey, very good start to the game from him. Pretty much matched Nio at every turn. So, Raptors just spawned now. Oh, he misses the Q on it. Actually might... Hang on, that might actually change things, is it? No? He has Smite up. He should still get it. Alright, okay. Yeah, he'll be fine. I was actually wondering if it would slow down his camp take slow to the point where it mattered that much. No, it doesn't. So Monkey does get the assist onto Nio. He's oh my god. Cream, my dude. You know that they want to take this. Going in for the solo kill. Cream might just die here. Black Drag misses. Okay. He should have died there, folks. He probably should have died there. I actually wonder whether Monkey should have flashed for, like, the slow and then going towards that. I think that should have been a guaranteed kill, personally. By the way, I think 369 is top 5 top laners in the world or in the LPL. So I actually think in LPL, I put him as my second best top laner from this split. I think Flandre is the best top laner in the LPL right now because his teamfight impact is just unmatched. And then I think you're probably looking at, like, a choice of 369, Bin, and Xiaoshu. Personally, I rate Bin's laning phase, and then 369's kind of team fight potential. As a J4 player, that wasn't great for Monkey. Yeah, I thought that, you know, you've got... Cream just used pretty much all of his mobility. I'm pretty sure you can flash for the W slow and get a guaranteed EQ after. Oh, in the world? Well, I think Keen and Doran are up there. I think that Flandre is better than him right now. So maybe he just about makes it into top 5 if we do it like that. Oh, Cream, not a great W. Flag Drag comes in, reminder that he doesn't have himself an ultimate. Dunk comes in. Cream not having a great time in this early game. Been hit by a number of free flicks from Karis. Monkey has been sitting very close to mid lane, and it has punished him. Karis, great game from him on the Talia so far. Again, one of our worries about Team W coming into this series was actually Karis wasn't looking great. He started this split very well, but the end of it wasn't pretty at all. Mid jungle from top east was not looking great so far in this game. 369 trying to bully out this matchup, as you were saying. Doing a good job of it so far. Got over 10 CS up. I do wonder, with that Cull, the lane lead he's got, I wonder whether 369 can do some ungodly things in this game. This is a draft in which a Gnar can do some pretty unspeakable things. Now, Jarvan's not great against Gnar. He can often reactive hop away and then just kind of fight with his auto attacks. I don't think Shen is great versus Gnar either. No, if you kind of jump into a Mega Gnar, you just get ability to death rather than auto attacked. I think as it stands, Keen is by far the best top, and it's not close. No, funnily enough, I think the only person who's close to him is actually Doran. I think Doran has been very good, and I think it's between the two of them. Ult comes through in mid lane. Karis doesn't have flash. Great double flick. I don't think it saves him, though. And the kill will go to Nio. A little bit of revenge in mid lane, who've really sat hard. Oh, God, the taunt's not great. Good dash away from Jatchi. Monkey... Yeah, really trying. I don't think Jatchi can re-enter this bot side, though. He does need some help. Jatchi throwing out that Arc of Judgment again. Now it's Yaya behind the turret. Feng not sure about that one. Does have heal and flash. Forced to flash. No one else is coming right now. Cream might come down bot side. Top users really need to call someone down here. You can't allow 2-3 waves to be zoned out of. One wave, maybe. Zenplate. Wow, that hits. Okay, right. That's the Varus ult, though, landing onto the Aurora. Great combo from Monkey and About. You know, Cream comes down trying to help them out on their bot side, but realistically, WE were very happy, and now they get to call down their mid laner. They get to call them down for a 4 versus 2 dive. Does 369 teleport down for this, actually? Is it that bad? I don't think he can now. I think that it's a problem. Trying to keep the wave away from turret. Arrow hits. Jatchi is surely dead here. Great flick back from Karis, who's been very active so far. And this should be a dead Fungi. Teleport is going to come in from Aurora. Nio's coming down. Do they have the cooldowns for this? No, not really. Great play from W. 5-1 in the early game. However, while this is happening, 369 is having a great time in the top lane matchup. Cole's about to stack into. So top esports, much like the 2 previous games, well, maybe less so that last game, but to an extent, losing out in the map play, in the team play, but winning out in some individual matchups, particularly 369 into Cube, is going to be a big problem for WE later. I'm not saying Phase Rush is insane or anything, but in what world is this comet unsighted and useful? Because against the ranged matchups, you can sometimes poke out the Gnar. Not been happy with how top esports have been playing the early game, folks. I think that they've been really not reading where Monkey is on the map well. I don't think they've been tracking him very well. And it is, I have to say though, it is actually only 1,000 gold lead, which I know sounds a bit crazy because it is still 10 minutes into the game, but given that it's 5-1, you'd expect a lot more from the game so far. But I think the level 1 laning from Jatchi and Fungi was pretty good. That stopped the bot lane from going really awry from the start of the game. Top lane's obviously doing quite well too. About does have flash. I don't think you win this fight at all. If Monkey comes around the corner, by the way, I think they do just die here. There's no summoners on Fungi. Cream should have died like 4 times already. The Monkey misplayed for sure. Yeah. Thoughts on the look, Rhythm? I really don't think those allegations hold much water. Really, I think the problem is like there's been so much animosity, and some of the stuff that was said on stream by Kometo and whatever raised suspicion. I don't think there's anything there. I just think it's dumb to raise suspicion at all, though. You know. Hang on. Ult. The EQ miss from Monkey again does have the dunk. Now I was holding the W there. Sion ulted away from top lane, I believe. Did he away? Was that away from top lane? Hang on. That's the Ult coming through from Fungi. Flash forwards. The Varus ult's coming through. They don't have the damage. Double dunk. It's not bad from the Kiana, but it goes on the outside of the ults of the Jarvan instead of anything else. Cream flashing away. Does he get enough? He does. Jachi flashing away from the E. DQ lands it on the other side. Monkey gets himself a kill there. Double kill from him so far. This fight largely going to the side of WE. Good play from them overall. Ends up in a 3-for-2. Bit messy. W will still take it. However, again, while all this is happening, 369 does pop in that cull, has first item, Triforce. While all this is happening, it feels like it's a ticking time bomb. W, do you get enough from the rest of the map before 369 becomes a real issue? So the initial play here is not awful. You can see that the Yunara is just not here at the play first. It's a great taunt. It's a great double flag drag into a dunk. Nio does get a good play here. It gets a, a double ult. It stops the Varus arrow being charged there too. Do wonder whether he could have maybe flashed after the immediate ult cancel. Nio, he does have flash now. That's the Kiana coming through. It's not... Well, he manages to get out from bits and pieces of that. Nio trying his best. Flashed out again. This actually might be playable now. I think it is, in fact. Cream getting out of bits and pieces. Where the next flag and drag. The Q is just used. Monkey flashing forwards. But I think actually this is not looking great for WE now. Who's coming into the rest of the plate? Jachi's here, Fungi is here, Monkey gets the flag drag over the wall. I don't think it saves him, but it will get a kill onto Nio. Not a bad. That was an extra kill, which they probably were lucky to get there. Top Esports, they're the ones who win their first grouped up fight of the game. That's a problem now. Top Esports ahead in gold, and WE, they needed the rest of the map to be going well. They've fallen behind now, somehow in gold in mid-jungle, despite the great plays from Karis and Monkey early on. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. Top Esports feels like they get away with a bit of a freebie there. Nio was very lucky to survive most of that play. Very, very lucky. So how did this start? So we didn't see all of this. We saw the jump onto Nio. Oh, that's not a good flag drag. And now you don't have the flag drag for the start of the fight. Cream ends up, sticking around for extra auto attacks, passives onto multiple people. Not damage from Varus, actually. Not bad from Karis flying through. And they don't quite get the CC combo. When's that grass blade, I believe? Used the Scuttle Crab to escape with the E. Went over the back of the pit. Jachi gets into the play, and a lot of the cooldowns are used. Fongyu gets to go around for the second Q cooldown of the fight. 369 gets first turret of the game on his own in top lane, by the way. That is not looking good for Team WE. Seren went second mode. Well, it's worth noting, Varan, look, Seren got blasted in lane. And basically couldn't play the game and then got given a double kill bot. So realistically, it was bot lane from KC that inted very, very hard to get Seren back into the game, because actually Yehu was doing very well at shutting out of the game at first. Dragon goes to top esports. Flash forwards, good combo. It's onto Monkey. That's a lot used from Fongyu here. I think he might just die for free. I don't think they have the damage to follow that up. Not a great play that time. Monkey goes towards another missed fly drag from him, but fairly inconsistent on them. That one was a low chance of hitting, though, in fairness. WE have a lot of communication issues. Not sure I completely agree with that. 369 not going to get cancelled on his jump there. Going mega soon. He is so far ahead of the game. Monkey's going to start that Herald. 369 being this low on HP is actually a problem for top esports. They can't fight with their Nara at this low HP, I don't think. He needs to recall, I think. Well, he might not. Teleport coming in from Aurora. That's a missed ultimate from the Kiana, but forced them into the river itself. About having to step away from the Kiana ult, still gets him killed. Double E from Cream. Ult from the sign into the clump. Flash away from 369. The dunk's coming in and 369 goes down. Good play from Monkey. And from Cube on the whole. Cube in his zombie form will go down. Fongyu trying to step around. He somehow lives now. That one's a surprise. Monkey might be able to go over the wall. Flag drag onto the blue buff instead. Top esports. Lose 369. He should have been really recalling to teleport back into the play. Is that going to be the Herald entirely? No. We'll be able to stick... He's quite low HP here, actually. Hang on a second. Does Nio live through this? I don't know if Nio lives through this. Hang on a second. We'll come over. Jachi will help. Smite will secure it, I think. Actually didn't have the smite, so not even that. Jachi will take it. A recall from him. Top esports. This early game should have been so much worse than... I think WE had been worse in lane. Bot lane didn't achieve what it wanted to. Neither did top lane. Now the thing is, that ultimate doesn't look great onto About, but he's flashless and he can't step back into the Kiana. About is just way out of position. 369 fails to hop over the wall. Okay, alright. If he didn't fire that flash over, and then he has to flash forwards into the enemy team and dies to the black drag. 369, that's a horror fight from him. Oh god, that's a horror fight for 369. Jesus. Yeah, oh, why did they have to slow-mo the crunch missing there, man? Oh god. That's, okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Magi's locked in for Cream now, so he's really feeling. He's gone for the Proto Belt too, by the way. Thanks to the followers, by the way. And again, folks, if you're enjoying what you're watching here, think about dropping a follow, like, subscribe, those things. This is effectively mine and Sam's jobs. Sam's my brother. We do both cast on this channel. There's no official LPL broadcast anymore, and someone signed up for RPGX as well. Thank you. We appreciate it an awful lot. Now, the thing is, 369 is so ungodly far ahead. This is a really good knock. He's 2,000 gold up. He's half the gold lead. Jesus Christ. It's a crazy amount. Herald slamming into that mid lane turret. Second of the same for top east was 369 going to stop the ult from Cube, actually. Jump into the mid lane. Monkey flashing away, only slowed by that ultimate. Nio's jumping onto Cube, remember. Well, he's still got a lot of armor. That being said... Oh, hang on. Shen ult. Right, okay. Shen ult used. Hang on. That has got to be one of the first Shen ults we've seen in this game. That is rough for WE. I really think Yao Yao not achieving what he wanted to on the Shen. Had that one good flash stun in mid lane. What happened here? Oh. That's what happened with Jarvan. He flag dragged into the Herald to try and hit the eye. Instead blew his flash. Monkey has been so hot and cold. I know he's got 5 kills, but he's missed like a bunch of flag drags. So much of this matchup is about whether these junglers are playing well or not. Nio's and look, I think that Monkey had by far the better early game, but Nio escaping that one early game, the one early fight, really changed things. Really changed things in favor of top esports. Jachi's so far ahead now too, and of course Jachi's a player does very well from ahead of the game. Fungo needs to be careful. That doesn't really want to be caught out in that position when his teammate's not in position to support him. 369, presumably heading towards Black Cleaver second. And I think as soon as he gets that Black Cleaver, this game is just so hard to play from WE. Dream maybe going for a big old burst combo. Hits about there. Doesn't end up hitting the Q. Not great from Cream. Maybe realized he was going a little too deep. Dragon spawning now. I know he's pretty low HP. Takes another arrow for his trouble as well. Karras pushing top lane. He does have teleport if he wants to make it down to play. He has 2 items. I think Karras has played this game largely pretty well. It's not really on him. He's had a decent series actually so far. Teleport coming in from Nah. Maybe going for the smite. Went down to like 4 HP actually. Not a great smite. Does go to top esports. Karras gets top lane turret. So I think WE realized, look, we're not winning fights right now. We need to get gold somehow on the map. Credit to WE. I think that they don't have the best kind of star power amongst players. They are coming from Recruit Perseverance. I don't think they're bad on that front, but hang on. Jump in towards mid lane. Karras trying to zone away from that. Not bad. Varus keeping some extra HP off of Jachi as well. Trying to get the stun to Monkey. Oh, and he is caught. Oh, Monkey gets that dunk. Kiana ult across the play as well. 1 for 1 as Kiana also goes down. Cream flying in. Does 369 throw in? 369 is actually coming around the back of them. I don't think he gets much here, though. Does have that Black Cleaver, by the way. We were saying, oh dear, that's a big problem for them. Cube actually might have to ult here at some point. He actually might have to ult here at some point, folks. 369 will kill him. He will kill him. You give him enough time, he will kill him. Half the HP. Cube not ulting that. 369 not chasing the place. It's a 1 for 1. Mid lane turret does survive for top esports, importantly. Is WE good? WE are not a bad team. I think that they can be a little inconsistent, a little draft dependent on whether Monkey and Karras have agency and whether they're on form. I think if W have a strong 5v5, I think they're very good at clutching out late game fights on the whole. I mean, you look at how they played against EDG in their first round robin of Perseverance. Yes, EDG played poorly around objectives, but Karras and Monkey were very, very good at swinging games back in their favor, even from deficits. This is going to be quite hard, though. Gnar is going to be so hard for them to deal with. They don't really get to one-shot the Gnar very easily. Hello, Sam. How's it going? Okay, we're going into we're into game 3 here. 369 has a mega lead on the Nut. He's basically just been dunking on Cube. He did the same in last game against Cube's Gwen, actually. Why are we playing Shen support in 2026? Because it's very good against Leona. It's very good versus Leona. Typically very good versus the Yunara 2, who's very auto-attack centric. Hasn't really worked out the way that they'd like it to be, though. It's been a little bit harder for them. I don't know what's... Sam, was that Pain? It was Pain. Right, not sure what happened there, but he was in pain. Oh, he kicked his own chair. Right, yeah, that doesn't tend to help. Okay, Sam's going to start coming through here. By the way, next game, I'm going to have to take off because I have power spike to do, so... You know, we've got that to enjoy.
You need a hand setting up my PC.
I mean, don't think I need that much careful with your toes, though. You know, the chair was about to crush him again. Do you think WWE realizes how behind they are in gold? Yes, I think they do. I think they do, because that's why they got Karis killing that side lane turret earlier. Karis getting away. But really, 369, credit to him. We saw him in this draft basically say, look, I'm going to dunk on the individual lane, and he's done just that. Cube did not have a fun time on the Renekton either. Sam, just so you know, just to recap you on the series, basically in game 1, Monkey Skarner happened. Massive game from him.
He's so good on that champion.
He was very, very good on that champion, and that really led to, in fact, Sam, let's make sure that we're moving chairs into the right spot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, there's not too much happening right now, so we can afford to do that.
Also, I end up giving you the headphones.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. As a treat.
Oh, exciting. Hello, chats.
Yeah, Sam's here. We actually have a duo cast now. But yeah, basically, WWE largely more coordinated in the early games. Top Esports a little better in lane and a little bit better mechanically. I think Karis and Cream fairly even so far. Maybe even Karis a little better. Nio, terrible first game. Was Pantheon into a game he couldn't front to back, but then second game, he got a quadra kill on Shinzao. So my 3 lines for this series are effectively, look, WWE actually looking very coordinated. Top Esports, the biggest thing for me, actually, is whether Nio and Feng Yue look comfortable in their games. Feng Yue actually has in all of them so far. He's really impressed me, this guy. I think he's been very good at finding the aggressive angle. Nio, first game, you can see when he couldn't 5v5, just couldn't find an angle. He really struggled. However, in both these, in this game and the last one, though, been looking a lot better at this point.
I have to say, I have this thing with Nio where I go, if this guy's got a lead or he's not playing from even, great. The moment he has to play from a difficult position, he just full sends it. He does MLXG it just that little bit, looking for the play, and it's just not as consistent as MLXG was.
Yeah, 369. Gonna get flicked back under turret. I don't think he cares too much though. He is in mid. Shen ult was used for that. Wow, that is such an overinvestment.
Had Monkey coming down. I wonder whether they just didn't quite track where Nio was and threw the Shen out for little avail.
I personally think it doesn't matter. It's a 2-item Nut. He's going to flash away. The only way that works is if you get to taunt him under turret. Didn't work out on the timing there. 10 seconds till Dragon now. Top East was looking for that third Dragon and a threat of Hextech Soul. Let's word that correctly later into the game.
Ooh, hang on, Hexgate. Monkey now on a good flank angle. Flash out of the seismic shove is good, but there's a Between Worlds. That's when he gets a lot of damage down, but look at the back end of it all. That is a supreme display of talent, courtesy of that extended range, and now 369 with the Mega Gnar flank, looking for a big old angle. They're going to try and get what they can. Nio's that very low, as is Jachi. It's making things a bit tricky, but 369 is still a bit of a menace. Ends up actually being a 2 for 2 at the end of it all.
It's really, honestly, Creamy makes the big mistake there. Poor old angle gets him killed pretty much instantly, and yes, the supreme display of talent looks fun. It's not that useful, all things said and done. 369 turns up to clean up bits of the back end of that fight. Not really sure what that means for the Dragon, actually, because Nio has to back off. Mid lane turret goes down. WE still have to deal with this bot lane. 369, he just says, right, I'm going back to my home ground of just a solo lane. I'm happy to just go take a chunk out of a tower. Very nearly takes that inner turret down. Recharging his Mega, so I don't think WE really wants to take this fight.
Nio didn't really get a chance to reset and have that many camps to take away, so he's going to be here at half HP. That could get a little interesting. Cube Yao Yao now around, but it's still 3 members, 12 people. Teleport coming flying on through. Still going to be soul point. Anyway, may well be the sacrificial Leona here. Monkey again through the Hex plate. We'll get a flag and drag on to 369. It's still pretty damn tanky. It's only a 1-man Mega Gnar, but Monkey is popped. Can they get any more damage down the back end of the Decimating Sniper? Look at Jachi. 1v1ing. The Supreme Display of Talent's going to force a retreat as well. About couldn't find the easiest arrow angle as a result. And now Top Esports get to murder the remaining members of WE in the river.
It's a late approach, and Monkey, though he has a ton of kills, I don't think he's actually been judging the engage angles that effectively this game. Now, I get that it's quite hard. You're going into a composition where, you know, they're all very mobile. You feel like you need to hit that EQ or things are just kind of doomed. But his hit rate has been pretty low. Top Esports just a little better in the team fights, a little better on the individual plays. Also credit to Fungue's Leona. Multiple times this game just walked up the Eclipse on and said, well, if you're hitting me, you're not hitting someone behind me. Let's take it from there. Right here it happens again. 369, we talked about how powerful he is already. If you go into a Mega Now, things go badly. It's happened again. Look for the steal, I'd imagine, and die.
Indeed, and that means Baron over the top esports while all this has been happening. Find themselves now up comfortably 9,500 gold.
I was playing Musumi in the break, so. But I probably do need to close it down so CPU isn't fried.
Yeah, there is that.
One thing I learned, by the way, Sam, is that even if you turn off your PC like the normal way, if you don't turn it like off the proper way, sometimes your CPU still keeps running. It's
Really?
As long as the power's still on, which is a bit of a problem. And I was like, maybe that's actually one of the issues we've had recently. Just Windows things. Monkey, out. Shotgun hits him. Not crazy damage from the Aurora though onto the Jarvan.
Yeah, at this point the Jarvan's got a little bit of magic resistance and HP, so it isn't necessarily as scary as she might be. She's hitting someone with a little less to work with. Again, the Proto Belt. Rocket Belt, sorry, we are past the days of prototyping on this particular item. The Shadow Flame and the Magi is very good at specific things, which is squishy people dying in short order.
Real credit to 369. Now, for those of you that didn't see, I did put out kind of my votes for All Pro, not that we get any input for that, but 369 was actually my second All Pro top laner. Now, he's had his downswings, he absolutely has, but one of the things which really impressed me about 369 is how he's one of the players which actually can play for lane, whilst also still having a very, very good teamfight impact when he's ahead of the game here too. 369, 5,000 gold ahead. Real credit to him. Not many top laners in the LPL can manage that kind of lead right now.
So the flare comes on in. It's a little bit of a retreat, but Jachi ends up getting chunked a little on the back end of that as well. That Chains of Corruption used alongside the Shen'el and the Sional also being done right now. Hasn't even played really for that Leona Solar Flare. Shotgun does very little indeed to Cube. So at this point, I will say the Aurora potentially kind of vulnerable. That supreme display of talent says absolutely not. Very good disengage, Renail.
Dude, anyone who creates an ult, creates a wall, just gives Kiana dopamine. Sees the ult, ooh, I'll stun off of that. Gets the good disengage there. And whenever you disengage like this, 369 is destroying a side lane. Almost 6,000 gold up now. 369 has been bodying Cube.
Yes, he has. And I just don't know what anyone else does about it. Again, even the Talia, right? Unless you're landing... Hang on. Remember we said squishy targets feel really good for the Aurora? That was a squishy target that felt very good for the Aurora.
They are now a squishy X target, really. Monkey jumping forward. I don't think that's going to work very well for him. I think he might regret that, actually.
Well, there goes the GA. They'll throw down a Catapult. Karis now coming on over. That's quite a lot of CC. But Cream will just flash over the wall and continue to be a very annoying bunny rabbit on the other side. No Super Bowls in needed for that one. Over goes Fongue. We'll have to flash right back out again. I was a little bit perplexed, but look at Jachi. He's taking the next turret.
Stollery, you might actually just lose the game. Jachi can also just...
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Slaughtering them where they stand.
Oh, he was fiending for some hunting bolts and will ensure that WE spend a little bit more time in grayscale. Cube is the one remaining member there on the fountain. Top Esports will throw out a celebratory supreme display of talent and find themselves 2-1 in the lead.
Yeah, I actually got to dash off like right now.
Go.
So I got to get ready for power spike on the thing, so I'm going to set up Sam's PC. But hello everyone, how's it going? Sam, you know what's set up, right?
I do. Alex, what you'll need to do is on NVIDIA Broadcast, when you get over there, change the audio output, not the input, where you can do that, to the Arctis Nova headphone.
Okay, Sam, put this up to like just below 30% when you're in game, and that'll largely do you fine. And we'll change it over to this. But 30% seems to be good when we're on solo stuff
on
like
the
actual
feed,
feed itself.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
and you don't mess too much with the.
And I'm not messing as much with this today. But I'm basically taking up between like.
That's fine by me.
10-15% and then up to 30%. Okay, but yeah, I'll be back later, folks. But basically at this point, I gotta go do a podcast.
Hence why I took the first couple games off to ensure we kept voices working.
Say something. They were actually quite fun.
Oh, I'm a little disappointed. Oh, there you go.
But, yeah. No, the first game was like mega team fights back and forth. And, yeah, second one was like kind of no blasting.
Yeah, that's it. All right, people. I'm gonna run some adverts because we need to. If you don't want to see the adverts, subscribe, guys. Really is that easy. And for everyone else, consider there is a Ko-fi link and our sponsor, Opera GX, which is pretty cool. Opera G. I can't spell. Oh my days! Come on. And of course, Ko-fi. Both of which are great ways to help support us. One of which allows you to donate money without having to go through Twitch, which can be quite helpful. The other thing, of course, is Opera GX, which is a really cool browser that is based on Chromium, which is quite cool. but is a lot lighter weight, has some really cool customization options. It's just quite a good browser. So if you're thinking, you know what, kind of frustrated with how Chrome's being really laggy in terms of memory, all these extensions though are kind of why I'm sticking around. Well, you can still keep your extensions. They'll transfer them over for you even. And it's just a lot more lightweight and cool and much more customizable. So I'd recommend it. And if you click on the link, it's free to help us, basically. So if you want to help us and not spend money, that's a way of doing it. If you do want to spend money, please do. Ko-fi is a great way to do that. For those of you who go, you know what, I like these guys, so I'd love to support them. This is the way to do it. There's the damage for the day. I'll turn this off just so you can see what's going on a bit better. 369 understandably doing unbelievable amounts of damage. And that became a bit of a problem, really. 3 grubs is not really stoppable in a side lane post a certain point with that kind of draft. Who really matches the Gnar in a side lane there? Like, no one, realistically. Turn the camera back on a bit there. Yeah, so the interesting thing with Keen, right, is that, or rather, Flandre, is basically his laning phase is so hit or miss. When it goes wrong, it's such a problem. The thing is, there's no other player that has as creative a champion pool and is successful in team fighting and is, you know, most of the time fine in lane. The problem is when he's those times when he's not, particularly against very good top laners, Keen in this example, it is not great. And it's one of the reasons why actually at the minute I'm not a massive fan of the LPL top lane pool. It feels like a lot of our top lanes are quite incomplete at the minute. Oh, I see the angle I'm seeing the angle you're going for. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is the LPL talent pool is very, very deep. The thing is the top 3 teams in the LCK are just so unbelievably stacked that, yes, I somewhat agree that it's just like a lot of the LPL guys have a lot less fun dealing with that. But, you know, I think there's a lot of hope coming forward. I'm really excited to see what happens to a lot of our players like Xiaoshu over the next few years. People like 1xN I've been rooting for a huge amount of time. Vampire's been really well developing. I know a lot of us have been quite impressed with where he's come from and how he's going. You know, shout out to Aragon for believing in him from the start. And again, a lot of these players are not complete, are not perfect. Most players aren't, but the development cycle is good. What are the top 3 else? Did I say LKC? I meant to say LCK, but the top 3 LCK teams are fairly clear at the minute. T1 Gen G plus X, right? Who that third team is at the minute is a bit of a question mark. It's been so bizarre in playoffs. No, I just missed that. Like, it's not KT because they're out. It's not HLE because they're out. It's not Nongshim because, you know. So actually, I do need to think about that third team. DRX, obviously. I mean, good God. Is it just DRX? Oh, my days. Let me just have a look. Maybe it might be D plus Kiora BNK Fair-X, to be fair. But like the thing is, D plus Kiora is so volatile. You just don't know. So DRX is top 3. I mean, you know, it's not. Unironically, they could be. It was a close group. I think I need to wait to see more playoffs matches, right? Maybe they've spiked at the right moment. To look at the tables. Gotta be DK right now. Winter DK just OP. Yeah, I mean, they're very inconsistent again, but they are very, very good. And Winter Showmaker is just a beast, isn't he? Ooh, that's a spicy take. I don't think that's entirely fair about... I don't think that's entirely true about Faker. But, you know, it does help having Carrier on the team. He's very, 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 very good. And having two elite-level world-class players who have been at times or still are the best players in their role, period, is quite a bonus to any team. So, especially when you're looking to compete at the very, very, very top end, right? You just sometimes need that X factor, and that is provided there. Don't think there's a support anywhere near Carry at the minute. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Duro probably is the other guy, isn't it? I think Duro has actually been very, very good. I don't think you can put an LPL support there. I think Kyle is great, but I don't think he is at the level of excellence that Carrier is. So yeah, but realistically, is Duro is the other guy. I hope Delight improves. He really did fall off this split, didn't he? It was not great. Also, will Initialise be doing more content with LFN? Hopefully so, Hitman. Hopefully so. But I'm realistic. I'm on a guest rotation more than anything else. So I slot in rather than there as a regular. I mean, I'd love to do more regular stuff. It's been great working with the crew. Yeah, I know you're not a massive fan of Kyle, but interesting to see you have Duro there as well. Because again, like a lot of people whose opinions I trust on support, specifically Orcs, really, really, really rate what Duro's doing in game, like heavily. So remember, Orcs is a former pro support. So like again, of people's opinions who I trust on support, Orcs is right up there. So I'd be curious to see why you're not a massive fan of Duro. So obviously, I know you explained why you had your issues with Kyle. I don't agree with him, but I at least got where you were coming from. So curious to see whether you have some reasoning behind the take. Ooh, I can put more ads on. Hooray! Enjoy the adverts, guys. A because HD, B because bad, and B because Viper doesn't look that good either. Yeah. Viper's been fine, but he's not been best in the league, which I think people were hoping for best in the league, which has just not been true. I love ads. Take away my membership so I can watch. Faker, I mean, Kyle was good before he was on AL, right? Like, he was one of the best players on a really struggling sandbox team. So I don't think that's actually true. I think Duro as well was a really wise pickup, and I think just generally he's been quite good. Yeah, there's some truth to that as well, right? Faker's role in his team is very different, and the game is very different from, say, 2013 to now. Like, what you were doing from mid lane in 2013 is not really what Faker nor mid laners are really doing in 2026 in the same way. So some truth to that. What does the timer say? That's a very good question, I'll tell you now. Not long, generally speaking. 20 seconds is what it says. Yeah, I somewhat agree that maybe switching out Hope would have been the choice. The only thing is, basically, they made the call to just stick with Synergy. And that is not in and of itself a bad decision. I think Hope was good last year. He had a few champions of which he was genuinely excellent. Largely laned fine and was a good late game carry. You know, his Sivers and the like and his Kaisers were very, very solid. And he got better at things like the Corki as the year went on. That said, very obviously, especially in a region like the LPL, where our AD carries are quite potent on the whole, when it fell apart, it was quite obvious that Hope wasn't at the same level of dominance across the entirety of the year in particular that someone like Jackie Love or Elk or Gala could theoretically provide. Honestly, I think if AL wanted to take the gamble, my bet would be go 1xN, because that's just true in general. I think he's the best of our upcoming AD carries right now. But it would have been a risk to change players, especially when you've got a squad that made very deep runs across last year. So I think it would have been theoretically a mistake to go through that one down. To go down that route, rather. Sam, what is your favorite smell? My favorite smell, I've got a few, but I think the one that always triggers so much nostalgia for me is petrichor. Petrichor is my favorite smell, really. So for those who don't know what that is, because it's one of those weirder words, it is the smell of rain on dry earth. That smell that comes up. It always reminds me of being on holiday. And just makes me smile, and I get that kind of like rush of freedom and excitement and adventure from it. There you go, word of the day, petrichor. Oh, who you at? Gasoline, best smell ever. What is wrong with you? I get a headache from that, I'm not gonna lie. Not to judge your taste and smells, but I'm judging your taste, your smell, and your scent, your smell and smells. Taste and smells is slightly synesthetic, that. There's truth. I think that the Koreanness being Korean helps Kyle and Tarzan communicate, but I do think as a result that duo is very, very, very strong. I also think Kyle is relatively young and hasn't spent that much time on a top team, so I've been very impressed with his development into being a top level support in my eyes. But yes, absolutely, having good synergy and rapport and connection with your jungler is a massive deal for support, so I wouldn't just dismiss it as that. Yeah, there's some truth to that, Scanner, right? Like, it helps having Carrier who's able to pull off some ridiculous plays, right? Though I will say I think Faker has once again been mechanically much better than he was at some points in his career recently. I say recently, over the last, 3-4 years. Like, we've had periods where Faker was just, going, ooh, if you're not on a champion you're comfortable on, oh god, what's happening? And I don't think that's so true at the minute. I think he's been playing very well again. Monkey without teacher Mar guidance? Yeah, possibly some truth. Again, I don't want to say Monkey is bad, because he is not. But again, much like people like Nio who are in this game, there is some truth to say that, that the decision making gets a little bit blinkered. You all in on the player and on that sensation that you must make a move, you must make something happen, and that ends up being quite costly. I feel like we need more international tournaments that players can be used to the pressure and experience of international play. Yeah, I mean, I'd like some tier 2 international tournaments, you know? Either being things like ASI where you get teams 4 through 6 going, like a Europa Cup type thing, or more EMEA Masters type things between various academy leagues. I know we've got ASCI and stuff, but it'd be nice to have more and more of that stuff. I think is really cool. Honestly, I think there's a world where you just can win to split and have that be a big open circuit moment. That would be my take. Anyway, we've got draft. I need to change the music around. Give me but a moment, folks. Where's the mouse? Cool. Oops, missed my... Aha, there you go, that's that one. Okay, so, into game number before we go, getting deep into Fearless now. Deep into Fearless. Top Esports find themselves with first pick here, interestingly, despite the win. WE selecting for counter pick. Interesting. Clearly don't want to deal with 369 getting those monster options into them and trusting some of their players to have some good angles back. 369 will lock in the Wukong for his jungler Nio. Nio Monkey, of course. Long history down in the LDL, were rivals down there with the likes of Milky Way, of course, is no longer playing because of his own foolishness. But there was that kind of new up-and-coming cadet of junglers from a couple years back that sort of managed to make their way to LPL over the last few years. Best player that never won a Worlds. Uzi's got to be up there. Probably someone like Khan, probably up there as well, actually. Peanut, right up there as well. Caps, yep, the West for sure. Similar arguments for people like Bjergsen and Perks as well over the years. I think those, realistically, the Gambit crew should have won in Season 2. If they'd been more respectful in their bans, it should have been Gambit. Should have been Gambit. So the Gambit crew from Season 2. Not that I'm biased for being a massive Gambit fanboy, but there you go. Probably want to talk about this draft, though. So, Poppy and Corki were the response by WE. To take away from Fengyue, Yao Yao plays it, Monkey plays it. You've got a couple dashes to deal with here in the form of the Wukong and possibly the Cassante. Could theoretically go top now into the Cassante. It's more of a Hoya kind of pick top, but it's potentially done. Chovy, actually very fair on that topic. On that best players to number 1 Worlds, rather. And Baus, hell yeah. Man, LI really had done everything it took to make playoffs. They just hadn't fumbled that mid-game, man. I'm so frustrated. It was such an LR way to lose as well. Anyway, my annoyance over. Corki, Nami gets locked in for WE, very lane dominant. Gets you the Enchanter. Not a lot really that beats that in lane at this point. The Yunara's already gone, and the Yunara doesn't have as much fun against the Enchanter plus Corki as she does against his Corki generally. Has been the adaptation over the year so far. Nautilus banned away. Kennen away. Interesting, actually, from Cube, because, of course, 369 is the guy who pulled out the Kennen last I remember in the LPL. Running out of space here for our draft. I'm going to move the camera around again a bit, actually. I'm just going to move this over here so we're not blocking the what was taken from game 1. Ash banned away from Jachi. BDD, good shout as well. What is this WE draft? Very good early to mid-game power is what it is so far. It's not a particularly defined comp yet. Realistically, you're looking at a pick. Well, you've either got a keep away comp with Nami and Poppy holding the door shut, or you've got a very heavy skirmish comp. Zahem would fit into that quite well. Decent matchup into the Cassante, you get to free scale. What a run. Absolutely. What a run. That's exactly the way to put it. There you go. The frustration is real because it was doable. It wasn't a false dream. It was so doable, which is the frustration of things like this. But there you go. Out comes the Caitlyn. Are we Caitlyn Karma? That's the lane prio. Caitlyn Elise. Oh, okay. That's fantastic. That's really good fun. Corki Nami does not like that at all. You win the sustain. If you don't get caught by the cocoon, life is fine. If you do get hit by the cocoon, the chain is very nasty. The thing is that because you've got sustain whereas the Elise doesn't, you do actually have this quite interesting push and pull bot lane. We got a last pick TF. Fantastic fun. We've been hearing a little bit about this. We've seen it, I think, once. There's been some rumors, been flying around. Karma's Fearless band, thank you, by the way. Yes, you're right from game 2. Would have been good there otherwise. One of the Fearless issues. So, top esports, phenomenal pick. Really nasty if that first bit of CC lands. Lane dominance through bot lane to try and get yourself ahead of the curve into a very strong mid to late game stage with the Wukong Syndra scaling. And the range is nice there as well. On the other side, WE. Dangerous pick core. TF Poppy to turn up bot lane and spike earlier than the majority of Team Top Esports. Will be the play. Let me move my camera back. Run a last little section of ads. All eyes on that bot lane. Can the TF and the Poppy get down there earlier, move faster, cause some more strife before the Wukong and Syndra are online? Because that'll be the play, right? The 2v2 will be very volatile, and it'll need to work. Right, guys, I'm going to turn the camera off. I'm going to up the volume. I'm going to make sure Alex is set up on my PC. And we'll get ready for our 4th game of this series. That'll do. Well, Alex is all set up for success. If Caitlyn dies once this game is over, yeah, there is a world though where the Caitlyn at least really does take over. That'll be the plan anyway. Jachi, Feng Yue, many things, but reserved is not among them. It's cost them. There has been a lot of games where Jachi's just ended up dying early from not reading jungle ganks, whatever. Losing summoners, getting blasted, having a horrible time. There's the combo. Can't follow up. Yes, there we go. But there's a little bit of safety after. But there's the headshot. Peacemaker combo. Still pretty brutal. How is TF messing with Syndra in lane? Well, basically, TF is weirdly longer range. And actually... because Syndra doesn't get to spam her Dark Spheres in the way she used to, you can just be really annoying with the cards. TF is a surprisingly annoying laner, especially before you get a lot of AP. Good dodge there. I think also Kara's just got fancy feet here, which is helping. And you've got the wildcard passive, right, as well. Not the wildcard passive, the stack deck passive as well, which means that as long as you're farming relatively well, you will outvalue in gold. Monkey's bot side, as expected. Gonna find the bot side Scuttle Crab. Should go down to Nio. Does he have smite? Yes, he does. Sees the gold card coming. Will throw a bit of damage back. Does have to be a bit careful here. There's a wall. Yeah, but I say, you are going to want to warrior tricks to that, or Monkey's going to potentially flash wall slam you there, and it would be a bad time. I do have high hopes for Empiros. Yeah, I do too. I enjoyed watching him a lot in ERLs. Cast a lot of him when he was over on Riddle. Oh, that was a bit close. Not enough mana in the end. Just about okay with the level up. Monkey still hasn't taken the Scuttle Crab. He really needs to. I'm always very skeptical about non-top tier supports on Elise. Yes. Agreed. It is one of those champions where if it goes wrong, it goes very, very, very wrong. Not seen too much bot lane yet, though you can see both junglers are pathing down this way. I was a little surprised Monkey didn't full send down there and kind of just give up the Scuttle Crab. I didn't want to take that risk, I guess. Ongiwe's got control of the bush right now. He does need to be a bit careful again. Yeah, ow! That's the combo. Again, you do have the Nami with you, so the ability to throw some pots down. Bit of proxy farming here from 369. Can Romain get a ward leave, all that kind of jazz. Monkey's spotted, so they know where he is. He is going to need to start making some moves soon, though. You've got level 6 on Karis. I want to see some aggressive Poppy TF moves, or I get a lot more nervous about this team. Again, your early game skirmishing is where the power really is in this draft. You'll always have the potential of a good rapid-fire gold card angle, but I do think that as the game gets a bit later, the Wukong Syndra scaling is going to get very, very obnoxious. Maybe I'm underestimating. Underestimating is probably the word I want to use here. Underestimating what Zahin can do later, but I'm still not as sold. TF ult, here we go. Do get a bit of a chunk forward. Monkey gets him. He's going to get blasted. Oh my god. Aqua Prison. Still goes down 1 for 1. Nio wants the smite fight. Might not be allowed to. Overcomes Karis. Flash for the gold card. Kapout goes on in. Will die. This is a whole while. Yao Yao has to flash out. Jachi's gotten a double from this. And he's still got flash. Yao Yao is dead. Yao Yao is dead. Yeah. Oh! Good cleanse. Nicely done, Jachi. Jachi's got the start of this game with a triple kill. And he gets to clear the wave out. No one gets the dragon. But that's... Honestly, I worry there for what that's going to mean for WE. You've got the summoners off Jachi. That's great news. Karis doesn't have flash, but he's quick enough away. Fungio not quite in range to get to the minions there. Trying to get these down for his mid laner. Let's look at the replay. So you see the Destiny Gate comes on through. Cream interrupts it, which means that Monkey then looks really silly because he's not there with the gold card from TF. He's there by himself. Nearly gets out, doesn't quite. And Nio flashes away. Karis does secure the kill, but About and Karis have to absolutely full send to get that, and it gets them both killed. And then Jachi just gets to go, yeah, no, you don't. Cleanses immediately out of the Aqua Prison, 90 element net, and he's the one with the triple kill. So this Caitlyn is now unbelievably fed. Do you do Stormrazor or Collector this game? You probably could justify a Collector this game. I think I would still prefer Stormrazor just to play with the range advantage a bit. But Collector into most champions here, which is not going to build armor. Like, Poppy doesn't build that much armor from the jungle. She goes Sundered Sky and then into Deadlands eventually second. At which point your Collector's already had its value. Oh, that's an unfortunate Cocoon to miss, but now About's in so much danger, man. He's got level 6. Tidal Wave. Ace in the hole. Nio should be out. Is. Scatter. Might cost a play mid for this, though. It will. Actually, no, the thing is, Jachi's now not having a lot of fun here. Yeah, I'm going to say, this could be really nasty from the Poppy. Oh, the Flash Cocoon! Oh, Monkey couldn't track the enemy support. Oh, that was... Okay. Part 1, phenomenal from Fungui. Phenomenal from Fungui on the response timer there. That was so good. On the other hand, Monkey, my guy... You've got to track where the enemy is a bit. I know they were low HP. In another world, that is a superb block. Oh, hang on, another Cocoon. Youch. Oh. But that was really nice from Fungui. Karis. Karis. No, 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 no. Oh, no. He's dead. Yeah. Scatter. Unleash power. Nicely done. They have just made sure this Poppy and TF are permanently on vision, and it's costing them so much here. Someone hold me. I can't do this. There goes the red buff. Jachi is unreal fed right now as well. At least get grubs. There is the collector from the Caitlyn, Hex Flash, Cream. I don't think it's actually that threatened here. Fungui's coming. Yeah, you don't want this, guys, I don't think. This is Verdict. There goes Dragon. Good, Repel. Doesn't get them in danger. Is they going to have to flash out here? They're going to jump onto the Elise. Nio got taken low. Fungui is dead. Nio will survive for now. That's a bit better from WE. One back. No flash from the Caitlyn and couldn't repel out to the Blast Cone. They really want to get that one. Oh, Monkey doesn't quite get it. He might actually be in danger here. Yeah, he's going to get the heal out at least. Is the Syndra coming? No. Syndra's had to reset in mid. They're going to end up taking a lot of damage in this bot lane. Cube's got passive. 369's not having fun here. Okay, ult for ult. This could be a bit away. There's going to be a lot of healing. Oh, misses the Q3. That actually evens up a fair amount of the gold bot lane. About's going to have gotten like a wave and 2 plates there over. Yeah, look, the gold is still good for Kajachi, but it's gone down from like a grand down. And they did get the dragon there, at least at top esports. A little bit south of Fungi now to get out there. Yeah, TF could still be the win con, right? Like, if you have TF Poppy just turn up to a side lane without top esports able to respond, the man advantage and the ability to just CC chain someone is pretty disgusting. Particularly people like the Elise. And the Syndra, who will have very limited options to avoid that chain. Monkey does about get away for now, but yeah, unfortunately because he couldn't go towards his own jungle will die. That's top lane role quest. We'll lose a few minions there as a result of his scuffling, but that's alright for 369. He's had a very good series so far today, I think. Again, the Narb was nutty last game, as we saw. Rough one for Monkey? Yeah. Yeah, it's not been easy. Cream going for the Black Fire build. The thing with this Black Fire build is it allows you to get to a lot of ability haste, which is very nice into things like the TF, because it means with that and the phase rush, you are very, very quick. Cosmic Drive gives you a lot of move speed. The ability haste means you're actually quite safe because you keep getting to cycle through Scatter the Weaks and Force of Wills, so your time on the wave is more limited. Your from Burst is a little less scary. I don't think you need it to be this game, honestly. About. Oh, baby. Oh, fun. Oh, about. No. Yeah, you need to leave, my friend. Where's the rest of WE? Not here right now. This is not fun. Yao Yao's coming. Good cocoon track. Yeah, out. Bit of a shield, buy some time. Oh, that's not great from Feng Yue, actually. Get out of there vaguely. 1 and 2 repels when I've gone. That's a bit short. If they really wanted to buff Elise. Ouch. Oh! There's the heal for heal. They really want to buff Elise. Jachi needs to be a bit afraid of a tidal wave over the wall. Yeah. And there's the gold card. He's probably dead. Cleanse. Out. It's a lot of damage. They want to flash this? They kind of do. The heal back. He's dead. Ooh, unleash power. There we go. Jachi's avenged. Karis is going to take out some of the wave, but there's the additional damage. Flash over the wall from the Nami, who's still not going to have a lot of fun. Cream flashes to follow. Aqua Prison still hits. Oh, that's unfortunate. You see Yao Yao running. Another scatter should be up at this point. Oh, nearly through the wall. You can do the extended range with wall stuff. The thing is, because 369 teleported, Cube with all of these grubs is going to be able to attack that turret and probably get it, actually. And again, for all the mid lane farms in favor of Cream, the additional kill and stack deck passive is just very silly for TF's ability to get a hold of gold. Jachi's still a real problem, though. Is he going LDR second? I think he might be. Huh. It does mean that Caitlyn's then very future-proofed. It's a decent 2 out of flank. It's just not infinity. Gonna give up Herald here. There's the second dragon in trade. Not the fastest dragon stack, but it'll do. Not comfortable trusting his Zion. Yeah, me too. It feels like one of the reasons we're seeing less Zion is like his reliability is so limited. Like, he needs his passive to truly team fight. And that's just not very easy to guarantee. Oh, knock up. Flash for the gold card, and that's just a kill onto the Wukong. There's the response time we were talking about. And that's going to be mid lane turret as well. Not bad from WE. The mid game spike is real. Syndra has a bounty by being involved in a fair number of the kills and being up 30 CS. Karis, good W. Oh, 369 could cause some trouble here. All out. Poppy. Is Fun going to be able to help here? No, okay. That was a bit far there from 369. Creep's going to get this turret. Okay, there we go. Double turret for top esports. Extends their gold lead a bit. Good chunk there onto Yo-Yo. Cream now has no flash. Yeah, it can be a bit scary here into the pick. Got the Lichbane done for Karis, so Roa Lichbane is a decent mid-game spike, to say the least. Not like the highest damage build of all time on TF. That's not really the point in here with this, though. The upfront burst is pretty good, and you stay safe when you go for those TPs, which can be very, very nice. That'll be rapid fire to get the extended range on those gold cards. These days, TF is largely utility. Not as heavy as it once was. Somewhat split off here, actually. Yeah, I think he might just be dead, you know. Another footwork? No, he's gone. Wow, wow, wow. There you go. There's the collapse. WE doing a very good job of just turning up as a group there. The Destiny Gates have really been working now. And this is what we were talking about with the Poppy TF combo. Meaning the top esports aren't actually accelerating past about 1,500 gold. Which is good for WE in that sense. The problem is they've not actually managed to get ahead, and I do worry that their comp will need at some point to have a lead. Because I think the scaling of Syndra, Wukong, Cassante is not going to be great fun to deal with. In a way, I think the Poppy TF is a lot more mid-game focused, even the Corki, right, to an extent as well. He's had 2 items. He's got the Muramana Spike. Actually, worth noting that Caitlyn has gone towards... I should have known. It wasn't Lord Doms. It was Hex Optics. Very, very good item on the Caitlyn. Now it'll be Infinity Edge. Basically means if you're playing at max range, which you can be with the Elise, right? Like, you just get these insane burst combos. It allows you to play from a long, long way away, which can be very nice when you're trying to outrange anyway and avoid gold cards. Another bit of CC. Dragon is up. Will still be WE on the starting point of this, as Cream was looking for an angle in here, but I do think Top Esports are really strongly control the river. Every time they've tried, they've been jumped on by people. Fungyue is also just not very tanky on this Elise at this point. Never really was. That's just Dragon taken by WE. Stops the soul point. Now you get a bit interesting for Top Esports. Destiny Gate, man advantage. They have got a fairly decent CC chain, and 369 just isn't that tanky right now. In comes Zarhead, and this is looking good for WE. Maybe we should have trusted the Zarhead, and the Scud of the Week finally lands. But Jachi is only really now turning up. The 5v5s aren't looking great fun for Top Esports yet. And with Nio down, can they just do Baron? They might be able to, you know. It's going to be a little bit risky, but they're going to try. I think realistically they want the turn here. They're not going to have the fastest Baron of all time here. They really aren't. Karras needs to be a bit careful. Maybe I just underestimated the TF consistent pick combo. That's a good amount of CC to on about. They're going to all in. That's about gone. Nice execute. Oh, WE, have you gone too far? They've still managed to kill off Cream and Jachi. So maybe that'll be fine. 2 for 1 there. They can't do the Baron, but they do get the 2 kills back. So I think largely a win there for WE regardless. This has been a very good mid-game from WE, where we were hoping to see it from them, but I worried after the early lane with the Caitlyn getting so far ahead that it would become very, very difficult. But effectively, every time Top Esports have tried to control the river, they have failed because WE have full sent it at the person in the river. And that's made Top Esports' life so much harder. Real credit to Karras and mid-game Monkey for making that happen with Yao Yao. I think that kind of core has been very, very strong. It's a really good knockaway. It gives you the 4v5. You get to just run at people with the insane CC chain. 369 just isn't that tanky yet. You've got enough mixed damage at this point. There's enough CC. You can't Pathmaker at all. Hey, Tak. Good to see you. Cube also just gets a really good Zarhead team fight. I don't want to tell you. Sun and Sky Trinity Force. Delicious. Rapid Fire's done from Karras. So at this point, you've got a 3-item TF, able to consistently look for catches on key members. Makes it very difficult for Cream and Jachi position. No one's really able to build a Mercurial Scimitar. I mean, that too, but Mikhail's. It's still a relatively even game gold-wise, but I worry about the river control. Because basically, they thought that Monkey, like Nio and or 369 should be able to face check and get some walls down in the river. That hasn't been the case. You've at least got Infinity Edge now for Jachi, and that is a big deal. Like, actually, the other side of this is no one's realistically built that much armor. You will do a lot of damage. You've gotten a dead man's plate to worry about. Everyone else had to go Merc Treads for the pick CC combos, very understandably so. But theoretically, if Jachi gets a team fight platform, he'll be very, very scary still. But I don't think I'd quite clocked from the position they were in that the TF was still going to be such an issue. And it has been an issue. Also, very good game from Yao Yao on the Nami. He's had a couple of these Enchanter games. Between this and the Lulu, I've gone, you know what, not bad. Game 5, let's go. Yeah, it might be possible. It's not done yet. And Karras does not win a 1v1 versus Cassandre. As the 5v5, you're scary. Everyone else, not so much fun. There's the knockaway. I've had to summon a lot of TPs to make this happen. Good damage back. Can they find any pick? No, they can't. Bout's done a fairly decent job of landing some of that rocket poke. Cube with no bounty is crazy. It is a little actually, isn't it? He's not died yet either. Jachi going to be forced to heal. Gets jumped on. Bit of a speed up. Does put down the trap. Needs to be really careful. What do you do? Guys, where's the defense? What are we doing? Jachi burns everything and no one even bothers like trying to cocoon for someone there? Oh no. Like, what more does the Caitlyn have to do? Puts the trap down in front of him in case the charge comes on through. So Monkey has to walk around the trap. And from in the middle of the river to all the way back to his tier 2. Oh, dear me. I mean, it's very good from WE, right? Like, their kind of continual ability to prowl for picks been very, very strong. With the TF and Corki and Nami running at you. With the Poppy, of course, as well, is actually what I really want to see. Could theoretically become a flip, can't quite make it happen. Baron secured by WE. Karis now flashes away. Might be able to get one back, but another gold card. He's on solo cooldown. Gets quite interesting. WE not on a lot of HP here. If they can keep this going, Jachi's nearly back. Will at least be able to ace in the hole. I don't know if you want this fight, WE. I really don't. Are you going to be allowed to reset now? Cube's not the fastest player around, but they do manage to pull out of it. Probably gets top esports soul point. The reset timers aren't fantastic. No, they're not going to rush it. Okay. That's the third item now from about. I thought that this chain CC was going to be much more potent about diving bot lane, which we saw them try from WE with the Poppy and the TF towards his Corki Nami. That didn't really play out. It really has been this mid game around these objectives where the CC chains have just been really miserable because top esports haven't got someone really able to face check. You've got a very heavily armor building Kasante who is really actually struggling to deal with a lot of the HP. Hasn't got anything like a Jack show, no HP really in this build, so it just isn't that able to throw off the CC chains that well. Even with the Merc Treads, about goes forwards, doesn't quite get tanked. Very aggressive there, but he's got an army behind him, would be alright. But yeah, I was hoping for a bit more from Nio and 369 in terms of their ability to face check in the river. That's not really happened. They're not necessarily simple. And WE have done a very, very good job of collapsing very, very fast. And I think the TF at this point is becoming such a kingpin. If basically any card that lands allows someone like the Nami or the Poppy just run at you. Karis left very low. There's a knock away. Are we doing anything more here? I don't know. Again, top esports not able to confirm the kills. Baron is 1,500 gold power play. Not massive, but getting to 2,500 gold ahead is really nice. Yeah, Cream. The thing is, though, we've still got to remember that eventually Wukong's going to hit level 16 and have something like a GA. Eventually, there'll be a death cap on Cream. And suddenly life gets a lot harder. There is now a Mikhails on Feng Yue as well, because I always thought the top esports had the better later stages in terms of the draft. I do think that will be true. Their ability to close down the distance won't be simple, because Steadfast Presence, Tidal Wave, and Corki's ability to Valkyrie and consistent gold cards means the person going forwards or looking for the flank angle is as likely to get caught in a CC chain as anything else. However, I do think the scaling and that burst is going to be very good into a comp that is largely squishy. Like, that Zonya's pickup from Karis, I think, is very astute, because I think he's quite vulnerable to a potential, say, Unleashed Power kind of angle. I mean, that's Roa and level 17 for you. That's why he survived. Did Karis. Feels like Kate doesn't have enough peel. Yeah, I think partly as well, because top esports are looking for flanks, you don't have the Kasante and the Wukong in front of the Caitlyn. And Elise is only good at peeling one person, and you have to hit the cocoon. And it just means that Jachi is not having a great time in this mid game. And I don't even think that Jachi's necessarily playing very badly in these moments. Like, he's running as far as he can and using all the tools he has available. And, you know, you have to be involved as the Caitlyn. You can't not be involved if you want the pick, especially as the person with the gold lead. But then the problem is that actually in the extended chase down with Poppy running at you with Deadmans and Steadfast Presence, plus the Nami's passive, the Tidecaller's Blessings and the rest of it all speeding up people. Like, what do you do to run away? Like, you can run for half a lane and still have people chasing you because they just don't care. Also, I think WE just grouped up more. They've just grouped up and said, great, well, you can't pick us up for all in the group. You're not going to have a great time. And that's largely been pretty good. We've seen top esports try to cross-map a little bit with Cream and 369 playing wider. But I think it's just been harder to do that and actually keep the smaller units against the big death ball of WE safe. You're now at 4 items for both AD carries. Rapid fire for Jachi to try and keep distance. The Lord Doms would have been the nicer buy at this point, but I think you feel obligated into the rapid fire to just stay away, and I don't blame them. Jachi for needing to do that. It's suboptimal in terms of raw DPS. In terms of game state, I think it makes some sense. Neomuji, there are some on Onivia. We are planning to do some ourselves as well. It's just a matter of getting an editor who can help us do that. So the answer is yes, kind of. We've got a team fight happening, so I'll have to discuss this after. But it's definitely on the cards for playoffs proper. There goes Cream, jumped on. I mean, they're just not tanky, are they? Oh, that's decent damage back. But there's still the heal, right? Like, the disengage is really, really not there. And basically, top esports are realizing if their comp is going backwards, it's a bad time. And they did a lot of damage to a lot of people, but no kills there. Is this double a limb? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, winners make it straight to playoffs. Oh, Jachi got Destiny gated on. Tries to jump away, does get a little headshot angle. They're going to keep looking for more. Can they disengage? Because Monkey can just go hunting forwards. Gets the triple knock-up into the rocket. And WE, I just hadn't quite tracked the mid-game ability to keep going forwards. Especially from the position top esports were in. I think top esports could realistically have won this game. But I think I hadn't quite clocked the Nami's ability to speed people up and just say, screw it, we ball up. And Karis has been so good on the Twisted Fate, forcing on individual members on targets that thought they were going to be at safe distances. And top esports just haven't tracked them out well. This is not great from WE. This was more like what I was worried about. What? WE? Oh dear. That might just be Baron over to top esports now. I'm going to put that out there. The scout of the week just goes wide. Don't quite the DPS check. They can do this. You've got 35 seconds. What an incredible throw. Oh, dear. Well, and obviously, look, the thought process is there. We need to kill the jungler off so we can take this. But they go over the wall and Cube does not get his passive. Karis doesn't want to commit the flash. You've got a Destiny Gate to smite. Hang on, does he want to come in here? No. Clearing waves. Baron secured. Karis. Okay, he now comes over. Can they get anything in the extended play? I don't think so. That was incredible timing on my part. I was thinking, wow, WE, what a great mid-game. So Cube comes over, doesn't have his passive, misses the dreaded return. And at this point, reminder, Cream has a death cap and an elixir of sorcery. He's an absolute monster in terms of damage. This time, Niall gets to get a Cyclone off on someone, because we've basically seen no Cyclones this game. Like, I genuinely think Niall just needs to sit on top of Jachi and Cyclone over jumps at him. That is how you keep your Caitlyn safe. Did the Caitlyn sell? Caitlyn sold Hex Optics for Lord Doms, by the way. She just sold it, just one for Lord Doms now. Hasn't snowballed enough to get the Hex Optics value, and it just isn't at long enough range. Yeah, honestly, the Poppy value has been really, really good. I thought that the Poppy was going to struggle in the mid game from the ranged pick, like the Caitlyn, Elise, Syndra just going, yeah, you're not tanky, get blasted. But that hasn't been the case, and I think the knockaways, the ults have been so good in the grouped up fights as well. Over the Collector? Yeah, but no, I'm kind of there with you. But then again, that's just giving you more armor pen with the Collector, which the Hex Optics isn't. So between Lord Doms and Collector, you are now hitting people like the Nami and the Corki for a lot of damage. Either way, decision's been made. I won't profess to know all the breakpoints on Caitlyn, so a Caitlyn main who knows what they're talking about might be able to have a bit more of a conversation there. If Pillow's in chat, I trust their judgment here. But with the Baron, I think they will now be able to siege and go forwards themselves with what this com's wanted to do for the last 10 minutes. They did so well in the early stages and just didn't really respect what WE could do even from a deficit. Karis has got a death cap now, by the way. Here comes the Destiny Gate. Where are you going with that? Nowhere? Okay. Just threatening. Doesn't really lead to all that much. That's quite a big cooldown to give up, you know? 2-1 to WE right now. So this would be the game win for Top Esports, and WE would be sent careening down. The lower bracket. Hang on, TP behind. Here comes Zarhead. Wait. This could get interesting. The knockaway on the cycloning Wukong. 3C's down in danger. So is Cream! And they've blown him up. Does at least get the ult off before he dies, but about is still just fine. Repel up from Fungiway, who just isn't tanky anymore. Flash for the gold card. And WE's Death Ball and CC Jade have been immaculate in these team fights. Karis gets the triple. Really good stuff from the mid jungle there. You can't disengage as the Wukong as if you're kicked away to Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe picked up a fourth moniker. The Monkey is kicked out as well, ironically, by Monkey. And to the Nexus turrets we go, and it's been a fracas of a game. But WE stabilize after the poor early game. And Top Esports just don't know how to manage the CC chains in the group top fights. We go to 5. You know what song's coming up, folks. We're scraping silver for the first time in winter 2026. Well, that was something. I am so curious who gets MVP for this. I really am. I am so curious who gets MVP for this. Hey, thank you, Corey. For the cheer. Bro buff for Karis. Yeah, to be fair, I think Karis had a good game there. I don't think who I'd give MVP to. Possibly the Nami, you know? I think Karis probably is the one who made more plays. The TF was really clutch. Considering this was a last pick TF, basically. The TF value after a really shoddy early game from the mid jungle. The comeback, the mid game plays in the grouped up 5v5. When again, I was looking at that comp and I was going, you know what? TF Poppy, that's going to be about diving that bot lane, right? And that's what they tried to do, and it went really wrong. And I hadn't really registered how strong it was going to be in the 5v5. I thought the Syndra Wukong scaling was going to be way more valuable than it was. I thought the Caitlyn from the lead was going to outrange and be such a problem. And the CC chains and the knockaways was so disgusting. Are you going to Yone jungle, Jonas? What are you threatening to do in Valence League? Good lord. All right, guys. I am going to run some adverts. I'm going to be back in a couple minutes. I really need a bio break, so I'm going to throw some coffee on. I will leave this off and have a look at the MVP and stuff. I'll be right back. in a second or two, but I'm hankering for a quick break, so I'll return very shortly. If you don't want to deal with adverts, subscribe. There is a Ko-fi link, which is a great way to donate if you're on YouTube. There's also Opera GX, which is our sponsor for the month. Opera GX, wonderful browser. It is Chromium. Will literally transfer all of your Chrome extensions over for you and your bookmarks. You don't have to give up all that stuff. And it's still a lot more lightweight, isn't as memory intensive. All the good stuff that Chrome is becoming really bulky to manage. So I'm really enjoying using the browser. And it's free and helps support us. So if you want to help us out, 2 minutes of your time to check out what is actually a very good browser. So I'm not even shilling for a bad product. It's a good product. You got Kaiser Jungle waiting? Oh my god. Maybe it's time for me to go away again. Hey, Mackie, good to see you, mate. Oh. Do we miss much, chat? I don't think so. Oh, last bunch of adverts before we get in. I really needed that break. My days. Apologies for that, guys. Oh. Hello, 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 hello. How are we all doing? What did I miss? As expected, they dragged 5 games always. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Thanks for giving us game 5. You're too powerful. Yeah, thanks, Mecha. Appreciate your power here. As ever. Hang on, lean back a bit. Oh. We can get this way a bit. There we go. How are we feeling about the series so far? Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Finally over 10,400 followers, which is pretty awesome. It is indeed very awesome. Banger. Yeah, it's been good fun. I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying it. I think basically we're seeing that if Karis and Monkey get to do things, WE feel a lot better about the game state. That game wasn't about 369, which helps as well. So the counter, and I think the counter pick was actually in the end very, very powerful. I'm a little bit frustrated by Top Esports' inability to leverage the leads they had, but I don't think they were necessarily expecting to have to team fight in the way that they did, basically. Where it was like, actually, we just can't disengage this. What? And basically, well, the moment Top Esports stopped being able to make their own proactive moves, it became very, very difficult. Who your ads? Be gone. Be gone. We are on to stage again. Hey, a couple more Opera GX signups. Appreciate you guys. Hello from New Zealand. Hello. I won't torment you with my very bad New Zealand accent. My way to get into a New Zealand accent is to just say Bunsmith. All those years watching New Zealand rugby as a pained Welsh fan. There's that one fantastic YouTube video about building your dick. 12-foot dick. Of course, if you hear that, sounds very inappropriate and therefore very funny. Right, I need to move some things around. I need to change the music, so give me 2 seconds, guys. And we'll get locked in for our draft for game 5. Oh, baby. That'll do. Okay. I can't move that on there. I need to move it over here. I was trying to move it on my projector, which is not correct. No, that's the wrong thing. No, that's the one. Thank you. There we go. Move over there so we can see what's happening. And what is happening at this point? The deck video is fantastic. It is. It is. It is. Bans. Malphite, Kai'Sa, Yone this late on in. First pick, Kennen. Holy moly. Okay. Other side, the Jace, the Yorick at this point banned away alongside the Rise. Does 369 have an answer to the Kennen? Oh, please tell me the Vladimir. I love game 5s. Alrighty then. Okay. Blind picked the Kennen. It was banned out last time. 369 goes, yeah, bet. That could still theoretically be a mid lane Vladimir. But really, over the last couple of years, Vladimir has been a top laner over a mid laner. Is your dick like the talk of the town? It is indeed. There's the Sivir to come with it. The team fight from WE has got a lot of AoE. We Mundoing at this point. Has kind of slipped through the ban phase. Monkey is a good Mundo. He's been playing it more than a lot of other junglers, even when it's not into the Malphite. Ashe gives you some pick. Very easy to proc the spell shields. I will note, though, Mundo passive and spell shield kind of make your options with the arrow a lot more limited. So we're going to Zeri. Okay, so Zeri, big team fight. Hyper carry, try to match the Sivir. That way a lot of mobility, which can be frustrating for the Mundo and the Kennen to deal with. She's got a wall nearby. It can be very difficult to lock her down, as we all know. Works very well with the Fiend Hunter Bolts. I thought we'd see more of Zeri, honestly, than we have. With the Fiend Hunter Bolts being so good for Zeri, but hasn't really seen much play. Nautilus band. She doesn't have HP-based damage, but you could feel... There is a world where you go back to that old Titanic build. Don't think you will. It'll be Fiend Hunter likely. But basically, the issue that Mundo runs into is that you can't actually stay on top of Zeri very easily. And you do end up just taking out, like, actually, the sustained damage is so annoying that Mundo doesn't necessarily get to heal through it all, per se. Because what he doesn't do is block damage. He heals through it. So it can be an interesting matchup. Need to land those cleaves. The Vladimir is a better option for that. Vladimir is very good into tanks because you just get to sustain your way through. The only thing is you do eventually end up at melee range of the Mundo, which can be problematic. I think it should still be a decent Mundo game, but I'll be very interested to see how these matches out there. That's a missed ban from WE. I just realized that's a missed ban. Okay, that's an unnecessary mistake. Victor banned away, missed ban. There's the Braum as well, so disengage option. Yao Yao was always a Braum player. Rakan, very good with the Zeri. Good diver with the Nocturne. Have we got a Kali available? No, it's been played in game 2. Fair enough. Yuumi! Oh, the cat is back. It also fantastic on Monday. Fantastic on Monday. Your engage is relatively limited right now as WE. I'll say that. You just run at people real fast. Silas. Okay. Quickness and Nocturne Paranoia are two pretty good options. That gives you a bit more engage. Your engage is quite conditional. Oh my god. No way. Not a last hit Kassadin. It's actually really good this game though. Who locks the Kassadin down? Who locks the Kassadin down? And Silas does not enjoy stealing the Kassadin ult. It's a really meh ult for him to steal. Oh, we're just going Smolder and scaling. Okay. I think the Kassadin would have been good fun. But there we go. Smolder is the choice. We're going Smolder mid into the Silas. You just get to scale for free. You've got a lot of relatively short range carries. You can flap over walls. You can follow up on the Nocturne dive by pressing R. Vladimir will be a diving threat with the Nocturne as well. I'll be interested to see whether Nocturne runs the TP or goes for the Ghost. TP would give you the shield, which would help for Vladimir's later stage, where sometimes he struggles and just gets blasted on his way in. But being able to run the combat summoner always feels really good on the Vladimir. Oh, that's such interesting draft. So WE, a lot of bruisers, a lot of scaling. Yuumi with a lot of people who love to have those additional bits of enchant work, but the CC, somewhat limited. I think the Mundo could be quite annoying to manage unless things like the Zeri and the Vladimir to get to go through a lot of rotations. You're going to need to use your terrain very effectively here as top esports. Get across walls, force the Mundo and some of the rest of his crew to burn flashes to follow after you. Double AD carry with dive is interesting. I think there is a decent amount of follow-up because basically the smaller presses are, Zeri jumps in with you. Run some ads before we get into game. We'll up our volume as well while we're at it. Two very Game 5 drafts, to say the least. We'll have Giles coming first before we head on to the Rift. Okay, 369 has gone for the combat summoning. He's got the ignite, better for the 1v1, really threatens Cube now in earlier stages of the game, which can be quite important. Vladimir is very good when you get to sustain through stuff. Kennen can poke you down, so you don't get to free transfusion per se. There's the early ignite. Bloody hell, alright, very aggressive early start to the lane. That'll be the play there. Kennen to Vladimir could be a very flippy matchup. Kennen also really doesn't like people who can trade with him. He's a ranged top laner who, much like the mini Gnar actually sometimes, doesn't like having people who can do what he does but better. Little note there from Galfalol in chat, which I completely agree with as well. Very item dependent for top esports. Very, very true. You're going to want 2 items and stacks. Plus, for Cream and Jachi, you want similar kind of breakpoint for the Vladimir. Nocturne wants a Hex Plate. Not, in fairness, that WE don't want that, but there is something about the base utility of Mundo, Yuumi, Kennen, even the Sylas, that could be quite annoying. Both of these teams realistically going to want to scale. So I will say, I think WE's comp is going to come online slightly earlier, because the Sivir is the real hyperscaler here, whereas things like the Sylas and the Kennen, a bit better at that 1 item breakpoint. That said, I think top esports have got a lot of ways to potentially jump on someone quite aggressively with Rakan, Nocturne, Vladimir. Smolder and Zeri, 2 of the better AD carries about following up on a play as well, which can be quite difficult. And again, there's also that ability to just run away. Quite slippery as a composition from top esports. And when you don't have that much in the way of dashes, really, for WE. You can run really fast, but your dash is somewhat limited, it must be said. Sylas, the only person with the true mobility there. Terrain is going to be a really big breakpoint for this game as a result. There's a reason why Monkey's going for the flash, not the ghost this time on the Mundo. It can sometimes be that summoner spell. Both supports running Spellbook. And indeed, yeah, there is no permanent exhaust. You can pick them up from the spellbook. But yeah, there is no perma exhaust. I will say, part of what top esports can do is just say, yeah, okay, so cannons come in, we just run away. Flat, 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 flash. Double mobility summoners from Jachi. Rakan's very mobile. Vladimir has pool. Okay, top lane. Monkey gets ignited. 369 trying to speed away. Needs to flash. Gets stunned regardless. We'll have a transfusion here. Gets another transfusion under the turret. Tides of blood. Keeps himself alive. Has to burn both summoners. Cube also blowing his flash. And has early teleported here as well, actually, I'll note. Means that 369 has managed to already force Cube to back on a pretty rough timing. There's the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Really, really nice breakpoint for Vladimir, whose power really does come through for how many times can I transfuse. I'm trying to think about whose comp is easier to play. And the answer probably is WE's, because there is to a certain extent, what you do is group up as 5 and sustain your way through the attempted burst. Mundo, Sylas with Yuumi to help support everyone else, and you just play as a death ball and make it quite simple. I think top esports theoretically have the highest ceiling to their comp, double hyperscaling AD carries, a lot more mobility to outplay the relatively immobile WE if they're forced to go forwards. Vladimir is another very scary scaler who's going to be really unfun to deal with in terms of your flanking angles and your ability to manage him in a side lane. But I will say the potential floor, the floor to execute is higher too. And that could be a bit problematic. And I don't think WE's comp is that bad in terms of the scaling either. You've got a lot of sustain, and if you fumble the pick, particularly if you do go forwards with this Nocturne, jump on someone and they do survive, and there are a lot of tools to make that happen. Yuumi plus all of that sustain we've been talking about could be very tricky. I don't know about this one. Very hit and miss. Both Moms saw summon. Fungiway needs to run away. Monkey is in mid lane. The Ignite comes on down from Fungiway's Spellbook. 369 is in a lot of danger, but there's an Nocturne turnaround, and Cube doesn't have flash. Looking for the last auto, gets it. It's all a ruse, and Cube realizes that 369 wasn't really so alone. Early laning's also been very nice here from Top Esports, it must be said. Range matchup, mid lane, giving Cream a lot of CS advantage into Karis. Nio's first ult comes away with a kill. 369 has been bullying well in that top lane. The only place it's kind of been a bit more even is his bot lane, but I think the fact that both the Sivir and the Zeri going even isn't really that much of a surprise. We'll have a look here. Isn't there a attempted dive? Well, there's the Sanguine Pool. Hemoplague into attempted kill there with the Slicing Maelstrom. At this point, I think you just have to give it up. One last auto would have done it, but the Paranoia drops vision. Can't quite get there. At this point, Cube knows he's a dead man. Nio flashes, gets the kill. Monkey didn't get 6 from that? No, I know. 1 HP, sad. Yeah, I know. Really was. And the problem is that now puts this Ken in a really difficult position in the lane. Ignites back up for 369, despite having the not having the teleport. Is ahead in CS as well. And Vladimir, once you hit a certain point, doesn't really have to reset that much because you are so low resource. You sustain off the wave off your enemy champion. You don't have mana to worry about. Get ability, hey, sit in lane, reset only when you get a good timer. Assuming you are able to kind of dictate your own back timings, which isn't always the case. Have a great time. Invade here from Nio. Monkey on the other side of the map means he's going to be losing this blue buff pretty regardless. Fungiway's actually roamed up to support in case there is some trouble. Yuumi hyper carry coming. It's a possibility. Has gone towards the area actually for a little bit more shielding and poke power there as well. Fungiway will hop away. They see the grubs going down. Do they want to fight this? They do. Here we go. First proper team fight of the game. The Paranoia in on top of the Sivir who needs to run away. Now Nio's pretty deep. Reminder doesn't have the flash. Mob is summoned. Monkey going to throw down his ult. Karis now looking with a quickness angle. Decent healing there. 369 goes down. Good sustain. Re-engage from Cube. Forces some flashes. Nio needs to back away. Cream in danger himself. Monkey still sustaining. Flash away from the AD carries. Nice turnaround play there. Makes it the 1 kill back for WE. Lot of summoners blown there by Top Esports. About not forced to flash himself. It's great news for him. Everyone else on WE is. And they get the grubs. Top Esports can't quite secure the kill. And as we said, there is a world where it goes a bit wrong when you go forwards. Really nice flank there from Karis. Nabs the quickness caused a lot of trouble, and the re-engage is excellent. 1 flash remains in the game for both teams. 369 just came off cooldown. And the grubs there, actually really nice for WE. Stops it going to the Vladimir. Stops going to the Smolder, which can be really important. Who has grubs? WE does, that we'll see properly once the role quests are completed, basically. not too much happening now again. Dragon did go the way of W as well. So the early objective's been good. Heart still done on a decent timer here for Monkey. First items in general beginning to get completed. Rocket Belt is in for Karis. And I think it is definitely a Rocket Belt game. Look, I'm pretty standard on Silas these days anyway. Hey, Kiwi, good to see you. No, the lurk is absolutely appreciated. Blast cones in general, that will spot Monkey out the back end of this. Is he going to go for the dive? There is a world where with the Yuumi around, you can just run at this with the ult and say, yeah, I don't think the tower hurts us. Found Monkey. I think Jachi needs to leave. Yeah. Okay, Cleaver lands. That's going to 369 a lot of license to go top. Ignites down. They'll try and slicing Maelstrom this. 369 drops the tower aggro. Well, very good juggling on that one. Bot lane will now be a dive, surely. They don't get the wave it. Monkey gets a bit of healing there. Will defibrillate briefly. Cream jumps on here a bit. Both mothers are summoned. Karis is obviously adopted. Mom and stepmom. That's what I'm calling it. Oh, it's stepmom. Oh, it's genius. What? Where is Smolder v Silas been all my life? Stolen Smolder ult is stepmom. I'm a genius. Clip it, guys. That is the name. Oh, I'm suddenly more interested now. Mecha. Do I need to get the bomb camera out? Dumdrill style. Silas wants a dragon mommy. I don't blame him. 369 is level 11 now, and I think Cube is just now long past the point where this Kennen can actively threaten the Vladimir. The double kills that have gone against Cube have put him into a horrible position, and the early top lane role quest means that 369 is now level 11. The extra experience means this Vladimir is such a break point. Reminder that the game 3 was basically won by 369 just diffing Cube. This was a first pick Kennen to which 369 went, yeah, bet. Don't get me wrong, Nio's turned up and ganked twice. Monkey's not been seen top, really. We set aside from that kind of grubs play. But it does mean this Kennen's just not going to be able to deal with this at all. We're on bargain bucket stuff here for Cube. He's got not even completed boots, no first item. Whereas 369, look, he can take some damage, but he isn't going to give a damn. Monkey and Nio are going to spot each other. I don't actually know whether Monkey wins this. Maybe forced to ult. Overcomes Karis, looking for the angle. Does land that. That's not bad, you know. We'll force 369 away. Herald's a minute off. Monkey clearing out some wards. He's going to be resetting on vision. Transfusion. Monkey does really need to be careful about around now as well. Get the spell shield. They're on the hunting this. Yeah. Okay. Ricochet! Wave gets cleared quite heavily as a result. There's Karis getting that mid lane roll quest. Already done by Creep. Who is going to get jumped on here briefly, but slides away there with a flap, flap, flap. Does a good job with the Super Scorcher Breath of chunking back. And now actually at half HP, there is a world where we see something more happen. They face check. I don't actively know whether Fungway needs this, because there is a world where, yeah, that happens. There's a stolen quickness angle available. Quickness in turn. Cream does get over the wall. And so quickness for quickness. 100-meter sprint. 369 going to get a crystallized proc here. Imagine if he had grubs, man. Sanguine Pool, Hema Plague. Cube needs to leave again. He can't sit there. There'll be an Ignite available for 369 at this point as well. Has to leave. Damn, Cream is playing Smolder. How far we've come. I will remind you that Cream was quite a good Kai'Sa.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
And then he had that one game where he just decided to fly into the sun on OMG. National Fly into the Sunday. For those who celebrate. It's a great Tristana too, very true. His Tristana and Yone were very, very good. Icarus moment, precisely Nightstar. Karis might be your way out here, Miss WE. If the Silas can get to the point where he can threaten a Vladimir in a side lane, that might be a way to deal with this. The problem is just the fact that Smolder's been able to stack for free. 187 stacks already. It's a good fast stack rate, actually. And with double 80 carries and a Vladimir, I think your HP scalers are going to struggle to survive extended fights. You've got a lot of tools as a death ball here as WE, as we kind of said. But I do worry about the ability to fully sustain through. We saw the early fight around the grubs and went, you know what, we see it. I don't know how consistent that will be as the game gets later. Mega Blast going out from Fungyue. Shanji kind of had such a bad showing last year that he just got dropped. He really was very poor, unfortunately. That's the reason we're not really seeing him around. Maybe he comes back as the year goes on and people need to look at other top laners. But I think, unfortunately, despite all his weird picks, none of them worked. He was losing on standard matchups. He was losing on weird matchups. It was apparently not the easiest to work with. Cream free scaling. Yeah, that's my worry here as well. The Smolder's gotten a lot of stacks. If you can get Soul Point, maybe that's your way back in. They win the Smite fight. That is Soul Point. The problem is what happens to the rest of the play. Out goes Fungyue, and oh boy, they do kill off the Rakan. Nio's trying to get the kills, but the sustain is ridiculous. But look at the Vladimir. Hang on, Yuumi, Mundo, very scary. Not enough to deal with, though. They have to Mega Blast Cone, but 369 is flashing for more. Can't quite catch up to Cube. Can they look for anything more? This will be a 3v1. 369 gets jumped on. He's dead. Good flash from Karis. 2 for 2. Will cost them another turret in mid lane. And probably this bot lane turret as well. Really nice from Karis to just jump in that bush. Was hunting to see whether he and Cream could punish Cube. Was expecting the resets, didn't drag Karis. Unfortunate there, because 369 has been having a pretty good game. That's an unfortunate death to give up. Will cost a summoner or two. Several of them, in fact, from WE. But you can see what the death ball is supposed to do. It's a race between sustain and the DPS check. Japchi and Karis trading out on the one side as Karis does lightning crash to cause some trouble. The ricochet over the wall means that Fungyue dies. Cream forces Cube to reset. They do kill about, and you're thinking, oh, this could get a bit dicey. It actually ends up being a 2 for 3 because, of course, I kind of forgot that Fungyue had respawned. So in the end, WE actually ended up trading up. The problem still is that this Vladimir is 1,800 gold ahead, is unmatchable in the side lane, and costs 3 people flashing on his head after a tricky end of a fight. And now you've lost all the turrets. And I genuinely don't think you side lane very well this game. Like, this is a free scaling Smolder who's going to permanently get mashed up into the Silas, who is, you know, having it all in to even threaten this, and Cream's done a very good job of dancing back. And then we've seen the Kennen into the Vladimir matchup. The Kennen does not get to play the game right now. 3,500 gold for top esports versus Soul Point. Is Chemsol good this game? Yes. Yes, it is. Healing and shielding power for a Yuumi. For a team that wants to play around low HP and sustain and drain tanking, that'll do. So I do think the Chemsol, the tenacity and the rest of it, pretty valuable this game. The bonuses to playing around low HP, very valuable here. I think it's a great Chemtech angle. So Chemtech Soul might be the way forward. It's worth noting, Chachi just hit that second item. There is the Fiend Hunter bolts that Zeris have been building in general when we have seen her on those rare occasions. Monkey now getting the Yuumi on top. That will be the combo, I suspect, across a fair amount of this mid game. We take a brief pause here as Jachi will get that ward in the mid lane. Shojin picked up for Cream. Why does this trumpet riff sound like John Williams, by the way, in the background? I was getting Battle on Mustafar there. Bum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da. Anyone else hear that? Not anymore. But there was, brief. Oh, Funky Goes looking, he's got a barrier. Monkey Reminder does have flash, but a real way to run. He just gets burned. Fungi going forwards, can't quite get the quickness, will force the retreat away. Nio goes in, that's a bit deep. Will die, flash away about, does not get hit by the Smolderos. Karis taken out by the turret, 2 for 2. But now Cube is forced to Slicing Maelstrom as well. Karis is really trying in these team fights. His counter punches have been excellent. But no jungle on either side. And about no flash, no ghost. I think that probably favors top esports here. Fungiway goes in, doesn't get read the backstep, has the barrier though, so we're just going to try and force. And they just jump on Monkey and go, you know what? You have to pop your ult a lot earlier than that. Because we have a lot of raw DPS check there. 369 on the flank, causes some strife. About with a very clutch flash wave, it has to leave. Karis full sends it, can't quite get Fungiway as well. Very nearly did. And Cube is forced to retreat the other way. The team fights have been close for WE. Largely off the heroics of Karis. The problem is, I just don't know how easy that's going to be across the fact that you've now got Chachi at 2 items. Smolder's got his stacks in. I just don't think you win this range discrepancy in the war of DPS checks now. Drain tanking is great in the mid game, but you are getting outscaled here. That's a really good flank. That's a really good flank. Mega Blast Cone available, and they do not know that the Vladimir is over here. Karis also with a stolen quickness. Double solo laners with some real threat here. Watch Karis, watch 369. Monkey down very low. Has not been enjoying the continual poke. This would be Soul trying to get in. Monkey's just eviscerated, but the Slicing Maelstrom! Creep survives, but not for long. 369 at the back of the play, though. Murders everyone else. The Yumi's gone. Both flanking solo laners cause a lot of trouble. But one jungler survives where the other doesn't. That means top esports get the dragon. Holy moly. Karis and Cube full send. Quickness plus Slicing Maelstrom is still enough to bring down the squishy backline. The problem is 369 and Nio go, well, I guess we full contact it. Monkey got eviscerated to begin with. And that is a really big difference maker. Karis still gets a great quickness angle. Nio goes in. 369 is blast coned over. And Sivir and Yuumi with no flash ghost cannot, even with the exhaust, survive the raw DPS check. Cube just about survived. I think if he'd fallen as well, we might be considering a Baron here. We don't. Slight winning edge to WE, interestingly, in this game. Guess off some of these picks going away. In fact, they are on soul point. Soul Point does give a massive metric boost. Cube's at now, at least got a couple items. Like, Slicing Maelstroms will still sting on the 80 carries at this point. I just worry about the double 80 carry scaling. And as long as both 80 carries aren't stood together, I think that's unlikely to happen again. Partly the reason they were doing that is because they didn't want to split up any further with 369 on the flanking angle. But it did give a very good option for Karras, who's having a fantastic Sylas game. Yeah, he's down 40 CS, so be it. Here we go. Baron Rush. WE, not necessarily the best tools to get in there. But the zoomies will help. Seri needs GA. Yes, but I think she's going to want a third item first. She'll want this Lord Doms. And then there's a world you go Bloodthirster to try and help sustain your way through. Because I think the problem is GA doesn't necessarily save you. Because you just end up melee range of a Sylas, Mundo, Cannon. Whereas Bloodthirster might actually allow you to sustain your way through and DPS check. Because really, you need to stay moving to survive these fights. And GA inevitably leads you to just sit there and stew in your resurrection juices. Here we go. Trying to get the pick up 5. That's a really good flank for 369! Oh boy, the Tides of Blood leave about wondering what it was all about. Monkey trying to run, but his maximum dosage just isn't enough. It's a lethal injection instead for top esports. Monkey about Yao Yao all down. They make the proactive move with no Karras to counterpunch. And they can turn to the Baron. Karras goes, well, I guess that's that. Top esports with the clean picks that will lead them to potentially game-breaking advantage. Fungi were here actually on the flank. 369 and Cube could really scare this cannon. It won't happen. Lord above, this Vladimir is scary. We'll have a look again. 369 gets behind the vision. They don't have wards behind them. They don't have wards in that banana bush. And it's just too far. The vision control slips. 369 is behind the flashless Sivir. She is dead to rights. Even with a Yuumi on top of him, Monkey can't sustain through. Really good stuff. And now you got a death cap on Vladimir. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. I mean, good God, the DPS is brutal this game. Here we go again. That's quite deep from Nio. Won't matter. We'll get the ult. Slicing Maelstrom for Nocturne. Paranoia. With the Hex Plate, it's going to be on a very short cooldown. So, I think you're fine there. I'm so pleased to see 369 having a few more of these really nasty, this game is mine to control kind of picks. He's realistically, I think, MVP for this game. Maybe Smolder as well. I think Freem's just played out a very clean game on the whole. Stacked freely. I think we're going to see a lot of good Smolder damage at the end of this game. Is there a TP angle behind? No, there's not. It's been very good for the top jungle to get this Vladimir ahead. Here we go on the hunt. Cream may need to start flapping away here. Flashes instead. The turnaround. Oh, nearly the execute. Not quite, but it means the Monkey's not really involved on the other side. Karras with the quickness in the backline. They're turning around the Slicing Maelstrom. Exhaust on 369. Janchi's trying to run. Does survive. And 369 has some blood to steal. Vampire from Bram Stoker's worst nightmares. They do bring down Cream. But at what cost? Namely, 5 men. Go into the dark. At the other end, you've got a very fed Noxian aristocrat. What's that about the bourgeoisie being bloodsuckers? Don't think they meant it quite so literally. It's a really good angle from Karras. The problem is, Nio, Cream, 369 all cause the backline a lot of trouble. Cube just doesn't get quite enough done there with the ult. And it's true. At this point, what do you do against this Vladimir? He's 4,500 gold up. He just picked up a Zhonya's, for God's sake. He's level 18. He's still got 2 more levels to go, by the way. They full centered Cream. And that's all well and good, but he survived so long before going on down and took someone with him. And I'm sorry, but this Mundo just isn't tanky anymore. It is one of the issues with Mundo is you are tanky as long as you're ahead of the game. And you hit a point where what you become is a juggernaut and not a tank. And when you're asked to just run at people in this game, you just eat percent HP damage and die. And being finally level 15 just puts you in a really difficult position in terms of raw stats. At least you've got 3 items, like the Randuin's probably a student of the double AD carries. But even so, it's not a lot of fun. The Flangles are amazing in this game. They really are. They really are. Cream and Nio, which means Cream, finding some great angles in. It's been a good game from Nio. It has. Outside of that one slightly over-ambitious play. Has been pretty solid on this Nocturne. Very much on the game plan to just get 369 lean for it. 5 head. Here we go. Charge on forwards. That's a very, very dead Civ here. Oh my god. You really need to survive the initial play. And the problem is, unless you've got Karis full sending at the backline, you don't sustain anymore. The scaling diff is one through. You didn't get Soul. You didn't keep the Vladimir in check. Cream scaled for free. A 2,000 gold lead for Jachi. Civ has just not had a team fight where she's gotten to auto. She's 2 and 5 for a reason. Mom is summoned, but she's really here for graduation. Look, Mom! I'm going to playoffs! Top Esports will dismantle WE in a Game 5 with some very creative drafts. 369. Tanking some Nexus turrets. Does possibly have to be a bit wary. Gets a monster transfusion. There's half his HP back. From where he dies. Wait a second. Maybe Mom should be taking the kids to the infirmary. TES? What? So that's still a 4 item. Baron's not up yet. Baron's up in 2 seconds. Oh my god, Baron's up and you just gave up 4 kills! Oh, good god. I was just saying, Civ has not got to auto. She finally gets to auto. Oh, good god, that's Baron. That's actually Baron. LPL! Well, that's really unfortunate. So they go looking for the end. They go looking at a toy with their food. They think we've got loads of an advantage here. Look at this. So easy. Cream resets, and then basically 369 takes down this turret and goes, well, I'm out of turret range. It does take like 2 turret shots, get slowed down, and the ricochets begin to fly. At this point, you could probably just afford to give this one up because about just ricochets them to death. It's a good Sem from Cube. Really good Sem from Cube. Who's behind, but still has enough AP to threaten squishy members. Does it change things in the grand scheme of things? Brings the gold lean down to just 7,500 gold. If there was a way back, this is it. Nocturne ult. We're not going any further. Okay, well, Nocturne ult for Mundo ult. Dragon's up in 5. If you can get Chem Soul as well, then maybe this works. Monkey in. There's the quickness. Turn around. Smolder summons Mom. Fungi just about survived. About really low. Jachi looking to continue. Full auto with a burst fire. Ain't that an oxymoron? And you lose Rakan, but your mid, your bot laner are gone. A laudable effort at the comeback there. But the brief gasp of hope will swiftly be snuffed out by Top Esports. And once again, we return to the base. This time for sure. See whether the relaunch of the ending will be a little bit more successful the first time. Top Esports go forth. It takes them all the way to 5 games. But victory nonetheless. 369 goes golden on the fountain. Some style points to end it out. It's Top Esports advance and WE will have to play again. It was not a straightforward series. WE had a few drafts and plays of their own to come on forwards with. Karis had some good moments. Monkey as well, when he was rolling, felt pretty good. But the problem is when they weren't able to convert, it was really tough. And we saw in this last game, the moment this draft got ahead of Curve, you just weren't able to sustain through. We liked the drafts. They were fun drafts. You saw the thought process behind the both of them. Welcome back, folks, by the way. But just wasn't really able to lead to all that much in the way of strong team fighting after the early game. The DPS check was just too high to sustain through. Also Vladimir. Good run to Mads, folks. Don't go anywhere. We've still got another series to go today. Ain't that going to be fun? Qualification there for Top Esports. WE go down to the lower bracket. And we'll be waiting for one of the losers bracket players. That'll be on day 3. Our other series today will be IG versus NIP. Both qualification matches towards playoffs proper, but Knights Road continues. / Knights Rivals, depending on translation choice. Alright, let's flick this over, shall we? From the screen to the ring. Always trouble when I rain. Oh, my boys. We are not having... Oh. Is Wendy still... so Wendy does stuff for LPL English at this point. I know she does stuff for the official Riot stream out on Tennis, so you can see the... But there we have it. Oh, man, 369. What a monster Vladimir game in the end. Outside of that one really dumb overforce after the Dragon, where he went looking for the additional kill and got jumped on. Credit to Karis. I actually thought he had a very good day today.
Oh, got interviews happening. What am I doing? I need to unmute things. Dear me. Apologies, guys. Let's have a listen in, shall we?
知道吧？就注意他的那些变奏就行。
那其实说到今天第2把你的一个赵信，可以说也是非常非常的 carry， 有很高光的4杀的名场面，也有团战当中如入无人之境的高光画面。所以说来和我们了解一下这个英雄，你觉得怎么样能够在比赛当中最大化他的优势？怎么评价自己今天赵信的一个表现呢？
这个英雄就是有大的话千万不要死，然后就是一定要把输出打得很满的那种。
就是做到像奶油选手那把的赵信就可以了。那其实我们感觉到接下来的比赛，其实第3局、第4局都有一点翻盘局的感觉，大家其实是有来有回，非常的焦灼。所以说来到最重要的决胜局，可能大家是抱着怎样的一种心态进入到比赛？哎，互相有没有说，比如进入到决胜局，大家需要在哪些部分更加的小心呢？
可能就最主要的还就是打团还有龙团上那些处理吧。第三把。第4把来的就是我们那个龙团没有处理好，然后导致对面给了对面一条龙，然后后面就没拉扯过对面。
那其实说到打团的话，毫无疑问，你们最后决胜局有几波非常漂亮的团战。我们感觉来到20多分钟，双方是有一点点僵在那里了。但是你包括说你的梦魇有好几波非常漂亮的开团配合队伍，是直接打破了这个僵局。跟我们聊一下，可能在整个中后期针对团战处理上，队伍是怎么样来进行交流的呢？
首先就是他们 AD 没闪，然后9哥就一直绕后嘛，然后我和9哥就是一定要把对面 AD 杀了，然后我们辅助就保护自己的双 C 就好了。
能够感觉到大家的思路都是非常明确的。那其实组内赛包括骑士之路的比赛打完，也很好奇，奶油觉得可能对于自己而言有什么样的一些进步和成长？那与此同时，接下来也要备战后面更为重要的淘汰赛，觉得还有哪些部分还可以在未来做得更好呢？
就个人细节上吧，还有团队一些，最主要就是团战一定要打好。
Any translators in chat? What people think? Well, roughly when the next series begin? Pretty shortly, Ace Legs. I'm assuming probably 10, 15 minutes.
在这里，今天表现
We'll see exactly what the time will be at.
有没有什么打野英雄，或者说打野的一些小技巧，想要推荐给回去想要尝试一下的粉丝朋友们？
我觉得就玩一下潘森还有佛耶哥吧，因为这2个玩起来都很爽。
好的，收到推荐。那最后也要问到的是，因为马上快过年了，对于你的话，有没有什么样的一些新年的计划？在备战之余，可能说回到家里想和家人们一起做些什么呢？
就回家多陪陪妈妈吧。
好的，那最后的最后，也给所有支持滔博的粉丝朋友们送上属于你的新春祝福吧。
祝滔博的粉丝新年快乐，马到成功。
好的，再次的感谢你，也恭喜你们获得了今天比赛的胜利。以上就是今天赛后采访的全部内容，接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
Well, there we have it. Nice to get that interview in there. It's already 7 PM in China. Yeah, well, it went to 5, which I think was a bit unexpected in some ways. All right, but that's what the risks of running these double best of 5 days. It's going to be a real late finish, folks. It's going to be a real late finish over in China. Oh boy, Poby's on the form of his life. Yeah, I'm gonna say We could be quite good fun. I mean, I feel like Na'Vi are going to be very frustrated with the fact they didn't get the win yesterday, obviously. Because I think that would have been very doable, but the early game went so poorly. Hang on, what happened to my music? Come back. Music? We still there? What the? How did that get paused? That was weird. Did I hit something? Maybe I did. That was weird. That was weird. I wonder who gets Series MVP. I think possibly 369, you know? Though I wouldn't watch the first couple games. I think 369 of the games that they actually won was so ridiculously good. Like, the Nara and the Vladimir were just so out of hand. He had a very good series. Yeah, 369, player of the game for this one. Won the Vladimir, not a surprise. That's what I was expecting, really. He was very, very, very good. Get Vladimir, nerd. He might well be player of the match as well, actually. I don't think anyone else could be deserving of it. Nymaera was decent. Probably not Nio, because he had some really bad games too. Cream was relatively stable. He didn't have the greatest time on the Cassante, but I really do think like the fact he was the win con in two of the 3 wins at the very least probably earns him that MVP for me. Couple for jungle as well. Yep, that's also fair. He was a very good Nocturne angle. Isn't that 6? Isn't that 6? Oh, 1 for bot lane. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, Jachi was good player of the match. There you go. Wide variety of champions today. Some good job. 1 vote from bot from the refs. Interesting. But yeah, this was some serious Mega Cone playing. Absolutely blasted the Sivir. Even with the exhaust coming on down, meant nothing. Tied to blood angles. Yeah, very good. We'll get the highlights from this one. He was just excellent on the Vladimir, it must be said. And it does mean Top Esports advance directly to playoffs now. WE will wait to see which opponent they have. That will be decided tomorrow with our lower bracket kind of entry series, round 1 series. Some good matchups down there as well, actually. I'm quite excited to see LNG go up against some theoretically better teams. So we've got EDG, OMG, and TT LNG tomorrow. EDG should realistically be fairly favored over OMG. I think TT LNG, though. I think LNG are about to destroy TT. I think it's going to be very, very heavily decided. 6 out of 8 for 369. Yep, couple for jungle. But otherwise towards top lane, I think that's about where I would have put as well. I agree. Folks, if you haven't already, consider subscribing to avoid the adverts that are about to come. I fear I may need to put some on. I fear you may be disappearing for a couple minutes. And if you don't want to see those adverts, and subscribe and you won't get them. Also helps us get towards Partner Plus, which we're trying to aim for. Gives us more money from Twitch, which would be really, really helpful in terms of our ability to self-sustain. Number 2, I had something else I wanted to say here. Oh yeah, Ko-fi link. We've got a Ko-fi link for the YouTubers or people who don't want to subscribe on Twitch. Super fine. Do consider the Ko-fi link. And last but not least, there is in fact Opera GX, which is our sponsor for the month. As you can see down here, we've got a little widget telling us how many new users we've got. We've got 27 of them so far, which is very lovely of you guys. But basically what it means is if you click on the link, you get to support us by just clicking on the link and downloading Opera GX. I think you might have to make an account as well, but it's basically 2 minutes work, if that. It's a very fast process, and actually it's for a really cool browser. It's not going to give you any random spam or anything to your emails. When Nymaera wig match? Good question. Maybe when you download enough Opera GXs, guys, or donate enough on Ko-fi, we'll have that kind of capital to start up the great Nymaera wig contest. Photic enjoys rise up. Wow. I have to say I'm a bit of a Photic hater. I'm a Photic doubter. Maybe not a hater, but I am a Photic doubter. So you may not be in the best company. Do your best. Justify your love of the guy. The thing is, I remember how good this guy can be when he's on good form, but he's so inconsistent, so damn streaky, and so champion related. It makes it very frustrating. The V5 days with Rookie haunt me still after all these years. Oh, who ads? What am I doing? Go away. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. It's going to be a long day, folks. It's going to be a long day. We've already hit game 5 for this one. We've still got another best of 5 to go. I am actually going to take this opportunity to quickly get a bit of a stretch. And hey, Sylph, good to see you. You've got 2 minutes till the next game. So I'm going to run some ads. And we'll be back for this one. IG versus NIP very, very soon. Game 5 just finished?
Yes, I saw.
Vladimir, baby.
Yeah, I saw. I did actually catch some. I was literally live on Powerspike just now.
Yeah.
And Yamato says thank you for basically accommodating me so we could do the Powerspike.
No problem. No problem.
Basically, I was like, look, can we not do... Basically, folks, I was like, look, can we not do LPL times? Because that's like, I don't want to leave Sam alone with the games. But it was like, okay, that's just like literally the only time which works. So Yamato fast on his thanks as well.
No.
And yeah.
Say hey.
Yeah.
And also, congratulations. And obviously, it's very disappointing for the LR results. But actually, the improvement was remarkable. I'm a little sad we're not going to get more of them because this squad is really good.
Yeah.
Is the answer?
No, and they were very entertaining, right? And like I said, I think that actually LR deserved to make playoffs, especially over Fnatic. I mean, even Vladdy was saying, look, they didn't deserve to make it.
Yeah.
Realistically, the thing which killed them in the end was actually the KCB game.
Yeah.
They didn't get effectively the free win which everyone else had.
Yeah.
In that bracket. I know they did win another game versus GX, right? But yeah. Okay, so we have... Can we not do LPL times? Meanwhile, LPL lasts for literally 10 minutes. That's true. Yeah, but it's basically just like, if we can do like evening EU times, it's so much easier. I know it's difficult these days. Anyway, hopefully it won't be a problem in the future. Do you need a break, Sam?
I was just literally about to go stretch my legs and get myself another coffee roll.
Cool.
And I'm good to go.
And then we have IG and IP. Okay.
Well, we get the 10-game day.
Yeah. Do we have... What's the soundtrack on right now?
It is on
cool.
that.
Perfect. Cool. All right, I need to load up Uma Musume again at some point. So we
Do
could do that during the break. But
Oh.
got this one coming up soon. How did everyone find the last series? It looked like a banger. I didn't see what happened in game 4, so I didn't see what happened there. But it was looked like a good game.
So game 4 was, we got 2 very aggro bot lanes. So very.
Hey, how's it going? Oh my god, I was just on that stream as well. Hey, how's it
hello,
going, folks?
power spikers.
Hey, was just saying that Yamato passed on his thanks to Seb, because basically this guy has to solo cast for Molten Power Spike at LPL times, basically.
Look, we both work in esports. We both have busy schedules. Everyone else has busy schedules. Yamato's just coming off, had the whole LR weekend thing. Timing's always going to be tight.
Yeah, he should totally like accommodate us.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's super fine.
So anyway, for those of you that just missed this series, because it was just happening over Power Spike as well, effectively, folks, Top Esports just took a Game 5 banger versus Team WE.
It was ridiculous, guys.
And there was a Vladimir versus Kennen top lane matchup, so it was actually kind of legit. Not that I was watching it during Power Spike, I wouldn't do that at all. I definitely didn't have that on the second screen. Hey, Rue, how's it going? Good to see everyone.
So, full context, Kennen first pick, immediate slam of the Vladimir back.
That's fucking great.
It was superb. And then they
cool
ganked it, ended up 4,500 gold up. Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there was some funny moments in Power Spike. I like Power Spike. It's very fun. It's a very different vibe from the other shows that I showed to you, because it's very short and snappy. It's like segmented out into very different bits too, so it's a little bit more regimented, I suppose. I'm gonna drop the chair a bit. Sam's gonna have to put it back up. But yeah, second series is IG versus NIP. So for those of you that don't know, the LPL format is 3 groups. We have so we have Ascend, Perseverance, and Nirvana, going from like strongest to weakest, effectively. Let's change the music over, actually. And IG with the worst in group Ascend, whereas NIP with the best in group Perseverance. So technically, this should actually be more favored to the Perseverance team than the last series. And the last one, Top Esports had a 5-game series. So NIP, they have Guon, who is a T1 Academy jungler. He played in LCP last year for Detonation Focus Me. So he's here, and he's actually been pretty good on the whole. I've actually quite enjoyed his... But he's actually been pretty good on the whole. And yeah, I think that NIP could... I think they're favorites here, actually. I think... yeah, I think they're favorites here. I think that Soboro for IG's top lane is really quite weak. And I also think that bot lane is quite weak for Photic. And I think that, yeah. Draw was a beast on Thresh this weekend. Yes, he was. He was excellent on Thresh, the one game that we saw from him. He was very, very good at that. But the mid lane that they're talking about is the matchup they're talking about here as well. A rookie has felt like he's been putting in a bit of like an Atlas performance. And Care on the other side. Care was on FPX before this. He's a notable Ari one-trick. He was really good at that champion before he went into pro, and he's continued to have a lot of pressure onto even top players with that champion. This series should... Yeah, I think this is NIP favored, folks. I think this is... Wait, I won't tolerate Photic slander. I hope he pops off today. Look, Photic has not been good for this team. He had a very good Demacia Cup run. Besides that, it was nicht sehr gut. This is the bot lane champion pool. So it assumes playing a little bit more bursty, pokey stuff as opposed to the AD carry, like the more auto-attack centric stuff, which is what we kind of know from him. Photic on the other side, yeah, he's putting his time onto the Varus, but on the whole, a little bit more towards the auto-attack hyper carries. When does Bjergsen play? That's a great question. Yeah, way back in Season 3, Ninjas in Pajamas. God, I forgot about that. I forgot he played for that team, because that was his first team. Right, so we already ran some adverts, which is cool, and we have another best of 5 to go through. But yeah, I personally think that NIP come in as slight favorites. They ramped up quite well over the course of Group Perseverance. Was that the one with Deficio? Yeah, I think it was, yeah. I never understood how and why NIP moved from one league to another, because they were in EU and then they weren't in the league for a great long time and then they just sponsored another team. For the Mandarin speakers, we'll put the interview on.
环节，我是小优。那我们邀请到的是 IG 战队的打野选手小薇，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是
That's Wei.
欢迎
Wei's had a
小
pretty
薇。
good
首
split
先
so
第一
far.
个问题，你们骑士之路首轮的对手呢是
Not actually sure if there are any
那
Mandarin
么
speakers
是
in
在
chat,
附
but
加
in
赛
case
之
there
后才
are.
最终确定的，明确是他们之后有哪些针对性的备战和调整吗？
确定了 IP 之后，就是看了他们最近的一些比赛，就是一些胜率高的英雄吧，然后和他们的玩法。
还是有
You're
做
right,
很
that
多
is a
功
strange
课的。
dress shape.
那现
Really
在
goes
距
over the
离我
hips.
们的淘汰赛只有一步之遥了。今天在野区的对位，包括团战，都有哪些需要特别注意的呢？
野区的话，就各位选手就很擅长就是抓机会吧，然后打团就是他们中野辅比较擅长。
Mic quality down. Yeah, the audio is a bit
也希望你
crispy
们今天可
on
以
their
打
end.
出很好的状态，谢谢。
It's very high gain. Yeah, Mecha, I think it's got like some. It's like it's made to go
同
out to
样
that
呢，我
shape.
们邀
Yeah.
请到了深圳 IP 的辅助选手卓，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 IP 的辅助选手卓。
欢迎卓队。那我们都知道，你们从组内赛初期的鏖战，再到近期的3连胜，最终是以建议组第1的身份晋级到骑士之路的。那在整个过程当中，大家的心态和竞技状态有哪些明显的转变呢？
因为我们建议组的比分咬得蛮紧的嘛，
It's one way to put it,
然后
Amber.
2连跪其实给大家造成了不小的压力，但是后边大家其实调整得非常好，然后拿下了3连胜，也证明这一点。然后我们的状态也在慢慢的提升，希望今天大家就平常心好好发挥就好了。
是的，今天在密集的赛程下，状态还是越来越好了。那么面对中野爆发力不俗的 IG， 今天你们想要提升前期节奏，需要掌握哪些核心要素呢
？IG 的话，其实他们的选手整体的BO5经验要比我们丰富一些嘛，但是我们的话，年轻人更有冲劲嘛，我觉得我们就放平心态，然后好好打，就是冲是吧？
好的，希望你们可以放松心态，全力以赴，加油！
Okay, we get onto the stage. Oh, we're in LNG's arena. Okay, that's different. We're in LNG's arena. Wasn't expecting that actually. There we are. And yeah, I technically, you know, Invictus Gaming coming in from Group Ascend, I suppose technically favorites, but we don't know the relative strength of Perseverance to Ascend, and WE played very well in the last series, so maybe that puts NIP into a better standpoint, actually, because NIP did beat WE in the best of 3 quite convincingly to go first in Group Perseverance. Quite convincingly, actually.
Invictus Gaming, Shenzhen Ninjas in Pajamas.
Shenzhen Ninjas in Pajamas. Of course, NIP have their own home ground. That's in Shenzhen, as they were saying. It's another city in China. This is Suzhou, I believe. I think this is LNG's arena. Now, they did this fist bump before. There was a very funny moment between, I think it was Erha and I think it was Erha and Vampire, where Erha ended up like cabbaging the fist bump. Just go for a high five, cabbaged it. Oh god, it was awful. That rocket in the ear, every time that happens, is so wild. I think they've pumped up the gain too much on the microphones for this clean feed. I don't think it'll be like that on the Chinese broadcast. I think they've just like balanced the audio wrong. Someone's just got a slider going the wrong way, basically. Okay, well we're getting pretty close to that old thingy mabob now. The draft. I hear that's an important part of League of Legends. So, what are we expecting from here? Well, Sobro, I'm quite interested in seeing what he plays, because Sobro does like to take duelist matchups. It just doesn't always work out for him. Let me go find Invictus Gaming 2016. Let's duplicate that and then look for Ninjas in Pajamas. Ninjas in Pajamas 2016. So, Invictus Gaming really do like to play for kill pressure on Sobro if they can. So, you know, his Renekton's been a big thing for him, but he's played a lot of Zahen as opposed to a lot of other a lot of people kind of passing that up. Rookie is playing just Mage City right now. A lot of Syndra for Rookie. So they might even give over an Orianna for that. I might even do. Sobro was in EU before, right? No, Sobro was in LCKCL, I believe. Believe so, anyway. Yeah, I believe so, anyway. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, he was in EU in like 2013. Yeah. He was in like He was in TCL for a bit. Yeah, he went to TCL in 2023, sorry. 2023. For the tag team? That's the one, yeah. Sam's just getting himself a drink, and he'll be back in just a second. He finished off that last series as well, which is cool as heck. So, let's get ourselves into the thick of it. First draft, we've got our typical mid laners taken away. Jace is gone, Malphite's gone, Via's gone as well. So what are our big picks? So Rumble, Varus, Yunara would be the two really, really big, well, the three really, really big ones. Nico as well. So do you first pick Nico or Varus? Nico, Varus, or Rumble? Those three are all, I think you can make a plan around each of them. I don't think you can give over Nico. You might just be giving over Nico Varus. The thing is, Jarvan is also available. So maybe what IG says, we're picking the Rumble, we're going to give over something like that, Varus. Now, do NIP say we need to take the Jarvan, therefore splitting up Varus-Nico, but you can't give over the Jarvan because you have a Varus? That might be the issue. That might be the issue. If you lock in Varus, are you forced to take Jarvan as well? Just because it's too powerful into that champion? I do wonder. I do wonder. So they lock the Varus, that's the easy one. Huh, are they really going to pick neither? Hang on, doesn't that open up something like... Well, you could go Misfortune Jarvan here. That would actually be fine for IG, and just give over mid lane pick. I think Jarvan you need. Jarvan's fine, you have double immobile carries. Only go for the Cassiopeia for the lane counter, which is also fine with the Jarvan. You could have gone Onivia here too, but it can be outranged by the poke Varus, so I can understand why not there. I think IG are massively far ahead in this draft right now. I think that Ryze pick for Care might be a bit of a killer. So what do you do here? Do you lock in the Nico right now and just say, take that away, good lane pressure for the Varus? At that point, you'd be giving over top lane and jungle bans. Kiana? I mean, it's good with the Ryze. Ryze-Kiana is a good mid-jungle pairing. So maybe NIP is saying, look, you'll have really good backline access onto our carries, but Guon is a really good carry jungle player. He really did emphasize them. And it does have the Ryze for setup. Now, the reason why Ryze-Kiana is so popular in LPL is because the Ryze just locks someone down right in front of them, so Kiana kind of becomes just insta-kill at that point. And there's no one tanky on the side of IG. Eventually, you know, this Kiana will one-shot people unless the miasma comes down to stop the W for the reset on the Q. You know, Cassiopeia can sometimes really outplay the Kiana because a lot of her damage comes from dashing as well. Isn't it crazy that Sobera played in a team with Nomans from UOL? Wait, did he really? Is that actually true? Oh, did they play together? I don't think they... Alright, where does Sobera play? Did I ever cast him at that point? Damn, crazy. He was in second tier EU for a year. Yeah, I do vaguely remember that. Yeah, he was on Galacticos, and he never made it to EU Masters, which is why I didn't see as much of him. He was on a team with Raptor in CL way back in 22. He used to be known as Basic for a little while too. That guy looks like Kakao. Well, funnily enough, Kakao is actually... He is actually around coaching at places right now. Give me one second. Because I thought that Kakao was coaching BLG, but I'm trying to remember if he ended up somewhere else actually. Did he actually end up there? No, funnily enough, that's because it is Kakao. No, it is. That is, by the way, like, I was wondering if it was on BLG. Yeah, Kakao is literally coaching. Is literally coaching IG. So it is just him. OG and Kakackles in chat. The tank top lane is banned away by IG, stopping some of the more stable matchups against the Rumble, so the Cassandra and the Ornn are gone. Jhin... Hang on, whoa. We have Varus top again. Hoya's going for the Varus top. Of course he is. Of course he is. We're going to have the AP Varus top. Now, this is something which Hoya has played before to great success. You are very, very squishy, though, and you've just picked 3 immobile carries into a Jarvan. Alistar will... It's okay, I suppose, for Jway. I would have actually preferred... Well, Nautilus is gone. I would have preferred something with a bit more long-range engage. And Misfortune's just disaster here. I think NIP have overcooked, folks. They need to smash lane or this game's just gone. The Bard comes in. The Bard's actually quite important because it can save you from the Wombo combo occasionally. Guys, I'm not going to lie. I think NIP have overcooked this. NIP need to smash lane. They have 5 squishy champions into the mother of all Wombo combos. I think this is just insane. I'm going to put on some adverts now just so we don't get any in-game, folks, so just be back in a minute 30. I think IG come away with a better draft. We'll have to see how well NIP play. If they play well through lane, anything can happen. Okay. Look, Varus top is really strong. Hoya is very good at this. However, you need to smash lane You have to, because you basically when we're going AP like Dusk and Dawn Varus. This is so risky. This is so risky. This might just get him killed, folks. I do wonder whether that's killer. Okay, well, it's an arms race, folks. Can NIP get ahead of the curve early enough with these crazy lanes, or will it just fall apart? Yeah, Hoya's got the Varus top, Sam.
Oh boy.
So, you know, lock in.
I've got some food coming for you in a second or two.
Lovely, cool. I need to get myself a drink from the other room too.
Go forth and do that. The food that's in the microwave shall be yours. Well, actually depends how much food you want. One's slightly bigger than the other.
Oh. On to the Rift we go.
Gyos, and then we'll see how the game plays out. Well. So, Rise Kiana. Lot of pick this game. Oh my god, NIP have got a lot of pick. The AoE team fight's still very good from the side of IG. Very short range, though, on the whole. With, of course, the exception of the big R buttons giving you that kind of extended range. Cataclysm, into Equalize, into Bullet Time. That's a pretty good range on that. But the basic range of a lot of those champions, otherwise, relatively short. Less so on the other side. Volume's all okay, guys? I think we're about all right there. But yes, we are now in a position where, for those of you who have not been following the LPL, and that's completely reasonable, the Varus top has been something that Hoya has put a lot of time into Rumble in particular, and it's been very, very successful. Hoya's basically got an MVP every time he's played this. I think he might have dropped one game. I think he's like 2-1. I can't remember if it's 3-0 or 2-1. Either way, he's played very, very well on the champion so far. And it's been incredibly oppressive every single time. There's not a lot the Rumble gets to do about it. You're actually quite hard to gank because of barrier and the range and the slows and the chains of corruption. And then you eventually get to the point where it's pretty ridiculous. Plus, you tend to go for the Dusk and Dawn build. It's an AP Varus build on the whole in the solo lane. Which means you kind of get some attack speed from things like Nash's too. And Dusk and Dawn, for that matter. But your arrow pop is utterly ridiculous. And I do worry for IG if they get to the point where they're having to yeet themselves 30 miles to make plays. Very, very dangerous. And I do think the pick CC is very nasty from NIP. And the laning pressure should be very strong here. Again, you've got double range bot lane for all the misfortune, normally very dominant in the lane. Theoretically, Rookie can bully out Care here. That might be a way back in as well. Of course, the Cassiopeia is notoriously quite good into the Rise. Ah, nice pull gank behind here. Assumes going forward to put a ward down. Oh, he's face checked and fail flashes. Well, that was really bad, Assume. At that point, just give the death up. Goes to put the ward. Reaction flashes. Doesn't get over the wall. Dies. I was like, I need to put a ward down here in case Jarvan's coming. Jarvan's son was already there. IG, the moment you hit one item, though, are going to be utterly disgusting because you press R and everyone who's caught inside should die. And there's not a lot of ways out there without a flash on a good timer. Like, round what will get you out eventually, but not before you get blasted. Kiana can slip out. Jaw can slip out. Jimmy Magical Journey's out. Those are doable. Everyone else kind of has to go, well, flash or bust. Guwon does love his carries, though. You go back to Hex Flash in here. This gets interesting. Fire Audacity into the Ice Blade. That is why we love Rise Kiana. One sets up for the other so easily. Nice kill there. And Guwon getting ahead of curve is always a good sign. He does love his carries. We missed game 5 of the last series. Who won? It was Top Esports off the
monstrous Vladimir top lane from 369, who counterpicked the Kennen first pick with that Hemomancer and did some disgusting things. Some decent team fights in the mid game from WE, but they just kind of hit this point where it was like the Vladimir hit critical mass with double hyperscaling AD carries. It was very hard work for them from there. Okay, jump onto Jaw a little bit. Trample, magical journey, very short range. Jaw could just end up dying here. Deadly flourish required. Okay, double stun. Now it gets interesting. Nice angle on that cosmic binding. Photic's the one who ends up taking significantly more damage over the extended play there, which is a bit frustrating for them. Hasn't got a Vamp Scepter. Will still be the start on the Dragon from Wei. NIP with the 200 IQ strat of drafting 2 ADCs in case one is useless. Can happen. This is going to be a problem for Guwon. Yeah, there's the empowered arrow, half HP, has a flash. It won't matter. There's the Ice Blade. Very nicely done. Doesn't even need the supreme display of talent because he doesn't have it. The edge of Extal is firmly planted into Sobero's throat, and they get the kill onto the Kiana, who is snowballing. That should be pretty alarming, and obviously no flash is blown there from Sobero. Kind of knows he's a dead man. And this is a game, to be fair, where if the Kiana gets ahead, she's got 3 lanes with setup to continually force picks. Very, very dangerous if the Kiana gets ahead this game, because her ability to impact the rest of the map is very, very scary. I think in general, the side lanes are going to be unfun for Invictus Gaming in 1v1 scenarios. Post a certain point. Like, the Cassiopeia will have a decent time into the Rise, and obviously her changes this split. So having more move speed made her a lot more viable in a side lane than she has been in previous years, just because she gets way more move speed. Is this elimination? No, it's not. It is qualification. So basically, the team that win here guarantees playoffs. The loser here goes down to the lower bracket to await the winners of tomorrow's series. Tomorrow's series, days after series, will be elimination. So it's qualification day today, elimination tomorrow, and the day 3 will be our final qualification / elimination. And Sobero eats a hell of a lot of damage. Oh, man. Quick update. Guwon's had 2 good ganks, has gotten 2 kills. Sobero is now suffering, and he's about to get ganked. And in fact, he's going to try and equalize the wave. Flashes, Rune Prisoned, will die here, surely. Does indeed. Has Blight stacks, has a bad time.
Hoya has a lot of gold, and this was one of my big issues, right, with this matchup is... Okay, right, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Long extendo microphone.
Extendophone!
Yeah, that was very loud. I guess that extendophone does require a certain amount of, you know, like, gravitas
yes.
to it. Yeah. But yeah, Hoya, he's on a pick which he's been very successful with on the whole. He's going towards
2-1 or 3-0? I don't remember.
I actually can't remember the stats. No, sure.
I appreciate you looking that one up. That was more my curiosity. I wondered whether you remembered off the top of your head.
He's 2-0.
2-0. Okay, there you go.
Played it twice.
So
Because remember, there was he wasn't the only one to play. So I think you're thinking he played 3 when actually one of the others was by Zuka, who played it.
So right.
Who played it himself versus anyone's legend. He got ahead in the laning phase and then got Neferi countered, which didn't help in the team fights very much for him. Dunk onto Guwon, who gets away right now.
Yeah, and Hoya's running at Sobero. So you got 2 grubs over for NIP. The TP's come flying in. Sobero about to go down to Hoya, who's just running at him, gets the last auto.
Gets that full charge arrow, gets some stacks on him, and he dies. Assume opens up the curtains.
Yeah, I think Photic could be in a horrible spot here. This needs to be good. There's the flash. Reads it.
Oh, great 4th shot. Predicts where Photic would go on out of the fog of war. Assume with that early kill. Again, NIP, we said, look, they need to do well early. That's what we said. The big thing was, can they do well early? And the answer is probably yes. Now, 2,000 gold up, ahead in pretty much every lane. Guwon on that Kiana, making things happen early, as Sam was highlighting a little early. Now, the thing is, IG, if they actually survive through to teamfights later, have some really powerful ways to deal with these carries. You know, it's only really Guwon who can get out of the Cataclysm conveniently. Otherwise, the Bard needs to be there to help things. So, Sobero walked into Hoya. Got hit with a 3-stack E, and then gets 3-stack queued, and then gets another stack off of the last E. So it's basically, thank you, Sam, there's lots of food there as well. Yeah, basically, he just gets a bunch of stacks back to back, and here on the bot side, happens it? Well, I guess Photo takes a huge trade and can't run away in time. He does have the bullet time. I don't think it would have saved him. Flash was available to both. Flash is the third shot. Great predict on the fourth. Predicting that he wouldn't go back into the lane and get out to safety. Ooh, ult's traded in topside, I believe. Sober! Oh my god, the damage! 3-stack arrow, again, max charge. Not sure if that was a W active on that as well, but Hoyt, you can see why he prioritizes this pick. So lane dominant. In fact, this is something that will get nerfed eventually. Is IG going out of Group Ascend if they lose? No, I believe that final ranking for... Hang on, that's the route in towards mid lane, and that's why you play the Rise Kiana. Lockdown really helping. Go on, flashes in. Rookie tried his best. Can't get that return kill. But no, I believe it's playoffs finish, which determines whether you're in Group Ascend or Group Rise. No, so Group Ascend or Group Perseverance. I believe, anyway. I think if you go out as bottom 2 from this stage, so if you end up, so basically the lower bracket, if you lose the first round of the lower bracket, you go out into Group Nirvana, along with the other 2 teams which didn't make it through into the Knights Rivals stage. Then I believe everything else beyond that point is... And then I believe, I guess, if you fail the final qualification match, I'd imagine you're in Group Perseverance. And then I suppose the first 2 teams out of playoffs from lower bracket are the remaining 2 teams in Perseverance. So if you qualify for... Yeah, so if you lose here, it doesn't change anything. It's not finalized. Why is there a top lane Varus in the game? This is the 3rd time Hoyer's played it. He's going to get a gank towards him from his teammates, which is very helpful for him. Lockdown. Oh, Rise Kiana. What a combo. Hoyer destroys him. Care, a player who many overlook when they talk about LPL mid lane. But I think this guy is actually very good when he's on form. Very streaky player. Like we've called out his Ahri being one of the best in the world before. But oh god, this guy's really, really good at the whole... Hang on, ult into mid lane. Rookie doesn't have flash. Doesn't have flash. Doesn't have ultimate either. Gonna get rooted in place. Rookie trying to turn it. Hang on, he's got decent damage onto Draw. Forces the heal there, actually forcing maybe a little bit more. Trey's gone on towards Guon, who's walked in towards mid lane. And Rookie does make it out alive. Not enough damage from Care to finish the kill. Force the heal out of Draw 2. Not bad from Rookie. All things said and done. Knockup lands onto Care. Don't think it does that much hit. Can't spell Sober without Sob. Yeah, he do be crying in the top lane. No mid lane mentioned. Photic has been on complete, he's just on the dole right now, isn't he? Because he can't even get himself the Bloodthirster. He can't give himself the BT component of the Bloodthirster, which is really holding him back here. You really need to get that component early on. You can help it. Of course, Vamsept is really nice, but it's such a big chunk of cash to put towards that BT. If things don't go well for you, you feel like you're just permanently behind in your build. Equalize to force that into the way. Oh yeah, he's level 11 to level 9. He's got the 2nd rank of his ultimate. Is off... No, it's just on cooldown, rather. Wait, Split 2 is just Ascend and Nirvana according to the wiki. Playoff teams in the Ascend and rest in Nirvana. I don't know what that means actually, boy. I don't quite understand what you're saying there. Split 2. Ah, there is a... Oh, Ascend and Nirvana. Oh, hang on. So I get... Huh. Yeah, what the hell does matter? I have no idea what's happening with Split 2 then. 14, 18 groups, and group 8, 16 Nirvana. You're right, no, there is no 3 groups. Sorry, you're right, you're absolutely right. There is, there's only 2 groups in the next stage. My bad. God, LPL formats really confused me this year. I should have read up better on that, my bad. So we basically get rid of Perseverance in Split 2. So basically, if you get into playoffs, you're part of Group Ascend, and if you don't get into playoffs, you're part of Group Nirvana. Sorry for the misinformation there. Basically, Split 2 format, Sam. Because honestly, it kind of confused me for a while, and I was focused on Split 1. Basically, if you make playoffs, you're in Group Ascend for next split. If you don't make playoffs, you're in Group Nirvana. There is no 3rd group.
That makes sense.
Yeah, my bad, folks. My bad. Okay. We're back locked in. Both of us. I'm going to keep the headphones on until Sam wants them,
That's fair enough. How's the food? Have you tried any yet?
No, I've been talking, so I've been casting. Got to talk. It's hard to do that when you got a mouthful of food. Like you're trying to do that, Sam. Isn't it rude speaking with a mouthful of food?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Wait's come down towards bot side. He's got good ward coverage here. Might jump over. I don't think it would be particularly successful right now. IG have really fallen behind. We said, look, NIP, very risky competition. They need to get ahead early. They have done that, and particularly Care just setting up for Guon and Hoya, both in mid lane and then in top lane, roaming up towards Sobro, has set them up for success, and IG have just fallen apart in this early game.
And the thing is, I was having a bit of a chat before you came on through as well. The fact that Guon got these early kills is really dangerous because he's got setup in every lane. Wherever he goes, there is a CC chain to play around.
Yeah. A question in chat. Do you think in split 2... Hang on a second. We might get a fight here. We'll see. No, not quite yet. Dragon is coming up in a minute, so not quite up and available. Yeah, question was basically, in split 2, if you finish bottom 2 in Nirvana, you're out for the rest of the year. Is that a good thing? Well, what it does end up doing is ends up making the remaining games a little bit more high level, and it reduces the burden on the schedule. When you're playing around 14 teams, it's a problem. So look, if you're finishing 13th, 14th, like, you've struggled, right? You've not been successful. So I think personally, particularly with a lot of teams who already kind of wanted to leave the LPL anyway, we saw a lot of teams, we saw obviously FPX and RNG leaving this year. I can somewhat understand taking this kind of cutthroat mentality, just saying, look, if you're not going to be performing, you're out. I can see that. At least you get to half the year. But yeah, it does raise some concerns.
Big goal lead for this market in the game as well. We are well ahead of curve here for NIP, and I think the scaling's still pretty solid, right? You've got 4 damage dealers who are all going to be pretty dangerous into their opposite numbers. Not a particularly tanky cop from IG. Like, don't get me wrong, Way will become bruisery, but he's up behind curves. It's not like he's going to get to defensive items ahead of that curve. Rumble, sure, is bruiser-ish, but again, behind the curve, you've not even really got your first item. Can you really call Rumble a bruiser on boots in a book? Not really. You know, it's all those kinds of things. You're looking at things like particularly this Varus. Doesn't give a damn about HP. In fact, he loves it. He wrecks HP stackers. A chunk there onto Dway. Way also now looking for a flank on angle, but there's just a massive CC chain. Who will just get chunked and flash out of the Cataclysm. Does lose most of his HP bar, but is alive critically.
Really important that the Cataclysm is down though. IG's comp, if it had gotten to this point of the game even, they'd be smashing NIP now. The only reason why NIP get to play this game is because of those huge lane leads. You know, that Cataclysm should dunk on the backline carries.
Yeah.
It's down there, level 11. Doesn't have it now. Rookie looking for something, but I'm not sure he's going to find crazy amounts. The phase rush away.
Okay, runs away. Still not necessarily an idea about where Way is. Jin traps there. They're TPing in for this. Guwon's also around. They've got to have an idea who's coming on over. I don't know. Way looking for a potential blast cone play. They have now spotted him. Yeah, potentially stunned away as the Rune Prison lands onto Way on top of everything else. We'll assume trading out with Photic in the mid lane. Actually going the way of Photic to begin with. There's a barrier and the curtains are called. Hoya coming as well. Oh boy, you got to dodge a lot of things now. Full shot available. Does go wide, but that will still be the mid turret falling in favor of SC.
Sealer's been destroying Photic in the 1v1. Dragon, you'd assume it's... I didn't mean that. But
Yeah.
NIP, you'd think it's their Dragon now, but I suppose they used a lot of that kind of agency to go towards that mid lane. So I dropped the chair down a bit, Sam.
I can tell. Yeah.
I did that earlier because I want to fit on camera. It's better. You can put it back up if you
No,
want.
it's fine. It's not a problem.
Oh.
Be all right.
But it going towards the Collector second, by the way, not going towards something like that. Infinity Edge. What's the real... Oh, it is 5 squishies. You somewhat understand that, actually. Dragon going towards IG, actually, using that Cassiopeia DPS there. I'm surprised they've let them take this so easily.
And Soul Point as well, actually. If there was a win condition back, Mountain Soul would be not a bad one, I think, into a pick comp.
Maybe they were worried about retaking the river into a Cataclysm. I mean, at the end of the day, this comp looks really good from ahead. You mess up once, go into Fog of War, get blasted. You know, bullet time Cataclysm is really, really nasty. That shot glass combo, which way, no flash to force a play here.
Try and look for something briefly there, but again, they just contest that mid lane wave. That'll be it. NIP very ahead in gold, but again, that Soul Point angle maybe is just something about Guwon, but doesn't have the flash, so I have to be a little bit wary about over-forcing in the jungle here, but it's going to be out to safety.
Question in chat, NIP can't... What's up, Sam?
I'm just moving my chair around a bit.
You look concerned about the position of the chairs, and I was hoping you're all right there.
I'm alright, don't worry, I'm just
No.
adjusting.
Yeah, question in chat about NIP can't 5v5. I think particularly NIP can't retake an area of the map 5v5. I think they can do 1v1 with Hoya being so strong. Assume beating Foden out in the 1v1, Care being relatively tanky for a mid laner, I suppose. No, Ryze is just tanky for a mid laner. But I think in a 5v5, if you walk up into Fog of War, chance of getting, you know, Alistair comboed, dunk the equalizer and the bullet time afterwards, you need to be very respectful in the 5v5. That's why we're saying, look, NIP needs to get ahead early. It is a problem that IG have got the Dragon stacking. It is now, because now they have
Mountain Soul at next Dragon, and Jarvan's pretty good at looking for the steal. You've also got the bullet time, the equalizer to actually chuck on the Dragon itself if you want to look for a steal as well. But 5k behind is no small thing. That is no small thing. NIP have the stats to just run at IG. Guan potentially heading towards him. Gets the ult onto the Jarvan.
It's pretty good. The supreme display of talent hits 3, and that's going to be a lot of damage onto IG. Wait,
doesn't have flash. This could be a problem for him. Does have the ultimate, but that tankiness won't last forever.
Curtains are called, and that's a lot of damage onto Wei. Jaw also stepping up, double members down very low. Photic looking to turn back around there. It's a decent escape there from Jaw, though. Bullet time doesn't really do much rather than force NIP out of their jungle. Bot lane tier 1 will still go down to NIP.
Yeah, and while this is happening as well, Hoyer is continuing to just butcher Sober on the top side. Took bunch away towards top side. It's just been kind of like making sure Sober can't really get access to a huge amount of farm. And sadly, this is a somewhat of a continuation for Sobero, where both him and some of our lower tier top laners, and we've seen this a lot for him, particularly in Group Ascent, because that's where our best top laners are, really. We've seen that he can be a lost condition against significantly high lane pressure players. Now, Hoyer typically in his career has not been that, but on the Varus, the champion just kind of plays itself like that.
Yeah.
Like, it gets ahead in lane, specifically against the Rumble as well, and destroys it. Not many... Oh!
Nice idea from Rookie, but Jaw baits it well. Turns around at the last possible moment, gets out Care. Now manages to get towards that 10 stack of the rower, so he's now in a great spot as well. It's looking very, very dire here for IG, I have to say.
Yeah, Rookie try to be cute there onto. Of course, Rookie, not too long ago, was playing on NIP. Not last year, but the year before that, in 2023. Sorry, 2024, rather, was playing on NIP with Draw. Yeah, doesn't quite get that Wei caught out in the jungle.
Ooh, big chunk, and goodbye, Wei.
He's just gone. Massively gone. And now suddenly you have the ability to maybe go towards the Baron. Squishy comps typically don't want to play towards this. You could teleport Sobero and look for this anyway. It's a squishy comp. You could fight 4v5. I think it's actually a mistake to go... You have a bullet time. You have an equalizer. I think you should have been looking to fight 5v5 here. The Baron will go down here.
Yeah, I think it will do. That's going to disappear in short order. And suddenly this lane pressure, high shove kind of comp with all of this pick, all of this kind of lane dominance now gets to play with Baron. We've already seen the range of the pick is pretty disgusting for IG to manage. Look, the range of IG's ultimate's good. The Cataclysm, the Bullet Time, the Rumble all flies across at a decent distance. The rest of the time, though, you're effectively full melees. Like, I know Rumble is kind of able to throw some harpoons out there. I know you can throw out some Twin Fangs as Cassiopeia, but you're not exactly a Caitlyn here.
You're not Jhin Varus range. And the thing is that typically Jhin is used to answer Varus because they're similar range. You know, the Jhin W and the ultimate are technically a little bit longer, but they're longer cooldowns compared to the arrow, so it basically ends up being about the same. And then you've got to play both of them on the same side. Nice blade. The Water Blade does land that. Of course, then you've got someone like this Ryze, and the thing about the Ryze is when you get to this kind of breakpoint, you have upgraded defensive boots, 10 stack Rod of Ages, and the Ceres as well. Very, very tanky, and you can be the initial part of the setup, which allows the Jhin and the Varus to hit kind of point and click after that point, following on from the Rune Prison. IG, this is going to be hard. They don't have great anti-siege. They need to have Flash Alistair combos, a dunk. They've not managed to pull off a hot rub, shot blast combo at all. You know, the Cataclysm is not set up for anything right now.
Part of it was basically because NIP are just staying so far away. It's proven very difficult to actually get any meaningful number of people in a Cataclysm, and people have just had flashes up and they've done it.
And it's credit to NIP as well. You know, they've not actually given the easy engage over to IG, which is my worry, and one of the things which I thought maybe would be their downfall, which is, okay, this is quite a risky composition. If you fall behind, this game is over. They've just been very, I think, responsible with the lead. You know, you have to be responsible with the gold that you've earned. Jaw could look to throw an ult for a combo if they want. On the other side, though, really waiting to see if IG can pull the trigger at all.
You see Guan and Jaw just hanging between the two lanes, ensuring that it is very difficult to stop them. Just keep shoving. What do you do against? He's got Nash's Tooth now as well, which is doubled up.
Under the tower. Here comes the curtain call. Shots on target, but they're all very high HP. Doesn't do that much.
Doesn't get damage, but forces them away from the turret, which means this tier 2 likely going to fall here. Cost them a couple ults, but the Tempered Fate catches the Alistair. The Rune Prism after the Deadly Flourish flash away. More CC, shot back is Photic, and Guan will take that angle. Will get taken out in return by the turret just for Hoyers in the enemy base. Goes golden. Sobero's overheated, overcomes Jaw, and he survives as well. And NIP have dismantled Invictus Gaming in this first game.
Invictus Gaming needed to survive through to their wombo combo. Sam, they have not survived through to their wombo combo. NIP lock in a 5 squishy comp and brutalize IG through the early game.
literally everything says pick, and they have found pick after pick after pick. Guwon got the early leads through the individual ganks, and from there, Invictus Gaming have just not had the opportunities. They are outranged, outgunned, maybe even out-bow and arrowed. And the fourth shot lands, and not for the fourth time this game. NIP will not quite end the game, but find themselves in a phenomenal position.
It's No! Sam's choking! Guys, get him onto the rift! Perhaps he'll choke less than IG, but perhaps, who knows? IG, look, the game's not over here, but it effectively is. This is a victory lap now from this point. I suppose with this kind of competitions, maybe a good enough wombo combo can come round. Does this mean IG can survive through to the dragon fight? 3 minutes until the next one comes through. I'm not sure. And again, look, the Rise is so tanky, you can walk up and just take so much. Guwon knows he's not going to get everything into the wall, just wants to get Fotic back into auto-attack range. Does manage to do so. Sam, you did drink some of it. You're all good. Yeah. I think that's the habanero we put in.
I don't think I put any habanero in this one, yeah.
Alright.
Huh. No, it's just spicier.
Fair. I thought you might have done. I thought you were doing tempted. Okay, right. So IG still looking for that legendary wombo combo, but the 12k down, Sam. In fairness, of all the drafts to come back from 12k down against a 5 squishy comp, it's possible, but there's also a Seekers and a Zhonya's now onto 2 carries. Dre misses the combo.
And I really get worried as well. Like, you can just Tempered Fate if someone gets 2 trapped like this. Cataclysm's going to time out. Care can look to run away. The bullet time is good, but there's a Zhonya's after.
Cancel!
And the supreme display of talent doesn't quite actually turn things around, but the damage back is really good as the Chains of Corruption spread a long, long way. Sobro still managed to get another. You know what? There's that potential comeback. Hang on, I think Hoya's dead here as well.
Oh, it's going to be Rookie picking up the kill. I think that's the shutdown. Or, sorry, rather, it's Misfortune picking up the shutdown. So that's suddenly 3 dead. And that was the Zhonya's used by both solo laners. You know, Care did just build up the Seekers, the Zhonya's completely after that. Yeah, that's some gold over. It was 12k, now down to 8k. Sam, they've just gained 4k in the blink of an eye. That's actually the risk of this composition. NIP, not a great way to end it.
Fotic has just now got a gold lead. Straight out. I don't know whether it'll mean all that much, but here you go.
Did he pick up both shutdowns? That's an insane amount of gold turnovers. Initially, Dwayne misses the combo here. Gets Jin W'd, has to pop the ultimate. Not looking great. Care forgets that he has no flash. He has no flash, and while you can't... I think he actually had to use Seekers a little earlier. He loses way too much of his HP, and you just can't really do that much afterwards. And then no one else is trying to really turn things around as he comes out of gold, and it's just like, okay, he's gonna die when he comes out of it.
Yeah.
Hoya is doing a token effort, but I don't think he realizes how much threat he's in stepping up there too. Not a great siege from NIP, and this is how fragile the competition is. We were praising them for saying they're not giving over the easy fights, blah, blah, blah. They just kind of did.
And I was a bit worried there as well, because obviously Hoya landed the Chains of Corruption onto Rookie and Fotic. I think, oh man, if they can turn onto that, that's a lot of damage, but Assume couldn't get the damage in. Care was already dead. Guwon had used his combo, so what are you going to do there? And they just turn instead onto Hoya. It's like, haha, I've saved you guys. Look at this. The Chains of Corruption's hit both carries. Well, how about that one then? It's still not over, of course. Still very much NIP favored here. They're in a fantastic position in the game. Baron's just spawned. Still got to keep your eyes on the fact that there is Soul Point, and the fact that Fotic did get that gold could be problematic as the game goes.
Baron's being started. Now, reminder, folks, NIP are a very squishy comp. Baron shreds resist. There is an equalizer in a bullet time, and it's good terrain for it too. Fotic can stand outside of the pit. So NIP shouldn't really be giving this fight. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. IG do have Soul on the table. They can give up 1 or 2 dragons, though, because NIP only at the 1 dragon themselves.
That they are. Still, another dragon is another dragon. No bad thing to be picking up here if you can make it happen. Part of the problem here as well is just look how many turrets NIP have. IG have got none this game. None.
Not been allowed to. You know, there's just too much lane pressure. You know, the Rise is pretty good at wave player. The Varus just kills anyone that walks up to him 1v1. And actually, Assume's done a great job of doing that himself. He's been out-dueling Fotic in the AD carry battle. Game has slowed down, though. Credit to IG. They've took that one fight when it was given to them, and this is one of the worries of this composition, which is why I was saying, look, NIP, it's a risky draft. I thought IG walked away with a better draft. However, NIP, they've played their draft better so far. They've understood about the lane pressure. I don't think we've seen a proper 5v5 this game. Oh, no. Really. We've seen close to it, I suppose. But NIP largely just kind of explode the fight at the start with a pick-off, and then it's not really a 5v5 because it's almost just exploded, really.
Part of the problem that IG are running into as well is NIP's can go fishing for picks. They can throw out so many skill shots from so many people from so far away. Baron is started, actually. It's going to get a bit interesting way. I think we'll end up getting Tempered Fated here. They're going to try and turn around and jump onto Dual Vaguely. Tempered Fate himself. Care looking to do some DPS. In comes that equalizer TP. Towards down about 10% HP. This isn't great from NIP.
Oh, they're going to lose draw. I mean, and also the Kiana's basically 0 HP. Can't they just can't they just take the Baron hit? They still have the bullet time. They still have the bullet time. There's a Seekers on the Cassiopeia too. This is IG looking for a comeback.
What on earth was that? This is NIP fumbling this one really, really hard. They're going to have to try and steal this one away. Guwon is off vision. Can look to get in here. The Chains of Corruption is good. Can get into the pit. Can look to steal. Doesn't get it. The Alistair gets it with the Spellbook Smite. And they lose the Kiana as well. Dragon at least went the way of NIP, but that is Baron going to IG.
NIP's composition is so fragile. What would we say? Look, of the drafts that could make a comeback, it kind of is this one. Full squishy comp with a lot of gold, yes, but they're very, very squishy. And IG just say, look, you're getting shredded by the Baron. Equalizer was enough. Just a couple of ticks of the Equalizer with the resist shredded by the Baron, and now suddenly the game's gone from 12,000 at the time of the inhibitor push in the top lane to a 5,000 gold game now. IG have themselves a Baron buff to finally get past some of the wave clear from NIP, and maybe if they start getting towers, they can actually start getting into a gold lead. Now, with the Crystallize, that's one of the big things about not hitting turrets for a long time. IG should very quickly sweep up the turrets, which they actually get access to. IG, more gold in pocket. Going to get bot lane as well. 2 turrets very quickly for them. Rookie getting a lot of gold from this personally. Photic, the one with the huge gold lead. And we're saying, look, Photic losing out to Assume in the 1v1. Not looking great for that. His wombo, part of the wombo combo now, though, is very, very powerful. Guys, I think NIP have fucked it. I think they fucked it. I think that they've... I think that, look at that. They were basically 12,000 gold ahead. They were a very fragile composition, though, and that push into the top inhibitor where Care played without flash. Hoya went too far as well, giving over double big shutdowns have meant that IG now have the gold to play out the game. That is an 8,000 gold swing. Photic going back out onto the map. 4 items to him now. Got the double pen combo of the Collector and the Lord Dominus Regard, so he's very, very happy with that. Of course, working against the double Zhonya's built up on the other side in terms of the armor that they bring. No, and it doesn't matter that weighs 2,000 gold down. He's got GA. As long as he just locks someone up for the Equalizer or the Cataclysm, he's done his job. Rookie's going to get another turret. 3 turrets from none.
That it is, and that's after actually Care shoved that wave all the way to the inhibitor turret on the other side. Just resets and gets it all the way back out. Does some works there. Again, you've still got to worry about the fact that this Varus is only getting scarier. Still looking at something like a death cap coming up at some point.
Well, in terms of the damage outputs, but I would argue that IG aren't getting more scared of the Varus. I think they just say he's still as easy to kill. He has the Zhonyas. That's the one thing which you're worried about. But as long as he's in range for a bullet time to hit him, I think IG are fine.
Because I think getting to him is still not going to be the simplest idea. Because part of the deal is like, if Jhin and Varus are not stood next to each other, one or the other should be free of a Cataclysm. Yeah. Should.
IG, hang on a second, that's not a bad Varus. Okay, yeah, that does hurt.
Yeah, that really, really stings. Shadow Flame with the Blight stacks leads to a very dead-looking Wei who is going to disappear.
He chooses not to flash, chooses to just die, save that flash for the Dragon, which is coming up in a minute. Now, if IG can stay alive for that, that's a big thing. Good pickoff. Kind of risky from Wei, but he does keep his flash available for the next big fight. He knew he was dead to rights.
Worth noting, he loses his GA, though, which is a very big thing to lose coming up to what could be a critical fight.
NIP, now they're trying to... I think what they'll try and do is take an uneven numbered fight right now. They know the Jarvan is so important to the comp. NIP, I think they see this is the moment to go.
Went for the Tempered Fate attempt onto Photic, who just about had the speed enough out with the strut.
Varus ult is up in about 5 seconds. I think they should actually look for a pick right now. I know that the Jarvan's coming up at some point. I actually think NIP should be sticking around looking for a pick. That's what they're trying to do here.
Just wait for someone to overstep. Jway has the sweeper rolling, as does Rookie. They're both afraid of getting locked up there. The Phaelites come down from that control wall. We're looking for potential Chains of Corruption angle.
Jarvan's alive now. Dragon's up in 10 seconds. You can flag drag his way over. Teleport's coming down from the Rumble. I think IG see this is a winnable fight. Look, it's 5k down, but it's half the gold lead that it was earlier. Jarvan will be hit just about in time, I think. I think NIP need to be very, very careful.
Do, but I think IG also, now they've lost a lot of their wards, we're going to have a lot harder time getting forwards. They found a way into the river, but it's already down 6,000 HP, will become a flip. Wait, a threat here. Reminder, Chains of Corruption left. That's onto the Rumble. The supreme display of talent allows NIP to get the cover of the turnaround. It's still brutal. They do kill off one. Cataclysm after, Sober flashing on in. They kill the Varus. And now Care and Assume running away. It is a fragile comp, and they are brittle and glass. Pottery and NIP cracking the same way under the force of Invictus Gaming.
IG victrify NIP, turn them to glass. And IG, I think they now have the kills to maybe push for an inhibitor. You know, with so much wave it's cleared down and Assume being forced to back, I actually think they can look for them for an inhibitor through the bot lane, maybe through mid lane. Kerry's alive as well, he has Zhonya, so I'm not sure they can end the game. But I think with a double lane push, they can look to break the base.
Be the attempt here. We'll see how much work Care can do at the level 18 on the rise. Got an Actualizer, can definitely destroy the wave pretty fast. Jin also coming up. They've got to be a little bit careful about overstepping here. A lot of flashes were blown in that last play, so someone getting locked down would be a disaster in some ways for Invictus Gaming. They get a turret, but no more, and that's only the tier 2 in bot lane.
So they get 2 inner turrets, but they don't get the inhibitor itself. Realm Warp was searching, can't find Sobro, looking for a cheeky recall. Not quite there. IG make sure the gold lead just slims down a little bit more. Again, doesn't matter as much to NIP that they get the dragon. They're not the ones getting the soul. Wei ends up flashing out of the pit, actually. I think that might have been a mistake from Wei. I think he was trying to flash out of the Varusol. I actually wonder if he could have flashed in for an even bigger combo there. See that Hoya blows his flash there too while he's dying. That's actually a big mistake for the Varus. He needs his flash available. Suddenly, you look over at NIP and they have... they've got 2 flashes down on their 2 AD carries and Assume and Hoya. That could be a killer after that fight.
GH picked up by Photic as well, who is building towards his final item. Ways off that for Assume, who's now down 3,500 gold because Photic's the one who's picked up so many of the kills. Guwon finds a fair amount of damage, but he's jumped on midway through. The CC chain decent, but it's not quite as lethal as it was a little earlier on. Okay, mid lane wave being fought over. Baron will be 2 seconds off going down, or going up rather. The respawn of said Nitro objective. Tempered Fate catches Soboro. Now this gets interesting. Change comes in early, as is the Deadly Flush because the Zhonyas came on through. Very well timed from Soboro.
Yeah, he went golden through bar, but he has his own option to do that. Ult's down now. At least there's no dragon on the table. NIP, I suppose it's about even in terms of the cooldown battle there. Zhonya's is the long one, very important.
Keeps an arm guard as well.
Yeah, so we won't have... Okay, in that case, that's more valuable. Okay, NIP is slight win there.
That is fairly significant. I was about to say, is that just a miss time? It's like, no, that golden's just a long, long time. That will be the arm guard. Rounds up. I think at this point you waste your cooldowns. You're late enough in the game. Your ult cooldowns are relatively short at this point. In fact, they're up. Basically 8 seconds for Hoya. That'll be available again.
Problem is, this Baron just becomes so much harder. So, this is the point where we talk about... You know how first pick and side select have been different? So this is actually the point where red side has a huge geographical advantage to IG, because NIP can't take Baron against red side Misfortune and Rumble. Or Misfortune particularly, because Misfortune can stand over the back of the pit, very little threat onto her, and just ult over it. Missed ult from draw. Been hit and miss on them, as the nature is with bar. Quite hard to land those unassisted ults, especially against people with lots of move speed like the Cassiopeia and the Misfortune.
Yeah, it's a bit weird to think of, but Cassiopeia with her new boots powers, it gives her a lot of move speed. Misfortune can be scary as well. Chance of corruption. Ow, that stings. Jway is still a very good poke target.
Yeah, especially if we can get him down to like below half HP before the fight starts. God, so we might get a level 16 Alistair. That could actually be huge, because that means his ultimate basically shrugs all damage at that point. Another arrow lands onto him, but really the damage comes from the stacks of this version of Varus. You need to get some auto attacks or that ult to start stacking up the Blighted Quiver to then kind of go crazy afterwards. Sam, I think IG are favored to win this game now. I think that I don't care about this gold lead anymore. I think they're favored to win the game because it's just so much easier to break apart the brittle composition of NIP.
Yeah, if they force end, it's great. Issue will come if it is just waiting around, trading skill shots. NIP's pick is a lot more throwaway. You can be a little bit more, you can fish for it. You can be a bit more circumspect, looking for those pick options with the Tempered Fates and the like.
Yeah, 2 things which are important here. Wei's GA is back up and available. Full Zhonya's from Rookie now. Does Sobro get his on this recall? I think he might do. He's recalling now. Does he get it?
He's waiting around. You'd have to assume so. He does have the teleport as well. No,
I don't think he does. He doesn't have Zhonya's. That's a big problem for Sobro. Going golden is one of the best defenses against this kind of comp. Jin W wide, Dragon in 30 seconds.
Hoya's on a ward here, actually. He doesn't quite know it. They just spotted Guwon as well. That is a very frustrating ward to not know about for NIP, who are looking for potential poke options, and that is going to be a bit problematic. The ward finally comes down and spots that one out.
Dragon in 10 seconds now. Either team would get soul off this. I think that Mantle is much better for IG than it is for NIP.
again, I think even with the Mount Soul, they still just die to the same combo, but still flank. Pretty big thing. Jue has a huge flank kick, and he has flash. He's spotted here, though, by this. Oh, by the Scuttle getting taken down. He might get taken out here.
He's going to try and escape this, but he's going to get jumped on. The headbutt away, can look to exhaust, pulverize, and run out. He's still got the ult to work with. Tries to turn back.
The combo!
In. The Tempered Fate interrupts it. Now Can walk up. It's a turnaround. In comes the Deadly Flow. It's just wide. Looking to Spell Flux. The curtains get called. This could get really dicey for Invictus Gaming, but they scatter well.
Oh, it's so close to killing Jue on the back end there. I think that'll give the Mountain Soul over to NIP. Jue couldn't find his way into the back. Well, Wei couldn't find his way into the back line. Jue certainly did, but he didn't have the backup. Mountain Soul to NIP were truly into the late game, 7 dragons deep.
Oh boy, well, 4 Mountain Dragons will be enough to give anybody a fair amount of resist. We will take it. Baron alive. That will be our next port of call. You have to imagine Kair will strip this wave of its HP with some spell fluxes and some overloads. Always very satisfying to clear waves as late game rise. You're trying to fight for vision control, can't quite. That is the other issue that NIP run into. Look, if you've got vision control, very easy to defend it because you've got so much range in terms of pick. Putting wards down in the first place, who really does that safely this game? Down to 6,000 HP, Baron started. Guwon's going to try and get in, the Tempered Fate buys time. Guwon looking for an angle, got the Grass Blade with the edge of Glitch now. Looking to jump on the Jue, who's going to Unbreakable Will. They have taken the Baron. What about the turnaround after as down goes the Alistair? But Baron for one is still worthy, I think, for Invictus Gaming. Can NIP find more in the retreat?
We'll have to see. I don't think they can. I don't think they can go into the Fog of War very easily. This is one of the problems with this composition. If you overchase into them, you get Flash Cassiopeia ulted. The Equalizer was still available too. You do get really ripped apart if you don't play safely. That's why that top lane inhibitor push was so important for NIP. You couldn't afford to make a mistake like that. It took the momentum out of your sails, and you only really get one shot to regain momentum, which is like through the Elder Dragon now, really. They might try and take the fight on the 4v5. They might just think, look, 20 seconds on the Alistair. We need to take the fight on the 4v5 before anything happens. Here we go with Jue Wei, though.
Cataclysm, flag and drag out, but he gets Deadly Flourish in the turnaround pick. CC is brutal. Flash and Rookie doesn't work, and he gets supremely displayed. Sobro flashing on him, but it's exhausted, but it's not enough. Hoya trying to turn this one back around, does get one, but Photic flashes for the last auto. And now Guwon alone runs away, but Wei and Rookie are chasing.
Rookie can chase down. I think he... we'll see what happens with the teleport. That's coming in from the Alistair support spellbook. NIP, they might have just got comboed again.
Oh, he's throwing up an IG emote. There you go. Just to show him caught on the miasma, nowhere to run. And grounded is Guwon. The Kiana, the Empress of Ixtal, dethroned by Cassiopeia. Goes into the Grass Blade for a second, but it will mean very little. They get the kills, they get the ace, and the base is about to be broken, and the game may well go IG's way.
Rookie's ultimate saves the game. The ultimate damage and the slow from it allows the bullet time to combo them. The combo wasn't started by Wei, it was by Rookie, and it might have just saved the game.
It looked like NIP might have been able to force harder, but again, the fragility of the comp eventually cracks under the sustained pressure from Invictus Gaming. They hold the line, hold strong, and come back despite a 12,000 gold deficit.
A little bit of our own KT roster in the LPL, Sam. Welcome back, everyone. For basically our first Eurocast of the day, actually. We've been all out about basic all over the place, and it's a hell of one to come back to, Sam. As, yeah, I think that, you know, that ult in the base from Rookie and Photic, they were the two which comboed up. I know it didn't look that great because it didn't get the stuns at first, but just the damage and the slow, I think, ended up being the killer there. I'm sure we'll get ourselves a replay of that last fight. The Wombo combo comes true. NIP, they made a huge mistake in that top lane inhibitor push. They were so far ahead, but it was such a fragile composition, and they couldn't get back that momentum afterwards.
Oh man, I genuinely thought from that goal lead it was kind of done because it felt like any pick was a free kill. And you fumble it the one time and suddenly you don't have the vision control. You can't force so easily. Taking the Baron after so poorly, giving that Baron over to the side of Invictus Gaming. And you just go, oh, NIP, what have you done?
Yeah, so NIP, very fragile comp. It's one which they've succeeded with before, but this is the problem with such things, really. You get like one mistake. And they, in fact, actually, this is the kind of competition which we saw. You don't get any mistakes, really. You know, you got literally like one mistake. What the heck is that? I don't even know what that is.
That'll be Huya stuff, I'm imagining.
Oh, weird. Alright, clicked something weird. All good. Right, so folks, we're gonna put some ads on, and we'll get ready for
get into the series. If you don't want ads, subscribe.
Yeah, if you don't want ads, subscribe. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, cool. You're good? You need anything?
No, I'm pretty good.
Cool.
I've got food, I've got coffee.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I was saying, look, even from Daft, I'm like, look, IG come away with a better composition. Who's player of the game?
I don't actually know. Wei was pretty okay. Photic came back
That's
strong.
a hard question, actually.
but he was quite down in lane. But everyone was down in lane. It's not Soboro. I saw like what the fan vote was. It's not Soboro.
It's not Soboro. It might be Rookie actually for the ult in the base.
Yeah,
it could. No, it might even be the bullet times. It might be Photic.
I think it's Photic or Dway, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, probably is the coach, actually. The draft is the MVP.
And the thing is, I say this as someone who actually... I quite liked NIP's comp. You saw what it was supposed to do, right? Like, it's not a bad draft. It's just...
It's low, it's so high risk. And that's why I say it was like... So I call it a bad draft because it's a high-risk composition for a team that... like a mid-table team. You know, and when you have to really go crazy to... And they did almost win that game, but you can see it's just so hard to play. Like, they make one mistake and the game's over. That's why I think it's a bad draft.
Because again, the team fighting's harder, right? But the thing is, early on, it's every lane is a smorgasbord for Qiyana. Everywhere's got setup, everywhere's got burst. One bit of CC leads to deaths, and you just kind of like take over the game from there. The problem is, I think part of it as well, is they didn't get dragons. So they ended up in this really weird position where they didn't have that stacking for them.
I personally don't think it matters, because remember, they did end up... Because remember, like...
They did get Soul eventually.
They got Soul, and they couldn't win with a 4 Mountain Soul dragon. Like, 4 Dragon Mountain Soul. And that, to me, showcases how poor... Like, eventually, if you get stalled out, the game, it becomes unwinnable, basically.
Yeah. Well, basically, you can't face check.
You can't face check anything, and everyone builds Zhonya's on the other... You have double Zhonya's on the other side as well, eventually, right? And GAs and stuff like that, where your pick becomes less valuable as the game goes on, because every time you pick someone, they go golden, and then someone else jumps back on you. Yeah. Although IG technically had the same problem with NIP, they just had much more firepower, really.
Because I guess my point was, to extend on it, is like the fact that you didn't get the dragons early meant that there was enough time to get to Zhonya's and stuff, in a way that if you'd stacked the dragons earlier, you would have been able to get there before Zhonya's really came online.
They would have needed something like an Elder, I suppose, which is... I mean, what they needed to do is not throw a top in here.
Yeah, but they had that game. That game was won.
Sure, but my problem is, every team is going to make a mistake, and this composition doesn't allow any mistakes. So this is the kind of composition you'd expect, like, I don't know, like T1 to play, because they just you know, they violate your human rights. As like, was it Dania that said that about them, or was it CP Max? No, the quotes about them was like, they make you feel like they just kind of like destroy you on a soul like level. Yeah, that's why I personally would classify that as a bad draft, because it assumes you have to play 0 mistakes, and it doesn't matter how far they were 12k ahead, and they could still lose that game.
I mean, a part of it as well, I'm not gonna lie, is NIP made not just one mistake, but like 3 or 4 in a row.
Well, I would say that the top lane inhibitor push was the mistake, and then the game.
The Baron after though, where they gave up like 4 kills down the Baron.
But at that point, the mistake had been made, and the game became harder because what do you do at that point? If you don't take you still have to force Baron at that point.
But then fumbling the Baron that hard is a real problem.
Sure, but I think the game would have already I think the game ended at that top lane inhibitor push.
I think it was definitely the start of things to come. I think there were more mistakes after that NIP made that they didn't have to.
But I think at that point, like, you're not 12k ahead, you're doing it from 5k ahead against a team which actually has the goal to punish you at that point. This is the mistake which ends the game, really, for me.
So yeah, it goes from 12 to 8 here, doesn't it?
Something like that. You lose like 4k gold at that point. You lose no, you actually ended up getting your Zhonya's after that point, but it just ends up stalling out the game, and gives NIP a way back in.
And the fact that you just give up so many kills, you could have just given up 1 kill and gone, okay, that's annoying.
Yeah, Hoya overstepping to try and recover the situation is just horrific.
And then Guon fails the pick on the Chains of Corruption target. Like, this is also like...
Well, I mean,
it's like...
What do you want from him, though?
No, I know. It's like, man, this is so tough from this point is what I'm getting at.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought that was like, come on, you got to do better. I'm like, okay, I don't think there's actually much you can do there. It's my bad. I misread that. But then you're going into situations like this where you can't choose the fights anymore because you don't have the pressure. So, and NIP have to fight it right for the dragon. This is not even a great fight from Wei, honestly.
No.
Where he just kind of gets blasted. It's Rookie's ult here, where you see, like, it does catch one, and then the slow and the miasma does enough to force out Care. So while I guess it doesn't look as flashy as many Cassiopeia ults, that's probably the play which ends the game.
I also think that's now like 2 or 3 times I saw Care Zhonya's late. Because actually his Seraphs gets procced, and then he's Zhonya's.
That's true. Yeah.
So actually you end up not getting any value out of your Seraph's shield, and by the time you come out of Zhonya's got no HP to go work with. So like, that's like 2 or 3 fights where actually I wonder if the Rise have been able to consistently DPS after a lot of these burst combos have come down, we might be having a different conversation. And I think the other thing is NIP just panicked. Like, they had the damage, but they just didn't actually manage to get any good combos with the Rise Qiyana again, or follow up on Chains of Corruptions properly, you know.
I don't think they panicked. I think that I think their competition just ran out of steam because I didn't see them like randomly throwing stuff in and dying and overextending and blah blah blah.
It's more that I think the response to what IG was doing got quite panicked. It's like, oh, Zonya's a bit late, you know, or where are we going? What are we doing after someone engages? I think that's fair.
Yeah,
it would have been my
fair.
choice. It was him or Photic would have been my choice, and I think Photic was far enough behind early on. That was a problem, and I think he did end up making some very good picks.
Honestly, it's coaches it's coaches really, which I think were like the crazy ones. Which name for this round of playoffs do you think is superior? Knight's Path or Knight's Road or Knight's Rivals? I think it's Knight's Road. I think Knight's Road is better, or Knight's Journey or something like that. Like Knight's Rivals is the worst of them. I'll say that. That's the worst one.
That's so fair.
It just doesn't make intuitive sense. You know, Knight's Road, Knight's Path, or something like that, or Knight's Journey, or even like Hero's Journey or something like that, or whatever. Oh, I mean that's different because they're trying to name it after the World Champions, so you have to have Knights in there. I think it has to have some kind of journey in it, right?
Interesting, a lot of people gave it to Wei. I suppose there were some good late game cataclysms that allowed things to turn around, but even then, I think Wei was suspect enough early on that I couldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't give it to Wei personally, but I don't think he was like bad, but yeah. Shadow, thanks for the follow. Okay, I guess we'll. Did we put ads on? Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did.
Cool. Who now?
Finish your food is probably what you ought to do.
Yeah, true.
How is it?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Made a spicy stew.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't put the habanero if you're gonna make it spicy.
I was just doing it off vibes.
Yeah, I get that. That vibes-based cooking is very valid.
Which I think we did a decent job with, so you know. And this time the potatoes cooked 3, which is nice because I have discovered the additional settings on the air fryer, Al.
Yeah, well, like what?
So if you slide the locking thing halfway across, you get to the steam option, which allows you to go hotter than just a standard air fry. It's quite important.
Oh, okay.
Because then I can go to 240, which is really important to get the potatoes to cook in 30 minutes. Which before they don't, they end up not done properly, which is really disappointing. And then otherwise you have to overcook it. You end up with like no liquid and burnt stew.
Okay, well, still got full best of 5 to go. And then Sam, basically, as soon as the series ends, we've got to do EuroLeague. So, my day has been get up at 6 o'clock, set up stream a couple of games, podcast, back to do another full best of 5.
Another podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got 3 or 4 recordings to do and the rest of a script to edit tonight as well.
The next few days are not going to be fun.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think I'll be streaming today.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it going, no way.
Makes sense. What a week. Captain, it's Monday.
Captain. That's Uzi!
Heck yeah. I was playing an Uma run on stream before.
I want to keep doing that. Welcome to.
Can do. Let's move. Donde está?
Have we seen the latest Professor Lando video of certain Uma fan art that's come around?
What? Professor Lando?
Professor Lando.
What the heck?
Do you not follow him?
No.
Oh, okay. So he teaches people about pop culture, guys. And this one was specifically. I'm not going to say anything. Just.
Was this the Bakashin incident?
This is about the Bakashin.
Oh
incident.
no, it's not the Bakashin incident.
And explain why people are into that. It's a 14-minute video, guys.
I thought it'd be cute to sound, if anything.
Yeah.
The things that we, Oh, man. Okay. No
am I ill? I just don't have time I don't have hours in the day, Mac.
I get this out of full screen because the CPU isn't going to like that.
Portrait? That's story of it. Window.
Once game.
Oh, nee.
Okay, I can't remember what I was doing last. Oh yeah, I'm spark farming. That's what I'm doing. Although, yeah.
What sparks you hunting for?
Mile sparks. Is cat language real?
Do you ever read any of these anymore?
No, because it would slow it down. I would get like 3 campaigns done in the space of like.
Do you do it for new horses? Would you not?
Yes, I do it once full, and then basically what I have to do is like I have it like not skipping new events. So if there's a new event which I haven't seen before, I'll do that.
What does this horse do?
This is Saiyan Sky.
Does it run?
Yeah, they angle and scheme, Sam. Angling and scheming.
Yeah, so Saiyan Sky is like the crucial front runner because her ultimate is what you need for every front runner. Basically, if a front runner is in first, they get that. Well, her ultimate activates from first. Encoder overloaded. Yeah, I think that. What's killing this now? Oh, it's probably because there are too many tabs open. Actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna close all of these and hopefully that's fine. I might actually just reload this page as well because sometimes there's a bit of memory leakage from dashboard.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the encoder's really not liking that actually. Anyway, hopefully that's fine.
I believe.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that the camera occasionally juttering as well. And the notification comes up down here, which is worrying.
It's fine.
Yeah, but basically I just need to like make sure I get well, whatever. I'm not like really doing crazy amounts for this run. It's just hoping I get groundwork and mile. That's it really.
What's your least favorite popular Uma to run?
Oh shit. What do you think? I never lose that one. I guess my stats are really bad. I'm not great at late surges. I just don't have the cards for late surges. Yeah, so late surges tend to be like yeah, that's probably the ones which I don't do as well on. Okay. I don't think of which one's least favorite though. Probably one which I haven't run that much, if anything.
Super fair.
Did you know that PP God's first name is actually Guo? He's actually PP God Guo.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
It's all coming together. What is PP God even doing these days?
I don't know, but he hasn't got a team, so... Not even dropkick. Oh, no, Gold Ship's great. I actually think Gold Ship's really fun to run. And I got used to it. I think shit, like, the difficulty running Gold Ship is vastly overstated. Like, her campaign's actually not too, but the basic is she's just a little bit non-standard. She just has, like, a random event where she stops you from doing, like, 4 out of 5 kinds of training, and then does get a mood up, so it's like... Whatever. Friendship's the last thing. Yeah, basically power cards, if you don't hit their friendship early, you just never end up maxing them. Sure. He's not on any team. Probably one of those pros who ends their career fading into obscurity. Yeah, sadly. Like Mole. Yeah, Mole was really good for like a short amount of time and then just never really recovered.
It's a little ironic because things like the Rise coming back would have been quite Mole favoured if I remember correctly. I mean, the big one for this match was like Yagao. Like, people even playing Zoe again, for God's sake, you know?
Yeah, Yagao just retired at the wrong moment, man. Also got some really good Gold Ship runs with pretty basic cards. Gold Ship is just pretty easy to run in general. Because you're an end closer, you don't need to have as many like stamina requirements, basically, which helps a lot. We still talking about Gold Ship? Yeah, because people mention Gold Ship and they haven't seen the game in like forever, so... But I rolled what is effectively a better version of... I think we should be going into game soon, actually. You know, I think this might kill the PC if I keep running this, actually, so I'm actually going to close that. Because I keep seeing the message for, like, encoder, kind of...
It is when you, like, close things, weirdly, you get that.
No, it was while it was open, too.
Oh, I know, but it hadn't been since you closed tabs.
Yes, it had. It happened right there.
Yes, when you hit close on...
It happened, like, once or twice while that happened, too, though. And I could tell it was happening just from, like, the speed of clicks and blah, blah, blah. So, it still happened. You don't believe me. Sam's got his face that he doesn't believe me. He has a particular face when he doesn't believe me. I'm just saying, Sam. I know what you're like when you don't believe me.
I think the game was lagging a little bit. I'm not sure the encoder is. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. You see, right there, he's admitting that he doesn't believe me. He's just trying to be very polite about it. Sam's
I think there's a different. I personally, I think there's a different cause.
What was that? Wait, what less stamina skill? What was that ability? Yeah, Swinging Maestro is the best recovery skill in the game.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the ball. Are you done with your ball or not?
No, I'm not. I was too busy running Saiyan Skies. Okay, so let's get that locked in for this one. You're good, Sam.
I am.
You've got that face somewhere. He's got something else he wants to say.
I genuinely don't, actually.
Then you gotta stop dropping that face. Okay. It's a game.
What's wrong with my face? This is just my normal face.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, Sam. Potential is 0 Rihanna banned away. I don't even know where to go for this. 5 banned away too. Stuff like the Talia, Aurora also up. And I also wonder after a certain point whether Rookie starts threatening stuff like the LeBlanc for lane bully.
Who's getting first pick? It will be NIP over on red side. I
IG with the counter pick can be a bit scary for people like Sobro and Rookie, who do often have something a bit spicy up there. In fact, IG are one of the teams that actually choose counter pick on a fairly regular basis with their kind of choice of, I suppose, like game select, if you know what I mean. Do you want counter pick or first pick?
Now, I think the logic would be you first pick the Orianna, and that allows you to potentially Nocturne Orianna and Azir counter. You don't have to commit to that. You can still go towards Shinzao or Wukong in your second round if you don't like the angle. Oh wait, sorry, the Orianna's gone. You can, no, in that case, I actually think you can just straight up Azir here for Care. I think that's fine. You also could potentially go towards, is there a choice bot laner? Maybe not actually at that point. Huh, yeah, I think that the Azir is the easy first pick.
Would make sense. Nico of course got through, so that would make sense. That also sets up for potential.
This meta actually does my head in because there are so many must bans. I forget which ones actually get through because there are probably about 8 or 9 I'd call must bans. And in game 2, I just don't expect them to be there. So the Nico is one of them, and it's a good first pick.
Yeah, and again, the Kai'Sa's gone, ironically, despite picking up the Nico off, and that is the choice pairing to go with. But again, Nico works in pretty much every AD carry, especially those that are vaguely lane dominant. Yunara banned on the other side, so it was kind of those kind of top-tier AD carries, especially with things like the Varus and the Jhin already gone from the game 1 shenaniganery. Are we just thinking of Corki Namiing here?
Now, Corki's good because it answers a potential Kai'Sa. Because
Kai'Sa's banned.
I'm just not on it today. Okay, I was on it earlier. I was really good in the first series. You have to believe me. I was really good at it. So Corki is one of the most lane dominant picks, and it ends up answering a lot of the remaining AD carry. Cool. You don't have the Yunara or the Varus. You called the Nami there. Now I wonder if Assume does go towards something like the Sivir. He hasn't been successful on it, but he does keep picking it. That might be the answer here.
I don't think there's anything else you could look towards. I suppose if you really wanted to, you could try Caitlyn. I think Caitlyn Nico will be fine here. We've seen a little bit of that into the Corki.
I don't know if you want to do that with so many aggressive dive combos still available.
Agreed.
So I think this, look, I don't like Assume on Sivir. Well, actually, no, it seems okay on this. Yeah, it seems okay. And the same thing you can go towards Sivir. He's actually been more successful on it than so much. So I take that back. But I think the Sivir is a good pick in here. And then Hoya ends up getting the Renekton, which is a safe blind pick.
Aphelios theoretically out DPSs here, and your burst combos are good.
Don't like it into Nami though.
Yeah, I do get a little nervous on that. Instead, they'll pick up the Azir while they can, and this also then leaves you with a potential to flex that AD carry a little bit more. The LeBlanc gets locked in very fast for Rookie, and again, Corki Nami with aggressive mid jungle allows you to play towards that lane. So even if you have got volatile, squishy lane dominant lanes, you can attempt to play around this. We saw this in the last series, and it went wrong early on for WE, and then they hit the mid game and still did crazy things because Nami plus Poppy was ridiculous disengage and chase down. So you can still look to make that kind of thing happen.
So I think probably IG ban away Sivir, and I think NIP are looking to ban away things like Cassante. They ban away Nocturne, interestingly. Poppy at this point would be it would be okay actually thinking about it. Yeah, because you already have 2 dash champions in play. That makes sense actually.
Shinzao goes again. Basically, early skirmishing, aggressive junglers that can work with the LeBlanc early. I think have to be a port of call. I think the Poppy, we already saw that kind of combo earlier be very, very annoying with certain bot lanes like this. The Nocturne banned away from Guwon does love that kind of dive combo with the Nico, very, very dangerous. Basically, spotting the Nico out when the lights are off is very hard.
Yeah, Nocturne just kind of empowers any other engaged combo that you have.
You were right about the Sivir. There he goes, banned away. So I think those 2 picks make a lot of sense. I think it probably will be another AD skirmishing jungler would be my read here in terms of ban.
They've rescheduled Bring Your Daughter to Work Day. Azir can't bring Sivir to work, and not technically daughter, but several generations, several
descendant,
several dozen generations removed.
Bring the young mistress to work day. Shansha style.
Okay, so what's Sobro going to choose into Renekton? Now, the problem is, I don't think Sobro has a stable matchup with Renekton. I'm sure Xiaoshu demolish him. Sobro has been the worst top player in Group Percent. The question is, how poor is he in an individual matchup compared to Hoya? Potentially the Pantheon coming in here in the jungle, I think that's fine. That's really good for Pantheon LeBlanc on side lanes. And that means if NIP are overpushed, they will just immediately die. Draven for Assume. That's pretty good into everyone on IG right now.
Because the thing is, if you're going to get dived anyway, then the one way you deal with it is just stand to deliver. Also, I believe you can interrupt Pantheon W with your stand aside.
Of course you can. It's it knocks them out of the W. Yeah, it's a great way into it. And because it's quite a long-lasting projectile. If you just cast it straight at Pantheon, he just can't W. That's all at that point. Poppy, you called that out before. Now you see a 3rd dash champion in there alongside the Corki and LeBlanc. That's a great pick in.
NIP for me have a very strong draft hit, and I don't think Sobro has a great answer on top side towards that Renekton. Even if you lock the Scion, I think the Scion's actually going to have a pretty hard time hit.
What I will say is your ability to press R and dive a long way is very good for IG, because Tidal Wave plus Scion up plus Grand Starfall plus LeBlanc pressing WR. You can theoretically...
Plus L plus ratio.
Plus L plus ratio. It's like, you know, that kind of mid-game run down an extended lane could be really threatening for someone like the Azir or the Draven, who can have a bit of a weird time into Nami, where you are very obvious where you're going to stand, so Aqua Presence can be quite easy to land. Of course, if you bait it, you can then just run at the fish and murder it.
Yeah, and the problem is Nami is very, very squishy. Now, the thing is, Draven doesn't like playing into Scion. I think the rest of the team does, though. I think Azir and Renekton are actually very good against Scion, because the Renekton keeps him down in lane, and the Azir very happy later. Poppy, as we said, great into the grand majority of these champions, can remove the front line. Now, IG do have a strong traditional front to back in terms of Scion, Nami given room. LeBlanc doesn't thrive in those situations, and against Draven can actually struggle if you're behind, because a single axe or a single Q goes in the way of Draven's favor, unless LeBlanc's very fed.
I completely agree. What I will say, though, is that mid-jungle, I think, from IG will come online that little bit earlier. Pantheon LeBlanc potentially able to go down towards those volatile bot lanes that bit more freely than necessarily the Azir and the Poppy. Poppy, of course, good in those early stages, so can theoretically be there defensively. But I do think that with attention towards that bot lane, the fact that the LeBlanc Pantheon, that kind of half item, one item mark is so dangerous, should give them that slight tipping point edge. Then again, I said that earlier about WE, who did the same thing, and they fumbled the lane into the Caitlyn Elise. Jachi started that game 4-8. To come back in the mid game and win that game regardless. Look at a volatile bot lane as we head on to our second game. This is the Gyos. Oh yeah, starting with the E, interestingly there, for a bit more mobility. We'll look to run at the Scion rather a little bit more.
Yeah, it's not crazy, actually, for Renekton to do that. So it means you can hop over a level 1 Q in certain situations. You can reposition, stack your Conqueror fairly well too. Sort of help for that level 1 trade. Rookie's LeBlanc. Very, very famous. Has a skill on it. Right there, Hoy actually going for the... I'm surprised he didn't go for the auto before that, but I guess it stops him getting in aggro. Good heal there to keep spinning axes up. Heal for barrier. Nice trade there from Assume. Still gets a good chunk out of Photic.
Does indeed. And the level 1, very scary from Nico Draven. And again, saw the statistical overview there. It's not always completely accurate to our thoughts, but I was actually favouring NIP in the early stages of the game, kind of heading towards that first item. You know what? With Nico Draven, I can sort of see why you would be favouring that, even if sort of thinks about, well, maybe the mid-jungle interference might be slightly more IG favoured.
Yeah, Nico Draven is a disgustingly strong lane into that. Rookie getting good lane dominance here. And that's a really important part. You know, if Rookie overperforms on the LeBlanc, this game is very winnable. Now, the problem is, if you jump into a Poppy who flash doubles you and then grounds you, of course, with that too, if there's a Draven who gets the stand aside on you as well, you pretty much are out of the fight. I think the follow-up damage from a single auto attack and a couple of skill shots will take you out of the game. So Rookie, he needs to perform very well here. Good trade. Chain's going to come on, and that's effectively lane over now, folks. Rookie can kill on the next Q in.
Yeah, he does. He's wearing his own skin, by the way. This is his World Championship skin with a little bit of a fancy chroma on to really put it to care.
Rookie can look for the kill.
Slide away. Is that Revenant Shuffle kind of idea with the back and forth?
Okay, that's a slightly different combo. But yeah. He just immediately taps E for the shield and presses Q out, but then K has to teleport back very early. Rookie's dropped some farm, but he's got the actual damage on target. And one of the reasons why LeBlanc is quite powerful right now is the fact that she gets her role quest very, very quickly with chunk onto enemy champions, because that's part of the things which get you into that quest. Is based on damage to champions. Rookie gets that Dark Seal first back. Worth noting though, starting at equal HP, Care actually does have a slight farm advantage, so he's not unhappy with both of them resetting at the same time.
Yeah, that's kind of the point with that one. We'll see how it all plays out from there. Again, Rookie with the early Dark Seal still has the pot, feeling relatively happy on that one. Again, I think there's still a fair amount of the wave here to pick up for Rookie, so we'll end up being 340 S down, not the end of the world.
Yeah, Care is not unhappy with this, actually, because Rookie doesn't really get to retain the early kind of HP advantage right now. He kind of, every time you reset at the same time, you have to work again to get that poke advantage. And if you mess up one trade, then obviously it kind of resets things. So right there, actually, Care, well, Rookie's actually doing a good job here. Now he's gotten that advantage again. Care did get the E damage on target. You can see that LeBlanc really, really annoying. There is a refill pot on the other side, though, so Care has a little bit more healing ticking over.
Problem is those minion aggros. The cannon was aggroed onto Care there, made him back away, especially as he slid those soldiers forward and realized, actually, I'm now in a bit of a precarious spot as LeBlanc starts to skirt around that active attack range. Still, Hoya's pushing in pretty consistently into that top lane, no surprise there. But Sobro's picking up farm, it's good for him. He really does need to have a stronger laning phase this time. Trying to trade in with those Qs. The more poke that Rookie gets, the harder it is for Care to move out of the lane, of course. Hoya, of course, very famous on the Renekton. Hoya, an unusual laner. Sometimes it feels like he picks carry matchups and then fumbles a couple trades early and then falls miles and miles and miles behind. We've seen it on Rumble, we've seen it on Renekton, we've seen it on Camille, and then sometimes he just manages to take over a game out of nowhere. But it just feels like I struggle to trust him on carries, with the exception, ironically, of the Varus, to generate leads in lane. It's just not a consistent thing, even if actually his team fight value is often really good.
Yeah, you see what Rookie's doing here. He's just making sure he can jump beyond the wave to look for those chains. Every time you hit one of them, it really does change the laning state. Question chat, don't really remember Care's Azir. Care was a big Azir player back in 23-24. Streaky on the champion set. Sometimes very good, sometimes very not so good. Guon going to get spotted out here.
And try and shunt Rookie back. They're holding onto the steadfast presence, gets rooted back. That's Rookie left very low, but now Wei can step forward. Finally, the steadfast presence comes down. Had to, otherwise there could have been some serious damage with a W coming forwards.
Yeah, it's a nice trade back from Wei. Wei saves that situation. Care's now low enough HP that he can die here. Rookie can actually look for a double sigil trade.
Looking for more. Does get one. Doesn't take aggro doing it. There we go. Care forced away, and that'll be a lot of that wave lost.
Actually, kind of surprised that he didn't take aggro there. Hoya's going to pop the ult, trying to force Sobro out of lane. Good damage here.
Will do exactly that. Nice chunk from Hoya. Gets half the HP of Sobro, who is a lumberjack, but that means you're really looking to cut down trees, not large reptiles.
Did he just miss that? I think he just missed the cannon there. I didn't see the gold pop up.
-1?
-1. Yeah, level 6 now again. See how much of this game has revolved around just kind of lanes doing their own thing. Junglers going mid lane instead of anywhere else. So it's been about brute forcing that. Hey, Everest, good to see you. We will get hydrated. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it has been a hell of a day so far. 5-game series to start off, which does open up the dream of a 10-game day, folks. Now,
10-game day.
9-game specialties 9-game days used to be my specialty back on like the official LPL broadcast before it got shut down. 10-game days, rare to see those ones.
A little bit of a look towards the bot lane. We're expecting a lot more attention down here, especially if mid jungles can get unlocked. That's not really happened so far. No one's managed to full senders yet. The level 1 got a little bit spicy for a second or two. No one's really made a super aggressive move there. And again, Nico into Nami's a weird one. Basically, Nico does more damage, but Nami can sustain your way through. So assuming you don't get all in on the trade, Nami can often undo some of the damage that Nico likes to throw out. And again, Nico doesn't like the damage going back onto her, especially.
So Assume's got himself a bit of a nest egg, a bit of a investment in the cull. Does have that passive as well. If Assume gets himself that first kill, that's when things really start to go south. Rookie 10 CS lead. Again, that's very good for him. The LeBlanc needs to be ahead in lane. One of the things that we saw with them against JDG, or was it AL? One of this. I think it was versus JDG. Yeah, it was the first time they played against JDG when they beat them in the first round robin. He played the LeBlanc in the second round there, and he actually ended up getting a little bit hurt in lane. That phone was buzzing. I was like, what the heck? I was like, that doesn't sound right. Hang on, Care going on to Rookie, doesn't get the shuffle.
Flash away. Again, it would have been a bit dangerous because the Poppy there, you can shunt someone into the wall. It's part of the reason why the Poppy Azir combo surprisingly good, but now Care under a little bit of threat here. The Flash is down for Rookie, but the mobility is still very strong. Can look to throw some poke out. Zhua behind. How's a minion?
They ping it. It is the blue ping right in mid lane. They see him and he transforms anyway. Rookie is counting minions. You'd be surprised how many people fall for that, particularly with waves getting less minions throughout the game now. It actually means that Nico can sometimes confuse you. He's like, oh, I thought they were meant to be 2 minions at this point. And there's a third one there, and you have to kind of keep your head on a swivel for the lack of minions later into the game.
A little bit of a plate going the way of Photic bot. Actually, Rookie now with a slight CS lead mid off that continual poke. He has done a good job of kind of using his distortion to tag the backline of minions and also Jor and also, or not Jor, and also Care and also look for some of those chains, that kind of really good multi-value distortion.
Yeah, and trying to force Care to kind of move his soldiers around. The big thing about the Azir LeBlanc matchup is if LeBlanc ever W's into soldiers, then she loses the trade, because then when she flips back, Azir can then queue back to the landing points. But if you jump over them, wow, it can be a big problem. Good damage back from Photic, actually.
Heals burned on both sides. Barrier down from Assume all the while that was happening. Wei is now bot lane as well. There is no cleanse bot lane. That can make Assume's life quite tragic here, assuming some CC chains land. The Whirling Death is going to clear the wave.
You remember the Azir ult on release where it would stop you dashing over it? Yeah, basically at that point, as long as the Azir ult was in existence, you couldn't dash over it. That's nasty damage, but at least there's a shield there to prevent some of it. But yes, Azir on release, one of the most overloaded champions in existence. He has remained somewhat of an unbalanceable mess for most of his existence. Now, he's an iconic champion. I think he's better balanced than he was, but there's a reason why Azir is always reared his bird-like head about the place. Really annoying champion.
Who's around here could theoretically keep his verdict. Rookie also thinking about roaming down. Wei, with the tidal wave with the Aqua Prison, can make things pretty tricky, but with bot lane backing, I think Guwon, that's what I'm saying. There is that well. Wei needs to not get hit. Get to the dragon.
Yeah, flashing away just to make sure there's no wall stun. Bot lane was on a recall. Azir did have the ult backup, but only teleported back into mid. Guwon was really looking for like the low percentage chance. And in fairness, he finds an okay angle, full HP. Potentially could have locked for that steal. You were right in calling it out, actually. Maybe I was too dismissive of it. Doesn't manage to find the angle, though, and IG walk away with first dragon of the game.
Well, they do. A relatively quiet start to this game so far. Guwon Care, rather, will get a bit of a chunk there onto that mid lane turret. The result of some additional support from supports being around. Rookie can't afford to fight that wave. Will distort forwards. Looks for the chains. Land the sigil. Not too much more.
Yeah, sigil was tanked up by the E as well. Now, Dre, that could be a bit of a problem for our little fishy friend.
Ooh, gets wall charge into a Pot Blossom, and goodbye, Nami. And now Photic is in a 1v3 bot lane, and I don't know how much this Cord can be able to do. Tries to flash over.
Draven ult in 5, can they save it?
I don't think they're going to try. They're not going to have a chance, though, and they'll just take the kill themselves. Now, actually, if it's a Grand Starfall, you've used your Steadfast Presence. Wei, hit by that Tangle Barbs, will prevent Guwon from going down. Slight stutter there with the Huya feed. We'll speed our way back to life, and I don't think too much has happened there.
Yeah, I'm really sad for Asim that play happened as the Draven ult was coming back up. That's a sad moment for them. If they could have got that cash in, would have been 200 odd stacks. Gives you, what, a 600 gold kill, something like that. It's like, it's your basic kill gold, which would have been 300, and then 2.5. Is it 2.5 times your stacks? Would have been about, 700 gold odd it would have been, I think, at that point. So Dre trying to ward out through his bot side. Corki's under turret and just doesn't realize that the popular is slipped into the bush. Gets wall stunned, doesn't flash quite in time. Tries to follow up and actually gets the kill with that Q continual pop. The only sad thing about this, realistically, is Draven doesn't get anything out of it.
Photic tries to flash Valkyrie away. Unfortunately for them, Guwon is quick enough with the W press and he gets trapped in the play anyway. And what was a 500 gold lead is now a 900 gold deficit.
There's a question in chat about who wins the scaling battle between these two teams. It's quite a hard question to answer, actually, because LeBlanc is not easy to play in late game at all, but then when you're playing into a Poppy and then Raven as well, I guess you're into 5 squishy-ish champions, Poppy not being the tankiest of junglers and then everyone else being fairly squishy for their role. I think IG would scale slightly better because Draven's not fantastic into the sign, even though the Azir is.
Yeah.
It's not like a straight scaling win, though.
Because Azir also scales very well,
exactly.
Well known, all that kind of thing.
Poppy has the X factor of the ult. Good stop on that, actually. Stops any wave flare coming out.
Should still be able to get a hold of this wave, I think. But over comes Guwon. Are they going to try and dive this? They are. This is a bit risky. Flash away.
Hang on, here comes the Azir. I guess they really want Sobro.
This is going to be an attempt. What's the rest of IG doing? This should just be a free cash-in, I suspect. Out comes the next wave. Sobro will be interrupted on his Q, pretty much guaranteed. Gets a decent shield. The Pot Blossom comes down. Going to throw the Whirling Death out, and it is picked up. That is a major cash-in. 1,600 gold lead now for the Draven.
One of the big things about Draven, and that, hang on, they're trying to dive on the other side, but again, at the end of the day, realistically, Draven was always great in lane swaps because you could force the shutdown. This is one of the reasons why Draven kind of came back into meta for a few years, because in lane swaps, you could do stuff like this. Suddenly, 1.6k ahead, that's going to fund him through to his Bloodthirster, and his Cull's about to cash in too. There you go, 2,000 gold ahead for a Assume.
Tidal Wave comes across entirely wide, though. Invictus Gaming, not sure about this. What a horrible dive topside.
They just don't have the damage. Hoya pops the ultimate. Rookie's come over now, but it's too late. He's already got the full wave. He only gets to poke him out. So, not only is it a split map state where both teams go for a dive, Assume gets his cash in, he gets his Cull cashed in, and he gets the first tower of the game. He will be now about 2,500 gold ahead of his opponent.
That is an obscene swing, and IG fumbling that cross map makes it hurt even more. This Draven is monstrous.
So he's going to go back for a Bloodthirster and then probably a Zeal, unless he wants to get his boots in. And Draven doesn't tend to get them early, but he can go for full Bloodthirster plus Zeal if he wants. I don't know exactly what build he's going for.
Wait for it.
Oh my god.
He gets 2 items!
Sam, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, you may have heard of the One Shot. Let us introduce you to the One Shop with a P. He just fully buys an Essence Reaver whilst also completing his Bloodthirster. That is absurd.
Oh, well, this Draven will be a problem, folks.
He even gets the tier 1 boots as well. Check an extra 300 gold in. Why not?
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I mean, so basically what this means is with the Bloodthirster and the Essence Reaver, he never has to leave lane again.
And one of the big problems here now is because you get the early shield up. Look, Rookie is strong and might be able to one-shot in a good scenario. Assume just does not give a damn now. He'll heal up with a single axe. And if he... Now the problem is, if Rookie jumps too close to Assume and can only get a Q, if he gets hit by the Sandestide in an auto, he's effectively losing, a quarter to a third of his HP. Now, Rookie's going to try his best, but this is a huge problem now. The Draven can't deal very well with a Scion, but everyone else is just mincemeat.
Don't get me wrong, Rookie up 500 gold at this point in the game. You think it's pretty good, up 30 CS. This is good news, and then you just look elsewhere on the map and you go, oh, good God.
News, everyone.
Looks like you can be bees.
No. This is the Futurama ones.
I know. I just wanted to conflate references.
This is good news, Mark. You can finally be bees.
What are you
finally be a bee. Lived for like 30 years. Thought about that, Sam. I finally detoxed. I'd got rid of the brain rot.
It was a real stim for you.
Yeah. Okay, gets the shield from that. Pantheon's trying to stop him from recalling.
Okay, that will be some success. Won't be able to get much more than the vague interrupt. Does this get you a turret topside?
I think it does with 3
grubs,
grubs. The 3 grubs it should do. Well, there's a teleport from K. In fact, he's going to use that now, so
nice.
It would have done if he didn't have that teleport, which I just didn't check for bluntly. Hoya has that Black Cleaver, Sober's not feeling great. Okay, now folks, last game, NIP got very far ahead, but their team comp was too fragile.
What?
This time around, I think it was a chain onto him then. Did he use the flash? No, was trying to look for something there, couldn't quite get it. But yeah, NIP's last composition was very fragile. This one is much less so, and they still have a big lead. Now, the Draven can struggle in some of these team fights. Draven is not an unbeatable champion. There's a reason why he's not that much in meta, and he'll need to get it towards, like, a Lord Dominic's regard to really be... This is the problem, though. That Sheen auto of the Essence Reaver means that if you're going for quick trades onto the Draven now, with Corki trying to go for Q and ult, typically Corki Q ult auto with an E running wins against every other AD carry in the game. It's very, very bursty. Draven, this far ahead with the Essence Reaver Sheen auto attack, will beat that now, and you can regen afterwards. And this will be the same problem for Rookie later, because it's the Sheen item of that Essence Reaver. If you just get a lucky crit off the 25% here, Rookie basically is out of the fight at that point, and Assume just needs to auto attack once more, and then he's fine, really.
That's on a ward here, so IG know what's going on there. Photic will throw out a big one and miss it. It's unfortunate. It happens. Gorn also now around, so control ward's coming on down. The Herald is up. Rookie looking for a potential look in here.
Well, control ward's in there now. Draw taking a bit of damage. Again, Assume just does not care. Rookie's going to go over the wall, way over the other side of it. Howie!
There's at least a little bit of sustain, so Photic won't have to worry too much. But again, in the grand scheme of things, Assume loses a shield, and Photic loses 200 HP.
What Assume's full build's going to be? No, he'll want an Essence Reaver at some point for sure. Is this whether he goes for LDR next, just to kind of future-proof his build? I think he should go LDR next. I think he's got enough damage on the squishies. Go for the LDR and just make sure that you never... you actually have the ability to cut through the Scion before they're useful. Goes and gets that Crystallize while the minion debuff's on there. Gets another plate. Why not? Herald quite easily taken here by NAP because they just have full lockdown on mid. The mid lane is just completely unpushable for IG now. You can never... unless you're going to straight up kill Assume, you just can't displace him here.
And a reminder, last game as well, NIP got a monster early gold lead. And again, it does feel like they've been drafting to punish IG in the lanes, I have to say. And honestly here, relatively successful, so with the exception of Rookie being a bit of a menace into Care both games in a row now.
Flip back away from the ult, doesn't connect for Care. Yeah, Care's not enjoying this matchup. That's the ult again. There's a W though from the Poppy.
Has yet to W, so Wei will be alright. Decent chunk back on the way, but this turret will now finally fall. Wei not very successful with this Pantheon so far. He's felt a little bit pressed to make moves, will at least force away from the turret, but there's been no really successful ganks at all. Photic Valkyrieing away, may need to flash it.
He's too far away from the wall to get the stun there. Going forwards though.
There's a whirling death. I think he's just dead. Yeah,
That's just a very dead phone take. He does take one with him. Not bad. They get the cash in. Assume not wanting to use the ultimate there might have been a mistake. That's a mistake from NIP in general, though. That mid lane turret should never have gone down like that. Rookie looking for the assassination.
And we get on in here. In comes the siren, but Assume does not enjoy this. The pop blossom flash. Rookie's in danger. He's gone. That's decent work from Joe, who cannot allow Rookie the blast cone, or he would be escaping, and therefore the kill goes the way of NIP. And 3-0 Draven is where we find ourselves in this game.
Yeah, Christ, that's a really, really strong Draven. 3.5k ahead now, gets another shutdown, another cash in, and another one after that, technically, but it's just on like 2 stacks or something. Losing that mid lane turret wasn't great, actually. I don't think they had to do that. Jumping in again, you do not want to be tanking these axes. Assume has just got a playground here. Does lose both summoners. That might be something IG can return to with a Sober ult later. Sounds one of the better anti-Draven champions, as we were saying. Not just because he struggles to cut through him, but also I'm just running him with the ult. And, hard to do much there. I don't think you win that, Photic. I don't think you win that at all.
He's got Nami behind him to try and give him a little bit of space, but that's about it. Half the HP bar goes, but again, assumes the one with the Bloodthirster, and you only have an army.
Yeah, you either kill him or he just comes back at full HP next wave. He's got too much AD, you know, he just swings the axes there. Guon goes very deep for this. I think this is still a good trade. This part of it is. I mean, Guon dying in the 1-for-1, of course it matters less because Assume gets the actual cash in, and getting Draven hyperfed still valuable here if you can farm him up to, you're going to power him up to like crazy LDRs, Infinity Edge. Rookie does not expect this kind of damage. One of the things about Protobelt is that it destroys spell shields very easily. It's the best anti-spell shield tool in the game, really, actually, Protobelt, and it meant that Rookie couldn't escape from the Nico ult like that. Assume does lose both summoners, though. I kind of need to punish that before the backup.
Yeah, that's the plan. Again, Rookie dying there is whatever in some ways. I don't blame them looking for the aggressive move there while they might have had the window. Very good from Jaw to punish. But again, without those summoners, maybe you've got something to work with. But another turret goes down. The gold lead is now up to 4,500 gold. Granted, the majority of it is on the Draven. So if you can bring him down, the game looks a lot more even.
And in fact, actually, thinking about that Banshees again on Photic, on Rookie. He steals it. Oh my god, Rookie.
1 HP. Literally 1 HP.
1 HP, but he's got a Q. Smite's not good enough from Guon. It's not good enough. You got to be locked in on them. Have discipline. Gulos, fair play. Assume has now hit 3 items, though. That is a huge issue. Just talking about that Banshees once again, though. Of course, good versus Care can help versus the Poppy as well. You can sometimes catch you out with that. Also means that the Draven can't trade stand aside with you, because you actually will ignore that. That means you drop damage for it, which is a problem. I mean, it's just a bad smite. Times it really well. It goes down to, it's actually more than 1 HP. It was like 98 HP. It's a bad smite from Guon.
Yeah, try to combo it with the extra auto. The fact that it ends on 1 before the Q comes on through is a little embarrassing, but there we are. Damage is done. Dragon stolen. And IG get just a little something in a game that has fallen significantly away from them. Again, that cross-map play where they don't get anything topside, and poor old Sobro is left to allow Assume this monster cash in, and the turret was such a problem. Rookie still going to be a threat this game. Again, part of going for the Verdant Barrier second is to allow you to hop forwards in a game that might otherwise be tricky, to say the least. Thank you very much, Mr. Buster, for joining us. Buster, make me feel good.
That's great, so. I assume a full item up on Photic. Now, what you can do with the Draven is there's like a Draven spot where you can just stand in a still place, just in like the top corner, or like in like the left-hand corner of the pit. You can just kind of continue firing axes for forever. It gives you very good Baron DPS actually, comparative to some other AD carries. Sobro's on the flank. How much do they see here? He's going to try and jump him. He's going to ult away, flashed in front of his very dead Scion. Okay, now the Scion's gone. That's actually a big moment here for NIP. Can they just go back towards that Baron? They're ulting in towards mid lane. I think this should be another Baron start for NIP. Even if you lose the mid lane inner turret, I don't think you care that much. IG, I think they need to be aware of that Baron start. NIP not rushing it, though, moving about mid lane instead. They're going to give up the mid lane turret for free.
That they are. That's a decent chunk there. Will they get anything more than that? Hang on, here comes the rest of the NIP squad. The ninjas not looking like they're in pajamas right now. They are armed and geared for war. Gonna try and turn around. That will be Hoya dying. The knock away. That's decent onto the Nami. Means there's no sustain available. Wei trying to run, but where do you run? It's a decent chunk onto Guwon, but I don't think he cares that much. And a flash over from Duo to ensure he gets involved in the kill. And another one surely to Assume, and it is.
Oh my god. I mean, Assume is just getting everything. He is the CEO here. Feed the Draven. Oh, Care didn't have mana for Q. I think he actually might die here. I think Care could die. Rookie's got full mana. Care doesn't have a flash. Shui's back in after getting punted out of the mid lane play.
There's the ethereal chains. Care goes down. Rookie gets his first of the game. You take what you can get, and that will do just fine. Interestingly, the game is now favored to IG statistically somehow.
Well, I mean, the entire rest of the team but Draven is now even. It's just the Draven which is an issue. Rookie is very, very fed himself after farming up well, getting that kill, getting a lot of side lane gold, and Care's behind. So actually, Rookie is a problem. He will actually be able to deal with everyone but Assume. All it takes now is one mistake from Assume, and NIP maybe start slipping away again. And one thing which has become apparent in the first game, and probably this moment here too, IG have better macro than NIP. They're much better about moving around the map. I think that last play we're talking about, well, it could lead to the Baron, could lead to this, that, the other thing. And much before, you know, NIP giving up the mid lane turret, it feels like NIP haven't really defended the map that well.
I'm having a momentary giggle there because Assume has 150% of the gold and voting, who's the next highest amount of gold in the game. Oh my god.
How does 6-0 Draven have no bounty? I believe that Draven passive doesn't interact with bounties anymore. I think that's a big part of it. And the dragons on the other side help. Chain does land.
Ooh, Pop Blossom back. Rookie doesn't quite go down. Has to flash though because Assume looking for the whirling death. Rookie's in so much danger. Just about hops away to a teleport angle. No, there is not.
Oh, that was so close. The damage check was really scary. Assume very close to the Infinity Edge as well, building the components up of that.
If he had that, that was a dead Rookie.
Wow, he's really close even without that, really. So, bro, going to get the spot lane turret, so he's going to get more gold in turret. And the Lumberjack apparently works on bricks as well. Didn't even need the axe for that one, though, just punched it.
I'm a little bit perplexed by the fact that somehow, some way, IG managed to get significantly more farm into both their solo lanes. I know Rookie and Care, we're seeing the numbers swing by 20 one way or the other, basically by who's caught the waves yet, because Rookie's about to pick up another 15 CS from this top lane wave, for example.
That has been what Wei has been achieving as well, because Wei has just been, he hasn't been getting kills, but he has been forcing NIP away from waves and sidelines, because they're afraid of that semi-global threat. That's all great and all, but now, I mean, are we getting towards Dragon time? IG can give up another one of these. I think IG might just drag this late game. I think it might just drag this late game and say, okay, look, we've already got the 2 dragons. You can take one there. Rookie's going to go onto side lanes. He's going to get as much gold as possible. And then I think what IG will play for is the single pick. They'll look for the single pick from Rookie out of Fog of War. Going to slow play the map, try and get vision control, get Rookie into Fog of War. Rookie's one of the best players at using Fog of War in the history of League of Legends, and try and play around that. This might be a slow burn, folks. I think IG are going to look for that one magical pick and then try and roll into a Baron off.
We have got a 4-item Draven now. That is also utterly terrifying. That is... Does Essence Reaver give you crit anymore? I forget.
Yes.
It does.
Essence Reaver's given you crit for its entire existence.
I know. I always double guess myself on that one. I'm not
It's
gonna
just
lie.
whether it has a sheen or not. It's the only thing. Essence Reaver's had that crit for every time. Rookie over the wall. So we're not pulling the ultimate. Corki joining them now. Renekton, the only person not at the plate.
That is exactly it. And IG playing this one carefully. Plan. Looking to try and get particularly Rookie towards the 3rd item. You get the Void Staff. Suddenly things like that Banshee's Veil being built up by Care be a little less valuable than it would be in another scenario. Zeke's second for Jaw to try and get even more off of these ults.
The ult cooldown reduction is nice. It is mixed resist, don't hurt as well. I think also in this game, not a huge point of going towards something like the Iceborne Gauntlet. Not the Iceborne Gauntlet, the Frozen Heart, that's the one, which is often the second item. Abyssal Mask is the other one, which I suppose it would have been fine versus Rookie, but yeah, I think Zeke's for the ult cooldown reduction makes a lot of sense because Nico is such a reliant champion on that. Already has the Lucidity boost for extra cooldown reduction. Ult and Flash for Nico make her into a champion really as a support. Assume trying to safely farm this now. I suppose there is the option of an overpush for that Pantheon as well. And again, Wei only has 1 assist in 27 minutes. He's not been that active. However, if someone overpushes, you cannot disrespect the value that this Pantheon has. If you have to use peel onto the Pantheon, you're not using it onto Sion who's running at you, onto the LeBlanc that's running at you as well.
This is a really odd game, isn't it? NIP with the very early snowball. They just not quite managed to convert into true mid-game advantage. That's a decent couple plates there. Assume just leaked some plates. Doesn't leak too much more.
It worries me when Draven doesn't just lock out the game. It worries me that he's gotten these early kills, but nothing's gone crazy beyond that. There is a teleport into that top pixel bush. That is the LeBlanc coming through. That is so much damage, which Wei will just about live. Does that change anything? Sobro has that ult down. He's probably dead now. NIP will take down the frontliner.
What did it cost them?
What did it cost them? It cost them a flash on Azir and a couple of ults. They will get the Baron off of this. Swing and a miss from IG trying to contest the Baron start.
Can Rookie get some damage to the back of it? Level 16 will sting with a good distortion and some mimics. Does have the spell shield to work with. Has it broken immediately by Jewel. Overcome IG. Hoya on the flank. This will be the Baron taken nonetheless. Can IG hold the line? No, they damn well cannot. They lose their jungler as well.
And IG have been looking for that one magical pick out of Fog of War. NIP finally find a way to push the game forward. They were getting stalled out a little bit. That Baron play is exactly what they needed, which they couldn't quite do in that last game, where it felt like, okay, they made that one mistake, game falls apart. NIP have really been playing for early pressure into Snowball with no real counterplay while they're ahead of the game. If they make one mistake, it's very difficult. It's quite a cutthroat style, but right here, working very well with Assumes Draven. 5,000 gold ahead now. Top lane and turret will go down. NIP, I think this is where the game falls apart. I think IG had that chance. I think that's now somewhat gone. I think that IG, they were looking for that magical pick. It's only going to get harder from here. I actually wonder whether Assume... Oh my god, that takes 2/3 of his HP. It takes 2/3 of his HP in a single auto attack with the Essence Reaver Infinity Edge crit. Yeah, Assume, credit to him. He doesn't pull out the Draven that often anymore. He used to a lot more in times when he was on Rare Hat and the like. Good game from him. Genuinely game-changing.
Well, that is potentially all it takes. The Hex Drinker as well, I think, is very astute here. You've got the Bloodthirster already. You've got the Steel Caps already. The real additional threat is just Rookie, late game LeBlanc, popping you. And again, what do you do here as IG from this position? A lot of this comes from the fact that, bluntly, you fumbled that side lane play where Assume got that cash in. You've just not been able to take him out of the game. You've not been able to take stacks off him. And now IG, for all you'd stalled out well, the moment the Baron does actually go down, it is such a traumatic position to be in. And unfortunately for them, the air raid sirens are warning. And it is Assume dropping some heavy ordnance on the top of your heads.
Assume's just so strong, man. Just single auto attacks. I mean, right here, what's that going to do? Okay, not as much as it could have been. At least he has a little bit of armor, but then, you know, not exactly a small amount either, really. Rookie going over the wall. Don't get a crazy amount. He's just not fed enough, man. He just doesn't have the gold. He's tried, but honestly, I feel like IG have really, really struggled to make the plays work around this Pantheon. Rookie going forwards again.
Doing a decent... Again, he is getting some poke down if they can hold it. The problem is the Baron is still continuing to chunk people out. At least the fact that Rookie's getting some sustain behind him. Keeps hopping over the wall, looking for a bit more. There's Guwon interrupted. Looking for another reset. Gets in a little bit of a deny there. Can TP back in. Is going to do just that.
IP really wanting to even this series. Of course, I mean, not so stable. They want to even this series up, but they've really been playing this game a lot more clean than that second one, I feel. That's what we were saying. The Q for the auto trade. The Nami is helping LeBlanc stay topped up a little bit, but Bloodthirster on the next wave will do exactly the same for Assume as well. Doesn't have it for now.
Inhibitor turret broken top side. Hoya was split pushing away. Bot lane is about an auto or two away, and that will fall as well. Inhibitor's exposed in 2 lanes.
You know, in another day, another era, Rookie LeBlanc could carry these games, but it feels like IG... They have downgraded coming into this split with a number of players taking breaks. Here comes the Scion. Can they mount one last comeback?
Grand Starfall comes on. Enjoy looks for the engage. Does at least get a stun onto the wall. Rookie's in his clone. He tries to flash away. Healed up. The aggressive hammer slam ensures that Rookie is taken out. Duo does not allow Rookie to play this game one iota more.
NIP. The ninjas slip the dagger in. Well, I think in this case it's the whirling axe. Draven likes a little bit more showbirds voting than the shadows. It has all been about the Draven. It's not been about Rookie's LeBlanc. It's not been about anyone else. Assume and NIP crush this game out.
One of the most iconic voice lines in the league goes something like this. Welcome to the League of Draven! And he does all the work required in this one. Out come the GAs. NIP on Nexus turrets. IG holding on by their fingernails. And I think Assume would love to pull a Scar. All hail the king.
NIP, it is crushing in Game 2. They've come in with a style to obliterate the early game and stay ahead from start to finish. This time, they make it work after stumbling in Game 1. Confident second game through the bot lane of NIP.
And we all knew it was going to get tricky the moment the mild-mannered Draven got the first blood, got the cash in, got the first turret, and suddenly the outfit comes off when it was Hong Kong 3 all along.
I'm so sure. You mild-mannered. Does that mean you're the mild-mannered janitor?
Yes. Which is...
NIP. Now, I thought in that first game, you know, they gave themselves a composition which they could only really afford one mistake with. It worked in Group Perseverance. Clearly didn't work versus IG, who... IG have fallen behind in games a lot in Group Ascend, but they managed to team fight through the late game. This one was not one which they could fight back from, though. I think that Corki Nami got blasted. I think they thought it was a winning lane. I don't think they quite assumed... I don't think they quite factored in how powerful a Draven could be through that early game. And I think Wei had a very poor game on the Pantheon. Yeah. He was trying to zone people off of sidelines from that Pantheon ult. Realistically, if his Pantheon ults were a little bit more zeroed in on the movement, maybe he could have caught some kills there. Realistically, though, the Pantheon achieved nothing in this game.
Yeah, and again, I think IG just struggled to make proactive moves. Like, we saw that really horribly failed tower dive into Hoya early. I think Hoya actually quietly had a fairly good game as well on the Renekton, kept the Scion long way behind. And beyond that, we just saw some serious trouble with, I can do this, with the fact that basically every time they tried to look at Assume, Juro just absolutely full sent it to prevent that Draven ever being threatened. Every time Rookie even hinted at a flank angle, Juro went absolutely not. Rocket Bell to tell the spell shield, flash on top. And what do you do as a LeBlanc there? Because you're the only threat, it felt like. And so as long as you were tracked, it was very, very tricky.
Hey, Cassie, by the way, and thanks for the stream streak. Yeah, we have, we do be having that thing where, oh, hang on, yeah, gift subs sometimes actually crash the screen. You can see actually when basically with the browser sometimes the things on the dashboard start to kill. I'm actually gonna close an extra tab there. Oh my god, thank you so much for the gift sub, Sorka. But I was like, oh my god, I remember what happened last time. We're gonna put some adverts on. We're gonna go to a quick break. Thank you so much to Orca. If you don't want those, maybe you can get yourself a thing yourself. Support that thingy, sub yourself. Appreciate you all. Oh my gosh. I think what I actually might need to do, Sam, is actually. Okay, we'll see what happens after this. But what I was doing before the other day was closing the browser tab while we're like unless we basically when we don't need adverts.
Yeah.
It's okay for now. We're safe for now. Oh Jesus Christ. Hey, thank you, Mecca.
Hey, appreciate it. Any more for any more?
Oh my god.
Come on.
I'm actually gonna close the browser and just hope that it saves our CPU because yeah, it happens that way.
Google Chrome just steals memory.
Okay, I'm gonna go to a quick break, folks. Ads on, and yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're gonna have a minimum of 9 games today, folks.
Exactly that. We are going to be here for a very long time, guys. We've got at least another 2 hours to go. Give it up for the potential 10-hour stream, guys.
Give it up for the 10-game day. I'm trying to remember what the most I've ever done in a game, what day it was. Maybe like, I think I did a 12 or a 13-game day once. And that was for like an amateur tournament thing. Holy moly. Great game from Assume. Now, I have to say Assume's not a player who's always impressed me in the past. And I think his Draven has sometimes been a little bit meh for me. This is one which he actually carries in an important scenario, though. I haven't seen him carry many important games with the Draven. This one's kind of crazy, though. Great from him. I tell you what I can do, Sam. I can shut down these and I can put it open on my laptop, maybe.
Might be the idea. For whatever reason today, browser tabs are throwing us for a loop.
Yeah. All good. I mean, basically my CPU, my PC is getting old, and I should probably switch over to streaming with the laptop and this PC at the same time. That should probably be the answer, really.
Well, we've got some downtime after the next couple days, so maybe that's the time to look into updating the setup a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out some. Let me put some.
That's probably wise. Okay. Al, do you want a cup of tea or a coffee or something?
I actually have half a coffee.
Ah, fantastic.
Good to get that, luckily. Very good. Okay, we're gonna go on a quick break, folks, and then I guess we'll figure out what we're doing after. Let me see if open text. No, does that help anything? I don't know, my CPU just, I don't know, just basically my PC's not happy in general, but yeah. Hopefully this is fine. I think we might start just opening up chat and stuff like that on a laptop to the side. That'll probably be the play, I think.
Oh, Sam, do you mind taking this? Sorry, do you mind taking this through the kitchen?
I absolutely can, yes.
Yeah, sorry, it's been there for a little while.
Let me take.
And a team player of the game, no surprise there.
Yeah, the Draven did the Draven things.
What the heck is that advert? Out of here. Oh, I just realized my Microsoft. Yeah, this PC has basically been on every day for 9 years because I built it in 2017. Yeah, I built it in 2017. So, you know, it's been through the wars really. Yeah, I mean, I've upgraded it from a 1070 to a 3080. So it's had upgrades, it has, but also there's just a ton of stuff. Okay, now, if I launch Uma now, does it change anything? That do be shaky. Does this... does it like having Uma on now, basically? Yeah, I think I open... Oh, in fact, I remember opening chats on the laptop before. Maybe that's the way that we do it again. It does save a lot of things, actually. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. It makes a lot of difference, like I was saying. Appreciate you all. I think we're safe. Survived quite well. Yeah, it has. It has survived quite well. It's been through a lot. You know, it's been my main gaming machine for a long time now, basically. So I can appreciate that. And yeah, it's done a lot of work for us. Done a lot of work. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah, I think this is now working with. I think this is now fine for CPU reasons. Armpit hop. Wait. Did that actually happen? Hang on. Did that actually happen? Oh, I thought that was a meme. I thought that was a meme. Just saw it on Reddit. I'm pretty sure it didn't. Yeah, because basically, where is this thing? Where's the archive? The meme was about Bakushin, right? Where's the character? Where are you? Did they change anything? Okay, that one is what it is. That's is what it is. Okay, so what actually happened with... Okay, that's actually, like, not conclusive at all. Okay. This should work, maybe. No, it hasn't been patched. It hasn't been. It hasn't been patched at all. It's just a meme. I was like, I saw some real degenerate stuff happening. I was like, what the hell are you doing? You know? Oh, God. Okay, wait, what's this? Oh, it's archive, right, yeah. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, I was just about to end this run, wasn't I? Yeah, that'll work. I somehow lost, like, Takarazuka Kinan. I was very surprised at. We can crack here. And then I'll just do like 3. Then we'll just see. Hey, Detector, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Oh wait, we've got a claw machine, but I don't need that. Or whatever, I guess. Yay, arcade games. I haven't done claw machine in forever because basically you should never really be doing like regular recreation. Because you have so many mood ups from Rico. Go for the big one. Wait, did I get one? Did. Okay, I have every chat open again. What is this? What is this shooter game? It's just a game. This is Uma Musume, the greatest of all games. Okay, sorry folks, it took me a little while to get set up there, my bad. Oh, Guna game. It's not. It's a game about racehorses. Anything Guna is something that you impart. That tells more on you than anything else. Just realized that my laptop's still audio on. I played this a lot last year because this is, yeah, I need to find some other stuff to do during breaks. Basically, folks, if you have any suggestions, Uma's the GOAT game. Yeah, it was horses, but yeah, it's the GOAT game too, you know. Who am I to judge? Yeah, crazy, I know, right? I need to find some stuff to do during breaks because, I don't know, I feel like I don't actually do that much during breaks. I just talk about the game. In fairness, I don't have that much energy to do crazy amounts of stuff, right? Because we're doing a ton of stuff. Only time I've done it regularly is on this scenario is when I play Narita Taishin. I just rolled Taishin the other day. Oh, right, before the kick show, yeah. Yes, yeah, no, I understand that, Shamrock, yeah, that's a fair point. Shovel Knight type games? I guess I could. Yeah, I could find some arcade games. You know what? I need to play Hades. Maybe I do Hades 2 during breaks. Maybe that's what I do in the future. I do really want to run them. But plus, like, that might be something I end up doing as part of, like, content, basically. When NIP does not overcook, they actually win. Who would have thought? I think they gave themselves way more use for, like... You couldn't make mistakes with that Game 1 comp. That Game 1 comp was... You can't make mistakes with that comp. With this one, you could do a lot more. Which, you know, obviously has its bonuses. Oh wait, I didn't have a... Oh. Cool, cool. There it goes. Okay, we get minimum 9 games today. Jesus Christ. If we get a 10 to get... What do I... I don't know. Do I want a 10 game day? No, probably not, because I've got to do a podcast after this too, you know. Yeah, it's not my favorite thing to do. Like, so I would have started at... I started at 6 AM, basically. And then... When am I going to finish? I mean, we're probably going to go on until... 3, 4... This will probably go on until about 4 or 5 o'clock. Call it like 3:30. And then it's probably going to be 2 hours of podcast. It's going to be hard. I've basically done 12-hour shift, solid. Which I suppose could be worse, but it means I'm just constantly talking for like 12 hours, which is, you know, until you do it several times a week, don't realize how draining it is. Basically, when I'm not working nowadays, folks, I just don't speak. I just completely just non-verbal for the rest of it. I do enough yapping during my work to cover an entire week, you know. Okay, so probably losing this one, but because I haven't done enough training, but that's not a problem. I'm not really fishing for Nimble Navigator sparks on this particular one. Doesn't really matter for front runners. Yeah, it's all good. Actually makes it easier to win Euro finale as well. Oh, well, Unity Cup in this case, but yeah. You all good there, game? Welp? Wait, what happened with Welp? Oh, is this WELP? Have I played Celeste? No, I haven't. But... yeah, I hear funny memes about that game, which would be quite topical, but yeah. Yeah. No, I've heard it's a good game. I've heard it's a very good game if you like platforming. I mean, I don't dislike platforming, it's just, not something I've done, like, crazy amounts of before. Does this get me to... I don't think that gets me to... Oh, whatever, we'll do it anyway. You typed... Yes, you typed Whelp, yes. Yeah, the famous WE80 carry, of course. Whelp. Okay, let's get back into it. Okay, sorry, I just have to switch over some tabs over there. Cool, right, I have all the chats open there now. That helps. All good. Right, that's working. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, let's get into it. Once again, I need to change the things over. That's all good. Okay. Right, so game 3 coming right up. Again, this will go now minimum of 4 games for minimum of a 9-game day. Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. So, basically, NIP snowball through early very well. Now the question is, yes, are the best of 5s fearless? Yes, the best of 5s are fearless. That is one of the huge things about this. But yeah, NIP can snowball through early. Will they have enough picks to consistently do that? Now, assume only gets 1 game of that Draven. Or only gets 1 game of that Varus. Do they have enough picks to last through a best of 5 fearless? Because both teams will now have to win another 2 games. It wouldn't surprise me if NIP have a couple more picks up their sleeves. I'm not going to doubt them on that point. Chats are all up on there now, by the way, Sam.
Fabulous.
But it does mean that we get to save my poor PC a little longer.
I do apologise, chat. I'm probably not going to be able to read you.
Yeah, I'm now going to be the designated chat reader, folks. So, you know.
Alex will have to translate for me. So I'm just going to pretend you're saying nice things about me.
Exactly. Okay. I need to move that as well.
I vaguely remember game 1. It's still nice to be able to see what's happening there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, game 1 was the Omega throw, Sam.
The Omega throw.
The Giga throw. Okay, so what are the big things left up? Now, Ryze, Talia. They seem to be the huge ones to be, or Aurora, but Ryze is the big mid laner, I think.
That does make some sense. And again, worth noting that the Ryze is gone from game 1, so that won't be up and available here right now. So that being down is significant. Orianna banned, Azir already gone. You can't go Ryze, so maybe Syndra has to go up in priority.
Oh yeah, Ryze is gone from game 1. God damn it! Oh, long day already, I suppose. But yeah, I think that's Talia, Aurora. I think both of them make some sense in the mid lane.
Fair shout as well, actually. Yeah,
Talia, Aurora. There's also Wukong. And we've already played... No, we haven't played Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao's up there too.
And does have to be a consideration.
And that hasn't been banned. I did just check.
Debating the Gnar pick and saying Sober, I just don't think you've got anything to answer into this.
I love this. Because this is the kind of draft which is not... This is not meta. This is series meta. This is how we win the game. NIP realize, I'm going to mess you up in lane. And Sobro has been a poor laner. Now Wei might get himself get himself that Xin Zhao, but I think Guon's fine. You know, they can still go towards Wukong for him. He has a lot of carry junglers. He'll be fairly happy that, of course, the Ambassador ban, the way he plays that in jungle as well. What does Sobro do? Does he just have to lock Cassante and take a losing matchup? If he takes anything which is a duelist into Gnar, you expect Hoya to win that because Sobro's not been on good form in lane.
What are we locking in alongside this? You can just pick the top laner at this point. Jax would be an okay answer.
No, but this is the thing. Sobro is the Jax player, but his play in lane has been poor recently. Now, this is a ballsy pick,
Sobro, my dude, you better pay this off, because if Na gets a 2,000 individual gold advantage or whatever the hell it blows open to, you may have lost your team the game with this pick. Jax is not a champion which can play well from behind. I think this could be quite risky. Also really like the potential of Felios. These two champions locked in of the Jax and the Shinzo are not great at reaching him, especially through the box, the Lantern, and Felios has great platform to play off of. There's no backline dive from IG right now.
Yeah, I think the moment you start thinking about a cleanse here as well, like or even just a barrier, your ability to murder this Aphelios before he gets to escape is going to be relatively limited here. It can be quite scary. I am a fan of that, and I think Assume Largy's had a pretty good series here on the whole. I think NIP in general have been playing, at least in the early game in particular, better than Invictus Gaming. They got massive snowball in game 1, didn't manage to convert that quite the way into the game victory, but it was theirs for the taking, despite a hard comp to play. Game 2, again, it was very convincing once the Draven got the gold. They'll lock the Nautilus here early as a potential answer to just get the CC chain down.
I think NIP need to ban Ziggs. I think they ban Ziggs. I think it's very good into NIP's composition right now, and it's good with the Nautilus. It means you get to ignore the laning phase versus the Aphelios somewhat. And I think you probably also ban out... Oh, what's the other things which can give you actually any trouble? I suppose you could ban out Sivir if you want to get rid of one of Photic's more played champions, but I think the Ziggs is a really important ban here.
Yeah.
Oh, they spotted out.
Good read, Alex. Good read.
They do have to ban that out. I think IG were really hoping they'd forget about that. I think they'd hoping they would forget about that.
I think Senna or Ezreal, like a couple of his more like pocket picky. I'm kind of just need something that's comfortable and can scale out this game.
You need something which reaches the backline. So what do you do that reaches the backline?
That's the reason I'm saying.
Also, I mean, it's probably Kai'Sa hasn't been played. Maybe you just go for a Kai'Sa, but that would probably get banned too.
That would be my other ban. I think
NIP ban Kai'Sa.
The other option would be the Sivir, which would be the front to back option. But I think in this game, where you're looking to try and get to the Ezreal, instead they go towards the Jinx, which was my other suspicion. We have seen a little bit of the Jinx into the Aphelios. When you're looking to get that first pick, the excitement value can be quite good. It's one of those few champions that does sort of match DPS with Aphelios at the right points in time. You can outrange him for large periods as well. But that does leave the Sivir open. You will match scaling. Your range isn't fantastic. Again, a bit of a debate happening between those two champions as we were kind of musing over the Sivir and the Kai'Sa, both up and available. It does look like it will in fact be the Sivir is a choice, unless there's a last-minute flick around there, but there it is, the Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa's the flick around, so they don't ban the Kai'Sa. The Jinx was useful into the Aphelios back in 2022. That was the big heyday of that champion. Guon, now thinking about his jungler. Now you do have a Thrash, you do have a Gravitum as well from the Aphelios for some sort of CC. I quite like the Talir here. I think it's good against. I think it's so good at stopping people again from getting into the backline. IG are going to have to be so creative already. I'm really worried for IG, Sam. I think Rookie probably has to go for something like the Aurora last pick. That's what's screaming out to me right now. Just something which he can bully lane with, maybe. Something that can get a flank on and just occasionally one shot. I think you're looking at two things. Maybe you go Ahri, but I don't think she's that great into this composition. It should be okay. I think you're looking at Aurora, probably.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. But Syndra, maybe, for additional bit of poke that doesn't then get done in by Syndra Unraveled Earth. Because again, at this point, you've got 4 dash champions. You've got to hit through the box. There's a lot of mobility here. You called out the Ahri. The Ahri is the decision. It does pair well with the Shinzo for the early skirmishing. I think I like NIP's draft more. I think they've got a lot of disengage tools and a lot of very scary DPS. I don't trust Sobo and lane with the Jax. I think if it was nameplate off, IG's comp at 1 to 2 items, very, very scary. Lots of different pick options, lots of mobility, lots of ways to overload that Thresh Aphelios so they can't just lantern away from everything, especially if you get a hold of some early lane priorities, some good wards. The problem is the nameplates do go on, and it has just been a little bit hit and miss. I will note that for my money, Dway's best champions are Nico and Nautilus. Won't we get a hold of the Nico this series round? I doubt that. So it'll be the Nautilus angle then.
Okay, so Rookie plays the Ahri. Rookie plays the Ahri, and it is one of his greatest champions of all time. He is a very good player of this champion, one of the greatest in the world. Let's get ourselves into that game, Sam.
This one is going to be a very telling game. I think if for whatever reason NIP get through this early game with a mild lead, I get very nervous. Mundo, Aphelios, Nah, with a couple items to the name ahead of Curb, will be very difficult to deal with. I think IG be that first item, at that first item, a lot of tools potentially to turn things around through that mid jungle, get some things rolling there. And again, it's not, the scaling is bad there with things like the Jax and the Sivir to rely on. Just worry about how easy it will be, Sivir the Kaiser, to get to that backline that you've designed yourself your comp for. Enough of me though, let's listen to those gyros. Oh, actually, do we get a chance to level 1 hook? Heals burned as well. Well. Aggressive level 1 stuff. Rotate gets another Icathian Ray. Not quite the full plasma prot, but it is going to be assumed forced to reset here at the level 1 and burn a pot. Actually holds the line. He's staying in lane despite the chunk. IG are the ones in control of the bush at the level 1. IG with the early snowballing options. I think that makes sense to me. Flay away. Jewel, not having a lot of fun, has to flash.
Yeah, that level 1 Nautilus, really scary. Now, you need to get through to that level 2. That level 2 is the most important part for that Aphelios. And I think this, the Kai'Sa Nautilus, very important. Photic had some monster Kai'Sa games earlier in the split. Now, he has been not great for IG, but he did have that one mega Kai'Sa game versus JDG in game 1 of that series, first round robin. Assume just came off of an incredible game from that Draven, but this is not the Draven anymore. This is one of the problems of Fearless. You have to go back onto your secondary, tertiary champions. I like tertiary as a word. It's a cool word. Wait. Finds himself on comfort here, though. The Nautilus for him, the Kai'Sa for Photic, feels very comfortable for him, despite the fact that Draw was very, very good on the Thresh on the weekend, too. It's definitely a pick which has had some recent success on. It's what really won them, in a lot of ways, the tiebreaker game. That game, too, when he came through, was utterly nuts.
Looking for that counter-strike there with Sobro. Won't quite find it. Nearly the Mega now. Has to be a bit more wary. Wei will slide over the wall there with the wind becomes lightning into the audacious charge. Guon with the very pink suit on the Mundo. It is the best option. We all know it's true. NIP finally hit that level 2. Photic actually with a relatively early reset here for the dagger and the health pot. Looking to get that cheetah recall off, and we'll look to use that to abuse the laning phase a little bit better.
Have the audio been adjusted? No. The audio has now been adjusted. Thank you, chat. And I'm trying to figure things out on the side here. I'm just, midway through the day, changing some of our setup. All good. We figured this stuff out on the flight. Tell you what, having to cast stream at the same time and a bunch of other stuff gives you a very multi-skill set, really.
It does a bit.
Yeah, lots of things which you then appreciate about other productions and work they put into it when you're just doing it by yourself and trying to figure it out.
Indeed.
Way trying to fight out the spot side Scuttle Crab. Scuttle Crab does go to Guon first, though. Assume and draw. Good job on them for getting the bounce back and allowing Guon into River.
Rookie looking to threaten mid lane. A little bit there. Not going to be too much to be seen there. As we'll see, Wei head towards that top lane to get that Scuttle Crab.
Fun bit of trivia for you.
Oh, yeah.
Rookie, ever since 2014 rather, when he started coming up into the pro play, always used Firefox Ari. Always used Foxfire Ari, rather. That's the name of the skin. However, back in 2024 spring, he was on NIP, and then Knight beat him with his own skin, and Rookie stopped playing it until today. First time he's played it. A little bit of trivia for you. Sounds a little bit kind of crazy. Hoya does have flash. Can you make it out of this?
There's a Mega Gnar coming. Does it matter? Overcomes Guon. This could get a bit interesting. There's the counter-strike. Good buffer through. Flash from Wei is required, but now Guon can flash on forward, and Sobro with no mana, I think just dies here. What about the extended play here? There's a red buff to a blue buff. I think Wei would theoretically do an okay job in extended trade, but it'll just end up being that 1-for-1.
Kill goes to both junglers. Hoya has teleport to get back to lane, as does Sobro. So the top laners actually don't get a crazy amount from that. Rookie not actually stunned by the rocks there. Ooh, nice sweet spot on the Q there. Gets the electrocute as well. Saying Rookie is in my top 5 Ahri players in the world. Now, we don't see that many Ahri players right now. Showmaker has probably made his way into it, actually. Funnily enough, Rookie and Kera are both in my top 5 normally. Though I think Showmaker might have just bumped one of them out of the top 5. But still, very excited to see what he can do. I think Rookie really does need to get some one-shots off. I think he does have a decent game, as long as he doesn't get hit by Talia rocks, Gravitum, or that hook. So there are a couple of things to keep your eyes on, but he managed to get into Fog of War. Perhaps an angle to get IG ahead in the series.
Minor gold lead to Invictus Gaming. Mostly off the fact that it was first blood that went the way of IG. So it's given the jungle just that slight edge. Wave being shoved in by Sobera. That's about that. And again, quiet game so far. It was a quiet start to the game last time around until the Draven cashed in, and then it was anything but quiet. Counter strike from Sobera. Hits that level 6 first. Great. Just looking on a bit of a journey here to get some wards down. We'll see Jork put down that ward. I think they'll have an idea that that's happening. Again, IG really, I think, want to make the early moves here, because they're the ones with the Ahri and the Shinzao into a comp that will become increasingly hard to get on top of as the game gets later. For all you've got, a hell of a lot of dives, quite a lot to make your way through. Assuming you're picking very known angles, at least. Creativity will be key.
Yeah, it's like... I wouldn't call a lot of these champions... They're melees, but the hard dive really comes from like the Nautilus and the Kai'Sa then finding the angle. If you go through one direction, you're absolutely right. It's just not going to work. Potential 3v3 here. Do you have the Graviton from the scene, which is really scary in those kind of situations. Sets up for the other champions very well.
With mid lane is trading out there. Some electrocutes flying. Everyone's down bot side trying to fight for this. The wave shove. The hook lands. Do you want to take this? They're going to play back. Dway hooks away. They don't want that potential angle. Now they're going in themselves. Nice little knock-up. Assume potentially in danger here. The Crescent Guard comes on down. Assume low, but Guwon is trading that one out well. They lose the jungler. The Death Sentence goes wide. Assume, even with the 7 crescendo, won't quite make that one work. Care is here with the Weavers one. That means Photic dies as well. 2 for 1 in favor of NIP in the bot lane. And Rookie just can't follow as fast as the Talia.
It's a shame for him. He really wanted to get involved with that first play of the game. Typically, the Ahri can somewhat stop the Talia from roaming over. Can't do so here. Does have that ult, of course, on cooldown now, so he's used his first ult of that game. Rookie really trying to accelerate in the way that Ahri's love to do so. Sobro at least gets some alone time in this tower, gets ahead of this. We were saying, look, Sobro, if you're going to pick the Jax, you better do bloody well on it, otherwise it could be a huge issue. Landed from draw, and they got that aftershock. Big damage there, actually. And he ends up hooking out, which means he doesn't have it immediately to follow up. It's important. Does go on half cooldown. Didn't want to get hit by that. That Graviton really. Just have to look at the end of it. Care comes down early though, as you noted. Ahri, Rookie did use that ult in River. I wonder if he failed to stop the charm on the wall.
So I tracked what was happening in the minimap. He ulted under the turret and forced Care to flash over the wall away from his own turret.
Okay.
And then he kept roaming towards the bot lane, and Rookie tried to follow through the river, and just didn't have the charm cooldown back. But he gets the flash of Care under his own turret.
Well, okay, that's really important, because now next time ult is up, Care's probably dying. I would imagine you're going to look at Dway roaming mid, trying to flash hook. Even if you get stunned by the rocks at that point, it's probably a dead Talia. This is the point in the game where you really want to get a kill on Ahri, get Talia a little bit behind in terms of XP and in terms of gold, and then at that point, if you get that slim lead, Ahri tends to kill Talia on cooldown and side lanes if she's disrespectful, so she has to give up extra priority. Care does have that first kill on the board, which of course put him ahead of the game. He needs to be very respectful until that flash comes back up. I think IG should be really trying to nail that mid lane.
Sobro hops away as Hoya continues to chunk him there. And again, Assume did die there, so there's that at least. But the problem is now Guwon being so ahead of curve. A Mundo that gets ahead just doesn't die, because then he becomes a tank, not just a juggernaut. We saw the Mundo early on. In fact, that game 5 of WA versus Top Esports, there we go, took me so I want to say NIP, and that was the wrong team. Was partly decided by, well, does the sustained tanks of Silas and Mundo with a Yuumi on top of them survive the dive?
Potential contest around this dragon. Guwon's roaming up river. They're going in that single direction, which works for them. And Talia on the off angle is going to come down to a smite fight, maybe. Guwon not in range just yet. Doesn't get it.
Rookie with the ult up and the pot rolling to try and catch someone out here. If you can just get rid of that passive on the Mundo, things get interesting. Will Crescent Guard flash away? That puts a hook onto Dway's blade back. I think it's just a very dead Nautilus. Turnaround damage is pretty good, and Jewel also tried tempting to flash out there by Dway. Nearly gets away. Unfortunately, the last auto was flying, and so he dies anyway.
Rookie does get the kill there. So some Dark Seal. He doesn't have a Dark Seal. That really annoys me, actually. Come on, Rookie. You're a Dark Seal builder. You know what you're doing. Doesn't have the Dark Seal for that kill. That could be a problem. You really want to snowball as quickly as possible. One of the few things I really judge Ahri players on nowadays, because you need to really accelerate. Does want that Malignance to get out on the board early, but he needs to be a kill threat. I actually think in terms of item build here, folks, I'm going to focus on to Assume. There is an ultimate to follow up. Doesn't have enough vision around, though, to understand where Mundo or Thrash would be. Chooses not to go for the Heart of Clay.
Not this time around. Might have been a bit risky. I agree. There's a cleanse available as well. I suppose there's not that much to cleanse from a...
And in fairness, he does only have a recurve bow and a couple of daggers. Long swords, rather. But yeah, in terms of full item build for Rookie, I mean, the Malignance, yes, I think you need to go for that. I actually think this should be a Malignance Leandri's game. I think there's enough HP stackers, and you don't have to go for full pen. You don't need to go towards the Void Staff. I think that should be the build. Of course, you can get the Dark Seal in inventory at some point too. But I actually think the anti-HP build can give you some real ability to kill the Gnar and the Mundo in this game.
Only back to the Malignance and the Boots this time around. Yep. No Dark Seal, but hey, Boots are quite nice as well. I would like to see the Dark Seal at some point soon-ish, but hey, I'm not going to completely judge as yet. Those are good items on Ari, makes no mistakes.
Yeah, it's just more like you really need that Dark Seal before the first fight of the game, because Ari doesn't have the luxury damage to kind of play the way that other mid laners do. If you fall behind the damage curve, you really do very little. It's one of the reasons why so-called vegan Ari build, not dunking on vegans, by the way. It ain't meat. It ain't there for the blood. It ain't eating meat. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why that's often become a little bit of a meme, really. Rookie typically has been very, very good on this champion, and we'll see whether he can overcome NIP here, which, as we were saying, folks, IG, we were worried about them coming into today. Now, it's quite hard to judge, Perseverance versus Nirvana. IG have had some very good games. Should you really call them, underdogs coming into against NIP, who's really the favorites here? It seems, hang on, these just use a sleep strike.
I think Sobro could just die here. Yeah, you've got no CC, so you're just gonna let Mundo walk at you, and he dies. And you don't quite die, but you have to flash, or you would have died. That's going to give Hoya a lot of damage down towards this top side turret. That'll be at least another plate here, I think.
So Hoya, first pick Gnar, remember? He picked for that lane advantage. Hasn't really come out easily in the early game. Sobro did pick in that Jax, and we said, well, you better make this worthwhile, Sobro, because as an individual lane, it doesn't seem like it's working that well for you. Ult onto draw.
That's charging, comes the Kais to play. The box is decent. Wei does get at least another knock-up. Jaw just about sliding away now. When Guwon's here, this could get very dicey. Wei, I think, just dies to the onslaught. That's a decent hook back, and will ensure the kill bows towards Usum.
So close to killing. With the W, the wind becomes lightning. Doesn't quite get the kill. Gets hooked. Dies. Kill over to Assume, despite the fact that they started that 3v3. Great play from Draw to get that aftershock before most of the damage came through. He's been a good player on this Thresh, actually, in the last week or two. Definitely a champion which I'm going to come to respect more and more. It's not been a champion that's been that meta until this split, really. It's been away from the meta for a very long time. Sad to see Thresh gone. Of course, one of my favorite champions to watch in Pro League, really. It's always been one of those real flashy support champions. Everday is the... since the days of Edward, who was in chat earlier, by the way. Edward came to say hi.
There we go.
Yeah. Good old Gambit Moscow Fire.
I was shouting about Gambit.
So
maybe I summoned him by accident.
Funnily enough, I was talking about it today too. But then also, likes of Mad Life and many a great LPL player on the Thresh as well. It used to be the calling card for everyone, really. If you were it was basically, if you're a good support player, you will play Thresh. Now it's become more about Alistair and Braum over time. Well, Alistair maybe less so until
Nautilus to an extent.
Nautilus in the modern era, of course, although I'm not gonna lie, Nautilus just feels like how much Nautilus is Nautilus, everyone's gonna do the same damn thing.
And Nico support, I suppose, is late as well.
And I would say probably actually, which people forget about it because he wasn't there in the early days of League, but it's probably Rakan at this point.
Yeah, very true.
Rakan over the years, if you're a good support player, you're a good Rakan. That was kind of the calling card, really.
Yeah, so, but particularly once Core JJ and the likes became so good at the champion, everyone, oh yeah, that you need to learn to play this champion. And the things you can do on it were pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, everyone played it, didn't they? Zyra Khan was that duo for such a long time. Going to Mega Gnar here.
Get interesting. Rookie's going to burn the ult. There's a charm, not allowed to get to Mega. Very good.
Rookie pre-ults, make sure he's in range for that flash charm afterwards. Knows that timing is really tight. Great play from Rookie. Gets himself a kill for his top laner. And this top lane matchup, the first pick Gnar, meant to get ahead, is starting to fall a bit behind. This is good news for IG.
Good news, everybody.
You can finally win top. Gonna get plates up here. Rookie and Sobro sharing between that. However, Crescendum will do that. The Chakrams at short range get that increased attack range, and NIP get first turret towards their AD carry.
They will at least be traded back on the other side, and that is good news. You do want this Jax to be a genuine win condition. As the upgraded boots for Rookie after that turret goes down. Nicely done for them. And I do think Rookie, on the whole, has been the better laner than Care. Had a good game on the LeBlanc, as we saw. It wasn't enough, really, with the way the game went, but I do think Rookie has largely been slightly better on that stage there. It just means that, in general, NIP have played the early games much more aggressively, and Guwon in particular has found a lot of value in these early games. He's been a player I think a lot of people have raised eyebrows at. He's had some very high-profile stumbles as well as some successes, but, when he is allowed onto things like the Kiana, you go, you know what? I see what people see in him. Still a little raw, still a little reckless. Not talking about the player, of course, but the mode of experience. Either way, it will be NIP with all of those early roll quests. IG still a ways off in the bot lane, actually. That could be problematic. Photic dropping a lot of gold here as a result of that. That's Rookie getting charmed up and thrown into a difficult spot. Out comes the depth charge. They want this, and I think Care's just gone way too deep. What on earth was that? He's dead. Now Rookie gets the reset on the ult, can look potentially for something more. Dodges away from the death sentence. And that'll be just a nice pickup on the Talia.
Finally sorted out what was going on with the laptop on the side. Remember, it was going to sleep every few minutes. It's like, oh, I can't check chat if it's, you know, actually asleep. Quite at the top side, Scuttle Crab here.
You don't have a mid laner, so I'm not sure you really want to go too deep with this.
NIP. Well, they do, if they stick around long enough, have that teleport. It's got the Weaver's Wall as well. So you can even teleport on the off angle and try and ult an angle off. Photic dodges out on those skill shots there.
Worth noting as well, there is no ult on Ari. That's quite a big thing to give up with some decent award angles. The only thing is, if you do TP in badly, it get tricky. So over on the flank angle, Assume looks for the Mega Inferno Bomb. Out comes Care in the back line of this one. Still goes jumping on in. Assume Severum, but the onslaught will not do enough to keep him alive for that long. Good charm at the back end of it. The problem is, NIP still murder everyone else in the pit.
Sobro tries to jump in, will get there, but the hook saves his life. A death sentence for one is a life sentence for Care and keeps Talia alive. NIP clutch out the fight despite the fact that Sobro looked like he had the monster flank. That looked like it was, you know, Sobro coming into the play. And I think you're right, Sam. I really think that, you know, Rookie not having that Ari ultimate really changed that play. I don't think they should have looked for that fight. Big mistake from IG. They're falling behind pretty far in this game now. Hoyer ends up getting himself got a lot of gold off that play too. Harold goes down part of the play as well. Okay, so Draw starts this with a hook. And you think, what, Sobro, he's going to get onto Assume. This is going to be an issue. But I think the Lantern to get Assume into the pit is really important. Lantern to flash out of the counter-strike, gets a lot of damage down, and then Rook just can't. You can't clean that. The charm's fine, but there's not enough damage after.
Well, there's a Mega Nard from Hoyer. He will die here, I think. Going to try and donate this one over to Rookie. I suspect he's still got another ult charge. Nowhere really to go, and that you go. Still no Dark Seal, by the way.
Yeah, this is a huge problem now, folks. I know that I rag on it a lot, but Magi is Ari's best item, and Rookie is intentionally depriving himself now of extra snowball potential. And you can see how tight these fights are going to be, how much damage he may need to do. I'm normally very, very fond of Rookie's Ari, but this genuinely is a big problem. The champion can't really afford to go without that snowballing potential.
See what she does on this reset here. Either way, Rookie's still playing a good game. Let's not take that away from him. He's actually having a good showing on this one. Unlike Photic there, who ulted into the pit to immediately get Mega Nard after about 2 seconds and got blasted. There's that TP angle in and just threatens well.
No, Rookie is a fantastic playmaker, and on champions like this, he's very good at using Fog of War, using all the years of his experience to kind of guess where vision will and won't be. Genuinely, it's very exciting to watch a player like this play on a playmaker and say, okay, he just instinctively knows where the wards are. Sometimes he'll have a little bit more, and they've actually seen the wards go down, but there have been times where, like that, he's very confident about what's free to make plays on the map and what's not. He's going to need to do more of that, though. NIP is still in a very scary position. As we said, NIP, they have a composition which peels back around its carries very well. You know, got a lot of defensive CC and the Lantern to stop those dives being quite as dangerous. And particularly when you're defending for someone like an Aphelios now with the Storm Razor Infinity Edge. If IG don't kill the carries very quickly into the fight, it is game over.
Getting through the box, the Lantern, the Unraveled Earth for all of these Dash champions. Mundo just standing there and being an actual DPS. So you have to go into the Mundo, which feels pretty miserable. Then there's a Mega Nard. Like, I see in the skirmishes how IG have a bit more freedom, but in the grouped up fights, I don't think it's going to be simple. There goes the second turret. The Herald is still at full HP. I don't know whether it'll be allowed to charge on in here. Should probably just about make it. No, it's going to be interrupted by a minion.
Yeah, it's been aggroed. And yeah, the more I look at this game, the more it comes down to Rookie for IG. NIP, I think that they now have pretty good side lanes. However, Rookie might be able to push in a side lane, get through a pocket of vision, and make that flank happen. But it really feels like it's just on him. Problem is, when it's just about Rookie, you can mark that one carry and just make sure that you have eyes on the flanks. You need to make sure that Rookie is consistently answered, that a Thresh Hook is held for him, that the Talia combo is held for him. Dragon is alive now. How much can IG do? They are behind the curve, not by a crazy amount, but they are behind by an amount, and it feels like the onus is on them to get the creative play.
Yes. 2 items now for both AD carries. Photic with the Raid Blade Kraken Slayer is the really big breakpoint for Kai'Sa alongside the level 11. Extended ult range is big. On the other side, look at Assume, Storm Razor, and the Infinity Edge. That upfront burst from this Aphelios, especially if he does land that crit, real nasty.
Yeah, reminder, folks, that his ultimate can also crit, which is an important thing as well. So that actually has some new crit scaling onto it with the Infinity Edge. Dragon started by IG. NIP choosing to actually push up top lane Poyup. They want to open up that top lane a little bit more. Not choosing to go towards full send on the Dragon just yet. Instead saying, look, IG, you can get the Dragon. You're going to have to lose some time in side lanes. We're going to take the short-term advantage of the gold, give you a slightly more permanent advantage of the Dragon.
Indeed. Hang on, looking at Hoya here. Rookie's roaming. He's really quick. I think that could be a very dead little Gnar. Hoya has been the target every damn time. Rookie's still got the ability to charm. Misses!
That hyper, so good at giving him the extra movement speed. You get a little bit when you go into that Mega Rage form as well. But Rookie trying to make the play. Tries to get that angle, put him against the wall. Cut off half his dodging options. Still doesn't land it. Rookie needs to be landing those charms. That's a big play. Took his ultimate there.
On for the Horizon Focus second, so on a relatively cost-efficient build here. It's quite good on the Ahri.
Yeah, and he does have decent Dark Hunter, not Dark, Ultimate Hunter stacks as well. So his ult is probably going to be closer towards, at rank 2. Probably closer to about 80 seconds now, maybe 85, 80, 90 or so. As opposed to the first rank, which is close to like 110 odd. So he's in a pretty good spot with that. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it feels like, they do need to start making plays like this. NIP, the later this game goes, the more afraid I am that IG are going to get a Felios, Sam.
Yeah, I am too. I'm getting very, very nervous. And again, I also just look at Guwon's inventory. Like, look, the goal between the junglers is relatively even, but that is a 4-0-4 Mundo with 3 items and a level 13. They're going to try and make the play onto Hoya. Great charm, Rookie. Superb stuff. And in fairness, the solo laners of IG pairing up well here.
Rookies realize what the game is. It is, I need to make plays on the side lanes with as many ultimates in as quick succession as possible. He's built these items to get that low cooldown, and he ends up getting something out of that side lane, and it's starting to funnel Sobro into the lead. And we said, look, if you're going to pick this Jax into the Gnar, you better get ahead. Rookies helped him with that, but that goal has now been achieved. Now, actually, NIP choosing to give up that third dragon, that starts to sting now, because you've given IG, well, rather, you've deprived yourself of a potential soul later on into the game, and IG are starting to win through the side lanes.
And the thing that's happened this season in particular is they have changed how turrets work, crystallized, and those plates on every turret means split pushing is a legitimate win conditional way. It was much harder to navigate in prior seasons. You get so much more gold onto people like the Jax, people like the Ahri, who are going to become 1v1 monsters in this game. The Taliyah, the Gnar, don't want to deal with either of these fake carries.
Also, stuff like the home guard changes, the increased boots, the increased recalls every so often from mid lane means that Rookie at his best is basically a second jungler. He goes across the map and Hook's just going to miss there. But Rookie's really using that well in this game in particular to say, let's just get onto the map. Wait, might get himself comboed there, safe for now. Draw does have another hook prime, doesn't throw it just yet. This is where things get a bit more dangerous for IG. If you go into these grouped up fights, I think that's where NIP is still at the advantage.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 5v5 is going to be tough. The Mundo alone, as we said, there's not really that many fun ways to remove that CC reduction. Your damage onto him is all very burst heavy, so he's quite able to sustain through.
Yeah, he's looking for the charm, gets on to go on, denies the passive.
That is the passive down. Blue buff was taken there by Wei.
See the amount of damage that Ahri does do to the Mundo there. It's not like, well, Mundo does have the Spirit Visage, helps a bit, so bro. Just dipped off that side lane. IG is starting to play the Smoke and Mirrors game. And this could be an issue for NIP, because I do think that one of the big things we've seen in this series is that NIP haven't had as good macro as IG. IG have been, hang on, they might even go towards Gorn again. Here, they're going to find him in the brush.
Missed the charm, and he'll be alright for now. There's a Horizon Focus, a little mark on him, but a little more than that. They'll clear out these wards. I appreciate the looking. This time it doesn't work.
Yeah, worth reminding folks of some of the item changes as well. Horizon Focus, much less of a stat stick than it was last season. It does have the passive where it gives you the 10% increased damage to targets that you CC or hit with a skill shot beyond a certain amount of range. I think it's 800 range. Big change though, actually, because that change really helped LeBlanc in certain matchups, actually, because she never really landed it otherwise. But in this game in particular, it is just there for the cooldown reduction for Rookie. He's going to be a little less high power than it would have been with the same build last year, though, in terms of the actual kill threat.
I appreciate the attempted read there from Jor. There's nearly a Mega Gnar here. Sobro could be in a lot of danger. He's now being the one attacked. Mega Gnar with all the Weaver's Wall coming on down. Where is the rest of the team? Nowhere nearby. Sobro's trying to play this out. Does do a decent job of flashing away. Overcomes Joy. They might look for a little bit more. They get some summoners, but not the kill onto Sobro, who does a decent job with that ult of holding off.
I was wondering whether Rookie wanted to teleport into the river. Chose not to, but I thought that could have been an angle. Chose not to. Play disengages.
1,000 gold lead for NIP. The just drops below that. And again, I am becoming more and more interested about how this game is going to play out from there. Because again, the 5v5s we've talked about, very good from NIP. I think IG actually, as this game goes on, will have a harder time around those objectives, but the side is still scary.
Dragon in 15 seconds now. That could have been the prize of it, really. IG have some vision in their own jungle now from NIP. Haven't managed to sweep out all of it, so NIP aren't playing with incomplete information. Rookie, watch this again. Trying to play around the fog of war. This time is spotted.
Yeah, there's that control ward there. They'll know what's going on. We'll sweep, and I think I'll have an idea about it. Hoya nowhere near Mega, but has TP'd in, has the major shield.
Rookie holding in the shadows again. Soboro teleporting to join the rest of the team. Joy is actually the one on the flank right now. He has that flash.
Oh, there we go. Line. Wonderful angle onto Assume, who tries to buffer his way through the dragon, taken by the Shinzao. Not bad work. What about the fight afterwards? The Mega now to disengage, but there's still no audacious charge. Lanterns back out. Draw goes in with the death sentence, and Assume is still trading. Care needs to run. Shoves back onto Soboro, and unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, their name looks a little bit like a lie right now, as Guwon says, yeah, but my stocks are better than yours.
NIP just thrash Aphelios them. They try and dive onto the Aphelios with the creative angles, but there's so many things blocking. The IG do get the dragon, but they're likely going to lose Baron after this point, and that's going to put a real dampener on this game for IG. They were trying to do the creative angle. NIP had enough vision control to largely protect out Assume. See that Rookie tried to follow for a Charm Flash midway through this play. Okay, watch this again, right? Because Assume is engaged onto by the Nautilus. This is a good part, but no one follow up. There's a Thresher gone to the Jax, and there's Rookies, well, there's the Rocks for the Kai'Sa, and there's IG try and follow up, particularly Rookie here. Someone stood in the way. Very nearly gets that flash through, but there's a body block. Everyone peeling for the Aphelios, and then the Lantern out to safety. It's Thresh Aphelios. Classic.
Really, really good stuff. Everyone body blocks, and this is our worry from draft. How on earth do you get to the Aphelios regularly? Look, you can dive all you want. You've still got to navigate what is an absolute blockade. And look, you don't have the Force on your side. You're not Luke Skywalker. It is a very tiny exhaust port to get through this Death Star.
Yeah, and this was the worry. That IG, they have to play around side lanes. They can't play through the team fights because the flanks are just going to be there's too many things to answer it. There's the Thresh Lantern, there's the Rocks, there's the Hook. Something's going to stop you. You see that Rookie just doesn't have the damage to really threaten in the way that he could have done in other games. I think that now the gold has started to rack up from NIP, particularly that Spirit Visage is really annoying. Charm's not bad, but again, the damage isn't there. This is a low damage Ahri build, especially with the Horizon Focus being lower AP than last year.
Like, it's a ganking build, and that's what he's done with it, in fairness, very successfully, and good for him there. And again, if he got that NLR into a death cap at this point, I suppose the Shadow Flame, by the looks of the build. Yeah, also a possibility. Either way, he's decided against it. You know, in fairness to him, he's at least played to what his build is supposed to do, but it doesn't win you a damage race.
Now the problem is, like, if you want the individual agency, you don't have that. You are there to combo up with a teammate, and IG, well, they tried that in the last fight. I'll see if it can work out the way that they wanted it to. So NIP, I think, from this point, in the driver's seat firmly. Maybe they give up a Cloud Soul later. I don't think that wins the game for IG. I don't think the Cloud Soul wins them the fights which they're currently losing. End of the day, if you're going through at Mach 5 through a Talia minefield,
you still get stunned, yeah.
You're still going through a Talia minefield. Sometimes helps you to dodge out the skill shots, but as long as NIP are in a grouped unit, I don't think Cloud Soul does enough for IG. It's a low roll for them. Hex Soul, something like that, change things. Oh, great hook and draw.
Does have the arm guard here. Might not be as simple to bring him down as you might think, but there's a seismic shove, and he doesn't want to break the arm guard over what feels like a non-winnable fight. Hoya's about it, Meganar.
Narrator, it was as simple as you might think.
It was, in fact, just that simple.
I just looked at the rest of the map, I'm like, no one's coming for their boy.
I was like, it took you one at a time.
Like, I'm sorry, dude, like, no one's come to pick you up from school. You're gonna have to find your own way home. I'm sorry, buddy.
That happened one time.
Yeah, it happened to me once, and I'm like, yeah. And I think just played really well around this grouped up unit, and IG have not been able to thread the needle to find the flanks in the team fights.
They supercharger away, and down goes the inhibitor. Inhibitor number 2 now under siege in the mid lane. Will lose a lot of these plates. Pretty much the entirety of it, let's be real. And it is gone. Inhibitor now under siege. Likely to be broken apart in very short order, and it is just that. This game at this point feels nigh on unrecoverable.
Yeah, IG needed this game to not become about group fights. They tried to make it happen through the side lanes. I feel like we've seen this a lot, though. And I suppose it's a bit revisionary now. Basically, from what we've seen in this game and what we've seen in other games, most compositions which play through side lanes eventually get forced to team fight and die. BLG have tried this with a lot of their Pantheon compositions. Remember BLG versus JDG game 1 of the Azir into the Ziggs. I can't remember if that was it might have been the second round robin, actually, when they played like that. Where actually they played very well through side lanes, ended up getting blasted in the first round robin. Might have been the first. and whatever. Anyway, we've seen a lot of games where people have tried to play through side lanes, eventually have to team fight, and it just doesn't work. Now, in this game, again, feels like we're seeing exactly the same thing. IG have playmakers, they want to accelerate the game, they want to play through side lanes. Doesn't matter, eventually you have to team fight. The season has tried to make side split pushing more of a win condition, and it is, but that doesn't mean you can walk up to a 5v5 without the tools to do so. IG have really struggled to deal with the death ball. They've tried to find the angles, it's just really hard against this composition.
And then the other thing is you've then got to be consistently successful on the side lanes, and I actually think the fact that IG started behind really hurt them. They've managed to get one tier 2, the other one still got 4 plates. They've not even managed to get through the mid lane turret, so even then the split pushing hasn't actually led to all that much split pushing.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, NIP tried to make this game about Hoya having strong side lanes and then, right from the first pick, folks.
Yeah.
I don't think that worked. I mean, I think that NIP's part of, they kind of like fell into a more comfortable teamfight draft after, but I actually think that part of the first pick didn't work out the way that they wanted it to. You know, NIP, they get themselves that second dragon. IG have yet to make, well, they haven't made a play for about 5 minutes now, really. Feels like they've run out of steam a little bit, and NIP quite comfortably just grouping up, rolling around the map.
It's going to be very challenging. I also look at Hoya's build now. He's got Sterex and Wit's End. That's a lot of tenacity for not having Merc Trent.
Oh, by the way, Dio, I didn't shout you out earlier, but thank you so much for the resub there as well. And to Dio as well. One of Guwon's greatest soldiers, greatest warriors. Guwon's had a pretty good time of things today. Of course, that first game wasn't pretty for NIP in general, getting so far ahead. He started well, but then it felt like the competition was too fragile. Couldn't really sustain even a single mistake in that game. So Baron's up in a minute. And yeah, NIP, a team which is coming from Group Perseverance. For those of you that haven't really tracked this split in the format, we had like a 3-group system with the best teams, the middle teams, the bottom teams. NIP were in the middle group, IG were in the top group. NIP did, well, they won the middle group, and IG lost the top group. We were asking questions of, well, how big is the gap between Group Ascend and Group Perseverance? Particularly with Ascend being such a mess. Many words would apply to that, and I'm trying to keep it more stream safe. Drop like 1 or 2 swears a cast and we'll call it quits. Not for this one. IG ended up taking a win versus JDG. Took a win versus Toppies. Well, that's all they got. Or was it Weibo? It was Toppies. Anyway, they took one of the wins versus the other 2 bottom teams in the group. But largely they weren't impressive. Even though they won Demacia Cup, they really struggled to put laning phases together. They struggled to get away from early games. Baron's now spawned. NIP will take this one for free. And NIP are in the driver's seat now. Teleport coming through. That is going to be the Jax. They're trying to Hail Mary, but the flank is on Vision. Celia Wall trying to block off the angle, and it kind of does. The Dryad Baron's down already. Sober into the back of the pit. That's a lot of CC onto the Abelios, but he flashes out.
He could be dead. He just about found that seismic shot was superb. They finally bring down the Abelios, but the damage is done. The rest of the fight is so dangerous. Photic flashes out. Rookie with at least one more ult. Another death sentence means Dway has no Dway home. Call him Spider-Naut.
Rookie will teleport away from the play as well, and IG were deceived for another carry was made. It wasn't just the Aphelios that could carry the team fight. The Talir and the Nar put the damage out as well, and bloody hell, turns out the Mundo can as well. 4-0-10. NIP marching towards the Nexus to take the lead in the series.
The Ninjas in Pajamas are looking to put one of our Group Ascend teams down into the lower bracket. 1 game away. Hell, it could have been a 3-0 if they just completed that 12,000 gold lead in game 1. And seemingly, it just made them angry.
NIP take the lead for the first time in this series. Went 1-0 down, even it up, and now swing back into the lead. This raises a lot of questions about, of course, IG's overall level. A team which we thought had downgraded from last split. We thought, okay, they could actually be in a bit of trouble here, but how much trouble? How good is Group Perseverance compared to Group Ascend? Yeah. And I think we're finding out right here, the gap is not that far. You know, we saw WE take top esports to 5 games. Could have won that series. And see in this series too, NIP could have 3-0'd IG. There is an overlap, and it wouldn't surprise me to see one of IG or top East was Khan at this point. Wouldn't surprise me to see IG drop down into Perseverance for the level of these Perseverance teams.
That could be really interesting, couldn't it? And of course, reminder, if you don't make playoffs, you're in Group Nevada. For next split, that would be a big deal for Invictus Gaming, who want to avoid that very heavily.
Yeah, so worth noting as well, folks, that if you lose today, you're not out. You will have another series to try and prove yourself. Do you have 2 qualification matches from this upper bracket? IG, they are on the ropes, though. I think that most of the time, their macro has been better. But right here, you could just see that they just couldn't get it over the line in those team fights.
And I think I've also now got to call it out, that unfortunately, look, the drafts have been whatever. I think it's not like I've seen drafts where I go, you know what, I see what your comp is supposed to do. I don't want to blame it purely on that. Again, like even the last the game one. We saw actually came apart in the laning phase, and actually every single one of these laning phases has been problematic. I think for whatever reason, a lot of pressure has been allowed on NIP's term that IG just haven't cross-mapped or responded well to. Game 2, how easy was it for Assume to just gang up on the Scion under a turret and allow the free cash in? Like, it was very, very awkward.
So that's a question in chat. Do you think they just go 3-1 now? No, I think that this is I do think that it's very draft dependent. And now we're getting to the point where I'm worried about champion pools for either side. What happens to someone like Soboro? What happens to, I don't know, someone like Assume, maybe, who's actually struggled. I mean, this is one of his better games on an actual hypercarry this split. He's typically not been that specialized at them. We're getting into the point where Fearless starts to rear its head and start to really punish people with less deep champion pools.
Alex.
Yes?
Do you know how chat could specialize?
I don't know, Sam.
Well, if you specialize by subscribing, you avoid the incredible deficit in game called advertisements, which can be a real problem to your ability to lane, by which I mean view the games. And as a result, you get hit by the ads. So subscribe and you avoid that. That's a premium option. Other things you can do to really specialize and become a better individual Twitch viewer. See you all out there. And I know you want to do this because you want to support myself and Alex. You can also have a look at our Opera GX link and support us by just, spending 2 minutes of your time investigating this browser, downloading it through our affiliate link, and it will support us. And it won't cost you any money if you do actually have some money.
Sam, I'm going to put us on a roller coaster. Roller coaster.
Whoa.
We're back. I'm not going to do that with any of the worst gold graphs. I think that would be very dangerous.
Yeah, it would have been. The other thing, of course, you can do is just donate to the Ko-fi link, which is then agnostic of things like Twitch.
What's interesting in these stats? That's an interesting stat. That's a large kill. This one, 94% kill participation. Draw my MVP. This guy's my MVP.
He was very good on the Thresh, actually. I think he probably was my MVP.
He is MVP. He was really good. Hi, Angie. How's it going, by the way? Sam, can I trouble you for a coffee?
Of course you can.
Is that okay?
That is absolutely fine. How do you want your coffee?
Latte, please.
Do you want any honey in there?
Nah, I'm actually okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, okay, and I need to put some adverts on as well at some point. If you'd like to not have adverts, please think about dropping a subscription. Of course, there's no official LPL broadcast anymore, so support your favorite LPL stream today. That might even be us. I know, we'd be very flattered if it was as well. We already talked about Opera GX and a bunch of other things. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll just yap the way that we tend to. Could be a long day today, folks. It would be kind of crazy to open up LPL Plus with a 10-game day. So, yeah, basically, Sam and I, as soon as this ends, we need to basically, we need to go on podcast immediately after this too. Oh my god. Okay. How's the day going? Did I have to dip out for podcast early? Yeah, I did. Went out for Power Spike. In fact, they raided over here as well, so there might be some Power Spikers still in chat. Hi, Power Spikers. It was fun. Got to speak with Yamato about Lost Returns. So obviously he's just coming off of day after the loss, which is really rough for him. Actually, real credit to Yamato for doing stuff like that. It's really hard to do content in the aftermath like that, particularly with so much pressure on you, so many eyes on you. Can I have a channel redeem for deep breath and relax? That's fair. Go, I can't just mog chat, just... I'm sure I'm successfully doing that. Yeah, I gotta... Draw gets the MVP, no surprise there. This guy was insane! He's been really good on Thresh. Very, very good. It's been a while since I've seen a lot of it, but he was very good at the Thresh in the past. I'm trying to remember if he even played, like, Callista Thresh at that point. Like, yeah. But yeah, no, Power Spike was good earlier. We had a good rant about the LCS format earlier, because the LCS format with FlyQuest somehow ending up as 3rd seed rather than 2nd is like... Oh, I can pause the check again. I need to move Sam's chair out of the way a little bit. So I can actually, like... Oh, move in. Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. Posture checked. With that face, your mogging is not so right. Is Draw the new Vampire? Vampire was around a long time before that.
No, when did Draw start playing? Was he at 21, 22? Yeah, no, even though both Sentinels and FlyQuest both went 2-1, because of opponent win percentage or strength of opponent win percentage, they ended up finishing 3rd. And that's the problem with this format, because some people are like, oh, but if the 2-2-0 teams just face off, doesn't that just mean that they're the best teams? Well, that's not even necessarily true too. What if like Cloud9 and FlyQuest had faced each other in round 2? So Swiss is not good at determining seeds, folks. Swiss is just not good at what podcast? I was on Power Spike earlier. What was Inting versus Hillosang in 2020? Oh yeah, true. He's been around for a while. I was trying to remember when he was first there, actually. Best of 1 eliminated 2 1-2 teams. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It was the tiebreaker. Yeah. I think it was the tiebreaker, right? But yeah, basically, like, the problem is, like, with Swiss, you just don't determine seeds very well. This is always the problem with Swiss. I don't get why people are so up in arms about it now. We know this from Worlds. Swiss is not good at determining actual seeds. Now, it'll get you an amount of teams through, and most of the time it's somewhat correct, but Swiss is not good at determining seeding between teams in a Swiss bracket. People forget every few months. Well, I mean, we haven't had a Swiss regular season format ever in League, so we only had it in Worlds since 23, right? So Swiss is fairly new to League still. So that is, yeah, I'm kind of surprised that people are that, like, yeah, that's surprised about the format in general. Did I put adverts on yet? I don't think I did. Did I? Yeah, I did. Cool. Nice. Also, strength of schedule for Swiss best of 1 round robin is such a bad tiebreaker for advancement. I think they should just play tiebreakers for that. Yeah, but they don't. Basically, if they don't want to play tiebreakers, then the format has huge issues. And this is the same kind of thing for LEC, right? When you're playing best of 1s, you need tiebreakers for that kind of shit. And I think LEC did do the right thing before, which is if there is if you are over the playoff margin, you should play tiebreakers. I think that was the right decision. What's the score? Yeah, currently 2-1 to NIP. And NIP look pretty good. I mean, Assume is actually having a very good series. It's one of the best series from Assume I've seen for a little while. Yeah, that was not a close game. That last game, it felt like Rookie was trying to make things happen through side lanes, but that was the only thing going for this team. LEC don't even try to tiebreak is the headache. I mean, they did before this year. I think just for scheduling reasons, they don't want to... I don't know, because it's like 6 games a day. I don't think they can chuck on an extra game at the end of the day very easily, because it could go beyond midnight quite easily. And also, they don't want to have an extra broadcast day, because that means opening up the studio and spending tens of thousands of euros more for keeping the studio open. So that'll be why, I presume. But it definitely doesn't help. It doesn't help you feel good about it, because I mean, I feel like Lost Returns deserve to be in playoffs. I think they deserve that. But this is the nature of these kind of formats. If you're trying to be rigorous in terms of competitive integrity, find the right seeds and the right people advancing to playoffs, and then also have a concise broadcast schedule. It's very hard to get all of that within these formats. Swiss determines the best team, the best teams theoretically if enough games are played. The problem is 3 games are played to get through. Yes, a 3-round Swiss stage is rough. 3-round Swiss stage is rough. Opinion Swiss requires Butchholz for seeding. Even that, with such a low catchment of teams, and also changing rosters for the start of the year, makes that very hard. I mean, yes, realistically, you need better seeding, you need extra kind of fail-safes in there, but when you have so few teams and rosters changing and patches changing, stuff like that doesn't always solve the issue. Yeah, it just sucks really in a lot of ways. Appreciate you chiming in though, by the way. Has anyone here played in Swiss tournaments before themselves? Because I have. I've played in Swiss tournaments before. At least after the first stage you have something. Yeah, you do. And look, Swiss is still better than many things. I think Swiss is just not good for small amounts of... I don't think Swiss is... Well, rather, Swiss gets better the more rounds and the more teams that you have, which is why Pokemon tournaments use Swiss. when you have like 1,000+ players competing. You have the same kind of thing with a lot of like MTG, Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments as well, where there are way too many players. For large public tournaments, Swiss is very, very good. You played it in chess? Yeah, chess is good for that too. Yep, Swiss chess counts as well. Yep. Wait, Montes, did you go to bed and then wake up and LPL still going? Well, I've also been going since like 6 AM, that makes sense, yeah. I'm rooting for NIP, will be champions in the LPL. Might take a little while for that. I did a Hearthstone Swiss tournament. Oh, cool, yeah. I think, look, the more teams, the more players you have, the better Swiss is. And I just think for 8 teams, where you have inconsistent seeding, I mean, even if it's random draw for the first round, if you have enough players and enough rounds, it doesn't matter as much. That doesn't matter. That's the power of Swiss, where it's much easier to schedule and figure things out like that. I think best of 1 is the problem, not groups. What was that for? I think people forget how ass Worlds groups were. Well, that's because there was poor seeding for groups, because there was an insistence that EU and NA were a pool 1 team, which I just think historically was not the case. Now, when you get around to like pool 1 NA versus pool 3 LPL or whatever, that's actually fairly even at that point. On the whole, if you look historically, pool 1 NA EU could beat seed 3 from Korea and China, or at least they go even in games on that point. There were some years where that was not the case, but on the whole, that was fine. But yeah, the problem is having a seed 1 team, or the insistence that UNA or like even LMS, right, were a seed 1 team was a huge problem. It made it, well, they didn't have, in fairness, they didn't have that same thing for a while. But yeah, the problem is it's a seeding. You can't play poorly seeded, you can't play poorly seeded groups. Or you can, but it will have issues with that. And part of the time, you know, I understand wanting to give representation and a bit of hope towards these other regions, but realistically, I mean, it's something that Monty banged on about for years, right? And quite viably so. I think he was correct. He was on the money here. But basically, if you just don't have a rigorous seeding system, if you don't have a way to tell the difference between top teams and how strong the teams are between different regions, you are going to have bad seeding, and it will ruin certain events sometimes. Swiss with decent seeding and Butcholt's score is decent in a lot of situations, but also depends on the sport and the purpose. Yeah, exactly. And again, I think it still depends on the catchment size of teams. And I will say, you know, I mean, Swiss is quicker than a best of 1 round robin. Oh, it's quicker than the round robin systems, right? And I like the fact that at least NA has best of 3s. Best of 3s actually feels like real League of Legends. I'll take best of 3 with a bit of a more flimsy format over the best of 1s. Funnily enough, the first power spike which I guessed it onto, I was talking about, you know, which one had the better or worse format, either E or NA, and I'm like, look, best of 1s are not great. Best of 1s are not great. So that sadly will always hold something against it. Yeah, and the problem. So because again, for those of you who are on Power Spike, you heard this already, but effectively, like, the problem is with something like that, you can't retroactively just say, oh, FlyQuest are the 2nd seed, because they didn't beat the more impressive opponents. They lost to Cloud9. And while on the basically it just comes down to on the I changed that, by the way, so I could just sit a little bit closer. So I need to roll this around again, but I can do that. You need to push it back now. Push it back. There you go. Cool. I see that. Yeah, basically, you know, you can't retroactively on eye test say this is the 2nd seed. You need to have something like bulletproof that says this is what determines your 2nd seed. And basically, they say, look, if you've beaten stronger opponents, you go through. Now, the problem is, if you don't have the opportunity to play the stronger opponents and play a larger percentage of the opponents, then you can't tell that as easily, right? Which is the problem which FlyQuest had compared to Sentinel. Sentinels ended up beating more successful teams than FlyQuest did. FlyQuest obviously looked better against Cloud9, but it is, yeah, it's rough, right? Because you can't just retroactively say, oh, they'll definitely do that. And if you were there trying to say, oh, we need to change the seeding, you have to get the approval of all the teams in the tournament. And Sentinels are just going to say no. Because they're like, what do you mean? We've got an easier first round opponent. I mean, technically they lost to Disguise earlier in the tournament, and it's the same matchup for them before. And I don't think you can say, like, oh, you can't play someone you played in Swiss, or you can't play someone you played in round 3, because I think that really hamstrings your draft as well, your draw. So this is just the problem of the format. Now, is it worth the price to get best of 3s? Perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to answer. Sacrifice.
It is a double elimination bracket. It's a double elimination bracket. There are positives to that as well, you know.
Like, it's not a flawless system. However, I think it is still a decent one. And again, it's still got good things going for it. You get better food, you get double limb. That there are some issues with seeding. On the other hand, I do think that even if you do get a rough draw, you're still getting a second chance in a lot of times.
I must say, Rookie does a great job of giving himself the hardest fights. Well, I mean, in terms of the rosters that he's on, or what? Like, yeah. The other problem with traditional sports game seeding to esports is that it's not like tennis or association football get patched every 2 weeks. Yes, and rosters change very, very quickly in League as well. So seeding for the first tournament of the year is an absolute crapshoot. You know, if you seeded for this year of LCS, almost every roster has changed, right? In fact, every roster has changed. For LPL, every roster but one changed from last year, and the patch has changed too. So seeding is really, really difficult. Now, hell, even trying to like seed regions can be very difficult, right? Okay, I think we're going into draft now, Sam. So we'll get into that. Let's get ready to rumble. You know the music? Time to dance. Game 4. Could be the end of things here if NIP walk away with the win. However, if you have a chance to slap back.
So easy, as they say. NIP have won basically every single early game, and it has not been close. Game 1, realistically, should have been, I think, an NIP win from the position they were in. Hard draft, though it may have been, to pilot to full success. They smashed those lanes with all of the picks, with the snowballed Kiana and all of these monster AD carry leads in Varus top, all that kind of shenanigans. Still, the comeback was real in games 2 and 3, find themselves now at series point in Invictus Gaming. The world champion in the mid lane from Group Ascend, all of these well-known players like Wei, Rookie, Potic Dway are strangers to the level of play that is LPL. Rounds now coming on through, though. Perhaps the storytelling can wait for a second or two if you look at those. Vi and Bess have double dive options alongside the Silas, away from NIP. On the other side, that Rakan, that Nocturne, that Ori.
We're getting to the point where jungle is really spread thin. Wukong is the best remaining jungler, I think, unless you're going towards something like the Skarner we saw earlier from WE, Sejuani maybe as well, although with the Renekton out. Oh, hang on, I'm completely wrong. We have Jace Malphite. Jace Malphite are both open. IG chooses to do that. That completely skipped my mind. You pick the Unarix, it's the best defensive AD carry, which also wins lane. Varus is already
gone. Yeah, for the top lane pick.
Yes, it was the top lane pick. So Varus is gone. Misfortune is gone. Everything is gone that counts as a Unara in lane.
Do you just lock Jace and say we can flex it to a solo lane if we need to?
I don't think you do, because if you end up getting like a car lead, that's just death, isn't it?
But you can throw... maybe. But do you want to give it up?
I like Ashe Seraphine. I like Ashe Seraphine. Ashe Seraphine is good here. Now, the problem is Lulu can go Mikhail's very easily. That can remove a lot of your threat, but then again, doesn't work against the Malphite ult. I think Ashe Seraphine competes with the Lulu Unara in lane. Jway is a player of the Seraphine. He played it a fair amount on his... I seem to remember him playing a fair amount towards his debut. And it's the Trundle to deny the tank. Now, also, if you pillar the Malphite away from his team, then he has to ult defensively too. This is pretty good.
And we saw when Junja was first playing the Malphite a little bit as well, and he had a relatively successful time on the Malphite, mostly, with the exception of one game where effectively what would happen is he was a solo engage, would get pillared and have to ult away, and then what do you do as a Malphite? Malphite without ult is just a ball of HP and offers very little to a game aside from that one. That can be a problem.
This does mean no Jace jungle. No Jace jungle for NIP. It has been completely forgone. Thinking about removing top laners now. NIP removing some of the top lane champions that deal better with the Trundle. One of the other ones is actually Jax, and that's already out the table, so that's one which has already been removed. Man, I just completely forgot that those top tier champions were out the play. What do you want to lock in for someone like Sobro now as well? You don't really want to lock in another full tank into the Trundle. I suppose you could. Maybe you do anyway and just say, look, we'll go on and just disengage and just have a real death ball.
Aura away from yeah, that could have been quite a good one. Again, fairly slippery, so the Malphite doesn't have an easier time as you'd like. I will note that Malphite plus Seraphine is really not annoying because you extend your on-call range through Malphite.
Yeah, if he goes in and then you have the on-call efforts, yeah, it's nasty.
It can be really, really disgusting. So that'll be the idea there, as I think NIP are looking to try and find ways to make that as hard as possible. Gwen away from Soboro. Might be another one of those kind of lane picks like the Zahen that'll go away now as well.
I think Ahoya might be thinking about Cassante. I think he's thinking about Cassante. No, particularly if you're denying some of those tanks away on the other side. Do you ban away Cassante here? Now, Ornn, I think you can counter in lane more. It is the Akali ban. Okay. Another diving threat.
And theoretically a flex with the Gunblade can be quite annoying.
At this point in the draft,
yeah.
it is. I think for most drafts it wouldn't be. For Game 4 and Fearless, maybe it is.
There's that Ornn. It is a Hoya pick, and I think potentially that Call the Forward goal could be quite a good way of threatening the Ashe and Seraphine in a way that the Cassante may not enjoy.
This is a really deep cut. I want to see Kale here. I want to see something that just blasts the Ornn in an individual lane and can put. I think that team's. I want to see some creative. Sobro, go for some carry into the Ornn. Just go for something which bullies about in lane and just can sit in that side lane for forever. The Ornn ult is the only engage currently. I think you can go towards something like that. It can be really powerful here.
Yeah, and again, to be fair, you put the Divine Intervention on top of Malphite as he goes in. It's a ridiculous combo.
It's the Jace.
I wondered whether we might see this flex. You could put Malphite into the Ornn.
Now, the thing, technically that could be a flex, but that's going to be very... No, you don't blind pick that shit. You don't blind pick that shit.
Oh, rookie, please.
Rise has already been played, so unlikely there. Now, the thing about the Jace is that it technically can be a flex between mid and top lane. Jace is going top lane now into the Ornn. I think that one is risky is the thing. If the Ornn ever falls behind, that is a big problem.
Can you not Ornn into the Malphite? Sorry, no, Malphite into the Ornn?
Oh! Diana's in though for... Whoa, okay, folks, we've gone wild here. This is going to be a Diana mid for care. This is a specialty of his. He used to play as an Ahri counter back in 2024. It's been a while. This is a very powerful pick right now. Now, it is worth saying, in mid lane, I think it's better going towards the Lichbane than it is the Dusk and Dawn. Very strong into the Syndra. If Syndra misses E at any point, your Q poke is very, very strong. I think we now see Malphite top lane, Jace jungle. You're absolutely right. I was questioning that Jace into the top lane and if that was going to be a problem. I think in the jungle, it's much more safe. It's a good flex. I think IG have worked out their top and jungle well. I'm worried that the Diana gets disengaged here, Sam. If it gets the clumped up target, that's great, but I think that with maybe exhaust on Jway, I think that this is actually a really risky comp from NIP. I think NIP have got a very risky draft.
Diana does one thing, and that's go in a single direction. And unless you get a really good flank angle, there is an Ashe arrow, there's a beat drop, there's the Syndra stun, there's Malphite coming across, it's an encore. You are going to really need vision control there. I am excited to see Care's Diana. It's been a hot minute. And again, you can threaten some of these squishy members, but assuming you stay away and stay safe, you've got a serious range discrepancy to work with here.
There is so much to talk about in this draft, folks. I don't even know where to start. I think that the Diana is risky. It is something that Care's played in the past as a lane counter into stuff like Ahri. I think into Syndra, it's very good if you get consistent Q poke. However, going into Malphite, into the range advantage of the Jace, the Diana is very feast or famine. This could be a much more risky draft for NIP. I don't think they just de facto win the team fights. I think the Ashe Seraphine buffing up a Malphite in front of them is powerful. Let's get into that draft and here's some Gyos.
It is late in the day, folks. Game 4. We are on a 9-game day, which normally would be the max you get with a triple best of 3, but today it's a double best of 5. We could still see another game after this, folks, so get ready for the spice.
Yeah, Rookie going towards his most played champion of the split in the Syndra. It's been a revisit to the old classic. There are so many moving parts to this draft. We do have the Jace, however, it's Jace into Ornn Trundle, which is a really nasty combo. In fact, just in general, Ornn Trundle's a good combo. Worth noting as well, the Malphite will get kind of dunked on by Trundle at points in this draft. If he jumps in too readily, Trundle ults him, and he really hates it. Really, really hates it. The Jace is fine into the Trundle in the 1v1, but as soon as the rest of the team comes through, a pillar into anyone nearby on that top side is going to be a problem for him. You know, Diana will one-shot. Ornn will lead to Diana one-shotting pretty much as well. I'm trying to think who comes away better from this. Look, the Malphite being ulted by the Trundle is a problem. I think that the Death Ball of the Ashe Seraphine is really, really annoying for Trundle Ornn. I don't think they like playing against that at all. I didn't see the Summoners picked up by Jway, actually. Did he still go for that heal? Does anyone have an exhaust on the team for the Diana? That could actually be crucial here, depending on the build which he goes. No, there is no exhaust. That's actually an important thing to track. Going towards the bot side, spotted up by the map hacks of the Ashe.
Very rude of him, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. It's... Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, dude,
Why
are you hacking me?
Why you got cameras in my house, man?
Why you got cameras? Like, bro.
That's like, bro, why would you do that? That's really sus. Top lane, Sobro's doing fine into Hoya. Now, typically, yeah, Care was the last guy to play this, and it was 24. I remember. In fact, I remember casting this, and in fact, it was versus NIP. Except Care was on the other side.
Yeah.
He was FPX Care. He played it into Rookie Zari. I seem to remember this actually at that point. This was the counter he brought out. I believe it was in the first split of that year. That was the meta of the time when it was like Ahri, Talia, Aurelion Sol meta. So he started bringing that out to say, okay, well, this can counter it in lane.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. Dra. Dr. AA.
This one is a really hard one to predict, folks. This one,
so hard.
these now, because this is also teams which have flaws themselves. This isn't like they're going to play everything perfectly. We have to think about comforts. Oh, God. This is very close. This is very close. I think both teams have good engage. Wade's trying to get his first strike down there, and does. Not bad. Doesn't land that E there onto Assume. Wei is on the Jace. Wei! As Daitako Helios would say.
Would they?
Wei!
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's what they say. They said it a lot, actually. It's really kind of annoying.
So, question, we've got a little potential look at the gank in mid. In fact, it will
no
be.
No question, Sam. Let's fight.
There will be no question. There'll be violence. Say, flash the charm. There's the pillar as well. In fact, it's a spooky house. Rookie gets away? No way.
Oh, it's under 50 HP, but Rookie definitely showing his veterancy there. Survives with a pot ticking and just enough HP.
Question, Max.
Yeah?
We were chatting about that potential counter matchup there of the Diana into the
Syndra.
Ahri, yeah. And obviously here we've got the Diana here behind Rookie in the lane here actually early on. Question in terms of like, why is the Diana potentially picked into things like the Ahri where there's obviously quite a lot of mobility and stuff?
Because she obliterates them. Like she hits like max ranks of Q with like a Ludens or a Lich Bane or whatever, and she just obliterates them. Like, for those of you who haven't played against a lane Diana for a while, you do not understand the threat of like 2 Qs hit from a Diana and you're dead.
Yeah.
These champions in meta, like, so stuff like the Ahri and the Syndra, they don't build enough HP. They don't build enough HP, and it can be a real problem. Now, the thing about Diana is that if you do get disengaged and you don't kill on the all-in, you get fried. Now, of course, one of the problems with... now, I really like playing the matchup of Syndra into Diana and the Ahri into Diana as well, because effectively, if you ever win the mind game and she gets her dash cancelled by your stun, you get some crazy damage back. And as you can see here, you can zone her off of early farm. Wei's coming in mid lane too. She has no flash. The stun does land, but I think the draw there... They'll choose not to follow the play any longer. But realistically, basically, the Diana just... She is one of the best anti-squishy champions in the game. If Diana finds a squishy champion, she kills them. Now, this will apply to Jace in some cases too. Ults in topside.
Looking for some potential damage. Sobro will have his own ult. Does he need to burn it?
I think he might need to. The Blitz Brittle. How much will come through here again? Knockup comes through. He's really playing with fire here. Sobro, one last thought. So the minions are actually getting close to killing him too. Almost below 50 HP himself. I think he probably could have just ulted out to safety before to stop himself the heart palpitations and give ourselves a little bit of a lower BPM as well on that. Sobro gets his passive back though. We'll be able to farm up a bit here, and you can see some of the threat which on hang-ons. The Brittle's coming through. It's just the first blood for Hoya. Sobro, the laning pressure becomes a problem again. Care jumps in, trying to get the kill on Wei, but no extra tower shot. Wei lives.
Man, oh man, they get away with it, but it is a close run thing.
And NIP do end up getting a kill in topside, but losing one in mid lane. Which one's more important? Rookie stealing away the 6-minute Scuttle Crab, which typically gives you level 6, but Wei has a little bit more there. Is the Smite going to come range in time? It's really close. I think that goes to Wei. I saw the gold going over there. And yeah, Guon does not get the level 6 from that. So 1,000 gold lead to IG early, despite the fact that Sobro goes down. I'm not going to lie, Sam. Sobro's laning phase continues to be a disaster point for IG.
It's genuinely costing so much across the series.
Yeah, you see the full burst coming through. Flash, ult from Rookie. Bot back under tower. Care thinks he gets the kill there. No second tower shot coming through. Can't get himself out to safety. Care down early game 2 now. I actually remember that the Diana game which Care played 2 years ago. And it's crazy what you have like random memories of. But I do remember Care's Diana game versus NIP literally 2 years ago, pretty much to the date actually. He got blasted early and it wasn't a counter. He fell behind in lane. He went very, very far down in that game. And funnily enough, he was down like 50 CS and then still managed to get a solo kill in the side lane. But didn't really change that much there. Hang on, Lulu's buffing up Photic. Level 6 hit though, forcing the cleanse.
Ooh, that's bloody close. Photic flinching away. The last auto from Jura with a little bit of help from Pix will make that. Excuse me, the 1 for none right now. Out comes the root to stop the easy follow-up from pursuit. What a time to get shown.
The Glitter Lance has hit Sam off screen. Rookie's dying in mid lane. Care gets the kill there. Chue escapes through the bot lane, and it ends up being 1 for 1. No, 2 for none.
Yeah.
2 for none across the map. NIP slapping back and evening up the gold lead.
Well, and again, important that Care does get that kill, was falling behind a little bit there, gets the early Dark Seal stacks as well. See what the build will be for this. It's basically, I think Guwon just puts a pillar down as Rookie's looking towards.
Yeah, let's just watch the Diana damage right through here. Just flies in, dodges the stun, and then blam. Really nice kill combo, just to make sure he isn't hit by that stun. Care gets a clean kill. Now the problem is, Care has 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. He's even enough in fact. Look, if Diana's within 10 CS of you, Diana is happy. She's used to getting zoned out like 20 CS in early lane. Can be a real problem factor for you. Now he's at the point where he can actually just start getting a little bit of magic resist to tank an extra skill shot, start flying through those extra Qs. Dragon is taken by IG. Care is going to be a problem in this game, folks. Oh, like a really big problem. Watch out for Care's like Q poke. But, gets to wave clear fairly effectively too. Oh, he misses the stun.
And there's the Moonfall, and in comes the call of the Forge God of Rookie. I think he'll need to flash, and does. Important that.
Sam, you wanted to know why Diana's a counter against the Syndra? Syndra is just too squishy. You miss your skill shots, Diana instantly all-ins you. It's the old assassin gameplay. I miss seeing more assassins in mid lane which punish like that. Champions like your Zed, your Talon, where if you miss something important, you typically kind of dunk on them up until you miss something. Then you die, then they're in the game, then you have problems because they can start jumping out of Fog of War. Care, one of the very few players that still plays this at the top level. He's always held it in the back pocket. You know, we talked about him being an Ahri main in the past, good at that. Specialized champion pool does Care have. Doesn't get to bring this one out that often, but hey, Fearless is a thing. This allows us to see a little bit more of this, and while he is behind a bit of gold, I'm not kidding, folks. Care is in a position to carry this game already, because he's not completely blown out of lane. Rookie did survive at that last one, but being down a summoner against a Flash Ornn, Flash Diana, Flash Trundle is going to get him killed in the next 5 minutes.
If we start grouping up, though, things might get a bit interesting, because again, we've already talked about potential pick options. A good one is bot lane, you're right. They took the round with good damage, though, and the Trundle doesn't really have a great subjugate target down here, so his tankiness is relatively marginal. They are going to try and dive this. This could get very risky.
Both mid laners potentially coming down. They might fight as well.
In comes the Arc of Ruin, though. They try and get the Wild Growth to buy some time. Guwon will flash out. Jue trapped under this turret, will likely die shortly in the dive. So far, successful.
Rookie's coming down. If this doesn't end quickly, Rookie might clear someone up. He's coming around the corner. Not there quick enough. NIP, 2 kills. It's a redive which does it. Rookie now leaving mid lane. It's a problem for him. He's going to slow down his mid lane quest there a little bit now too. NIP get 2 kills on the bot side. Guwon is very happy, and even Care gets to deny Rookie a bit of time in that mid lane. Reminder, folks, it is actually more important to get farm in your actual lane now more than ever. Rookie not going to be able to get any kills, but does stop a recall.
Does it that? We'll be able to pick up the majority of this. I wondered whether it might be a little bit risky to make that dive happen, but the Wild Growth ended up giving Guwon enough tankiness alongside that subjugate to not be too threatened.
Something over in chat, you know, Diana dies if she's hit by an Ash arrow. One of the problems is you are against an enchanter. Yes, have the Ardent Sensor here. I would imagine, one, Care has the Mercury Treads, which is a big problem in general. And the second thing is, I would imagine Jaw's next item is a Mikhail's. I think it should be a Mikhail's in this game. It'll be very important for the rest of the team to have that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a lot of CC on the side of IG, but I think eventually it will become a bit of a problem for them to successfully chain it, because there is an enchanter on the other side which can very happily build up that item. Gold leads slimly in the favor of NIP, but you know, they do have Trundle into the Malphite. They do have the Diana into the Syndra. The Yunara has a Lulu backing them up as well. NIP have a good composition. IG, they really needed to get something a little bit earlier to stick, I think. You know, Wei is on the Jace. I'm sorry, it's just in my brain, Sam. It's in my brain.
I got nothing, folks.
Yep. It's just a brain generation. I assume getting dunked on by the Ash Seraphine there.
Cleanse back, and now Chikova comes Wei. He needs to be really afraid there's a potential flash angle from Wei. That Arc of Ruin slow was necessary.
Wei actually making a bit of a mistake there. If you step backwards, go to max range, harder to sidestep it. Now you can see the damage which the Ash Seraphine has. It's a lane which has really come to life. Hit ult on the bot side.
That's a lot of damage going towards the actuator to have the rocket belt angle. Guwon now coming down. Rookie, remember, with very low HP, cannot be there anymore. This turret is gone.
Yeah, that's the... Hang on, we'll see what happens with Wei coming over as well. I think Care's passive ended up taking tower aggro. He didn't mean for that to happen. The AoE clipped Rookie, gave him a tower shot. You can see that Care very happy to just throw the ult out. One of the really annoying things about Diana compared to a lot... Hang on, there's another teleport coming bot side. That's going to be from the Ornn. They have an engage coming in. Care, reminder, no Moonfall. Use it to chunk out Rookie. Rookie still has the ability to unleash the power. They just spotted him with the Jace Shock Blast, which everyone else dodged, and then gives you a brief vision at the end of it. Hoya He's pretty tanky. Here comes the ult. Oh boy, he's called the force god. Oh, Rookie's not enjoying that brittle proc at all. They go Luna rushing forwards. Over comes Malphite though. Is it going to be enough? It's not. They're just going to run at this poor old rock, and I think he might be turning into sand. Fortunately for him, he's not quite a beach.
Yeah, but karma is one, Sam. Sometimes IG look to try and fight off on bot side, but they just can't. They can't land the punches back. No, Hoya's spotted out. They stick around too long, and Rookie overstays. The Diana is really countered by this draft if she doesn't get ahead. Now, Diana's the Syndra is very good in this draft if she has enough power to one-shot someone. Clearly, in this case, that's not going to be so easy. Well, all this is happening as well. Assume is now 700 gold up. He also has a cull stacking in, which Photic does not, so that will increase at some point in the game. I think NIP... Ow. I think NIP are in prime position to take this series now, Sam. IG need a fight soon. They can't afford to be breaking out gold like this. They don't quite get the CC on him. They don't quite get the CC on him. There's no flash available on Rookie. That's a really good play from Hoya, but also they knew who was coming. I think they just had to back off there. They just didn't understand the threat they were under.
Maybe if you had a little bit more damage on Sobero, you could get that kill back on the K. You don't. Care's now got 5 stacks on the Dark Seal, the Rocket Belt as well. The target access for this Diana is very, very high. And it's just that additional engage threat, which they were kind of waiting for in this game. Between that and then the Ornn, your ability to say, screw it, pulling the trigger is very high this game.
It also really hurts that Sobero kind of gave a free advantage over to Hoya. Hoya's now 1.4k up. One of the reasons we don't see Malphite in top lane anymore is that while actually he does have actually quite good 1v1 individual laning, you can, you know, if you fall behind in a lane, it feels really bad.
Yeah.
Like in your early... Oh, well, that's good damage onto Care there, actually. Wait, you can't forget that there is actually a jungle Jace here.
Yeah.
But Care will one-shot him, actually, if he goes too far forward. It's the Proto Belt from Care, so he has a bit more of the engage range.
Maybe look for the play under the turret. The problem is you've got Dway with the passive stacked, and the potential encore makes it very risky to full send, even with your behind.
Yeah, I think Care was a little too low HP to do it there. Go jumping into a bunch of CC is a problem. It's about to get him. I mean, once he gets those, once he gets the role quest in mid lane, I guess the upgraded Merc Treads, that's gonna be a huge problem for IG because you get the extra HP from the Proto Belt. He's just gonna be looking for Shock Blast at best here. He does land it. It is good damage. Look, maybe Jace can get enough poke damage that it somehow just works a miracle. Jace jungle is incredibly strong. It's just against this kind of comp with crazy hard force potential, it might not be so easy.
Well, he's going to know that someone's in there. And one thing you can't do with Jace's face check. You are so damn squishy, you will lose that 1v1 there. I say this from someone who's been picking up jungle Jace again over the last week or two. And sometimes you check with the Shock Blast and then you stay away.
That is a bonus. Not every jungler has that vision check tool. Jarvan has it with Flag. Not many other people have something similar, really. Technically, Kindred has it with the W, right? Because the Wolf goes and chomps on people in range. Assume walking up with a slow burst. Arrow comes down.
There's the Wild Growth to kind of mitigate that somewhat. But ult for ult, basically, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, but Assume doesn't blow that cleanse, which is nice for him. Doesn't have the ult hunter, the Fiend Hunter bolts to...
Ow! Heal necessary there. I think Jor would have been on significantly lower HP otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Basically, we've seen the theory, folks. Jace jungle just needs to do some mad bullshit. Herald's gonna get started by NIP. No Ash Arrow for IG. Low HP on Draw. Maybe that helps IG.
No Wild Growth, no ability to do. That's not bad. Flash away required as the Unstoppable Force is in. Look at Care trying to find the but the Encore! The Encore is superb! Who needs a halftime show at the Super Bowl?
And that's going to be the one kill coming down. No Enchanter now. Another stun coming through. Cleanse needed to flash forwards for the ultimate. Assume does live through it. Rookie not able to clear the kill, though. Herald is secured by IG off of that great turnaround. The great poke from the Jace.
Guon's there. We'll see Rookie and back away, but that's still a big shove through mid. They can look to Herald immediate down here. This TP could potentially suck. I mean, Hoya's tanky will buffer through the potential CC, but that will still likely be this mid lane turret falling.
That is such a big pressure valve for IG. If they can get the mid lane turret, it changes a lot for them. It gives them the terrain to start looking for that poke. And the big ultimates from NIP, they still have a couple. They have that Diana ult, importantly. Nowhere in range, not coming down to the plate. I do wonder whether Care could have looked for a Proto Belt ult in there, try and break up in the combo from IG, but it's very hard to engage into an Ashe Seraphine down the front and middle.
And that encore was just spot on. It was brilliant. He landed the immediate poke into the encore to finish the kill. Felt very good. The Echoes of Helia for Dway actually really does help here in terms of like giving you that massive heal after the shields. which Seraphine does so love to provide. And again, if you are looking for that kind of burst, it can be quite difficult to get through it. Here's a look at that replay where we just saw that magnificent bit of music from Seraphine.
So, just the scout of the week into the shock blast. A little bit late on the ult for Sobro, but then the encore is insane, and my dude just hasn't played against the Seraphine in a while. Draw just gets hit by it, gets clipped by it as he's looking on the other part of the fight. Goes down for free. Sometimes with enchances, you try and stick around on low HP and just enchant people from very far in the back line. Force right there, gets him killed. Photic's dead, by the way.
Oh yeah, Photic is dead, but then this is going to be Wei looking at Care. He's going to rocket belt away. Needs to be a bit aware of the seismic shove. Flashes away well. Still some marks in. Potential for Care to go in. And Moonfall. Wei goes down. In comes the unstoppable forces. A wild growth on Care. Because the roam over from the Lulu was allowed because Assume got the kill on the Ashe.
Wei is really trying his best, but NIP are bringing some neutralizing forces there. Good play from Draw to get himself that wild growth to really keep Diana alive until the end of that ultimate. So that's going to be top lane turret, another plate or two down potentially. We'll see if anyone goes up to defend that from IG. Mid lane push was successful from them. And now we've got a 5,000 gold lead from NIP. This is quickly falling out of control from IG, despite the fact that the mid lane turret was taken down in their favor. It's a good angle from Hoya. He's actually had a pretty successful series here. I mean, the Barris in game 1 didn't manage to close that out, but on the whole, doing much better than Sobro, who's really struggled against him. Top lane, really Draw helping Care stay alive, so that ultimate is confirmed. Good turnaround, despite the initial damage from Jace.
Yeah, the wild growth for the additional knockup felt very, very good there, and now this Diana is getting towards that arm guard second to give her a bit more survivability when she goes in. Those chain lace crushes making things tricky. The dark seal stacks feel good. You can afford to pick up some of that defensive utility now because you've got damage coming from everywhere on the map, it feels like.
What it means is that you actually have a very tanky initiator there too. Pillar comes through, but it won't lead to anything. But yeah, Care is going to be really, really fed because you're not a jungle Diana. You have mid lane gold. You're 1k up. You've been given some side lane. Now, typically, you know, on jungle Diana, you hit 2 items a little later, I suppose, than you would do in lane. Of course, you lower XP as well. Care is going to be very, very happy with the state of affairs and also can teleport for the flank if needed.
The pillar there, just enough space to squeak around the back end of that. I appreciate the look in from Guwon, but 0 for 2 on that front. We'll still force people away, and that'll be second dragon for NIP here.
This has got to be pretty galling for Rookie. You know, a player who stayed on IG after going to World Play-ins last year. You know, this is a team which had the Shy and Mako both take breaks from the roster, and we thought, well, IG, they're definitely taking a downgrade. And then they won Demacia Cup, and they gave us a bit of hope. They beat JDG, gave us maybe a little bit more hope, but the silver lining has started to tarnish now, and there ain't much there at grace for them to go recover here. NIP, a team which is somehow outperforming our misses.
I don't know, Sobro, whether you win this 1v1. Guwon will still back away. Didn't have the smite up, so it would have been risky to stick around for just the red buff.
Care got hit, though. He had the magic damage shield on. Care got hit by the arrow. I only just saw it. I was like, wait, why has he got that shield? Oh!
Yeah,
I think he got nailed by the arrow as he went live by Guwon. But yeah, no, NIP are a team which we didn't have crazy amounts of hope for coming into this year. We thought they'd be, you know, they had Doomby last year. We thought, well, he's gone now. What do NIP have to promise, really? But they've looked really good in Perseverance, even after losing players like Leave, who was one of their main carries last year. However, NIP, they are starting to look quite coordinated, quite creative, picking up Care from FPX. That's been a good pickup for them, actually. He had a quote earlier from an interview earlier this split where he's like, look, people criticize me when I lose, but where are my props when I win? No. He does get some harsh criticism because he's a very streaky player. When he loses bad. Okay, I'm not going to defend him for that. His losses are poor. However, I've always been a defender at him when Care shows his best games. When he is playing stuff like the Ahri, this Diana game, which has come out of nowhere. Some of his better Azir games in the past too. Care is one of those mid-table mid-laners that can occasionally upset the top of the table. Now, this is much more of a mid-table matchup in these teams, but keep your eyes on Care. If he's on a good day, Care really can punch up.
And I'm excited to see more players like Guwon. And again, he can be really reckless, guys. Him and Duobone are aggressive players. It's part of the LPL mindset in general, but it's the reason we see him on things like the Trundle, the Kiana. He loves those carry options where and when he's allowed to have them. Baron is being started by NIP. If they get this, I think it's lights out for Victor's game, and they're going to try and contest. I just don't know what they can do.
Malphite's teleport. It's going to be too late. They're not going to be able to get the Baron. Rookie's now out of position. Do they call the Ornn ultimate?
The pillar blocks them out. Out comes the Ornn ult. Sobro going to be forced to run away. It's a decent jungle to assume, who is hit by that shock blast. The problem is it's a polymorph that's going forward into Sobro, and they'll back away with the Baron to their name, and NIP feel very happy about the play.
So it's 1 ult for 2. Sobro does see that the Trundle's down. Where's he going?
Oh, they're going to try and jump onto him. He'll be forced to ult away. Rookie potentially with a scan of the weak angle over the other side, but again, it's only really onto Hoya, not anyone particularly meaningful.
And it's not even like the Diana's that squishy. You can't exactly explode them like that. So NIP, now they get to walk in with no Ash Arrow available, with double front line and that Trundle and the Ornn to tank up Shock Blast like this and just grind IG out of this series.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Another turret falls. And again, you're looking at this and you're going, you know what? Assume and Sure, good series for them. They were pretty mixed, honestly, in Perseverance, though I think some of our bot lanes in Perseverance were somewhat underrated. They're having a good showing here. Yeah, I think on the whole has been second best to Rookie in a lot of these games, but in this final game, locks in the Diana and has a really good showing. Oya has also, not to put too fine a point in a player that we've had questions about whether he's a lost condition, has monstered.
No, I've criticized this guy heavily. You know, when he was on TT, occasionally he had good games, but largely, if he fell behind a game, and he would very often, he would be the lost condition. Now, NIP, I don't know what's changed for him here. He started to pick up more carries, started to be more successful, all in all. You know, he's been top lane Varus player, one of our very best, actually, within the LPL. Lost for the first time on in this series, but he individually played pretty well up until that.
Not for lack of trying.
Yeah, I mean, he in fairness, he did kind of inted around that inhibitor. We're not going to protect him too much from that, but, you know, NIP, let's start trying to sing their praises, folks. This is a team which has come out atop of Perseverance, and, you know, if they win this, they get into playoffs, perhaps unexpectedly so.
Despite losing Leave, despite losing Doomby, all of the hype around that roster last year, somehow, some way, the irony may be that this roster here in Winter 2026 may be the better version. The Onkel comes on through, and unfortunately only charms the Forge God, who's a little bit too grumpy to care too much about pop stars. His fandom ends quite quickly.
Yeah, I might need another 2 drinks or 2 before going into that charm. NIP walking in, using good use of that Baron buff. Haven't completely broken the base stun.
No.
IG hold on to it now. Dragon's up in 40 seconds. Problem is for IG, it's not like they have something like a Threat of a Soul like they did in earlier games of the series. And also, we're getting Ornn items through now. So NIP get the extra scaling. It's going to get worse before it gets better for IG.
A little note here as well, assumes actually gone for the Bloodthirst. I'm not sure whether it was second or third, but either way, it's got that additional defensive tool. Hopping the Nymaera is not an easy thing, and I think Assume is one of our players who does occasionally pick up those more defensive items on the Nymaera, and I think in a game like this, you've got the damage, just stay down well alive, and I think that makes a lot of sense here, because if you do get through that initial onslaught, the extended DPS is proving a little bit problematic for IG.
I have to say, coming into today, I did have NIP as slight favourites. I didn't expect them to be winning like this in this kind of game, though. I thought that Care would be struggling more, and I thought that Rookie would turn up a little better today. I think that Rookie, back end of the split, not been fantastic. His first half was better. Dragon will go down to the side of NIP. Yeah, I think that on the whole, NIP, particularly in bot lane, has performed perhaps better than I thought they would do, but Dwarf, he's continued to impress. Photic, on the other side, continuing to have a bit of a nightmare split from IG.
It's not been great. It's not been great. And again, there's kind of wonders again about what happened with 1xN in the off-season. There's rumours about potentially a move to IG. Didn't come to fruition. And then having these moments pretty rough. So jumping onto a super. He doesn't care! He just gets to face tank 4 people!
I thought he just completely insane. He ends up tanking 4 people, Sam. How?
He's got a Bloodthirst for a Lulu behind him. He just has to blow his cleanse.
That is so damning for IG. They did throw an ult at him. It doesn't matter. Guan does die. Rookie gets the kill there. That might stall NIP, but sadly, what is there for IG to achieve with this? There's no dragon. Plates go down in topside as well. It could have been that it's something for IG. It gives them a slight amount of breathing room. Rookie did that on only 2 items, by the way. Hasn't got the 120 stacks yet. Rookie giving something of a reprieve.
Again, for the record, I still think Rookie has had a pretty good series, but what platform do you have to work with? He's been pretty good across the majority of this series, as I kind of noted, but it's just no easy state of affairs. It's just so goddamn bad at this point as well. A little bit of a fight over this red buff, nabbed away by the power of Syndra's force of will.
It's not really a fight against Syndra. You know, funnily enough, there was actually a meta briefly where Syndra was very good in jungle because she could steal the most.
Yeah.
Because that was Scuttle Crab meta, where she could just steal the Scuttle Crabs and just be like obscenely powerful.
And she broke the shields doing it as well, which is massive.
Yeah.
You have CC to break the shields.
Yeah, you just have to CC, which is why Graves is really broken because, oh, that's...
There's auto knockbacks, yeah.
By the way, that was probably like 2,000 damage in one hit, by the way. That's kind of insane.
You have now got a 3-item Jace. There is a world here where Wei does a lot of work onto someone squishy and things get tricky.
Ashara just missed there onto Care, who was fishing. That was a bit of a fishing maneuver. Hoya. Jway is not happy here. Does have flash.
There's the stun, but Hoya still gets the off. Jway's not having a great time. He's going to be forced to flash away. Can still look for the encore. Wei has to flash away. Care doesn't find the angle, though. I agree with you. He was looking. Couple flashes blown. Wei and Jway both lose that key summoner. And unfortunately, it's the F key, not the J key.
Not going to lie, I think that NIP could be full sending it more. This Diana has a death cap, has the Seekers. There's no exhaust on the other side. Care, I think, can full send it at this point, especially with the protocol upgraded. I think that maybe NIP are a little bit scarred by that first game where they were very far ahead. That was a more fragile composition. However, NIP, they won't want to be throwing away late game fights like that again. 2.5 minutes till Dragon, Baron spawning soon.
And again, Jace, because of how fast he farms and how relatively cheap his items are, I mean, the first couple are expensive, but after that, he just tends to get the lethality items, which are just cheaper on the whole. It's very easy to keep up in items, and this 3-item core will sting. And again, if you sit around these objectives too long, it can be a problem. Baron rushed, and again, we saw the last time, the problem wasn't the poke, it was getting into the damn pit.
Sobro has level 16, and NIP have all the tools to keep them away if they want to. How quickly is this going down? They might be able to get in range for a Malphite ultimate.
It's not going to stop the Baron dying, though. Wei doesn't get here. Now they get that. Can they find anything on the retreat? No, they cannot.
Baron. Another Baron over. Okay.
And
that's a problem because it's going to overlap with the Dragon's... Look, it's a problem in general, but it's going to overlap with the Dragon's Soul spawn for NIP, so IG have not managed to win a fight this entire game, for one.
No.
It's been hard coming for them. The question is how can it start? Now they catch our cap.
Can still burn that god. That Zhonya's does so. Can potentially flash in here. Does he want to make that play? Flashes away instead. Probably wise. Can they make the catch? No, they can't. They're probably not quite in range. That's all the while NIP shoving through this top lane.
That's not a bad option. It does break that Seekers. Teleport. That's going to be the Diana, who still has that Proto Belt to help get in range. Very base finally broken.
Do they want to pull the trigger? The Scatter's down. Threatening there was Care.
Did wonder actually if they call the Call of the Forge God in. Try and threaten them as the Scatter of the Week went wide, choosing not to. Huh? Oh, instead of calling?
Yeah, it's a text message of the Call of the Forge God.
I thought that was on. Just call them.
ITGIRL.
Yeah.
I can't remember the rest of that song.
FORGE God. You know I am that God. Oh Jesus Christ! Don't let me brain rot again. Don't let me near the brain rot, Sam. I need to detox like quite seriously.
Oh, it's too good.
Okay, Dragon now in 30 seconds. NIP still wearing the Baron buff, going towards that. Full Zhonya's was just built up by Care as well, so it's not even like breaking that Seekers feels that good for IG.
Well, 8,000 gold in the lead. It is a relatively slow game from this point. Again, we aren't just about to press 30 minutes. It's not like it's going extremely long. But 5 seconds till Mounted Soul, you get that, and it gets harder again. Here comes that Call of the Forge God. They want to find something more. Care threatening the oil in. There it is! The Moonfall! And unfortunately, then gravity will bring them crashing right back down to Valorant. Saburo will flash away, just about surviving for now. The problem is Invictus Gaming have lost 2, and they've got 5 members of NIP hungry to upset, theoretically, the Team Ascent team.
NIP, the moon comes at their beck and call, brings the waves up to high tide, and IG are sinking beneath the waters. Flashing in is assumed.
Ooh, said that might be a little bit much. Can they not overstay? Remember, NIP fumbled the end of the game, and losing the AD carry, they can't end it.
They managed to just about bob their heads above the water. Again, Rookie takes down Assume. How important might that be? It will delay the game. They're going to back off for the Soul, choosing not to try and end the game, go back for the guaranteed drag. Well, they'd assume to be the guaranteed dragon. Wei is dead. No smite available. Can anyone get in range? It would have to be a Miracle Steal. I don't think that... Well, yeah, it would have to be Rookie. It has to be Miracle Steal.
Watch it. He tries. It's not quite there. We've seen Syndra's do it before. But there you go. Mounted Soul for NIP. And despite the game holding on, it ain't clean from NIP on the exit.
No, this play was really good. You know, you just get the full everything. The Brittle gets procced, so it just does so much damage. There's CC'd in place by the Wild Growth as well, which allows it just to go overdrive in the damage. That's what we were waiting for. Big wombo combo. Saburo does just about make it out alive. Base is now broken in 2 places, though, and Mountain Soul is there. Like, this is not worst case scenario in the game ending, but IG, it's not like they're particularly stronger here. NIP just got themselves a permanent buff onto double tank frontline of the Trundle and the Ornn. It hasn't got easier for them.
I need Wei to have a Serpent's Fang now. At the very least, Rookie has got 3 items. Blackfire, Death Cap, Void Staff, all the stacks. Rookie will pop most people here with a good combo.
Well, I'm not sure he'll pop the front line as the problem.
No.
And you're not going to be able to pop Care that easily. He's got a Spell Shield and the Zhonya's afterwards. Even then, the Wild Growth, I mean, I look at this, it has to be someone isolated, and he's going to have, like, optimal combo. Yeah, it's late game Syndra, but triple Mountain Dragon, the Void Staff helps, but Rookie's going to have to work overtime here.
I think he's been trying that, and it is getting very late. Game 9 of the day. He might be saved from the immensity of a 10th game. Who knows? One final push, the inhibitor's down. Invictus Gaming have got to hold the line somehow, and I don't think the ninjas in their pajamas want to give them a chance. They want to move them to bed. They want to put them to bed. They know exactly what that feels like. Took them in, put them on the right side of the bed, and ensure they go night-night. It'll be put 6 feet under. It turns out the bed was a coffin all along.
The ninjas are in pajamas and the Invictus are in a casket. NIP will take their playoff spot and send IG down to the lower bracket. Invictus Gaming will have one last chance to go towards playoffs, but NIP will get there in their place for now.
And there you have it. Invictus Gaming humbled in a number of early games there, and NIP in their home arena. Actually, no, it's not LNG's arena. What am I talking
They're
about?
actually in Joe here today. And especially, I think, for Guon, a player who had a very poor time in LCP last year on a Detonation Focus Me team, which just didn't come together. Guon individually was very poor last year. It's good to see him bounce back and start to show his aggressive playstyle here as well. He played a little bit more utility today instead of just those carries he's been showing in group perseverance, but there's a lot to be said here. For Care, bit of a redemption split. A player which I think has been overlooked time and time again, despite actually putting up good results. As he was saying, look, when I lose, people really just trash me, but when I win, where's the praise? We're praising you, Care. That was a good series from him today. I don't think he was diffed by Rookie. Rookie, I think, on the other side, feels bad for him. I think that Rookie has had a very hard time of it, trying to work with what is now a dysfunctional team. It would not surprise me if IG went out in the lower bracket. I don't think this team looks very functional. We'll see. We'll see. I think they still have some good carry potential with Rookie on good form, and we'll see what happens to the lower bracket teams. But yeah,
Rookie had a bad series, right? Like, actually, he was pretty scary across the majority of this, had some good laning phases. I mean, that last game was very good from Care, especially after the recovery. When he went down 0-1, we were getting very nervous. It didn't quite work out there. I agree with Onam in chat as well. There, one bad push away from a clean 4-0. Like, that was NIP who pretty much manhandled every early game. My eyes then turn elsewhere because, well, the mid jungle from, I think, IG were serviceable today. I had a lot more issues about what was happening in top lane. I had a lot more issues about what was happening in bot lane. That wasn't good enough.
Sobro at Demacia Cup and parts of the regular season in the early split, we thought, oh, he's someone kind of like the Shy, who'll occasionally fall behind in lane but have good teamfight impact. He's funny. He'll find these intricate ways into the game and kind of outplay in the way that the Shy or Baus does, right? He's just been bad. Now, he's just been bad. And it's sad to say it, but Sobro is the weak link. If you just pick lane pressure into him, you're likely going to win the game through that. Sobro has really struggled. It wouldn't surprise me to well, I think IG will be begging to have the Shy come back next split. And I think realistically, they probably need to have Photic replaced by someone better as well. Of course, they'll have another series, but it'll probably be in their heads. Folks, Sam and I actually have a podcast to do right now, pretty much. So we're going to go radio over to someone. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be back for another 2 best of 5s, same time as it was yesterday.
So 7 a.m. CET is game 1.
Yeah.
Everyone got that? What time? Message me in chat. What time is the games tomorrow? Type it out. 7 a.m. Make sure you know it. Do listen to us at this point.
7 a.m. if you're in Europe, basically +1 from GMT. Okay, so tomorrow we'll see our lower bracket kind of elimination matchups. No worries, Abba, don't you worry about that. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thank you for tuning in today, and we'll see you same time tomorrow, folks, for maybe less than 9 games. I'd quite like it to be less than 9 games, just for my own voice and my sanity. Very fun day today, though, and thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.